Madman of the Sword Chapter 725 to Chapter 805. I've said that I hate flies. Since you're eager to die, don't blame me. Xian said coldly. Brat, you're arrogant. Chu Tianhao snorted when he heard Xian's words. Let me tell you, freshmen have their own rules. You can't just offend anyone. Especially our Tao Spirit Association. You can't afford to offend us. Let me teach you how to behave. Chu Tianhao's body began to turn illusory and hazy. Like a wisp of white smoke, he dissipated in the air and quickly drifted toward Xian. It was a strange scene. A living person had turned into smoke. Those who didn't know better would think that they had seen a ghost. Like a phantom, the white smoke quickly rushed out. Its speed was so fast that it was shocking. Sword of Spring, continuous spring rain. Xian used the four-seasoned swordplay as he stabbed out with the wind shadow sword. In an instant, the space in front of him was filled with fine sword radiance. It was continuous and formed a sword screen. Like a continuous spring rain, the space in front of him was filled with sword radiance and sealed off everything. Haha, it's useless. My martial soul is smoke. It's formless and formless. You can't hurt me at all. The arrogant voice rang out. Then, the white smoke quickly passed through the dense sword radiance and drifted toward Xian. The scene was strange. In the sky full of sword radiance, a cloud of white smoke drifted leisurely without any obstruction. In the air, the smoke slowly condensed and quickly formed into Chu Tianhao's figure. His fist was covered with thick white smoke and a terrifying fist force was coming at him quickly. I can turn into smoke at any time and condense into a form at any time. I'm formless and formless. Let's see how you can hurt me. White smoke ghost fist. Above his fist, white smoke rolled and formed two ferocious ghost heads. They attached themselves to his fist and roared as they bit toward Xian. The air was instantly blasted. A terrifying force rushed to the sky and left a white trail in the air. Rows of air waves rolled. It was a shocking scene. Sword of Summer, Dance of the Wild Wind. Xian held the wind shadow sword in his hand and swung it towards the sky. A strong gust of wind blew in the air and whistled as if a wind beast was roaring. A terrifying and vast power surged in all directions. Whoosh, the fierce wind and sword chi whistled, blowing on the white smoke ghost fist, causing it to sway non-stop, as if it would shatter at any moment. Petty tricks. Chu Tianhao sneered as he punched out with his fist. Instantly, the white ghost head turned illusory as it tried to pass through the raging sword chi. Wisps of white smoke surged in the air and strangely appeared in front of Xian. They quickly condensed, and the ghost head suddenly bit down. Puff, Xian's figure shattered. It was just an afterimage. His real body had already arrived at the side with a solemn look in his eyes. His opponent's martial soul was too strange. It was actually this kind of formless smoke, which was indeed beyond his expectations. Vermilion bird seal. With a low shout, he formed a seal with his left palm and quickly waved it forward. A vermilion bird soared into the sky, bringing with it towering flames. It pierced through the void like a real divine beast, pouncing towards Chu Tianhao. The entire sky was dyed red, and the blazing energy caused the void to tremble. Like a meteor, it streaked across the sky brilliantly. It's useless, formless form. The white ghost head floated and turned into wisps of white smoke, slipping away in all directions as if it had disappeared. Chu Tianhao's face was filled with disdain. Although he was only at the first sky of the honorable realm, his martial soul made him extremely strange. Very few people in the same realm could defeat him. Boom, the flaming vermilion bird tore the sky apart and pierced through the ground, but it did not hurt Chu Tianhao. Whoosh, in an instant, Chu Tianhao had already arrived behind Xian. He bent his arm and formed a long whip of white smoke, forming a spiderweb-like smoke net that quickly wrapped around Xian. The red lotus armor on Xian's body flickered, forming a solid defense. At the same time, he stabbed out with his sword. Puff, Chu Tianhao's chest was pierced, and a transparent sword hole appeared, but there was no blood. Ha 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 ha. When the sword radiance disappeared, the smoke drifted and repaired the body that was hit. Chu Tianhao was unharmed, but Xian was shrouded in the white smoke net. Unharmed? Xian frowned. It seemed that normal attacks had no effect. Don't waste your energy. With your strength, you can't hurt me. Chu Tianhao said disdainfully. Kid, watch how I deal with you. He was like a demon, slowly walking towards Lin Xian. Can't hurt you? Lin Xian laughed. You're too confident. Watch how I break your net. Break it? You think you can break my attack? Chu Tianhao laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. However, he soon couldn't laugh anymore. His face turned red, as if someone was strangling him. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Just a moment ago, a sword radiance flashed and cut the white smoke net that he had formed. Furthermore, what was even stranger was that the smoke did not merge back together like before. There was a sharp and terrifying aura at the opening that stopped everything. How is this possible? Chu Tianhao was shocked and disbelief was written all over his face. Although he was a first-rank honorable, he had few opponents in the same rank as him because of his smoke martial soul. That kind of formless attack was impossible for his opponents to break. Even if it was broken, he could quickly merge it back together. However, this time, things were out of his control. The smoke that was cut apart by Lin Xian could not merge back together. Damn it, what did he do? What kind of power is that? Chu Tianhao's face turned ugly. If he was surprised, then in the next moment, he was horrified. This was because he saw Lin Xian use the lonely sword to pierce the sky and disperse the smoke above. The smoke dimmed and then disappeared in the air. What, this is impossible. Chu Tianhao panicked. He tried his best to sense and found that the smoke had really disappeared. Impossible, how can this be? He was horrified. He looked at Lin Xian and trembled slightly. Is that his martial soul? Chu Tianhao panicked. In fact, he guessed right. That was the power of Lin Xian's dragon sword soul. The great dragon sword spirit was an offensive saint technique between heaven and earth. It was invincible and could cut through the void, let alone the smoke. Therefore, when Lin Xian used the power of the dragon sword soul, he easily cut the smoke apart. Then, he used the lonely sword's lonely sword to make the smoke disappear. It could be said that Lin Xian had become Chu Tianhao's nemesis. Lin Xian severed the white fog net around him with his sword. Then, he walked over slowly with the wind shadow sword in his hand. Didn't you want to teach me a lesson? What other tricks do you have? Use them all. Chu Tianhao was horrified. His martial soul was restrained and he did not have the courage to fight. Brat, consider yourself lucky. I'll let you go this time, but don't let me see you again. With that, he turned around and wanted to leave. You want to leave? Don't you think it's too late? Lin Xian sneered. He used his body movement skill and created countless shadows. They filled the surroundings and blocked Chu Tianhao's way. Why don't I teach you how to behave? The same words were returned to him by Lin Xian. If it was someone else, Chu Tianhao would have slapped him. How dare someone teach him how to behave, but now, he didn't dare to do anything. Lin Xian's martial soul was too powerful. It completely countered his martial soul. Now, he was filled with regret. Why did he force himself to be brave and accept this mission? Why didn't he investigate Lin Xian's background before coming here? If he knew that Lin Xian was so strong, he wouldn't have come. But it was too late to say anything now. What are you doing? Chu Tianhao was terrified. I'm warning you, I'm from the Dao Spirit Association. If you dare to touch me, you're dead. He had no choice but to use the Dao Spirit Association to intimidate Lin Xian, hoping to scare him. But Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. Instead, his smile became wider. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I know the rules of the Immortal Martial Academy. Lin Xian smiled. I just want to teach you how to behave. Looking at that sinister smile, Chu Tianhao was about to cry. Indeed, the Immortal Martial Academy prohibited killing, but there was a kind of pain worse than death. Chu Tianhao knew that Lin Xian wouldn't let him go easily. As expected, Lin Xian waved his hand and released the dark red dragon and the white monkey. Come, I'll teach you how to behave. The dark red dragon was excited. I'm the best at teaching people. Let me do it. The white monkey was equally excited and danced with joy. Snake demon. Chu Tianhao screamed. Damn it, how can you say that? I'll teach you a lesson. The dark red dragon was unhappy. Little guy, tie him up. Run. Chu Tianhao was going crazy. His body turned into white smoke and fled in all directions. This was his secret escape technique. As long as a wisp of white smoke escaped, he would be able to escape. However, he still underestimated the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey. Looking at the scattered white smoke, the dark red divine dragon sneered. It waved its red dragon claws and quickly set up a formation that covered a radius of 100 meters. Then, a strange force formed in the formation, causing Chu Tianhao to reveal himself. Then, a bolt of thunder flashed, shining with dazzling light, and rushed towards Chu Tianhao. That scene resembled the roar of a thunder dragon. Wang, in an instant, the thunder and lightning transformed into a line of light, trapping Chu Tianhao. Wuji Wuji, the little white monkey, was excited. It used the thunder god whip in its hand to trap the other party. Puff, with a casual tug, Chu Tianhao was pulled down. Chu Tianhao was in a daze, unable to believe what he had just heard. This time, he didn't even use Lin Xian's hand. How could two demonic beasts finish him off? What happened to this world? He felt that he could not keep up with the pace of the world. Brat, this emperor's education is about to begin. Ah, then, a miserable cry rang out. It sounded like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. It sent chills down one's spine, causing the surrounding demonic beasts to flee. After a long time, the sound gradually disappeared. Demon, demon. Chu Tianhao's body curled up like a little wife who had been violated. It was very miserable. Lin Xian dealt with the golden-eyed demonic bat's corpse and came to Chu Tianhao's side. How was it? Problem, this brat will definitely be a good person in the future. The dark red dragon patted its chest and promised. Here, this is his immortal martial spirit tablet and storage ring. Lin Xian took it with satisfaction, then began to inspect the spirit tablet. 200 spiritual value points? So little? Lin Xian frowned. Hey, aren't you from the Tao Spirit Association? Why are you so poor? Hearing this, Chu Tianhao's mouth twitched. I've already used up all my spiritual value points. Who would still have any left? Forget it. Lin Xian was disappointed. Throw the spirit tablet over. This time, you're lucky. Lucky? Chu Tianhao cried. Not only did he receive a deep education, but his storage ring was also taken away. How could this be called lucky? He realized that compared to Lin Xian, he was nothing. Lin Xian was the demon. I'll let you off this time. If you want to cause trouble again, remember to bring more spiritual value points. Lin Xian kept the storage ring and left with the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey. In the forest, only Chu Tianhao's miserable howls could be heard. In the Immortal Martial Academy, a few youths were waiting at the pavilion near the entrance. These people were Xianxia and the other members of the Tao Spirit Association. Looking at the time, Chu Tianhao should be done. Why isn't he back yet? I guess that Brad is thinking of some new ways to torture him? The youths discussed. Xianxia frowned. He didn't know why, but he had a bad premonition in his heart. Brother Yang, don't worry. He's just a new student, and a fake honorable at that. What can he do? That's right, isn't it just, another disciple said with a smile. However, he stopped halfway because he saw a person. That brat? How is that possible? They were shocked. Why was he fine? Damn it, did Chu Tianhao not do anything? Seeing that Lin Xian had returned safe and sound, Xianxing's face turned gloomy. Humph, tell Chu Tianhao to come back and see me. After saying that, he waved his sleeves and disappeared in a ray of light. Only the rest of the people were left looking at each other. After Lin Xian returned, he ran straight to the mission hall. The two missions this time were considered practice. He only wanted to understand the situation of the missions. After everything was clear, he would challenge the missions with high spiritual value points. Of the two missions, one was the basic mission of the academy, which only gave him a pitiful 100 spiritual value points. As for the other mission, Lin Xian got 1500 spiritual value points. 1-star Demon General, 1500 spiritual value points. It seemed that spiritual value points were not easy to earn. Lin Xian curled his lips, kept the spiritual value points, and returned to his courtyard. At the same time, in the residential area of the senior students, Yan Qingyang and the rest were gathered in a small mansion. Among them was Chu Tianhao. At this moment, Chu Tianhao's face was pale and he looked dispirited. It was obvious that he had not recovered from the previous education. "Old Chu, what's wrong with you? Why did you let that brat return safely?" "Yeah, didn't you do anything?" the surrounding warriors asked. Yan Qingyang's face was also gloomy. "What happened? You have to give me an explanation for this." Hearing the crowd's question, Chu Tianhao seemed to have thought of something and his body trembled. He said weakly, "I did, but I failed." "Failed? How is that possible?" The crowd did not believe him. "Your mist martial spirit is so powerful, how could he resist it?" "It's useless. His martial spirit is even more strange. It's my nemesis." Chu Tianhao shook his head. He did not want to elaborate. After all, this was related to his history of humiliation. "Brother Yang, that brat is very strange. His martial spirit is very sharp. I'm not his opponent." After saying that, Chu Tianhao left alone without waiting for their response. Strange? Sharp? The crowd was stunned. Looking at Chu Tianhao's appearance, it was obvious that he had suffered a great loss. Was the other party really that difficult to deal with? Lin Xian returned to the courtyard and organized Chu Tianhao's storage rings. He kept the useful ones and exchanged the useless ones for spiritual value points. Then, he began to cultivate again. This time, Lin Xian's focus was not only on the four-seasoned sword technique, but also on the improvement of his cultivation. Although he had the strength of a first-level honorable, his cultivation was still at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. Under such circumstances, he would not be able to enter the mysterious sovereign leaderboard. The requirement to enter the mysterious sovereign leaderboard was that one had to reach the honorable realm. Therefore, Lin Xian planned to raise his cultivation to the honorable realm. However, after cultivating for a long time, he shook his head slightly. Although his cultivation speed was already very fast, he was still not satisfied. "I heard that there are other spirit gathering arrays in the academy. I wonder how effective those high-grade ones are." The place he lived in only had the most ordinary spirit gathering array. Although the effect was not bad, it was not possible to break through to the honorable realm in a short period of time. Therefore, he wanted to take a look at those so-called high-grade spirit gathering arrays. The spirit gathering array was very famous in the Immortal Martial Academy. Therefore, he could easily find out its location by asking around. Lin Xian carefully asked around and found out that with his current spiritual value points, he could only enter the intermediate spirit gathering array at most. After knowing the direction, Lin Xian walked towards the intermediate spirit gathering array. Soon, he arrived at the intermediate spirit gathering array area. The number of academies nearby began to increase, and the spiritual qi in the air was obviously denser. When he arrived, Lin Xian realized that it was different from what he had imagined. This spirit gathering array was different from the courtyard he lived in. It was a spirit gathering tower. However, the spirit gathering tower was not built on the ground, but underground. Deep pits that were like sinkholes appeared in front of him, filled with a mysterious aura. Lin Xian took a look. There were a total of 6 spirit gathering towers, forming a circle. Below the 6 spirit gathering towers was a super-large intermediate spirit gathering array. From the conversations of the surrounding students, Lin Xian found out that the lower the spirit gathering tower was, the better the effect. It required more spiritual value points. The intermediate spirit gathering tower had a total of 9 floors. Each floor had 36 cultivation rooms, and the price of each floor was different. The first floor required 500 spiritual value points for 2 hours. The second floor required 1,000 spiritual value points. The third floor required 1,500 spiritual value points. All the way to the 9th level, cultivating for 2 hours would require 5,000 spiritual value points. That price could be said to be terrifying. The first floor was the cheapest, so most people rented it, but the effect was the worst. Although it was said to be the worst, it was many times better than the spirit gathering array in the courtyard. When Lin Xian arrived at the first floor, he discovered that the spiritual qi on the first floor was at least double that of his courtyard. As expected of an intermediate spirit gathering array, it was indeed powerful. If the first floor was already so powerful, he really didn't know what the ninth floor would be like. However, with his current wealth, he could not go to the ninth level. After calculating the spiritual value points in his hands, Lin Xian decided to go to the second level. The passage was spiraling, and the walls on both sides were inlaid with luminous pearls, illuminating the spiritual tower. Lin Xian made his way through the numerous academies. However, the path to the second level was blocked. A figure was sitting cross-legged there, blocking the passage. It was a young man dressed in black. He had short hair and an aquiline nose. His eyes were cold as he sat there with an evil grin on his face. In addition, there were a few students in front of him. Their bodies were injured and their faces were filled with anger. What's going on? Lin Xian frowned. Fighting in the spirit gathering tower? Freshmen? Someone beside him asked. I advise you not to go over, or else you'll end up like those people. Someone pointed at the injured students and said. Why? Lin Xian did not understand. The person beside him sighed and explained, entering the cultivation room requires spiritual value points, and the price is not cheap. However, some people don't have that many spiritual value points on them, or they don't want to spend the spiritual value points on them, so they can only use others. Use others? Lin Xian frowned. You mean snatch? Snatch? You're right, but they don't dare to say that. The short-haired young man in black sneered. You're quite bold, to dare to say snatch in front of me. Do you want to use the second floor? If you want to use it, then come over. If you don't dare, then scram and hide in the first floor forever. The short-haired young man snorted coldly, his words extremely arrogant. Doesn't the academy care about this kind of thing? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. As long as no one dies, they usually don't care. That person sighed. The path of martial arts is filled with danger, and we're in the even more dangerous blood realm. If you can't even bear these things, then you'll only die outside. Hearing this, Lin Xian fell silent. Indeed, this was a world where the strong were respected. The academy only provided resources and life insurance, and everything else required one to fight for themselves. Humph, after talking so much nonsense, do you dare to pass or not? If you don't, then scram. Don't waste my feelings. The short-haired young man shouted coldly, his body emitting a powerful aura. Immediately, many of the surrounding students' expressions changed, and they kept retreating. Freshmen, they're from the greedy wolf gang. You'd better not provoke them. The person beside him kindly reminded him. Have they always been so arrogant? Lin Xian asked. The members of the greedy wolf gang are greedy, domineering, and very cruel. You can say that they're a gangster organization. However, they have always been domineering, but there are exceptions. Exceptions? This time, Lin Xian didn't ask, because he saw the exception that happened next. A figure entered from the entrance, passed through the crowd, and walked forward. The young man was wearing a white shirt, and although he didn't release any aura, he had a powerful aura, like a mountain that people looked up to. Seeing the young man in white, the short-haired young man sitting on the ground was stunned, then quickly stood up and moved to the side, making way for him. Thud, 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 the young man in white looked indifferent. He didn't even look at the short-haired young man and directly went to the next floor. Throughout the whole process, the short-haired young man in black didn't say a word, and even looked a little nervous. Is this the exception? Lin Xian laughed. He finally knew what kind of people the greedy wolf gang was. What greedy wolf gang? It turns out that they're a bunch of trash who only know how to bully the weak. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. The surrounding crowd was shocked and looked at Lin Xian in a daze. Although they knew it was true, no one dared to say it out loud. After all, the greedy wolf gang was very cruel and terrifying. Whoosh, in the next moment, the surrounding students moved and distanced themselves from Lin Xian. Even the martial artist who warned them shook his head and left Lin Xian's side. He didn't want to be misunderstood. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Lin Xian sighed. The greedy wolf gang had done a lot of evil, otherwise, they wouldn't be so afraid. Brat, kneel down and admit your mistake, and I might let you go. If you offend the greedy wolf society, you're dead meat. The short-haired youth's voice was filled with killing intent. Hearing this voice, the injured students at the side trembled. They were injured because they were unconvinced and attacked. You're just a first-level venerable. I really don't know what you're so arrogant about. Xian shook his head and walked forward. You're courting death. The short-haired youth shouted angrily. No one dared to look down on him like this, a new student dared to provoke him. This was undoubtedly courting death. Although I can't kill you, I have a way to make you wish you were dead. The short-haired youth's expression was sinister as he revealed a cruel smile. After killing Xian and obtaining the spiritual value points, he would have enough spiritual value points to allow him to cultivate on the second level for a few hours. Little rookie, I'll let you know the rules of the Immortal Martial Academy. The surrounding students shook their heads and sighed. The other party was the Greedy Wolf Society. Going up like this was no different from courting death. Moreover, Xian didn't show any powerful aura. However, there were some new students who recognized Xian. Isn't that the one who got first place in the exam? Yeah, I remember him. He's very close to Murong Qingqing. I think his name is Xian. Many people were discussing. First place in the exam, no wonder he's so arrogant? The short-haired youth was disdainful. First place in the exam and he thinks he's invincible. What a joke. Let me tell you, you newbies are nothing in front of me. You talk too much nonsense. Xian frowned and quickened his pace. Brat, kneel down. The short-haired youth shouted and waved his palm. In the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted as a powerful force surged along with the fist wind. The short-haired youth controlled the force well. The force gathered together and rushed towards Xian without spreading. Scram! Xian spat out a thunderous sound and similarly punched out. On his fist, golden lightning danced, forming a dragon head that roared ferociously. Boom! The two collided with each other, creating a deep sound that echoed in the tunnel. Suddenly, mysterious patterns appeared on the walls on both sides, emitting light and forming a light screen that protected the tower. The short-haired young man's body trembled, and he retreated continuously. Streaks of golden lightning coursed through his body, forming a powerful lightning force that numbed his entire body. What? Repelled. Everyone was shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. They did not expect that a freshman could actually beat back a member of the Ravenous Wolf gang with one punch. No wonder the other party didn't seem to care at all and wanted to go to the second floor. It turned out that he was actually so powerful. The short-haired young man was equally shocked. His body trembled slightly as the golden electric arc slowed his movements. Spiritual energy surged within the short-haired young man's body, forming a wave of spiritual energy that eliminated the lightning on his body. Then, he stared at Xian. A biting cold murderous aura filled the air. The freshman in front of him had actually made him suffer a loss. As a member of the Greedy Wolf gang, he could not tolerate this. Brat, you'll regret this. Scram! Xian shouted coldly, his voice like thunder. Everyone was shocked. This freshman was so terrifying. No matter how they looked at him, he was even more arrogant than the members of the Greedy Wolf gang. The short-haired young man's face was gloomy. Although he had suffered a loss just now, it did not mean that he was inferior to Xian. In the next moment, his spiritual energy surged, and a purple halo appeared with a terrifying aura. Brat, this is my martial soul, Purple Destruction Halo. You should be proud of being defeated by my martial soul. After displaying his purple ring martial soul, the short-haired young man had a domineering aura. Purple ripples appeared and spread in all directions like waves. They carried a terrifying power and surged toward Xian. The surroundings became abnormally oppressive, making it difficult for people to breathe. Purple ring martial soul, this is what you rely on? Xian sneered. Sword radiance flashed in his eyes, and suddenly, a fierce aura surged out. It was as if a peerless divine sword had been unsheathed, splitting the void. The surrounding people trembled, especially the martial artist who had warned Xian. His eyes were wide open. He did not expect Lin Xian to have such strength. The fierce aura made his heart tremble, and he was unable to resist it. What is this, a martial soul? Why is it so fierce? Until now, he had not seen through Lin Xian's martial soul. The short-haired young man also felt Lin Xian's martial soul, and his face turned ugly. The fierce aura made his heart tremble, and he felt as if he could not resist it. It felt as if there was a divine sword hanging above his head, and it would slash down at any moment. Sword of summer, sword of great waterfall. Lin Xian's fingers were like a sword, and they fell quickly. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the sky tumbled, and countless sword chi surged like a huge silver waterfall, surging without stopping. Every waterfall was formed by the sword chi, and it was extremely fierce. The short-haired young man's pupils shrank. This sword was too exquisite, and its aura was extremely violent. However, its power was controlled within a certain range, and it did not cause any damage to the spirit-gathering pagoda. This kind of precise control was frightening. However, he would not sit still and wait for death. With a cold snort, the short-haired young man held the purple destruction halo in his hand and swung it forward. Suddenly, rays of purple destruction halo rushed forward, and it was terrifying and dazzling. Rumble, the two forces intertwined. The waterfall surged, and it was extremely fierce, tearing the sky apart. The purple destruction halo had a destructive aura. However, Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul was too powerful, and its attack power was far beyond that of the same level. Other than second heaven honorable realm experts, no one could resist it. Rip, in an instant, the purple destruction halo that filled the sky was torn apart like a piece of cloth, and terrifying cracks appeared. How is this possible? The short-haired young man was terrified. How could his opponent's martial soul be so powerful? This aura had surpassed that of a first heaven honorable realm expert. Is he a second heaven honorable realm martial artist? His heart trembled, and his mind went blank. He had never met such a powerful opponent in the same level as him. Bang! In the next instant, the sword chi condensed and slashed down quickly. No! The short-haired young man screamed, and he was so frightened that he could not stand steadily. He did not want to die. Buzz! The sword chi suddenly stopped, and it was only an inch away from the short-haired young man's body. The cold aura stimulated the short-haired young man's body, and he almost collapsed. Lin Xian easily defeated the short-haired young man, but he did not kill him. This was because killing was not allowed in the Immortal Martial Academy. Scram, don't let me see you again. Lin Xian's voice was cold. The short-haired young man's face was gloomy. He had lost today, but he believed that Lin Xian would definitely not dare to kill him. Moreover, there were so many people here. If he left just like that, he would lose the reputation of the Greed Wolf Academy. Don't be complacent. If you offend the Greed Wolf Academy, you won't have a good ending. You still dare to threaten me? Lin Xian laughed. Seems like I've been merciful to you. Then, he waved his hand, and the sword chi was like a long whip that became incomparably soft. Pa! The short-haired young man screamed in pain and was sent flying. Bang! He crashed into the wall beside him, and countless defensive lights were activated. Plop! You dare to hurt me? The short-haired young man panted. You're dead meat. The greedy wolf gang won't let you off. If you don't get lost, I'll turn you into a dead wolf. Lin Xian raised his arm and a terrifying sword radiance flashed. Brat, just you wait. This isn't over. The short-haired young man saw Lin Xian's actions and his face turned ugly. He stood up with difficulty and quickly left the first floor. The surrounding crowd was shocked. This freshman is so strong. Not only was he strong, but he was also not afraid of the greedy wolf gang. However, the greedy wolf gang would not let him off easily. Lin Xian is so strong. The freshmen who were bullied were equally shocked. There were so many of them, but they could not defeat the short-haired young man. However, Lin Xian defeated him in one move. The gap was too big. Lin Xian, since you're so strong, why don't you form an organization and gather the freshmen so that we won't be bullied? Some freshmen said. They hoped to have a strong backer. Yes, yes. Hearing those words, those people also echoed in agreement. Lin Xian turned around and looked at the freshmen. Many of them were injured. I have the idea of forming an organization, but I want real martial artists, not cowards. You can be weak, but you can't be weak. If you're not strong enough, you can still cultivate. However, once you lose that hot-blooded and fearless heart of courage, you can never find it again. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. We're not weak. The freshman retorted. Yes, what right do you have to say that about us? Everyone knows whether you're weak or not, but I'll give you a chance. Gather here in 3 days and prove your courage to me. This is your only chance to join my organization. Gather in 3 days? Why? The crowd was puzzled. Weren't you bullied by the greedy wolf gang? Fight back in 3 days. After that, Lin Xian turned around and entered the second floor. What? Retaliating against greed? Is there something wrong with Lin Xian's brain? Lunatic, he's definitely a lunatic. Many people sneered. Although the greedy wolf was greedy and cruel, he was extremely powerful. He was definitely not someone a freshman could shake. Sigh, this fellow is too arrogant. I'm afraid he's going to suffer a huge setback. Many senior students shook their heads and sighed. The freshmen were silent. They couldn't afford to offend Tan Lang, but they wouldn't admit it directly. They could only start mocking Lin Xian. This Lin Xian is too hateful. What right does he have to say that about us? That's right. Didn't you just defeat a senior? Do you really think you're number one among the freshmen? If he doesn't want us, we can go find someone else. I think that Zhou Su is very strong, definitely stronger than Lin Xian. That's right. There's also Morong Qingqing, Dongfang Phoenix, and the others. I think they'll all form societies. Moreover, they're all beauties. To be able to join such societies is definitely a great blessing. Not only do we have to join the new student societies, we can also apply to join the older student societies. There are so many societies in the academy. It's more than enough to accommodate us. That's right. Why are you still fighting the greedy wolves? Do you think the greedy wolves are so easy to fight? Many of the older powers don't dare to do so. He's just a freshman. What right does he have to say that? I think he just wants us to be cannon fodder. He definitely doesn't have good intentions. Let's go. Many people felt uncomfortable being reprimanded by Lin Xian, so they said coldly. However, there were still some people whose eyes flickered. They seriously thought about Lin Xian's words and prepared to come here in 3 days. Lin Xian didn't know what these people were thinking. He did need some people, but what he wanted were those brave and powerful warriors, not students who were timid. Therefore, he asked those people to come here in 3 days. If no one came, then forget it. That would prove that those people were weak. If they dared to come, no matter what the outcome of this battle was, he would accept them. In fact, Lin Xian didn't even plan to let those people make a move. After putting this matter aside, Lin Xian went to the second floor. There were obviously fewer people on the second floor. After all, 1,000 spiritual value points for 2 hours was not something that anyone could afford. However, the spiritual energy here was much denser than above. Lin Xian estimated that it was more than twice as strong. Compared to his courtyard, it was nearly 3 times stronger. As expected of an intermediate spirit convergence array. It's indeed a good place. After finding an empty cultivation room, Lin Xian entered 1,000 spiritual value points and entered. There was also a small spirit convergence array in the cultivation room, so the spiritual energy was even stronger than outside. Lin Xian did not waste any time and cultivated with all his might. At the same time, he also consumed spirit wine, 1,000-year-old spirit herbs and so on, allowing his cultivation speed to reach its maximum. 2 hours quickly passed and Lin Xian came out with satisfaction. These 2 hours of cultivation were equivalent to more than a month of cultivation in the outside world. Although he had spent 1,000 spiritual value points, it was very worth it. After leaving the cultivation room, Lin Xian looked at the spiritual value card and sighed. He didn't have much spiritual value points left, so he could only accept a few missions. Just as Lin Xian was accepting missions and earning spirit stones, the Immortal Martial Academy was in an uproar. The reason was that Lin Xian had injured a member of the Greedy Wolf gang in the Intermediate Spirit Convergence Tower and said that he would lead the new students to counterattack 3 days later. Injuring a member of the Greedy Wolf gang was already shocking enough. One had to know that the members of the Greedy Wolf gang were all cruel and vengeful people. Offending them would definitely not end well. However, not only did Lin Xian offend them, he even wanted to counterattack. This was going against the Greedy Wolf gang. However, could a new student like him defeat the Greedy Wolf gang? No one thought that Lin Xian would succeed. Everyone felt that it was just a pretentious method. Perhaps he just wanted to increase his fame. After all, there were such people in the past. Many people treated this matter as a joke and did not take it to heart. However, the members of the Greedy Wolf gang were enraged. They would not allow anyone to step on their heads. Therefore, for the battle 3 days later, these people were prepared to teach Lin Xian a lesson. Moreover, they wanted to let everyone know how powerful the Greedy Wolf gang was. In their eyes, they could only bully others and no one could bully them. Xianxia and the rest also knew about this news. Many people from the Dao Spirit gang laughed. This Lin Xian is really an idiot. He didn't wait for us to find him and actually provoked the Greedy Wolf gang himself. I'm afraid that kid is going to be unlucky this time. Just nice, let the Greedy Wolf gang get rid of that kid. Xianxia and the rest were prepared to watch the show. Not only them, Xinyao Tian, Zhou Su, and the other new students are also watching the show. They know that Lin Xian is going to be unlucky this time. Morong Qingqing was a little worried. Although she knew that Lin Xian was strong, the Greedy Wolf gang's notoriety was widespread in the Immortal Martial Academy. Therefore, she was worried that Lin Xian would be at a disadvantage. Finally waiting for Lin Xian to return from completing the mission, Morong Qingqing immediately went up to him. There's a beauty accompanying me when I come back. This life is really wonderful. Lin Xian looked at the beauty walking over and said with a chuckle. You're still in the mood to joke at a time like this, Morong Qingqing said worriedly. Why? Did something big happen? Lin Xian was puzzled. Morong Qingqing sighed. She was so anxious, but the other party didn't know anything. Of course it's about you and Tan Lang. Oh, you mean that? Why? Did they surrender? Hey, can you speak normally? Morong Qingqing's face turned cold. Do you know Tan Lang's strength? Do you know who they will send this time? Seeing Lin Xian shake his head, Morong Qingqing said angrily, you don't know anything and you dare to accept the challenge? Don't worry, Lin Xian said with a smile. Although I don't know their strength, I know that the people on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard won't make a move. After all, those people will care about their reputation. They won't make a move for a new student. Otherwise, even if they win, their reputation will be tarnished. You know quite well. Morong Qingqing snorted. That's enough. As long as those people don't make a move, it's useless no matter how many people come. Lin Xian said confidently. Alright, it seems that you're confident, Morong Qingqing said. Since that's the case, I won't care. However, I have to remind you that although those people won't make a move against you now, once you enter the honorable realm in the future, I'm afraid that those people will come looking for trouble with you. Honorable realm? Lin Xian became even more confident. I'm afraid that when that time comes, it's not certain who will be looking for trouble with whom. After bidding farewell to Morong Qingqing, Lin Xian returned to the courtyard. This time, he had accepted 2 missions and obtained 5,000 spiritual value points. He could enter the Spirit Gathering Tower again. As for the battle 3 days later, he really didn't care about it. Now, with the improvement of his 4-season sword technique, a First Heaven Honorable Realm martial artist was no match for him. If he used his full strength, he could also fight against a Second Heaven Honorable Realm martial artist. Therefore, Lin Xian was very indifferent. He continued comprehending the 4-season sword technique while cultivating the longevity art. 3 days passed quickly. On this day, Lin Xian came out of seclusion and headed towards the Intermediate Spirit Gathering Tower. Along the way, many people pointed at him, and some even laughed lightly. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. There was no need to explain now. In the near future, the results would naturally slap them in the face. When he arrived at the Spirit Gathering Tower, he rolled his eyes. There were even more people here to watch the show. 5 times more than usual. It seemed that the news had already spread. At this moment, there were 8 new students standing in front of the passage, their bodies trembling slightly. On the other side was a group of martial artists in black. Each of them had a ferocious look on their faces, and their bodies emitted a terrifying aura. They looked at the 8 freshmen in front of them with mocking expressions. Rookies, you actually dare to accept the challenge. You're really King stupid. Wait a moment, I'll teach you how to behave properly. The members of the Greedy Wolf gang laughed wildly. The surrounding martial artists were also discussing animatedly. Many of the freshmen sneered. Idiots, they really came to accept the challenge. Are these people stupid? It's all that Xianxia's fault. He just had to provoke us. It's over now. I think that Lin guy was just talking nonsense. Didn't you see that he hasn't shown up yet? That's right. He's the coward. Those who spoke sarcastically were the ones who were bullied by the Greedy Wolf gang but did not dare to accept the challenge. When Xianxia heard these discussions, he sneered coldly. People like this would forever be lowly weaklings. However, the 8 people in the square surprised him. Although they were trembling, they did not take a step back. Not bad. Although you're a little weak, your courage is commendable. You're a talent that can be molded. Xianxia was satisfied. You small fries. Where's that Xianxia? Get him out here. Weren't you very arrogant before? Why don't you dare to come out now? Trash. Such a person dares to provoke the Greedy Wolf gang? I think he doesn't know how to spell the word death. I think you're the ones who don't know how to spell the word death. A cold voice rang out, clearly entering everyone's ears. Everyone's expression changed when they heard that voice. Everyone's expression was different. Most of the onlookers were surprised. They did not expect Xianxia to really come. However, most of them were not optimistic about Xianxia's chances. The 8 freshmen in the square heaved a sigh of relief. Xianxia did not lie to them. He really came, they had mustered up a lot of courage to stand there. They did not want to be bullied for the rest of their lives. Just now, they were under a lot of pressure. It was something they had never experienced in their lives. The members of the Greedy Wolf gang opposite them were all extremely powerful. The murderous aura on their bodies was shocking. They were all bloodthirsty. Facing such a group of people, they were on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, Xianxia appeared. The faces of the members of the Greedy Wolf gang darkened. Their eyes were cold as they stared ahead. You're that arrogant Xianxia? One of the young men stood out and asked sternly. He was the leader this time. His name was Liamo. His strength was at the peak of first-level Venerable Realm. Coupled with his rich combat experience and powerful treasured weapon, he could be said to be very powerful. He could even compete with a second-level Venerable Realm. Sending such a powerful martial artist to intimidate the crowd was enough to show the Greedy Wolf gang's anger. They must punish Xianxia severely this time. Intimidate everyone. Arrogant? Compared to the Greedy Wolf gang, I'm afraid this is nothing. Xianxia sneered. Brother Mo, it's him. The short-haired young man beside him gritted his teeth and said. He had become the laughing-stock of the academy after being beaten away by Xianxia. This time, he must save his face. Kid, I've said it before. You're dead for offending the Greedy Wolf gang. You, and all of you, are finished. The short-haired young man pointed at Xianxia and the 8 people in the hall. He was extremely arrogant. Kid, we're both students. I don't want to make things difficult for you. If you're willing to kneel down and kowtow 100 times and become the slaves of the Greedy Wolf gang, I'll spare you this time. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Limo's voice became cold. Did you hear that? Kneel down and kowtow and call us grandpa. The short-haired young man was extremely arrogant. He strode out and pointed at the 8 people in the hall with a sinister smile. The 8 people were furious and their eyes were red. They would rather be killed than humiliated. Bang, at this moment, a figure appeared in front of him. Then, a powerful spiritual force exploded and kicked the short-haired young man away. Boom, the short-haired young man crashed into the wall like a meteor. The entire spiritual tower shook nonstop. That kick was too powerful. At least 5 or 6 of his ribs were broken. Xian, it's Xian. He actually attacked. The crowd was in an uproar. This was too crazy. He really attacked the greedy wolf gang. The 8 people in the hall were also stunned. They felt the blood in their bodies boiling. There was so much nonsense. Now it was quiet. Xian said with his hands behind his back. Kid, you dare to attack? You're courting death. Liamo was furious. Go. As long as he doesn't die, you can beat him however you want. Xian suddenly attacked and injured the short-haired youth again, causing a commotion. Of course, the people from the greedy wolf gang were the angriest. Following Liamo's order, the 10 members of the greedy wolf gang behind him quickly rushed out. Each of them was as powerful as a primordial wolf. This time, the greedy wolf gang sent out a total of 12 people, with Liamo as the leader. The short-haired youth was sent flying by Xian's kick and had lost his ability to fight, so there were only 10 people left. However, in everyone's opinion, these 10 people were enough. One had to know that these 10 people were seniors. It would be easy for them to deal with a group of freshmen. Moreover, putting everything else aside, the greedy wolf gang had obtained a huge advantage in terms of numbers. Looking at the members of the greedy wolf gang who were rushing over, the 8 people present held their breaths. They knew that the result of this battle would be tragic, but they would not back down. Can you deal with the 5 of you? Xian suddenly said. 5? Everyone was stunned, not understanding what he meant. However, the 8 people reacted and kept nodding. 8 people against 5 people. Even if they could not defeat them, they could hold them back. But what about the rest? Is Xian going to fight them all alone? The 8 people did not dare to imagine. However, they did not have time to think because Xian had already made his move. He waved his palm, and the fierce wind from his palm split the 10 people who were rushing over into 2 groups. There were 5 people in each group. When the 8 people saw that, they moved and ran toward the 5 people closest to them. Their eyes shone with excitement as they used all their strength to stop the 5 people. Xian, on the other hand, stopped the other 5. What? 1 against 5? Did he want to die? When everyone saw this scene, they immediately exclaimed. Humph, what an idiot. Trying to be a hero at this time. The people from the Tao Spirit Association sneered. The challenge this time alarmed many people. The Tao Spirit Association, Morong Qingqing, Xinyao Tian, and the others all came. When the 5 people from the greedy wolf gang saw this scene, they laughed ferociously. Kid, was your head kicked by a donkey? How dare you attack the 5 of us? Cripple him and make him suffer a fate worse than death. The 5 people laughed ferociously and quickly attacked. Just the 5 of you are not worthy of me making a move. Xian's voice was cold. Then, he slapped his storage pouch and summoned the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey. Yo-ho, this emperor is here. The dark red dragon shouted. Come, come, come. This emperor will teach you how to behave. The snow-white little monkey was also holding the whip of thunder and jumping for joy. Spirit beast? You can even talk? Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Xian to have such a magical spirit beast. But even so, it was impossible to stop the 5 of them, but in the next moment, they were stunned. The dark red divine dragon waved its claws and set up a formation that enveloped the 5 of them. Suddenly, countless wind blades, lightning bolts, and fireballs flew over with terrifying momentum. That power was enough to threaten a venerable one. The 5 of them were shocked and hurriedly resisted. Little guy, you don't have to do anything. Let me do it, the dark red dragon held. It had been holding back for too long and urgently needed to vent. Wooji Wooji the snow-white monkey was dissatisfied and jumped onto Xian's shoulder. Seeing that the 10 people he sent out were all trapped and unable to do anything, Liamo's expression was very ugly. He stared at Xian and decided to make a move. A powerful aura burst forth and swept in all directions. Liamo's cultivation had reached the peak of first-level venerable. He was very powerful, and his attack caused everyone to exclaim in surprise. Die, brat. Liamo clenched his fist and condensed a long flaming saber. He slashed it down. The flames burned fiercely, and the terrifying heat wave distorted the void. So terrifying. Lin Xian probably won't be able to take it. He's dead for sure. Many people sneered. However, in the next moment, the snow-white monkey's figure flashed and instantly appeared beside Liamo. It slapped down. Buzz, Liamo's head was dizzy and he was stunned on the spot. The flaming saber in his hand was quickly extinguished. Whoosh, Lin Xian took a step forward. Martial path sword chi appeared on his 5 fingers. It was incomparably soft like willow ribbons. In an instant, it wrapped around Liamo. The martial path sword chi seemed soft, but it contained the power of the dragon sword soul, so it was incomparably spiritual. Crack, 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 the armor on Liamo's body shattered, and the 5 sword chi left terrifying sword wounds on his body. Blood spread wildly and instantly dyed his body red. Liamo struggled frantically, trying to release his martial soul. However, the moment he activated the spiritual power in his body, the 5 sword chi became even tighter and pierced into his muscles. If you dare to move again, I guarantee that your body will definitely be split into 5 pieces. Lin Xian sneered. Hearing this, Liamo's body trembled and he didn't dare to move. He was very sullen. He didn't even have time to release his martial soul before he was knocked unconscious and ended up in this state. At the same time, he was extremely frightened because Lin Xian was too strange. He subdued all of them in an instant. Everyone stop! Liamo roared. His voice was like thunder. Immediately, everyone stopped and retreated to the sides. The 8 freshmen were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to win. The surrounding martial artists were even more shocked. It was too shocking. Lin Xian defeated the Greedy Wolf Gang's team by himself. At this moment, screams came from the dark red dragon's array. It was so miserable that it made everyone's hair stand on end. The members of the Greedy Wolf Gang changed their expressions and looked at Lin Xian in horror. Not only did a freshman subdue them, but he also defeated their team leader in one move. Such means were terrifying. Stop, we admit defeat. Hearing the screams, Liamo roared crazily. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the dark red dragon immediately stopped. It removed the array, revealing the 5 miserable members of the Greedy Wolf Gang. This time, we admit defeat. Liamo gritted his teeth and said. However, he had no choice but to lower his head in the current situation. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and speechless for a long time. The ferocious Greedy Wolf Gang was defeated by a freshman. It was too shocking. Especially the people from the Tao Spirit Association. They all stared with their eyes wide open, unable to believe the scene in front of them. Is this guy really a freshman? Many people's hearts trembled. Morong Qingqing was also surprised. She knew that Lin Xian would win, but she didn't expect him to win so easily. 2 mystical spirit beasts. How many secrets does this guy have? Admit defeat? That's it? Lin Xian sneered when he heard Liamo's words. What do you want? Liamo gritted his teeth and said. Humph, you're a captive now. Watch your attitude. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Immediately, the 5 sword chi on Liamo's body became even sharper, piercing Liamo until he screamed again. What do you want? Liamo said weakly. He didn't have any temper this time. How many spiritual value points were robbed? Lin Xian turned around and asked. 1,700, 500, the 8 of them answered excitedly. They knew that Lin Xian was standing up for them. The spiritual value points that were stolen from them will be returned double. Lin Xian's words echoed in the passageway, causing the 8 people behind him to be extremely excited. Domineering, too domineering, he had vented his hatred. Originally, they had thought that they would never be able to take revenge in this lifetime after being robbed of their spiritual value points by the Greedy Wolf Gang. Who would have thought that in just 3 days, they would be able to trample their enemies under their feet? Furthermore, they had obtained double the spiritual value points. All of this was thanks to Lin Xian. Brother Xian, I'll follow you for the rest of my life. Yes, Brother Xian, take us in. The 8 of them were excited and their bodies trembled. Alright, the 8 of you will be my brothers from now on. Lin Xian was also filled with pride. He wanted to establish an organization that belonged to him within the Immortal Martial Academy, the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Now, go and collect your spiritual value points. Yes, sir. The 8 of them roared excitedly. Just like before, they did not dare to make a move. But now, it was different. With Lin Xian, even if they were to face the ferocious greedy wolf gang, they would still dare to fight. Very quickly, they retrieved double the spiritual value points from the 12 members of the greedy wolf gang. As for Lin Xian, he took away their storage rings. During this period of time, there was a member of the greedy wolf gang who wanted to resist. In the end, when Lin Xian's sword spirit pierced into his body, no one dared to resist. Lin Xian did not feel uncomfortable doing this. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If he was the one who failed today, he believed that his outcome would be even worse. Not only would he lose everything, but he would also lose face. Therefore, if he was not ruthless, the enemy would be ruthless to him. The surrounding people were shocked. Lin Xian was the first person who dared to bully the greedy wolf gang like this. Especially those new students, they were all dumbstruck. They were so regretful that their intestines turned green. Previously, they were the same as the other 8. They had all been bullied by the greedy wolf gang. However, they did not have the courage to face it. They could only make sarcastic remarks in the crowd. But now, Lin Xian had really done it. Not only did he defeat the team sent by the greedy wolf gang, he had also avenged the 8 people. Double spiritual value points. Many people were envious. At that moment, a few thick-skinned people quickly stood out and shouted at Lin Xian, "Brother Xian, accept me." As soon as these words were spoken, many new students immediately stood up and looked at Lin Xian with eager eyes. Seeing those people's flattering performance, the 8 people beside him also showed disdain. Why didn't they come out when they were facing greed? Now that Lin Xian had won, they wanted to join. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Seeing these people jump out, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. He knew that these people had mocked him in the crowd before. Looking around, Lin Xian said in a clear voice, "You want to join?" "Sure, do you see the greedy wolves? Go beat them up and you can join." "What? Beat them up?" Everyone was stunned, and their minds went blank. Those people were from the Greedy Wolf Association. Although they lost to Lin Xian this time, it didn't mean that they could be bullied, especially those new students who jumped out. They were so regretful that their intestines turned green. F***ck, why am I so cheap, jumping out at this time? Many people felt bitter in their hearts. They didn't dare to hit the Greedy Wolf Association's people. However, if they retreated at this time, it would mean that they were greedy for life and afraid of death, opportunistic villains. At that time, they would become the target of everyone's contempt. Therefore, for a moment, they were in a dilemma. "Humph, cowardly rats, I knew you wouldn't dare." The 8 disciples sneered. Hearing this, the faces of the cultivators who stood out turned red, and they slipped into the crowd dejectedly. Of course, there were also a few who weren't afraid of death and really went up to kick the people from the Greedy Wolf Association. F***ck, kid, you're dead meat. Liamo and the others roared crazily. "Brother, from today onwards, we are brothers," Lin Xian said to the 3 of them. "Brother Xian, we are the 3 Hao brothers," the eldest of the 3 said. "Brother Xian, what is the name of our organization?" "Dragon Sword Pavilion." Following that, Lin Xian said. In a clear voice, "I, Lin Xian, will establish the Dragon Sword Pavilion today. I welcome all the outstanding and brave students to join." Hearing this, the freshmen who had just joined cheered while the others rolled their eyes. What a joke! At this juncture, who would dare to join? Lin Xian had beaten up the Greedy Wolf Association today. The other party would definitely retaliate, so no one dared to join at this time. Humph, what Dragon Sword Pavilion? Just watch, it won't be long before it disintegrates. The people from the Tao Spirit Association sneered. Yan Qingyang's face was also gloomy. The current situation made him very unhappy. Humph. He snorted and left with the people from the Tao Spirit Association. Morong Qingqing was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that Lin Xian would establish his own organization, which surprised her. Originally, she wanted to establish an organization in the academy and pull Lin Xian in, but now it seemed impossible. I won't admit defeat. Morong Qingqing snorted. Since she couldn't pull Lin Xian in, then she would join. Me too, I want to join too. Morong Qingqing said. Following that, she quickly walked to Lin Xian's side. What? Morong Qingqing wants to join too? Everyone was stunned, then their eyes burned with passion. However, at this juncture, they definitely wouldn't join. They could only wait for an opportunity in the future. When the three Hao brothers saw Morong Qingqing, they also exclaimed, Brother Xian is amazing, he managed to rope in a beauty so quickly. Why are you joining in the fun? Lin Xian was helpless. Why can't I join? Morong Qingqing snorted, then she walked in front of Liu Mo and casually kicked him twice. How is it? I'm qualified, right? Hearing that, Liu Mo wanted to cry but had no tears. He even had the heart to die. Lin Xian was helpless and could only agree. He then released the members of the ravenous wolf gang. Scram, don't let me see you again. Let's go. Liu Mo stood up and quickly left with a group of underlings. However, he secretly swore in his heart that he would definitely take revenge for this. Alright, let's find a place to hold the meeting. Lin Xian opened a cultivation room on the first floor and let everyone in. This time, things went smoothly. Not only did he teach the ravenous wolf gang a lesson, he also recruited many students. His Dragon Sword Pavilion finally settled down in the Immortal Martial Academy. Among these 11 new students, 6 of them were at the first layer of the Honorable Realm, while the other 5 were half-step Honorable Realm. In the outside world, they could be considered as geniuses, but in the Immortal Martial Academy, they were very ordinary. Because there were too many monsters here, and any one of them was at the first layer of the Honorable Realm, however, Lin Xian didn't look down on them. Being able to enter the Immortal Martial Academy was enough to prove that they were extraordinary. Moreover, these people's aptitudes weren't bad. They could be considered geniuses, but in terms of resources, they couldn't compare to those monsters. Lin Xian believed that when these people grew up, they would definitely be a powerful force. The 3 Hao brothers, Hao De, Hao Er, and Hao San, all 3 of them had reached the first layer of the Honorable Realm. Their strength was not bad. As for the other 8, 3 of them had reached the first layer of the Honorable Realm. They were Song Ming, Liang Wei, and Wang Li. Lin Xian gave them some pills and let them accept missions to earn spiritual value points and raise their cultivation. Boss, why are you collecting these elixirs? Song Ming was puzzled. It can't be alchemy, right? Liang Wei guessed. Correct. Lin Xian laughed. But we don't have an inscription master. Everyone scratched their heads. Don't worry, I'll do it. Lin Xian said, your boss is an all-rounder. Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened and they became extremely excited. Even Morong Qingqing was surprised. She never knew that Lin Xian knew how to refine pills. This guy is too mysterious. Morong Qingqing gritted her teeth. Alright, you guys go and take action. I also want to break through to the Venerable Realm as soon as possible. Boss, it's impossible to break through in a short period of time using the Spirit Gathering Array. Wang Li said, I know 2 ways that can help you break through in a short period of time. Oh, which 2? Lin Xian asked. The first is the Little Spirit Pill. It can allow warriors below the Venerable Realm to directly increase their cultivation by 1 level. The second is the Blazing Mountain. It contains terrifying spirit energy and can definitely allow warriors to break through in a short period of time. However, that place is extremely dangerous. If boss wants to go, you must be well prepared. Little Spirit Pill, Blazing Mountain. Lin Xian whispered. Then, he took out the spirit tablet and found the introduction of the Little Spirit Pill. 20,000 spiritual value points. Lin Xian frowned. It was really expensive, however, this method was feasible. He pondered in his heart. He was currently at the peak of the spirit detecting realm. Using the Little Spirit Pill, he could directly reach the half-step Venerable Realm. Then, he would head to the Blazing Mountain to cultivate and break through to the Venerable Realm in one go. This was definitely the fastest way to break through at the moment. Alright, let's do it. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. I'll go break through. You guys should also hurry up and raise your cultivation. Following that, everyone left the spirit gathering tower. 20,000 spiritual value points, how did you get them? Morong Qingqing asked, do you want me to lend you some? Forget it, since I owe you a debt, it won't be easy to refuse your request in the future. Lin Xian shook his head. Humph, you don't know how to appreciate kindness. Forget it if you don't want it. Morong Qingqing snorted. I want to see how you will obtain 20,000 spiritual value points. 20,000 spiritual value points was not a small amount for the current freshmen. Even if they were to do missions, they would have to do at least a dozen of them. This didn't include the time-consuming things such as the journey, so according to conventional methods, it was impossible to complete it in a short period of time. What Lin Xian lacked the most right now was time. Can I complete it in one go? Lin Xian pondered. Then, he walked towards the mission hall to see if there were any high-difficulty missions. Lin Xian skipped past the ordinary missions and the special missions on the black mission crystal that was 300 meters tall. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows as he discovered something. Operation Beheading, the Hunyuan Hand, Tu Tian, has committed many evil deeds and killed countless innocent people. Now, a kill order has been issued. Whoever obtains Tu Tian's head will be rewarded with 27,000 spiritual value points. So high. Lin Xian's interest was piqued, but when he saw the message below, he frowned. Below the mission, there were 3 golden stars. Behind them was an introduction. Lin Xian discovered that this Hunyuan Hand, Tu Tian, was actually a second-level venerable. Furthermore, he had a top-grade spirit artifact in his hand. It could be said that he was extremely powerful. After pondering for a long time, Lin Xian decided to accept the mission. What? You want to accept the beheading operation? The deacon of the mission hall was stunned. He stared at Lin Xian intently without stopping. No matter how he looked at it, the other party did not have a powerful cultivation and was a freshman. That's a 3-star mission. Have you read the information on it? Yes. Lin Xian said. The difficulty of a 3-star mission is very high. Furthermore, the Hunyuan Hand is extremely ferocious. He has killed more than one disciple of the academy. Even so, you still want to accept it? Accept. Lin Xian said firmly. Since you insist, fine. The deacon sighed, but he still let Lin Xian accept the mission. The surrounding students were discussing in low voices. Many of them were mocking and ridiculing him. This guy, has he gone crazy from thinking about spiritual value points? That's right, the Hunyuan Hand is a second-level venerable. I'm afraid that only those experts on the mysterious venerable board can deal with him. That guy obviously hasn't entered the mysterious venerable board, yet he dares to accept it. Isn't that arrogant freshman? I heard that he hasn't even reached the venerable realm. What? Everyone was shocked and then sneered, he's definitely dead. The Hunyuan Hand was in Lion Moon City, which was not far from Heavenly Pool City. There were 5 cities around Heavenly Pool City and Lion Moon City was one of them. Lin Xian sped all the way to Lion Moon City. However, he did not enter directly. Instead, he stopped in the forest outside the city. Then, he summoned the dark red divine dragon and the two of them began to discuss countermeasures. The reason why Lin Xian dared to accept this mission was because the dark red divine dragon had mastered many formations. With his strength and the power of the formation, he should be able to kill the Hunyuan Hand. However, this formation needed to be properly set up. Boy, I have a killing formation called the 10-direction remnant light formation. If I can set it up, I'll definitely be able to kill that Hunyuan Hand. The dark red divine dragon patted its chest and said. Are you sure? Lin Xian stared at the dark red divine dragon and asked. This ruffian dragon was often unreliable, so he had to ask clearly. Damn, boy, what do you mean? How dare you doubt me? The dark red divine dragon was unhappy, just you wait. When I set up the 10-direction remnant light formation, I'll definitely scare you to death. However, this formation's level is quite high and it requires a large amount of materials to set it up, take whatever you want. Lin Xian threw out his storage ring. Then, the dark red divine dragon took out a large pile of medium spiritual stones and many strange materials from the storage ring. Fortunately, Lin Xian was rich and had all kinds of strange materials. Otherwise, if it was someone else, they would not be able to set it up. Next, the dark red divine dragon began to set up the formation carefully. This formation was very complicated and needed to be inscribed with formation patterns. Moreover, every formation pattern was extremely complicated and profound, so there could not be the slightest mistake. Even with Lin Xian's knowledge and cultivation, he still felt dizzy when he saw those inscription patterns. One day later, the dark red divine dragon finally finished setting up the 10-direction remnant light formation. Boy, you don't believe me, right? Do you want to come and have a look? The dark red divine dragon said provocatively. Okay, I'll take the opportunity to see the power of this formation. Lin Xian walked over. As soon as he entered the formation, the dark red divine dragon laughed sinisterly and quickly activated the formation. In the next moment, an extremely fierce murderous aura appeared in the surroundings. Streaks of terrifying sword chi crisscrossed and slashed toward Lin Xian. At that moment, Lin Xian's hair stood on end. The power of wind and thunder surged behind him, and the wind and thunder wings appeared. He moved quickly and left behind an afterimage. This formation is so terrifying. Lin Xian came out of the formation with lingering fear in his heart. Although he had only been there for a moment, the terrifying power made him fearful. The sword chi formed by the formation was not weaker than his sword chi at all. It could definitely threaten a second-level supremacy. This is nothing. The dark red divine dragon said proudly, boy, let me tell you, this is only the simplified version of the 10-direction remnant light formation. Once the real 10-direction remnant light formation is used, it can definitely destroy all 10 directions. It's more than enough to deal with that mixed yuan hand. Okay, I'll lure him into the formation. You control the formation, and we'll attack together. Lin Xian said. Then, the dark red divine dragon set up an illusion formation to hide the 10-direction remnant light formation. Wang Shi was a disciple of the Wang family. He got out of bed early in the morning and went to the martial arts field to practice. Not long ago, he had obtained the heart of the blood flame rat in the forest. After returning, he stimulated his bloodline and broke through to the half-step honorable realm. As long as he worked hard, he believed that he would soon reach the true honorable realm. I must be like my benefactor and become a powerful martial artist. A figure appeared in Wang Shi's mind. It was a young man about 18 or 19 years old. He wore a blue shirt and held a golden bow in his hand. He looked like a god of war. It was that figure who had easily killed several blood flame rats. Not only did he save their lives, but he also gave them the hearts of the blood flame rats. It was because of those hearts that the Wang family was able to create several half-step honorables this time. I must become strong and protect the family. I can't let the Blood Yuan gang bully the family. Clang! 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 Suddenly, a series of urgent bell chimes rang out. Oh no, it's the bell of war. The family is in danger. Is the Blood Yuan gang here? Wang Shi's expression changed and he quickly rushed to the central square. Not only him, but countless disciples of the Wang family also gathered quickly. Uncle Wang, what's the matter? Wang Shi asked anxiously. The Blood Yuan gang is here. They want us to hand over the elixir pavilion. What? Damn the Blood Yuan gang, they're attacking our family's important business. Wang Shi's small face was cold. The nearby disciples of the Wang family were furious. The Wang family was good at alchemy. It turned out that they were a big family in Lion Moon City. However, since the Blood Yuan gang came, the Wang family was targeted and suppressed everywhere. Now, the Blood Yuan gang wanted to swallow the Wang family's property. They tried their best to resist, but many of their elders were killed. They couldn't resist at all. Because the Blood Yuan gang had a powerful and cruel leader, Mixed Yuan Hand, Tu Tian, not only had his cultivation reached the second level of the honorable realm, but he also had a top-grade spiritual treasure in his hand. He was very powerful. Humph, even if we die, we can't hand our family over to the Blood Yuan gang. Everyone was furious. Ha ha ha, Wang family, what do you think? Suddenly, a burst of wild laughter came from the sky, rolling over like thunder. Then, a figure appeared in the sky. It was a large man with a tall and sturdy figure. He had a full beard and a vicious glint in his eyes. He was like an ancient ferocious beast, staring cruelly at the people of the Wang family below. Behind him were more than a dozen first-rank supremacies who were looking down with mocking expressions. Countless members of the Blood Yuan gang appeared and surrounded the Wang family. Old man Wang, have you made up your mind? I don't have much patience. Mixed Yuan Han Tu Tian said coldly. My Wang clan's foundation will never be given to you. Just give up. A white-haired old man appeared. He was the patriarch of the Wang clan. Stubborn. Seeing the other party's resistance, Heaven Slaughter's face immediately sank. Old man, I saw that your Wang clan has some alchemy skills, so I didn't kill you. Do you really think I'm so benevolent? Now, I'll give you a chance. Either you surrender to me and become a subordinate of the Blood Yuan gang. Either all of you die, and the entire Wang family will disappear from Lion Moon City. You better think it through. Heaven Slaughter's eyes shone fiercely, and his body emitted a shocking murderous aura. Old man, you better think it through. Thousands of lives of the Wang clan are in your hands. Make your choice quickly, or your Wang clan will be annihilated. The experts of the Blood Yuan gang threatened coldly. You've gone too far. Do you really think my Wang clan is easy to bully? Below, the people of the Wang clan were furious. The patriarch of the Wang clan was also furious. His robe fluttered, and he rushed into the sky like a meteor. You've gone too far. I'll fight it out with you. The patriarch of the Wang clan quickly rushed out and attacked Heaven Slaughtering. You're overestimating yourself. Mixed Yuan Han Tu Tian gave a cold snort and quickly swung his fist to meet the attack. Terrifying energy exploded like a demonic cloud, spreading in all directions. The patriarch of the Wang clan and Heaven Slaughtering were fighting. Bang bang, however, not long after, a low sound was heard. The patriarch of the Wang clan flew out and smashed the pavilion below. A terrifying deep pit was formed on the ground. Patriarch. The people of the Wang clan were terrified and rushed over. The patriarch of the Wang clan struggled to get up from the ruins. He was covered in blood, his face was pale, and there was a terrifying palm print on his chest. It almost pierced through him. You don't know what's good for you. You want to fight with me with your strength? Heaven Slaughtering sneered. Do you believe that I'll annihilate the Wang clan now? Hearing that, the patriarch of the Wang clan trembled and then spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. I'll fight it out with you. A middle-aged martial artist couldn't help but rush up quickly. There are really people who aren't afraid of death. In the sky, a burly man with a long saber stood out. Then, he waved his long saber. The saber radiance was like a rainbow and instantly cut the middle-aged martial artist in half. The corpse fell and blood splattered all over the ground. The horrifying and bloody scene stimulated the people of the Wang clan. No! The people of the Wang clan screamed. Many young disciples cried while the middle-aged martial artists and elders clenched their fists tightly and glared. They couldn't accept it. At this moment, they were full of regret. If they had strong strength, the other party wouldn't have dared to provoke them. Moreover, as an alchemy family, they had made friends with many forces. But now, no one came to help them. This made them feel cold. Does God want my Wang clan to die? The elders shouted to the sky. If there's no other way, we can only agree to join the Blood Yuan gang. Otherwise, I'm afraid our Wang clan will be destroyed. Another elder sighed. No, we can't join the Blood Yuan gang. The patriarch of the Wang clan gasped. The Blood Yuan gang is cruel and greedy. Do you think we will have a good end if we join them? At that time, we will become their slaves. That will be a real life worse than death. Everyone listen, cover the escape of the young disciples and take away the pill recipe and pill veins. We can't let these things fall into the hands of the Blood Yuan gang. Old man, since you're courting death, then there's no need for the Wang clan to exist. Heaven Slaughter's face was ferocious. After talking for a long time, the other party was still stubborn and wanted to fight to the death. He was disdainful because the other party was not qualified to fight with him. Kill, leave no one alive. Heaven Slaughtering waved his hand. Suddenly, 10 first-level venerables in the sky moved out. Countless members of the Blood Yuan gang rushed over. These people were like fierce beasts and hungry wolves, quickly pouncing on the people of the Wang clan. Cover the young disciples, run. The elders of the Wang clan rushed to the sky. They must break out of the encirclement. Run, puff. Puff, in an instant, countless terrifying attacks fell. The disciples of the Wang clan were killed. Blood and corpses splattered, and all kinds of screams and cries were heard. This scene had alarmed the entire Lion Moon City, but no one came to help. You dare to resist? This will be your fate. A venerable with a long saber blocked the escape route and looked at Wang Shi and the others with a grim smile. Go quickly. I'll stop him. A middle-aged warrior shouted and rushed out quickly. Humph, you're courting death. He waved his long saber and beheaded the middle-aged warrior. Uncle Wang. Wang Shi's eyes instantly turned red and he let out a shocking roar. Ah! I'm going to kill you. Wang Shi's heart was burning with anger. He rushed up quickly. Haha, little brat, watch how I kill you. The venerable grinned. No, Shi, go quickly. The elders of the Wang family shouted. Wang Shi was an outstanding disciple of their family and the hope of the family's future. However, this hope was about to be killed here. The Wang family was desperate. They were furious, but they did not have the power to change anything. They could only watch the tragedy unfold. However, at the next moment, before the long saber fell, a golden arrow pierced through the venerable's head and nailed his body to the ground. A golden arrow fell from the sky like a golden thunder. It instantly pierced through the head of the venerable and nailed him to the ground. This turn of events shocked everyone in the prince's mansion. The two sides who were fighting stopped and retreated. The Wang family was puzzled, while the Blood Yuan gang was gloomy. The ordinary gang members were even more shocked as they looked around cautiously. Who dares to kill the elder of the Blood Yuan gang? Come out! Tu Tian roared. His body trembled with murderous intent and covered 100 miles. Buzz, the void fluctuated and a young figure stepped out. This young man was about 18 or 19 years old. He was dressed in blue and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a god of war. He held a golden bow in his hand that emitted light. Benefactor, it's Benefactor. Wang Shi was excited. He saw the figure in the sky and had the urge to cry. Benefactor? The Wang family was shocked when they heard it. Then, a ray of hope rose in their hearts. Was this young man here to help them? The Blood Yuan gang was filled with murderous intent and stared at Lin Xian unkindly. Kid, who are you? That's right, the blue-clothed youth in the sky was Lin Xian. After he arrived at the Lion Moon City, he went straight to the Blood Yuan gang's lair, but he did not find the primeval chaos hand Tu Tian. After asking around, he found out that the other party was going to attack the Wang family today. That was why he hurried over. However, he did not expect to meet the young man he had seen in the forest in the Wang family. Seeing that his opponent was in danger, Lin Xian immediately fired an arrow, saving his opponent's life. Looking around, Lin Xian coldly shouted, "Which one of you is the Heaven Slaughtering Hand?" I am. Tu Tian stood out and shouted sternly, "Brat, what business do you have with me? Take your head." Lin Xian's gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stared at the burly man in front of him. Ha 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 ha. Tu Tian threw his head back and laughed, his voice shaking the heavens. The elders and members of the Blood Yuan gang also sneered in disdain. Although Lin Xian was very strong and killed an elder with one arrow, it was impossible for him to kill their leader, not to mention a brat. Even a second-level venerable would not be able to kill him. Unless it was an even more powerful third-level venerable. However, that kind of expert would not appear in the Lion Moon City. Want to kill me? 2. Tian sneered in disdain, "Brat, do you know who you are talking to? Do you believe that I will give the order to chop you into minced meat? Boss, let me kill him. He killed old Dao. I want to kill him to avenge old Dao." A skinny man walked out, holding a blood-red spear in his hand and emitting an astonishing murderous aura. Well, let him know the consequences of provoking the Blood Yuan gang. Tu Tian said coldly. Brat, I want to use your blood as a sacrifice to old Dao. The skinny middle-aged man's body erupted with a powerful spiritual power, and then he swung his spear and stabbed out quickly. Heaven and Earth Spear. The spear flashed and condensed into a quaint cauldron, which pressed down on Lin Xian. The wind whistled and the air cracked. The heaven and earth cauldron formed by the spear was like a demonic mountain with a terrifying momentum. In an instant, it fell mercilessly on Lin Xian. Benefactor, be careful! Wang Shi exclaimed. The Wang family members were also trembling, and they were extremely nervous. The people of the Blood Yuan gang sneered. In their opinion, Lin Xian would not be able to block the spear. Lin Xian looked at the heaven and earth cauldron and snorted. His right hand formed a seal, and the vermilion bird seal was quickly waved out. A vermilion bird, hundreds of feet tall, was born from the fire, and like a divine bird, it flew into the sky. In an instant, the heaven and earth cauldron was blasted away. Then, Lin Xian held the golden bow in his hand, and a golden arrow appeared between his fingers. As his palm fell, the golden arrow flew out, accompanied by countless wind and thunder, like a golden dragon roaring in the void. Puff, the golden arrow instantly pierced the skinny middle-aged man, and then with a boom, it formed a terrifying sea of lightning and wrapped him up. Sixth brother! The elders of the Blood Yuan gang exclaimed and quickly rushed forward. Everyone attacked together, and the terrifying energy split the violent sea of lightning. Then, they saw a charred body falling from the sky quickly. The body was charred black, without a trace of vitality. Everyone was shocked, and their faces were full of horror. To be able to kill two elders with a single arrow, wasn't this strength a little too terrifying? The Wang family members were stunned. They did not expect the young man in the sky to be so powerful that he could kill the powerful enemies in their eyes with just a raise of his hand. Kid, you killed two of my generals, I will definitely kill you. Tu Tian was completely angry. The elders behind him were the elite forces of the Blood Yuan gang, and losing one of them was a great loss. But now, Lin Xian killed two of his generals with just a raise of his hand. How could he not be angry? With a roar, Tu Tian slapped out his palm, and the terrifying palm's shadow was thousands of meters wide, like a giant hand that covered the sky, clawing at Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his arm and shot out golden arrows to fight against the terrifying palm. At the same time, he quickly retreated and fled into the distance. That palm was too terrifying. Dozens of golden arrows bombarded it, but they did not pierce it. From this point, it could be seen that Tu Tian's strength was definitely far beyond everyone. Want to leave? It's not that simple. Tu Tian shouted angrily, you guys continue to stay here. Don't let anyone from the Wang family go. I'll go and kill that kid. As his voice fell, his figure had already disappeared. Like a flash of lightning, he quickly chased after Lin Xian. Seeing that Tu Tian was chasing after him, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. His purpose was to lure Tu Tian out of the city and into the 10-direction remnant light formation that he had already set up. Both of them were very fast, and it did not take long for them to arrive outside the city. Seeing that Lin Xian was only running and not fighting back, Tu Tian was suspicious. He suddenly stopped and cautiously observed his surroundings. The reason why he could live freely was not only because of his powerful and cruel means, but also because of his cautious character, which allowed him to avoid danger this time. However, he did not find any powerful aura within a 1,000-mile radius. Could it be an expert? Tu Tian was puzzled, but he quickly denied it. If it was really a super expert, there was no need for an ambush. He could just enter the city and kill him. He did not care about other people's ambushes. Brat, no matter what tricks you play, you can't escape death today. Tu Tian shouted angrily and chased after him again. This time, he was even faster. It seemed like he wanted to get rid of Lin Xian quickly. However, Lin Xian had an earth-tier movement technique. His speed was extremely fast among the supremacies. Therefore, Tu Tian could not catch up and could only follow behind him. This brat actually has such a movement technique. Looks like I can't kill him later. I'll torture him for his movement technique first. Tu Tian's eyes were filled with greed. In the next moment, he was surprised because Lin Xian stopped in front of him. "Humph, brat, what tricks are you trying to play now?" Tu Tian's mind was filled with Lin Xian's movement technique. He did not care at all. Moreover, he had checked these places in advance. There were no traces of experts at all. "This is the tomb I chose for you. What do you think?" Lin Xian said with a smile. "What, a tomb?" Tu Tian laughed hysterically. "Brat, I don't know where you get your confidence from, but I'll let you know the cruel truth soon enough." "Kill!" he shouted angrily. His body turned into an afterimage and instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. He waved his palms and terrifying palm shadows merged into one. The palm energy was extremely terrifying. Even a second heaven supremacy would find it difficult to take it. Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt. He instantly felt the terrifying aura and the aura in his body surged. How terrifying. He's definitely one of the strongest among second heaven supremacies. Lin Xian executed the illusory demon steps to the extreme and dodged quickly. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to the dark red divine dragon to activate the formation. In the next moment, the surroundings changed. Countless golden sword chi appeared and swept across the land, emitting a terrifying murderous aura. Tu Tian frowned. The golden sword chi made him feel a sense of danger. Formation. He sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't expect Lin Xian to know about array formations. "We have to end this quickly." Tu Tian was not willing to take the risk. Furthermore, this array formation was indeed terrifying. Therefore, he immediately unleashed his full strength. There was a pair of purple gold gloves on his palms. Light flowed around them and they emitted a terrifying aura. A top-grade spirit-ranked artifact. With this artifact, Tu Tian's palm wind and fist aura became even more ferocious, causing the void to explode. However, the 10 directions remnant light sword set up by the dark red divine dragon was also unusual. The golden sword chi was extremely sharp and could cut through mountains. Moreover, Lin Xian also quickly used the great dragon sword soul. His whole body was like a divine sword that had been unsheathed. He was extremely powerful. A great battle was about to break out. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions, shattering all the surrounding mountains. Puff, Lin Xian held the blood-red slaughter sword and slashed out, creating a blood-red river that stretched for 1,000 meters. As it descended, a terrifying gash appeared in the ground. A 10-meter-wide gash appeared, and one could not see the end of it. Tu Tian quickly dodged and then struck out with his palm. Terrifying energy condensed into a 100-feet-tall palm shadow that covered the sky. Everywhere it passed, everything was flattened. "Die. Brat." Tu Tian was furious. He had lost face for not being able to deal with a brat after such a long time. He was like a ferocious beast, crashing through the void. Blood-slaughtering demonic palm. The purple-colored palm blasted out. Divine light bloomed, and purple gas spread out for 3,000 miles as if it came from the demonic realm. Solitary sword. Lin Xian held the solitary sword and used the autumn sword of the Four Seasons sword technique. The pitch-black sword chi was extremely oppressive. It carried an indescribable sense of oppression as if it could take away all life. The two collided and were in a stalemate. At this moment, the 10 directions remnant light formation erupted. Countless golden sword chi surged out. The terrifying energy was extremely powerful and quickly slashed towards Tu Tian. "Humph." Tu Tian snorted and quickly retreated. He only had one top-grade spirit-ranked artifact on him, and that was the gloves on his hands. Therefore, his attack was much stronger than martial artists of the same level, but he did not have much of an advantage in defense. Facing the terrifying golden sword chi, he could only retreat. "You can't defend?" Seeing Tu Tian retreat, Lin Xian seemed to have realized something as a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he used the red lotus armor. A set of bright red armor covered his entire body, making him look like a god of war. He let out a long roar and rushed forward with the demonic sword in hand. Scram! Seeing Lin Xian approach, Tu Tian was furious. In such a critical moment, he would not let the enemy get close to him. The void trembled as the spiritual energy around him condensed into a blood-red river that surrounded him. At the same time, he condensed a spiritual energy armor to cover his entire body. However, this was not a problem for Lin Xian. His great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique. At this moment, it was fully activated by Lin Xian and was extremely violent. The sword chi was dazzling and turned into the shape of a dragon. It was vivid and majestic. The dragon claw grabbed and immediately tore the blood-red river apart. Then, Lin Xian appeared in front of Tu Tian in a flash. The demonic sword stabbed out and attacked quickly. The terrifying power made Tu Tian's face turn ugly. "You're courting death." After all, he was a second-level honorable and was powerful. Moreover, he had a spiritual-level supreme-grade artifact, so his attack was powerful. The palm strike landed on Lin Xian's chest, causing cracks to appear on his red lotus armor. Lin Xian was hit hard. His body trembled as if it was about to split open. He almost fainted. However, his long sword also slashed at Tu Tian's body. In an instant, the armor was torn apart and a terrifying sword mark was left on Tu Tian's body. Moreover, under the control of the dark red divine dragon, the 10 remnant light sword also erupted with powerful power. In the sky, countless golden sword chi surged and merged into a huge golden long sword that slashed at Tu Tian. Boom, Tu Tian was hit and flew out. Winter sword, god-slaying sword. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and attacked again. A dragon-shaped long sword appeared in front of him. This was the sword manifestation of the great dragon sword soul. With a flash of sword light, the entire space was sliced into 2 halves, creating a dislocation. Tu Tian's body stiffened and an incredulous expression appeared on his face. How can you?" He uttered a few words with difficulty. Then, a bloody mark appeared in between his eyebrows and his body collapsed. The powerful mixed yuan hand Tu Tian was killed in a single strike. Until his death, he could not believe that a brat could kill him. Moreover, he still had a lot of trump cards, but they were all useless at this moment. Lin Xian used the longevity art to heal his injuries. Then, he stepped forward and cut off Tu Tian's head. This battle seemed to be short, but it was extremely thrilling. If he was not careful, he would have lost his life. However, fortunately, he had the help of the 10 remnant light sword. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill Tu Tian in such a short time. Although Tu Tian was dead, he still had a lot of good stuff on him. For example, the storage ring, especially the pair of gloves, which were top-grade spiritual artifacts. It was because of this artifact that Tu Tian became so powerful and arrogant. After keeping the storage ring and the top-grade spiritual artifacts, Lin Xian left with Tu Tian's body. Lion Moon City, Wang family. At this time, the Wang family was in a chaotic battle. All kinds of lights shot into the sky, blood splattered, angry shouts and screams were heard. Although Tu Tian was not here, the Blood Yuan gang was still very fierce because they had the confidence. The Wang family was fighting desperately. They had a glimmer of hope because Tu Tian was lured away. Tu Tian is not here, they have a chance to fight. Attack with full force, we must rush out before Tu Tian returns. The Wang family patriarch shouted. Hee, you have no chance. The elders of the Blood Yuan gang sneered and did not forget to attack at the same time. Suddenly, a few more Wang family disciples fell to the ground. Go. The Wang family patriarch's eyes were red. Haha, kill, leave no one alive. The Blood Yuan gang sneered. However, at this time, a black shadow suddenly fell from the sky like a small mountain and cracked the ground. Bang, a dull sound was heard and the whole ground trembled slightly. Everyone was stunned again and stopped attacking. This is? Many people looked at the deep pit on the ground and were shocked speechless. Tu Tian. Everyone in the Wang family trembled. They were too shocked that someone could kill Tu Tian and so quickly. This was simply impossible, however, it appeared in front of them now. Gang leader. How is this possible? The Blood Yuan gang's members were screaming and screaming. Although the corpse on the ground did not have a head, the figure and clothes were exactly the same as their gang leader. They had followed their gang leader for so many years, they could recognize him even if he turned into ashes. However, they could not accept this, especially the elders of the Blood Yuan gang. They were shocked. They knew Tu Tian's strength. Even if a martial artist of the same level came, they could not take him down. It could be said that Tu Tian was invincible in the entire Lion Moon City. Yet now, he was actually killed by someone. Furthermore, his head had been cut off. This was too shocking. The ordinary disciples of the Blood Yuan gang were trembling in fear. Many of them were paralyzed on the ground like wooden chickens. No, it's not the leader. An elder of the Blood Yuan gang raised his head and shouted angrily, "Who is it? Come out. Trying to deceive us with a corpse? It's useless." That's right. Our gang leader's battle prowess is unparalleled. How could he have died? This must be fake. Several elders shouted angrily. They couldn't admit it, otherwise, the entire Blood Yuan gang would be defeated. Fake? Humph, don't deceive yourself. Lin Xian's figure appeared. You still don't know if it's Tu Tian's corpse? If you don't believe me, take a look at this. He flipped his palm, and a bloody head appeared, floating in the void. That was Tu Tian's head. His eyes were wide open, filled with terror and disbelief. Gang leader. Countless members of the Blood Yuan gang saw this scene and suddenly screamed. Those elders also trembled, and fear appeared in their eyes. They knew that the gang leader was really dead, and there was no way to hide this news. But, who killed the gang leader? Could it be this kid in front of them? Everyone couldn't believe it. Don't be impulsive. There may be experts secretly following him. It seems that this operation to kill the Wang family is impossible. Let's retreat. Several elders discussed. Kid, how dare you kill our gang leader? The Blood Yuan gang will not let you go. Just you wait. Sooner or later, you'll die. Are you threatening me? Lin Xian snorted. Then, he clenched his fist, and the spiritual energy in the sky gathered and condensed into a light sword that was hundreds of meters long. The light sword slashed down, and it was incomparably sharp. Suddenly, the two threatening elders were cut into blood mist. What? Everyone was stunned. This was too powerful. He could kill a venerable with just a raise of his hand. Who is he? He's so powerful. Everyone in the Wang family was excited. But the members of the Blood Yuan gang were terrified as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Many ordinary disciples even sat on the ground. The remaining elders were even more frightened and didn't dare to move. The two people who died just now were on the same level as them, but they were killed with just one slash. That scene was too terrifying. They would never forget it. Could it be that this young man really killed the gang leader? Thinking of this situation, they suddenly felt their scalp tingle and didn't want to stay any longer. This is a misunderstanding. We'll go now. Several elders waved their hands and took the lead to leave. The ordinary members also quickly left like stray dogs. We won, we survived. We didn't get killed. The surviving members of the Wang family couldn't believe it. The situation where they were going to die was easily solved by a young man. This made them feel like they were dreaming. Great, we can finally live. Everyone was very excited. Benefactor. Wang Shi looked at the sky and cried excitedly. This cry woke everyone in the Wang family. The next moment, everyone looked at the sky. Because the young man in the sky was their savior. Lin Xian nodded slightly and floated down. Thank you, benefactor, for saving the Wang family. The Wang family will never forget your kindness. The Wang family leader was grateful. After that, everyone in the Wang family said in unison, "Thank you, benefactor, for saving our lives." They were indeed grateful because they had originally been sentenced to death and would have died without a doubt. However, at this moment, they had survived. All of this was because of Lin Xian's existence. Lin Xian rubbed Wang Shi's head and said to everyone, "The dead can't be revived. My condolences. How should we address benefactor? Which sect are you from? In the future, our Wang family can repay your kindness." An elder of the Wang family asked. This is Lin Xian, big brother Lin from the Immortal Martial Academy. Wang Shi explained. There's no need to repay my kindness. But you guys should be more careful in the future. After that, Lin Xian turned and was about to leave. Benefactor Lin. The Wang family leader suddenly shouted. Hearing this, Lin Xian stopped. He turned and asked, is there anything else? The Wang family leader was struggling as if he was making a decision. After that, he sighed and a trace of determination appeared in his eyes. Our Wang family is willing to submit to Benefactor Lin. Please protect our Wang family. Everyone in the Wang family was stunned. After that, they came to their senses and looked at Lin Xian with hope. Benefactor Lin, please agree. Everyone said in unison. Although Lin Xian helped them resolve the crisis, it didn't mean that the Blood Yuan gang wouldn't make a comeback in the future. At that time, without Lin Xian's help, they wouldn't be able to escape the fate of death. Moreover, this incident made their hearts turn cold. Those powers that they were on good terms with didn't help them at the crucial moment. If that was the case, they might as well find a strong backer to protect their lives. Lin Xian came from the Immortal Martial Academy. His strength, identity, and background were all very strong. Moreover, he saved Wang Shi without knowing him. This showed that he was a kind person and not an evil person. Are you really willing to join me? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Yes. The Wang family head said respectfully, our Wang family is an alchemy family. I think we should be able to help you. Alchemy. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He was building a force and would recruit more and more members. Alchemy was an essential cultivation resource. Although he was also an alchemist, it was impossible for him to refine so many alchemy pills by himself. Moreover, he did not have the spare time. Now that there was an alchemy family submitting to him, it could not be better. Since you are willing to join, I have no reason to refuse. Lin Xian said, but there is one thing that I want to make clear in advance. Once you join me, you cannot betray me. This is my bottom line. If you dare to betray me after joining, I guarantee that you will end up worse than the Blood Yuan gang. After saying that, Lin Xian's body emitted a sharp aura, like a peerless killing sword, hanging above everyone's head. The patriarch of the Wang clan and the elders shuddered as their eyes were filled with astonishment. Too strong, so strong that they could not resist. At the same time, they were overjoyed. With such an expert protecting them, their Wang family would be safe in the future. Now, I will give you one last choice. Are you willing to join? Don't worry, benefactor. Our Wang family is not ungrateful. Since we are willing to join, we will never betray you. Good. Lin Xian nodded. From today onwards, the Wang family of Lion Moon City belongs to the Dragon Sword Pavilion. In the future, your safety will be protected by the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Dragon Sword Pavilion. Everyone in the Wang family murmured. Thank you, Pavilion Master. The Wang family head said respectfully. The others also respectfully congratulated him. All right. Lin Xian waved his hand and released the dark red divine dragon, asking it to set up a defensive array in the Wang family. He then went to Sky Pool City and brought Yufei over. Originally, he wanted Yufei to develop in Sky Pool City, but now he had a better choice. It was better to develop in Lion Moon City. The next day, Lin Xian came back with Yufei. Boss, is this the clan you've just subdued? Yufei looked down at the Wang family's residence with a face full of surprise. And you will stay here in the future and develop together with the Wang family. Soon, Lin Xian brought Yufei to meet the Wang family patriarch and several elders. Lin Xian left behind a few pill recipes for the Wang family to refine. The Wang family head and several elders were shocked when they saw this. Most of the pills recorded in this pill formula were related to cultivation, and their effects were extremely shocking. Compared to the pill formulas in their hands, who knew how many times better, the few of them looked at each other in shock. It seemed that they had underestimated Lin Xian. Not only was he powerful, but he was also able to casually take out such an exquisite pill formula. He was definitely not an ordinary person. It seemed like their Wang family had made the right bet this time. 100 bottles of each of the pills listed here. I will send someone to collect them in half a month. As for the other pills, you can give them to the family disciples or sell them outside, Lin Xian said. Hearing this, the Wang family head and several elders were excited. With such pills in their hands, their Wang family's strength would definitely rise by a level. Pavilion Master, don't worry. I will definitely complete the mission, the Wang family head said. And that's all for now. The Dragon Sword Pavilion is also in the early stages of development. When it matures in the future, I will send someone to assist you. Strive to make you the #1 clan in Lion Moon City as soon as possible. #1 clan. The Wang family head and the rest breathed heavily. They didn't even dare to think about this before. After all, although their Wang family was also a big family, they couldn't even be ranked in the top 3. But now, Lin Xian actually promised them to become the #1 clan. How could they not be excited? They didn't doubt it at all. After all, Lin Xian had given them too much shock. Also, that Yufei that I brought, you guys make good arrangements. Pavilion Master, don't worry. We understand. Then, after making some arrangements, Lin Xian left with the dark red divine dragon. Flying all the way, Lin Xian finally returned to the Immortal Martial Academy. After killing Tu Tian, he would be able to obtain 27,000 spiritual value points, which could be exchanged for the little spirit pill. At that time, he would be able to break through to the half-step honorable realm. Thinking of this, Lin Xian quickened his pace. What? You completed it? In the mission hall, a cry of surprise sounded, immediately attracting the attention of the surrounding people. Tu Tian's head, it's really Tu Tian. You completed a 3-star mission. The deacon in charge of the mission was shocked. He didn't expect that the youth in front of him could really complete such an impossible mission. One had to know that many outstanding disciples had taken on this mission, but they never returned. Previously, he had reminded Lin Xian, but the other party insisted on taking it, so he didn't care. But he didn't expect that the other party would really complete it. A 3-star mission. When the surrounding students heard this, they were also shocked. A 3-star mission was extremely difficult. Normally, only those at the second level of the Venerable Realm and above would dare to accept it. However, a new student actually dared to accept such a mission and even succeeded. Under the stunned, shocked, and envious gazes of the group, Lin Xian obtained 27,000 spiritual value points. Then, he left the mission hall. Next, he would go to the True Spirit Hall. Only there could he exchange for the little spirit pill. Lin Xian had been to the True Spirit Hall once, so he was familiar with the place. However, on the way, he happened to meet Murong Qingqing. You're back? Murong Qingqing was surprised. How was the mission? I've completed it, and I've gained a lot. Lin Xian smiled. This decapitation operation was indeed not bad. Not only did he obtain spiritual value points, he also unexpectedly obtained a pair of top-grade spirit rank gloves. Most importantly, he had subdued an alchemy family. It could be said that Lin Xian was very satisfied. From the looks of it, you must have obtained something good. Murong Qingqing's beautiful eyes turned. You're really surprising. You can even complete a 3-star mission so easily. Hee, luck. Lin Xian scratched his head. Are we going to the True Spirit Hall? Let's go together. The two of them walked side by side towards the True Spirit Hall. Although he had said it once, Lin Xian still felt shocked when he saw the True Spirit Hall again. It was magnificent and incomparably mysterious. It was as if an immortal palace had descended into the mortal world. This was a huge hall that was a few hundred feet tall. It was like a giant mountain that one could only look up at. At the entrance of the hall, countless students were entering and exiting. It was extremely busy. Let's go. Lin Xian was excited as he took the lead. Murong Qingqing quickly followed. The two of them quickly walked towards the True Spirit Hall. There were many disciples coming and going from the True Spirit Hall every day. Under normal circumstances, no one would pay attention to anything else. However, it was different this time. The nearby disciples all stopped and looked in the same direction. Two figures could be seen there. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing. Of course, these gazes were all looking at Murong Qingqing. There was nothing they could do. Murong Qingqing was too beautiful. She was like a peerless fairy, ethereal and elegant. Everyone's gaze was unconsciously attracted by the wine cup. Morong Qingqing's appearance caused quite a stir. Many people's eyes flickered, and their faces were filled with amazement. There's another person beside her? His cultivation is very weak. He hasn't reached the venerable realm yet. Humph, such a person doesn't deserve to stand beside the fairy. On the spot, a few self-righteous guys sneered and quickly walked over. Beautiful lady, are you a new student? Do you want me to show you around? No need. Morong Qingqing refused. Wu Ming's face stiffened after being rejected by the beauty. This result made him feel a little embarrassed. At this moment, Lin Xian, who was next to him, chuckled softly. This sound ignited a fuse, causing the surrounding people to laugh. Damn it, kid, what are you laughing at? Wu Ming was furious when he saw that a new student who hadn't even reached the venerable realm dared to laugh at him. I'm laughing at you. Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Hearing this, the surrounding students laughed even more cheerfully. Morong Qingqing also chuckled, then rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Wu Ming was stunned for a moment, then understood. He said that you were laughing at my ass, but the other party was laughing at him, which meant that he was a fart. Wu Ming's face turned as black as charcoal when he understood this. Kid, you're courting death. Wu Ming shouted angrily. He stared at Lin Xian with a murderous look in his eyes. This damn kid had embarrassed him in front of his goddess. Let's go. Lin Xian shook his head and ignored this idiot. Instead, he pulled Morong Qingqing and walked toward the True Spirit Hall. You want to leave? Stay here. Wu Ming sneered. His 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed at Lin Xian. In the void, a sharp claw that was 10 feet long appeared. It was like a ferocious beast's claw with scales on it. As soon as the claw appeared, it instantly tore the void and quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Get lost. Lin Xian's face darkened. He pointed his finger, and a sword light pierced through the void. Crack. Puff, the terrifying beast claw shattered, and Wu Ming let out a blood-curdling scream. He clutched his hand and retreated, his face filled with shock. As for Lin Xian, he left without looking back. Everyone was stunned because they saw blood dripping from Wu Ming's palm, forming a line of blood. Damned brat, just you wait. Wu Ming took a deep look at Lin Xian, memorizing his appearance, and then left angrily. Lin Xian didn't care about injuring Wu Ming with a single finger. He and Morong Qingqing quickly arrived at the True Spirit Palace. Let go. Morong Qingqing blushed and pouted coquettishly. Ah? Lin Xian was stunned for a moment before realizing that he was still holding her hand. It's a special situation. Those flies are too annoying. I'm doing this for your own good. After saying that, he reluctantly let go of Morong Qingqing's soft hand. She was a genius with a peerless figure. Lin Xian was a normal man, and it was impossible for him not to be tempted. However, he was well aware of the difference in their statuses, so he didn't think too much about it. Huh. Morong Qingqing snorted lightly, but that strange feeling still made her blush slightly. In all her life, other than her father, no one of the opposite sex dared to hold her hand. Damn it, what am I thinking? Morong Qingqing shook her head. I just want to win this guy over. That must be it. Her eyes flickered, and she didn't dare to look at Lin Xian. Instead, she quickly looked around. That's? Morong Qingqing exclaimed. She saw a special crystal space above the True Spirit Palace, and there was a fist-sized drop of scarlet blood that was constantly surging. If one sensed it carefully, they would feel a soul-shaking pressure coming from the blood. That's dragon blood. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He had the great dragon sword spirit, so he could naturally feel the dragon's might contained within the blood. The dark red dragon in the demonic beast pouch was so excited that it almost flew out. Fortunately, Lin Xian caught it and quickly transmitted his voice. Ruffian dragon, are you looking for death? There are countless experts here, and there might even be kings. Aren't you afraid of being captured and drained of your blood? Don't worry, since I've seen dragon blood, I'll get it for you sooner or later. Lin Xian comforted it. Hearing this, the dark red dragon stopped moving. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief and walked towards the mysterious jade platform. There, an old man was squinting his eyes and enjoying the beautiful afternoon. "Elder, I want to exchange for a small spirit pill," Xian said softly. Hearing this, the elder impatiently snorted and waved his sleeve, causing a green jade box to fly out. At the same time, 20,000 spiritual value points were deducted from Xian's spirit tablet. It was obvious that the old man was annoyed by Xian's interruption. However, in the next moment, he seemed to have sensed something and suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like a torch as he stared at Xian. Xian's body stiffened. That blazing gaze almost made his blood boil. He held his breath, and at the same time, the dark red dragon in the demonic beast pouch used a concealing array to completely isolate its aura. Was it just my imagination? Did I just feel a trace of dragon's might? The old man shook his head and withdrew his gaze. "Elder, I also want to exchange for something," Xianxia said. Hearing this, the old man opened his eyes again, but when he saw Xianxia, he immediately grinned. "So it's the little girl from the Morong family. What do you want to exchange for?" Seeing that smile, Xian muttered in his heart, "So the old gang's trash isn't anything good after all." "Exchange for the heavenly cloud Ganoderma." Very quickly, Xianxia obtained a palm-sized pure white Ganoderma. At the same time, 30,000 spiritual value points were deducted from her. When Xian saw the heavenly cloud Ganoderma, he also took a deep breath. As expected of the immortal martial academy, 1,000-year-old spirit herbs could be seen everywhere. "What do you want the heavenly cloud Ganoderma for?" Xian asked. "I can refine it myself," Xianxia said. "You know how to refine pills?" "No, don't you know how to refine pills? Why wouldn't I use such good free labor?" Xianxia covered her mouth and laughed. "Xian, alright, you two little dolls don't flirt here. This old man still needs to sleep." The elder sighed. Hearing this, Xianxia blushed. Xian wanted to say something, but he suddenly thought of something and put down his hand. "Sorry to disturb elder's cultivation. This junior will take his leave." Xian and Xianxia turned and left. "What did you want to say just now?" Xianxia asked. "Nothing, what kind of pill do you want to refine?" Xian shook his head and asked. 3-day origin pill, a pill that can raise the cultivation of an honorable realm expert. Xianxia said, "I haven't gathered all the ingredients yet. After I gather them, you have to help me refine the pill." "Okay." Xian agreed. The two of them talked as they walked and soon returned to the courtyard. This is a pair of gloves that I got outside. Didn't you choose the falling flower sword palm last time? I think it should be useful. A top-grade spirit rank artifact." Xianxia looked at the purple gold fist glove in her hand and was slightly surprised. Then, she snorted, "Isn't it just giving a glove? Is there a need to be so shy?" Although she snorted, there was an unconcealable smile in her eyes. Holding that pair of gloves that were shining with a purple gold light in her arms, Xianxia walked into the courtyard happily. Xian returned to the courtyard and casually set up a defensive formation. Then, he took out the jade pill box. With a flick of his finger, he opened the pill box. Then, a ball of fragrance rose, forming a pill fragrance that could be seen with the naked eye. Inhale, Xian took a deep breath and inhaled the pill fragrance into his body. He immediately let out a low cry of comfort. That feeling was too good, as if all the fatigue in his body was gone. As expected of a pill worth 20,000 spiritual value points, the effect was extraordinary. Xian praised. According to his estimation, this little spirit pill was at least a 5th-grade pill, and it was a top-grade pill among the 5th-grade pills. Xian did not consume it immediately. Instead, he adjusted his condition to its peak. Then, he consumed the little spirit pill. Immediately, a huge wave of spirit energy spread out, as if an endless tide of souls was attacking his body. Longevity art, Xian channeled all his strength to break through to the half-step venerable realm. 2 hours later, there was a sudden change above Xian's courtyard. Wind and clouds surged. Countless spirit energy gathered there, forming a huge vortex of spirit energy that spun rapidly. The nearby students all saw this scene, and many of them raised their heads to look. When Wang Li, the three Hao brothers, and the others saw this, they quickly ran towards Lin Xian's courtyard. Did he break through? In the courtyard not far away, Xiaoli looked at the sky, his eyes flickering. I wonder what strength that guy will reach after breaking through. Second level Venerable Realm? Xiaoli whispered. He had fought with Lin Xian before and had witnessed Lin Xian's strange and powerful strength. Back then, when he was in the Limit Realm, his strength was already comparable to a second-level Venerable Realm cultivator. Now that he had broken through to the half-step Venerable Realm, he was probably even stronger. This guy, I really want to fight with him. Xiaoli's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. On the other side, Shen Yaotian looked at the sky with a gloomy expression. Humph, I'll let you be smug for a while longer. Once I achieve the second layer Martial Highness realm, it will be your death date. Lin Xian's breakthrough attracted the attention of many people, but the process was very short. Soon, the vortex in the sky disappeared. Then, a powerful surge of energy gushed out from the courtyard and swept out in all directions. Whoosh, a figure appeared in the sky. It was Lin Xian. Boss. Wang Li, the three Hao brothers, and the others shouted excitedly. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Just as he was about to go down, a shocking saber light slashed down, covering half the sky. It was incomparably terrifying. In the next moment, everyone below trembled, feeling as if their bodies were being split apart. Lin Xian's eyes focused. He let out a long roar and also slashed out a large sword light. When the saber and sword collided, cracks appeared in the void. The terrifying sound of metal shook the surroundings, causing countless people to turn pale. How terrifying! Everyone's hearts trembled as they continuously retreated. Wang Li and the other members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were also shocked. Just who was this person that could actually contend with their boss? Morong Qingqing's white robe fluttered in the wind as she looked up with a smile on her face. Haha, Xiaoli, it seems like your strength has improved. Lin Xian's laughter rang out. I still have things to do today. I'll definitely fight with you another day. Lin Xian waved his sleeve and sent a violent energy storm into the sky. Anytime. Xiaoli replied. Lin Xian landed in the courtyard and said to Wang Li and the others, come in. Then, Wang Li and the other 11 people entered the courtyard. How are the spiritual herbs I asked you to collect? Lin Xian asked. They're all collected. Wang Li and the others said excitedly. This was related to their elixirs, so everyone was very enthusiastic. Take them all out. Lin Xian smiled. I'll refine some elixirs for you and then return to the Blazing Mountain. 10 days later, if I don't return, Wang Li, send 2 people to Lion Moon City's Wang family to get the elixirs. Say my name and they'll tell you what to do. Alright, you can all go back. Come back in 3 days. Yes, boss. Wang Li and the others left. Lin Xian collected the spiritual herbs on the ground and began to refine elixirs. Lin Xian's elixir refining skills had not fallen behind. Moreover, as his soul power continued to strengthen, he could now easily refine 5th-grade elixirs. If he could enter the Honorable Realm, he would be able to refine 6th-grade elixirs. In 3 days, Lin Xian refined 3 types of elixirs, all of which were used to improve cultivation. After handing these elixirs to Wang Li and the others, Lin Xian said, take these elixirs first and work hard to improve your cultivation. During this period of time, I won't be here, so listen to Wang Li. Wang Li, I'll leave these people to you. You must ensure their safety and don't cause trouble. If there's anything, wait for me to return. Yes, Brother Xian, don't worry. Wang Li said. After Lin Xian gave these instructions, he immediately left. Not long after Lin Xian left, Morong Qingqing also left. She seemed to have accepted some mission. Half a day after they left, a figure quickly arrived at the new student area. It was a young man wearing a navy blue robe. His long blue hair fluttered in the wind. His aura was terrifying, like a flood or a beast. Who is Lin Xian? Get out here. The terrifying voice was like thunder, shaking the surroundings. In the next moment, countless new students raised their heads and looked up in horror. Wang Li and the others also came out of seclusion and raised their heads with gloomy expressions. In the sky, the young man stood on a black cloud and looked around coldly like a demon king. Humph, weren't you very arrogant at the spirit tower? You actually dared to beat up greedy wolf's people. Now you're scared? Why don't you dare to come out? Hearing this, the people below understood that greedy wolf's people had come to find them. However, Lin Xian went out in the morning and wasn't here. Many people saw Lin Xian turn into a sword light and disappear into the sky early in the morning. Don't insult Brother Xian. The three Hao brothers were jealous and rushed forward. Stop, don't be rash. Wang Li also rushed out and stopped those people. Then, he said in a deep voice, Brother Xian went out and isn't here. If there's anything, you can talk about it later. Although the other party's words made them angry, Lin Xian had told them to be careful before he left. Safety first. Moreover, the other party was a senior and a member of Greedy Wolf. He must be very powerful. If they attacked now, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. For safety reasons, Wang Li stopped everyone. He left? Humph, I think he ran away. The man in the green robe sneered, I thought there was a genius among the new students. I didn't expect him to be a coward. Kid, as a new student, you must have the awareness of a new student. In this academy, you are the lowest existence. You have no right to be arrogant. Hearing this, the faces of the new students below turned ugly. The man in the green robe was no longer talking about Lin Xian. *CK your ancestors. How dare you scold Brother Xian? I'll kill you. Hao shouted angrily. He pulled out the long saber on his back and slashed down. Buzz, the dazzling saber light was like a silver river, rolling towards the man in green. Humph, you overestimate yourself. The man in green sneered and punched out. This punch was not infused with spiritual energy, but purely the strength of his physical body. It was like a raging dragon that roared out. In the next moment, the dazzling saber light shattered into countless pieces. However, the fist did not stop and continued to rush towards Hao. Not good, retreat. Wang Li shouted. The fact that the opponent could shatter Hao's attack with one punch meant that their strength was not on the same level. If this continued, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. He quickly rose into the air and threw out a small yellow shield with a wave of his hand. The small yellow shield was only the size of a palm at first, but it quickly grew in size as it flew. In the end, it was like a house, blocking in front of Hao. It was a mid-grade spiritual artifact, the earth armor shield. Boom, the terrifying fist landed on the yellow shield with a roar. It was like a mountain smashing down mercilessly. The terrifying force caused the entire void to boil. Although the earth armor shield was not broken, it flew out and hit Hao, causing him to retreat. Puff, Hao was hit. His arms were numb and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, he had a mid-grade spiritual artifact. Otherwise, this punch would have caused him serious injuries. Humph, although you're a senior, don't you think it's too much to bully freshmen in public? Wang Li said coldly as he supported Hao and put away the earth armor shield. The others also rushed over and gathered together, staring at the sky. What, you don't agree? The man in green sneered. Freshmen should act like freshmen. As a senior, I naturally have the obligation to educate you. Today, I'll teach you a good lesson. With that, he punched again. The terrifying fist was like a demonic mountain, quickly falling down. This punch enveloped Wang Li and the others. It could be said that it was extremely arrogant. Humph. You've gone too far. Wang Li and the others' faces turned ugly. Although they were freshmen, they were still geniuses. They were very proud. Now that the man in green was so aggressive, they could not hold back. Go. Kill him. Hao roared, and Hao Er and Hao San immediately responded. The three brothers attacked together, unleashing a terrifying attack that blasted upwards. Boom, an earth-shattering sound came out, and the rolling spiritual energy was like a wave that slapped in all directions. The three Hao brothers were in a sorry state. They kept retreating, causing the ground to crack. In the sky, the two attacks disappeared and turned into howling gales. To be able to block my punch, you have some ability. The green-robed man sneered. However, I only used 30% of my strength in that punch. Next, I will use 50% of my strength. Let's see how you can block it. What? 30% of my strength. Below them, the new students were shocked. 30% of his strength was enough to make the three Hao brothers retreat. After all, they were first-rank venerables. He was actually no match for the green-robed man's fist. It would appear that the cyan-robed man's strength had most definitely reached the second heavenly layer of exalted realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so powerful. 30% of your strength? Is it that awesome? A few people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion shouted, if you have the ability, go fight for the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. What kind of ability is it to bully a new student here? That's right, Brother Xian isn't here. Otherwise, I would have killed you with a single strike. You only took advantage of Brother Xian's absence to rush over. Why didn't you come a few days ago? You probably didn't dare. The few of them were extremely angry as they mocked and ridiculed. They couldn't beat him, so how could they not beat him? I'm afraid of him? The green-robed man laughed. I think water has entered your brains. You actually believe that Lin Xian so much. Let me tell you, I'm a second-rank venerable. That Lin Xian of yours, I can kill him with a single finger. This time, he ran fast, but you guys won't be so lucky. The green-robed man emitted a terrifying aura. You dare to offend the greedy wolf gang. Do you think I will let you off? What are you being arrogant for? Isn't it just a few years of cultivation? Hada sneered. If I were your age, I would have killed you with a single slap. Although we are new students, the Dragon Sword Pavilion is not to be bullied by anyone. Wang Li said in a deep voice. If you want to fight, we will accompany you. All members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion, prepare to attack. With that order, the 11 of them roared angrily and unleashed their powerful auras. The spiritual energy on their bodies was like divine flames as they jumped about. Everyone attacked together, and their momentum was extremely terrifying. In the sky, the green-robed man frowned. Although he was a second-rank venerable, the other party could not be underestimated. Moreover, the 11 of them had joined forces. Among them, 5 were first-rank venerables and 6 were half-step venerables. When these warriors gathered together, they were definitely a powerful force. Even he might not be able to completely take them on. It's not that easy to fight with your lives on the line. For the next few days, I will let you guys live in fear. The green-robed man sneered, then turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Looking at the green-robed man who left, Wang Li and the others heaved a sigh of relief. After all, the other party was a second-rank venerable and a member of the greedy wolf gang. If they really fought, they had no chance of winning. Fortunately, the other party wasn't competent, or else he wouldn't have left. Before Brother Xian returns, let's not split up. Wang Li said, otherwise, we will be defeated one by one. Humph, what greedy wolf gang. When Brother Xian returns, they will be nothing. The few of them cursed and then entered the courtyard. Lin Xian naturally didn't know about the greedy wolf gang's provocation. He had already arrived near the blazing mountain. A fiery red mountain stood in the distance, exuding a monstrous heat that warped the space around it. Scarlet lava flowed like the blood of a demon god. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian looked at the legendary flaming mountain and exclaimed. Judging from the energy waves that were being emitted, this place was extremely dangerous. Even if a supremacy was here, he would not be able to survive. However, it was really a good place to cultivate. Lin Xian took a deep breath, then his body swayed and flew towards the blazing mountain. The closer he got to the blazing mountain, the hotter the air became. Following that, there was a dense and majestic spiritual energy. There should be a fire attribute spiritual vein below. The dark red divine dragon also flew out and looked down. I didn't expect there to be such a place. I can use this chance to break through. It let out a howl of excitement. Then let's go. Lin Xian shouted, then increased his speed. A man and a dragon quickly rushed towards the blazing mountain. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Lin Xian landed on the blazing mountain, the heat in the sky pounced on him like a ferocious beast. At the same time, the red stone under his feet was boiling hot, as if it could melt everything. Lin Xian circulated his spiritual energy, forming a sharp halo that covered his body. The light shield formed by spiritual energy made contact with the ground, making a sizzling sound. The blazing mountain was filled with terrifying heat waves. Cultivators below the honorable realm couldn't survive here. Boom! Suddenly, the red stone beneath Lin Xian's feet cracked and a red pillar of light shot out, bringing with it countless heat waves. Lin Xian's figure flashed and appeared 100 meters away in an instant. In the next moment, the place where he was standing was covered by molten lava. Blazing molten lava bubbles rolled and cracked, looking extremely ferocious. How dangerous! Lin Xian's heart still had lingering fear. Even an honorable realm expert wouldn't feel good if they encountered that molten lava. Bang! In the distance, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Endless flames surged out, forming numerous fire crows that flew into the sky. Then, a figure rushed up and engaged in a great battle. There's someone else. Lin Xian looked at the battle in the distance and was slightly surprised. Looks like it should be the disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy. There are so many fierce people here. Lin Xian exclaimed. He originally thought that he was the only one who was willing to come to such a damned place. Now, it seemed that there were many powerful cultivators here. Retracting his gaze, Lin Xian didn't delay any longer. He turned into a ray of light and rushed into the depths of the blazing mountain. Finding a place with denser spiritual energy, Lin Xian set up a defensive formation and began to cultivate. The blazing mountain was huge. Lin Xian's current location was still in the periphery, but the spiritual energy there was already very dense. Moreover, the main reason was that the heat in front of him had doubled. Unless he used the Red Lotus armor, he wouldn't dare to go forward. After thinking about it, Lin Xian decided to cultivate on the spot and wait for his cultivation to increase before heading into the depths. The dark red divine dragon didn't stay with Lin Xian. Instead, it found a place to cultivate by itself. The snow-white monkey carried the treasure plate and began to search for spiritual fruits in the surroundings. Lin Xian didn't cultivate immediately. Instead, he focused on sensing the fire attribute around him. He had already comprehended the concept of fire and reached the small success stage. Now, he wanted to use this place to break through to the great perfection stage, as if sensing Lin Xian's concept of fire, the surrounding flames all jumped as if they were activated. Wang! Countless flames gathered, forming a flaming demon monkey. It was over a meter tall, and its entire body was covered in crimson flames. Its ferocious eyes stared at Lin Xian. This is... Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect such a thing to appear here. Roar! The flaming demon monkey roared and grabbed at Lin Xian. With a flash of fire, the flaming demon monkey arrived before Lin Xian. It waved its sharp claws and countless flames roared. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His palm was also covered in a layer of flames as he slammed it towards the flaming demon monkey. The two collided with each other, emitting a sizzling sound. In the next moment, the flaming demon monkey melted under Lin Xian's palm, turning into a clump of dark red flames the size of a fingernail. It quickly entered Lin Xian's body. This is... Lin Xian was shocked. He felt that after the flames entered his body, they did not go berserk. Instead, they turned into the purest form of energy. At the same time, he felt that his concept of fire was much stronger than before. He was able to use flames more easily. Could it be a flame essence? Lin Xian knew that in some special places, the energy between heaven and earth would give birth to spirituality. It also contained a pure and mystical power. The flaming demon monkey from before was probably a type of flame essence. Thinking of this, he became even more excited. If he encountered more flame essences, he would be able to quickly cultivate his concept of fire to the great circle. However, flame essences were very rare. Besides the flaming demon monkey that he encountered at the beginning, Lin Xian did not see anything else. In this way, Lin Xian comprehended the concept of fire while cultivating and improving his cultivation. Boom! The surrounding fire attribute was activated, forming countless flames that rushed towards Lin Xian. This was the result of Lin Xian using the longevity art to absorb spiritual energy. Lin Xian opened his defense and resisted with all his strength. Boom boom! Boom! Those violent flames hit Lin Xian's body, causing his body to sway. His face was slightly pale, but he still gritted his teeth and used the longevity art. In an instant, those flames turned into the purest spiritual energy and drilled into Lin Xian's body. With the use of the longevity art, the spiritual energy in his body rotated according to a specific path and became his spiritual energy. With the increase of the flame spiritual energy, Lin Xian felt that the spiritual energy in his body was more solid and stronger than before. As expected of the flaming mountain. It can improve so much in such a short time. Lin Xian was happy and crazily used the longevity art. At the same time, he took out some ordinary fire attribute spiritual herbs from his storage ring and took some spiritual pills and spiritual wine. This time, he must break through to the honorable realm. Soon, Lin Xian took out a crimson fruit. There were dark patterns on the fruit. This was a 1,000-year-old spiritual fire, the flaming fruit. He obtained it in the lost place. In the next moment, he ate the flaming fruit. The flaming fruit melted in his mouth and turned into a ball of pure energy that flowed into his body. At the same time, there was a wave of heat. Boom, the 1,000-year-old spiritual fruit contained a huge amount of energy. At this moment, it was completely activated in Lin Xian's body and spread out like a wave of fire. At the same time, more flames collided with the outside world. Those flames no longer existed alone, but formed a cluster and stabbed at Lin Xian like a flaming fork. Countless fire attribute spiritual energy crazily bombarded Lin Xian's body. In an instant, a large amount of spiritual energy flowed into Lin Xian's body. The spiritual energy combined with the energy of the flaming fruit to form an even stronger energy attack. It's not enough. Lin Xian shouted. If he wanted to break through in one go, he needed more energy. Great Dragon Sword Soul, transform. In the next moment, a sword aura appeared above his head and turned into a ferocious dragon head. The dragon opened its mouth and formed a powerful devouring force that began to devour the surrounding fire attribute spiritual energy. The great dragon sword soul was extremely powerful, and the devouring force it formed at this moment was even more powerful. Countless flames gathered and formed a sea of fire that pounced at Lin Xian. More than half of the sky was dyed red. The sea of fire covered the sky and enveloped an area of 1,000 meters. This terrifying scene attracted the attention of the other cultivators in the flaming mountain. Many people raised their heads and looked at the fiery red sky in the distance. Who is it that caused such a huge commotion? Many people's eyes narrowed. This terrifying sea of fire was not something they could contend against. One had to know that the flaming mountain was extremely dangerous. The flames here were not ordinary flames, but had spirituality. They were much more ferocious than the flames outside. Under normal circumstances, martial artists below the Venerable Realm would not dare to enter. Even Venerable Realm powerhouses would not dare to attract so many flames at once. This was obviously playing with fire. In an instant, Lin Xian was surrounded by thousands of flames. The terrifying heat melted his clothes, revealing his robust body. Lin Xian engraved the pattern of the red lotus armor on his body, forming a solid defense to resist the terrifying flames. It was because of this defense that he dared to absorb so much at once. The spiritual fire of the flaming mountain combined with the 1,000-year-old flaming fruit to form a powerful spiritual energy that attacked Lin Xian's meridians. Go all out. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and crazily circulated the longevity art. The process was very slow and lasted for 5 days. After all, it was not that easy to break through to the honorable realm. After 5 days, he had gathered enough spiritual energy and his body overflowed with flames that kept jumping. It's about time. Feeling the spiritual energy in his body, Lin Xian decided to start breaking through to the honorable realm. In the honorable realm, it was no longer a Qi but a martial soul. The martial soul was the source of the honorable realm's power. Lin Xian had already condensed his martial soul and gathered a lot of energy. He already had the possibility of breaking through to the honorable realm. In his body, the dragon sword soul coiled up and formed a mini dragon. He roared at the sky and sucked a lot of spiritual energy into his body. Buzz, a low sound was heard like thunder. A huge aura overflowed as if a peerless beast had awakened. The dragon sword soul flickered and kept absorbing the spiritual energy around it. It became brighter and gradually solidified from its original illusory appearance. Lin Xian knew that the dragon sword soul was awakening. When it fully awakened, it would enter the honorable realm. However, the dragon sword soul was too powerful. It was like a bottomless pit that crazily devoured spiritual energy. Soon, the spiritual energy in Lin Xian's body was depleted. However, Lin Xian was well prepared this time. He could not afford to fail. He swallowed another 1,000-year-old spiritual fruit and quickly absorbed the surrounding fire tribute spiritual energy. Roar! The dragon sword soul trembled and the light on its body became brighter and brighter. Its body was also slowly growing. In the end, it roared and raised its head high. Boom! Lin Xian's body shook. He felt an inexplicable change in his body. It was as if his entire body had been sublimated. I broke through. He was pleasantly surprised. This feeling was too wonderful. It was as if his body had endless power. Furthermore, he discovered that his control over the great dragon sword soul had become even more proficient. It was as if the two had merged into one. With a flash, Lin Xian charged into the sky. Endless light bloomed from his body, forming a light dragon that soared into the 9 heavens. This feeling was too wonderful. What is that, a dragon? On the flaming mountain, many people raised their heads in shock. The power just now was too overwhelming, and the entire flaming mountain could feel it. They originally wanted to see what kind of person could actually cause such a big commotion. However, before they could move, a dragon's roar appeared in the sky. Could it really be a dragon? Many people were excited. This kind of thing that only existed in legends, they didn't expect it to really exist. Impossible, that's not a dragon, but some kind of powerful martial skill. An expert looked at the sky and said, "How could a divine beast like a dragon appear here?" Quite a few people shook their heads. They knew that it was impossible for a dragon to appear on the martial heaven continent. However, in the next moment, they were stunned once again. The reason for that was because, not long after that light dragon's silhouette appeared, another dragon roar sounded. Following that, an even larger body appeared in the sky. This time, it was no longer a silhouette, but a real body. Those sinisterly flickering scales bloomed with a cold light in the air, and a powerful pressure enveloped the surroundings. Ha ha ha! An extremely arrogant voice sounded, as if a peerless demon had appeared. Lin Xian felt this aura and was slightly surprised. This was the aura of the dark red divine dragon. He didn't expect that the other party had also broken through to the venerable realm. Hee hee, little Xian, let's fight. The dark red divine dragon laughed sinisterly, and a huge dragon claw grabbed at Lin Xian. After breaking through to the venerable realm, his body was 100 meters long, and Lin Xian's light dragon was only 10 meters long. Therefore, this claw completely enveloped Lin Xian. Just nice, I can test my strength after breaking through. Lin Xian smiled, swung the dragon's head, and won. Whoosh, he turned into a bolt of lightning, quickly dodging the attack, and then went up against the wind. The two of them fought fiercely, stirring up the wind and clouds in the flaming mountain, shocking the surrounding martial artists. The two dragons are fighting? Many people rubbed their eyes in disbelief. After a few clashes, Lin Xian had a better understanding of his own strength. Most likely, ordinary second-level venerables were no match for him at all. If he fought with all his strength, he might be able to fight against a third-level venerables. Ouch, it hurts. As expected of an offensive saint technique. The dark red divine dragon muttered. Alright, don't attract the attention of others. Lin Xian shouted, turned into his human form, and landed on the ground. The dark red divine dragon also howled and turned into a 1-meter-long dragon again. Wooji Wooji, the snow-white little monkey, found a pile of spirit fruits from God knows where and ate them very happily. This little guy didn't need to cultivate and could improve just by eating spirit fruits. It was amazing. Lin Xian didn't know what realm the little white monkey had reached, but the other party was an ordinary first-level venerable, so he didn't feel any pressure at all. Now that his cultivation had broken through, the next step was the concept of fire. Lin Xian looked toward the depths of the flaming mountain. Now that his strength had increased, he could set off from here. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian was very curious about the depths of the flaming mountain. One man and two beasts walked toward the depths. Lin Xian walked steadily along the winding mountain path. The temperature in front of him rose again, and orange flames appeared. It was very terrifying. Even though Lin Xian had broken through, he didn't dare to be careless. He realized that this orange flame could already threaten a second-level venerable. At least, if he was careless, he could die. How deep was the flaming mountain? Lin Xian was shocked. He had just entered the mountain and was already facing a threat. He really didn't know what kind of danger there would be inside. Alright, I can't go any further. Lin Xian stopped. He realized that with his strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand it if he went any further. The dark red divine dragon also looked around curiously. Its body was tough and didn't fear the flames at all. However, it was indeed unbearably hot. At this moment, it stuck out its tongue and was sweating profusely. Damn, what the hell is this place? It's so hot. The little white monkey also looked dispirited. It plucked a leaf and covered its head. Comprehending the concept of fire here, Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and carefully comprehended it. He had once possessed the black dragon flames and had mastered many concepts. Therefore, he was very good at comprehending concepts. When he was in the periphery, he had already achieved great success in the concept of fire. Now, he was only one step away from achieving great perfection. However, this step was more difficult than all the previous steps combined. Just as Lin Xian was comprehending, the other martial artists in the flaming mountain rushed over. They wanted to see where the divine dragon was. However, they didn't find anything because Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had already left their original place and went deeper. This aura, someone broke through here. Could it be related to the two dragons that appeared? Everyone was puzzled. Impossible. Judging from this aura, he's only breaking through to the venerable realm. Someone said disdainfully. Suddenly, that person's expression froze as if he had thought of something. Someone below the venerable realm is actually fine here? How is that possible? Hearing that, many cultivators gasped. They were all venerable realm cultivators and naturally knew how terrifying this place was. Cultivators below the venerable realm had no chance of surviving here. However, someone had broken through here, and his cultivation hadn't even reached the venerable realm before. This was too shocking. Maybe he's not alone. He might have an expert accompanying him. Yes, that must be it. The cultivators became more and more certain of their thoughts. Then, they discussed for a while and finally left. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In the belly of the mountain of flames, Lin Xian continued to comprehend the concept of fire. Not long ago, he encountered another flame spirit and obtained a lot of benefits after killing it. Now, he was even closer to the great perfection realm. Perhaps he would succeed with another flame spirit. Lin Xian was excited. It was as if the heavens were helping him. Not long after, the surrounding flames burned brightly and jumped, condensing into a giant lava beast. A scorching and powerful aura surged out and swept in all directions as if the god of fire had appeared. That aura was stronger than that of an ordinary second-level venerable. It's here. Lin Xian focused his gaze and looked ahead. It was a 3-meter-tall stone man with countless cracks on his body. Countless flames emerged from those cracks and enveloped his entire body. In his eye sockets, there were 2 orange-red flames jumping, showing a trace of the aura of a soul. Very strong. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He didn't dare to underestimate it. The strength displayed by the other party was at least that of a second-level venerable. It was definitely incomparably powerful. His figure flashed and turned into a ray of light, rushing forward quickly. Whoosh, in an instant, he arrived in front of the lava giant. He clenched his fist and flames danced around him, condensing into a flame sword in his hand. Whoosh, the sword slashed down, and a blazing sword light rushed out. It was dazzling like a sea of fire. This sword was extremely violent, like a fire dragon that lowered its head and bit down. Roar! The lava giant roared in anger. It clenched its rock-like palm and suddenly blasted it out. Terrifying energy surged out like a volcanic eruption, causing everything in the surroundings to collapse. Boom, the two collided, and a terrifying energy storm swept out, tearing apart the ground in front of them and causing the surrounding mountains to collapse. Both of them took a step back and quickly removed the force from their bodies. This attack was actually evenly matched. But very quickly, the magma beast attacked again. He pounded the ground with his large hands, shattering it. Then, with a roar, the flames on his body became even more dazzling, making him look like a fireball. Lin Xian frowned slightly. The giant lava beast's strength was beyond his expectations. Moreover, its defense was extremely strong. His sword strike just now had actually failed to cut it apart. He snorted coldly and mobilized the great dragon sword soul in his body to form another flaming sword. This time, the fiery light that filled the sky condensed, forming a crimson divine sword that was 3 feet long. There were crimson markings on it, and it was extremely mysterious. Sword of Summer, scorching sun in the sky. Lin Xian raised his sword high and chopped down with all his might. In the sky, the crimson sword erupted like a golden sun, incomparably dazzling. The light contained a peerless sharpness that was unstoppable, easily tearing apart the void. The magma beast felt danger and roared uneasily. Flames flickered all over his body, and he turned into a volcano and rushed over. Everywhere he passed, the ground cracked. Even a second-level honorable would not dare to easily resist such power. Destroy. In the sky, the golden sun-like sword fell, destroying everything and instantly striking the magma beast. Ka! Whoosh, the sword light flashed, and the magma beast's body stiffened. The rocks on his body kept falling off, and finally turned into a pile of rubble. In the pile of rubble, there was a fist-sized orange-red flame that kept on pulsing. Flame essence. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he sucked the flame essence into his hand and began to absorb it. The flame essence this time was very powerful, more powerful than the previous 2 combined. In addition to Lin Xian's superb perception and rich experience, his concept of fire had finally reached perfection after a day. This time, Lin Xian's feeling towards the flaming mountain had changed. It was no longer the kind of rejection, but an unusual feeling of closeness. He knew that this was because his concept of fire had reached perfection. If he could condense a fire soul, then his fusion with flames would be even greater. At that time, all the flames in the world would be at his disposal. Hey, it's you. Suddenly, a soft voice was heard. Lin Xian looked back and saw a fiery red figure floating over from behind. Dongfang Feng Huang. Lin Xian was slightly stunned. He did not expect to meet her here. However, he soon understood. She was a fire attribute genius, and it was most suitable for her to cultivate here. You, what are you doing here? Dongfang Feng Huang stared at Lin Xian with a puzzled expression. Of course I'm here to cultivate. What else can I do? Lin Xian shrugged. Cultivate? Dongfang Feng Huang sneered. You have the leisure to do so. Your dragon sword pavilion is about to be destroyed, and you're still leisurely cultivating here? I really don't know if there's water in your brain. What did you say? Lin Xian's expression changed. You don't know? This time, it was Dongfang Feng Huang's turn to be surprised. She snorted. These days, the greedy wolf's people have been looking for trouble with you every day. Your friends have been bullied very badly. The outside world said that you didn't dare to fight and ran away. I didn't expect you to not know. Greedy wolf. Lin Xian's expression was gloomy, and murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He did not expect that the Dragon Sword Pavilion would be in trouble just a few days after he left. You'd better go take a look. Otherwise, your friends will be in trouble. Dongfang Feng Huang said. Thank you. Lin Xian cupped his hands, then turned into a stream of light and disappeared. This guy runs pretty fast. Dongfang Feng Huang curled her lips, then looked stunned. No, this kid's cultivation. Her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of surprise. When she first saw Lin Xian, although he was powerful, his cultivation was at the limit of the spiritual detecting realm. Just now, he had the aura of an honorable. This kid, he broke through? Dongfang Feng Huang was shocked. In less than a month, he broke through from the limit of the spiritual detecting realm to the honorable realm. This leap was too big, even a peerless genius would not have such a cultivation speed. Could it be that this kid had a fortuitous encounter? Dongfang Feng Huang could not understand. She decided that when she returned, she would properly meet this Lin Xian. Lin Xian sped all the way, and soon, he returned to the Immortal Martial Academy. Without any hesitation, Lin Xian ran toward the new student's dormitory. His eyes shone with a cold light. Previously, when he beat up the greedy wolf, he thought that it would teach him a lesson. He did not expect that the greedy wolf would become even more arrogant. Immortal Martial Academy, Freshman Area. Wang Li and the rest were injured as they looked up at the sky in anger. There were several figures there. The leader was the green-robed man from before, Yu Gui. The rest of them had powerful auras and had reached the honorable realm. For the past few days, he had come every day. Furthermore, he had brought a group of subordinates to trap the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion below, making it impossible for them to escape. Since he couldn't catch Lin Xian, it was good to vent his anger on his subordinates. Therefore, he came every day to teach Wang Li and the rest a lesson. Yu Gui and the rest looked down with a mocking expression. Who should I start with today? Hearing this, the surrounding students shook their heads and felt sorry for these people. Wang Li and the others' eyes were gloomy as they trembled with anger. They didn't expect Tan Lang to be so overbearing and bring a group of people to trap them for 7 to 8 days. Moreover, he beat them up every day. They resisted, but there were too many of them and they even brought a set of arrays. Scolding, "Let's fight." Howda shouted, his eyes red. "Yes, let's fight." Hao Er and Hao San agreed. "Wait, Brother Xian should be back soon," Wang Li said in a low voice. He was also angry, but the gap between them was too big. If they went up, they would be courting death. "Okay, let's start with you." Yu Gui pointed his finger at Wang Li. "Hee, Brother Gui, I'll go first this time." A young martial artist laughed in the sky. "I'm the best at teaching these freshmen a lesson." "Okay, go ahead. Be careful, don't kill them," Yu Gui said. They talked and laughed, not putting Wang Li and the rest in their eyes. It was as if they were fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. F***ck, let's fight. The 3 Hao brothers were furious. The others were also angry. This was too much. "Io, you want to fight back? Did you forget what happened 2 days ago? Seems like I went too easy on you." The warrior from the greedy wolf gang grinned hideously. Then, he waved a huge grayish-white hand and grabbed downward. Gray gas surrounded the giant hand, bringing with it an unsettling aura. "Damn it!" Wang Li shouted angrily and counterattacked. However, Yu Gui simply pointed out a finger and shattered the fist shadow he condensed. "You still want to resist? You're overestimating yourselves," Yu Gui sneered. With him present, these people simply couldn't deal any damage. Whoosh, the grayish-white hand whistled and quickly grabbed at Wang Li. The others shouted angrily and wanted to attack, but they were restrained by the surrounding array. "I'll beat up whoever I want. You have no choice. Just accept your fate, ha 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 ha." Yu Gui laughed wildly. This is the consequence of offending greed. "Older brother Xian, come back quickly." Howda and the others were furious. "Lin Xian? Haha, that trash won't dare to come out." Yu Gui laughed. "You bunch of idiots, do you really think that trash will come to save you? He might have already run away." "Hee, get over here." The gray-white hand flickered with light like a ghostly hand from the underworld. It was incomparably terrifying and was about to grab Wang Li. At this moment, a sword light flashed and instantly cut the gray-white hand into several pieces. Who is it?" The youth was stunned and then became angry. "Who dares to stop me? Get out here." Their greed gang actually dared to stop them. They really don't want to live anymore. "Older brother Xian, it's older brother Xian." The 3 Hao brothers shouted excitedly. Wang Li's body trembled with excitement. "Lin Xian? That trash." Before the gray-clothed youth could finish his words, a golden palm descended from the sky and instantly sent him flying. Bang, the gray-clothed youth flew out 100 feet in an extremely sorry state. In the next moment, the golden palm flickered like a huge mountain and quickly grabbed at him again. "Block it for me." The gray-clothed youth roared and punched out. A gray bat appeared in the air. It was 100 feet long and emitted a murderous aura as if it was really a fierce beast. It let out a mournful cry and quickly rushed into the sky as if it was going to tear the sky apart. Bang! The golden palm waved and destroyed the gray bat, then quickly grabbed at the gray-clothed youth. No, this is impossible. The gray-clothed youth was shocked and his eyelids twitched. He once again launched a terrifying attack, but it was useless. He couldn't hurt the golden palm at all. Brother Gue, save me! The gray-clothed youth cried out loudly, no longer as arrogant as before. Gue's expression was cold. He pointed a finger, and a huge finger light rushed out with a purple-black light. It was as if a demon king was rampaging through the void. However, in the next moment, the golden palm suddenly accelerated and avoided the purple-black light, then slapped the gray-clothed youth to the ground. Bang! The ground trembled as if there was an earthquake. If it weren't for the protection of the defensive formation, the surrounding 100 miles would have collapsed. What? The other members of the greedy wolf gang were shocked. This method was too fierce and beyond their expectations, even Gue was surprised. Then, his face darkened. The other party was actually able to dodge his attack, which surprised him. Moreover, what was even more hateful was that the other party didn't even show his face and injured his subordinate in front of him. If this spread, he would lose face. Who is it? Come out! Gue shouted angrily. The other members of the greedy wolf gang also shouted coldly, how dare you interfere with our greedy wolf gang's matters? You're dead. How arrogant. A cold voice sounded. However, in front of me, you don't have the right to be arrogant. Don't you like to torture people? Today, I'll let you play to your heart's content. Then, the golden palm waved again, grabbing the gray-clothed youth in the deep pit on the ground and waving him in the air before slapping him down again. Bang! 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 The ground trembled as if an ancient giant was walking. The gray-clothed youth felt dizzy, and he felt as if his entire body was about to split open. He was about to go crazy, and even had the thought of dying. He struggled with all his might, but it was useless. Below, the group of freshmen were stunned. This method is too terrifying. Who is it that's so powerful? Someone who dares to offend the greedy wolf gang and is willing to help the Dragon Sword Pavilion? Could it be Xianxia? Impossible. Although that guy has some ability, he's not that terrifying. Didn't you see that Gue's attack was dodged? That's a second-level venerable. No matter how powerful Xianxia was, it was impossible for him to be stronger than a second-level venerable. Everyone shook their heads in disbelief. Wang Li and the rest were abnormally excited. Older brother Xian, it's older brother Xian. In the Immortal Martial Academy, other than Xian, no expert would save them. Older brother Xian broke through. That's great. Brat, don't be too arrogant. Let go. Gue was furious. Beating up his underling in front of so many people was equivalent to slapping his face. Arrogant? Am I arrogant? Compared to your greedy wolf gang, I'm still lacking. The golden palm slapped down, tearing apart the formation that trapped the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion, and then threw the gray-clothed youth over. I don't need to say how to deal with this, right? Boss. The three Hao brothers and the rest were agitated. Brothers, let's take revenge. 11 members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion pounced forward. The gray-clothed youth screamed miserably as he was tortured by the Dragon Sword Pavilion. In the sky, the members of the Ravenous Wolf Gang looked gloomy with a trace of fear. No one can save you if you offend the Ravenous Wolf Gang. Gue's voice was filled with killing intent. No one can save you if you offend the Dragon Sword Pavilion. The cold voice sounded again. You're courting death. Gue was furious. He pointed his 5 fingers at the sky and shot out 5 thick finger beams in all directions. Each beam was as thick as a mountain and as sharp as a demonic spear. They pierced through the void. However, when these attacks hit the void and stirred up a violent storm, they were unable to force the other party out. If you offend the Dragon Sword Pavilion, you will be punished accordingly. Now, atone for your sins. The voice reverberated as countless light swords appeared in the sky. Sword chi flickered and filled the sky. Each light sword shone with a cold light. Although they were condensed from spiritual energy, they were extremely terrifying and were not weaker than treasures. The moment dozens of light swords appeared, the sky changed color and an endless murderous aura filled the air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in the next moment, these light swords all slashed towards the members of the ravenous wolf gang. Not good, run. The members of the ravenous wolf gang were so scared that their faces turned green and their scalps went numb. The aura was too terrifying and they definitely could not resist it. Yugui was furious and counterattacked as well. However, there were too many light swords and he could not deal with them at all. Bang bang bang, violent collisions and screams sounded. Every time there was a sound, a member of the ravenous wolf gang would be killed. As for the members of the ravenous wolf gang who fell to the ground, they were surrounded by Wang Li and the others and beaten up. In just an instant, other than Yugui, everyone else in the sky was killed. Everyone below was shocked as if they were dreaming. Yugui's expression was even uglier. He was so angry that he shouted, "Who are you? Come out, you don't even know who I am and you dare to behave atrociously here?" A disdainful voice sounded. Then, a figure appeared. "Kid, it's you." Yugui was shocked when he saw it. The people below were even more shocked. Lin Xian? How is that possible? When did he become so strong? He can even fight against a second-stage venerable. Oh my god, is he still a freshman? Countless people exclaimed. Yugui was also shocked. He stared at Lin Xian and suddenly said, "You broke through. Exalt Realm. That's impossible." He screamed, his face full of shock. A few days ago, he was still an extreme martial artist, yet he had broken through to the venerable realm in just over 10 days. This cultivation speed had overturned his understanding. That's impossible. Even a peerless genius wouldn't be able to do that. Yugui didn't believe it. "Don't use your useless brain to guess my affairs," Lin Xian said disdainfully. "Didn't you say you were looking for me? Here I am." This voice was very calm, but it was incomparably domineering. But Yugui was stunned and didn't make a move. "What? You don't dare?" Lin Xian sneered. "You've been scheming for so long. You've been squatting in the freshman area for more than 10 days. Wasn't it all because you wanted to make a move on me? Are you scared now? What's the difference between a person like you and a cowardly piece of trash? Kid, don't be too proud." Yugui's face was gloomy. "Although you've broken through, you're not a threat to me at all. I'll let you know the difference between a first-level venerable and a second-level venerable." "Difference?" Lin Xian laughed. "I'll also let you know how ignorant you are. Impudent, die for me." Yugui shouted angrily and raised his hand to attack. A huge purple-black skeleton appeared in the sky, surrounded by purple-black demonic chi. It was like a demon from hell, and its body was full of killing intent. Its 2 eyes were cold and flashed with a purple light. It was terrifying. Whoosh, following Yugui's movements, the huge purple-black skeleton also moved quickly. Its pair of ghost claws could shatter heaven and earth as it grabbed at Lin Xian. Vermilion bird seal. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm and quickly blasted it out. On his fingertip, countless fiery red auras surrounded it and rushed out quickly. Then, a huge vermilion bird flew out from Lin Xian's fingertip. It spread its wings and soared, suppressing the 9 heavens. When it spread its wings, it was hundreds of feet long. Its body was bathed in flames, and its feathers were crystal clear. After the concept of fire reached perfection, the power of the vermilion bird seal became even stronger. It was as if it could burn everything in the world. The fiery red vermilion bird was as tall as a mountain. Its body was covered in a blazing light as it rushed upward. Its sharp claws and wings flapped, as if it could split the heavens and earth. Boom! Pooh, with a claw, the vermilion bird tore the huge purple-black skeleton apart. Then, it turned into a ball of divine fire and burned it. A strong wind blew, and only powder floated down. Yugui's pupils constricted. His ultimate technique was broken just like that. He felt fear in his heart. Yugui wanted to retreat because the other party was too strange. However, Lin Xian did not give him a chance at all. The vermilion bird seal was used again, and it quickly blasted over. The flames burned fiercely, as if a sun was rampaging through the void. Yugui could not dodge, so he could only resist. Boom, the vermilion bird slammed into Yugue's body, and then a powerful energy attack exploded. Yugue only lasted for a moment before he was sent flying. Blood was left behind in the air. A second-level venerable had been defeated in one strike, everyone below was stunned. Lin Xian's strength had completely exceeded their expectations. Especially those from the greedy wolf gang, they were in despair. Impossible. Yugue stood up in the void with difficulty, his eyes filled with shock and fear. Brat, I won't let you off. He said hatefully. Then, purple-black chi rose from his body as he tried to escape. Don't you think it's too late to leave? Lin Xian sneered. You entered my Dragon Sword Pavilion's people, and you want to leave just like that? He snorted coldly and pulled out his sword. Autumn sword, prairie fire, countless flames rushed out from the tip of the sword and quickly spread in all directions. Soon, the entire sky was a sea of fire. Terrifying heat waves spread out in all directions, melting the void. One sword had sealed the world in all directions. Now, it was time to settle the score. Lin Xian took a step forward and instantly appeared beside Yugue. His 5 fingers were like swords, piercing into the purple-black demonic chi. Ah! In the next moment, Yugue screamed. I've already transformed into an illusory body. How can you hurt me? He screamed in horror. I've said it before. Don't use your useless brain to think about my matters. Lin Xian said disdainfully. With your strength, you dare to touch the Dragon Sword Pavilion? You're courting death. He clenched his 5 fingers, causing Yugue to scream even more miserably. Soon, Yugue transformed back into his human form. Brat, if you dare to touch me, the greedy wolf gang won't let you off. Fool. Lin Xian snorted. No need to say such harsh words. I don't intend to let the greedy wolf gang off either. He flicked his finger, and a sharp sword light condensed on his fingertip. If you dare to touch my brother, you will pay the price in blood. Poof, the sword light pierced into Yugue's body. This sword is for Wang Li. Poof. This sword is for Liang Wei. Poof. Poof. These 3 swords are for the 3 Hao brothers. In an instant, 11 light swords appeared on Yugue's body and pierced through his body. Wang Li and the other members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion clenched their fists in excitement. They had been tortured by Yugue and the others for more than 10 days and now they could finally spit out their anger. Even the spectating freshmen were excited as they felt their blood boil. Scram! If you dare to provoke the Dragon Sword Pavilion again, your fates will be even more miserable. Lin Xian coldly snorted, then turned and flew down. Brother Xian. Wang Li and the others shouted respectfully. Are you guys alright? Lin Xian asked. It's fine, we can still withstand this kind of injury. The main thing is that the other party is too much of a bully. Yeah, being trapped for 7 or 8 days is too stifling. But now it's good, Brother Xian has helped us vent our anger. The group of people said excitedly. Don't worry, this matter won't end so easily. Even if the greed gang agrees, I won't. Brother Xian, could it be that you want to? A few of them were uncertain. You guys recuperate first, then go to Lion Moon City to get the pills. Once your cultivation has increased, I'll take you guys to take revenge. There's no need for the greed gang to exist. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as a domineering aura rose from his body. Yes, sir. Everyone was excited. They knew that the Dragon Sword Pavilion was about to rise. Lin Xian, I wonder if your Dragon Sword Pavilion is still recruiting. A few freshmen surrounded him. They saw Lin Xian's powerful methods and terrifying battle prowess and yearned for it. Furthermore, after staying in the academy for a period of time, they would join a society. Instead of going to those big societies to be a lackey, it would be better to follow a new society like the Dragon Sword Pavilion. The Dragon Sword Pavilion has just been established, so we do need a lot of manpower. However, we only accept brave warriors. We don't need cowards. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. If you are willing to take risks, willing to fight, and like challenges, then you are welcome to join the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Lin Xian said, I have the confidence to lead you to the peak and let you feel the feeling of looking down on the world from the clouds. This process will definitely be difficult. For example, once you join, you will face the threat of the Greed Gang. Please consider it carefully. Of course, as long as I'm here, I won't let anyone from the Dragon Sword Pavilion be bullied. Lin Xian's words were very truthful, without any exaggeration. He spoke of the advantages and disadvantages of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. This would scare off a portion of the people, but it would also eliminate the unsuitable weaklings for the Dragon Sword Pavilion. I'm in. I'll join too. After some consideration, many people decided to join the Dragon Sword Pavilion. It was for no other reason than Lin Xian's monstrous strength and talent alone. It was worth it for them to risk it all. These people weren't weaklings. To be able to enter the Immortal Martial Academy, they were all people with extraordinary talent and strength. They had a feeling that Lin Xian could soar into the sky. And at that time, the Dragon Sword Pavilion might even become a colossus within the Immortal Martial Academy. Alright. Since we've joined, we're all brothers. Lin Xian smiled. Wang Li, make the arrangements. After that, Lin Xian handed these matters over to Wang Li and the others, while he himself formulated a set of rules for the Dragon Sword Pavilion. A total of more than 20 people joined, and the Dragon Sword Pavilion's members increased again, reaching 32 people. Of these 32 people, 13 had reached the Venerable Realm, and the rest were half-step Venerable Realm. Although they weren't much in the Immortal Martial Academy, in the outside world, they were definitely a terrifying group of people. After entering the Dragon Sword Pavilion, we're all brothers. If there's something for me, there's also something for you. Lin Xian said in a clear voice. I guarantee that you'll have a lot of cultivation techniques, pills, and treasures in the future, and they'll all be of the best quality. Of course, the Dragon Sword Pavilion also has its own rules. Firstly, no betrayal. Secondly, no killing of fellow disciples. No bullying of the weak. No, Lin Xian said a total of 10 rules, and these 10 rules became the iron rules of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. No one was to challenge them. The 32 youths looked at Lin Xian, feeling agitated. Every time Lin Xian said a rule, they shouted loudly. This was a group of hot-blooded youths. They relied on their hot-bloodedness and trust in Lin Xian to join the Dragon Sword Pavilion. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian would be so powerful, allowing the Dragon Sword Pavilion to soar into the sky. Many years later, when they stood at the peak of the Immortal Martial Academy and even the peak of the Blood Domain, they could still recall this scene. Their lives were worth it. After settling the 32 people, Lin Xian returned to the courtyard. He had already broken through to the Venerable Realm, and his strength had increased greatly. He had to consider what to do next. It was impossible to raise his cultivation in a short period of time because it was too difficult to raise his cultivation in the Venerable Realm. Every step was like ascending to the heavens. One had to have enough accumulation and luck in order to break through. Therefore, if he wanted to break through, he had to have enough heavenly materials and earthly treasures. And in the academy, all of this was spirit value points. Other than that, there was also the matter of dragon blood and investigating the heavenly netherbird. Of course, these things could not be rushed. The most important thing at the moment was to deal with the counterattack of the Greedy Wolf Society and the Freshman Assembly. There was still half a month before the Freshman Assembly. If he could get first place, he would be rewarded with a generous amount of spirit value points. Therefore, Lin Xian would not miss this opportunity. As for dealing with the Greedy Wolf Society, firstly, there was a conflict between them that would be difficult to resolve. Secondly, according to his understanding, the leader of the Greedy Wolf Society was an expert on the Mystic Venerable list. Now that he had broken through to the Venerable Realm, his strength had improved even more. Ordinary second-level Venerables were no match for him. He felt that he had the possibility of breaking through to the Mystic Venerable list. And the leader of the Greedy Wolf Society had become his first target. He had a lot of things to do, and this was just the beginning. Tidy up and recuperate. The next day, Lin Xian asked the 3 Hao brothers to go to Lion Moon City to retrieve the pills. When the 500 bottles of pills were brought back, everyone was stunned. These were all pills that could raise one's cultivation. The members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were excited. It was not that they had not seen grade 4 pills before, but it was the first time they had seen so many grade 4 pills. These 2 are for the Venerable Realm, and these 3 are for those below the Venerable Realm. Everyone gets 3 bottles. Distribute them first. Whoever increases their cultivation the fastest will get the remaining rewards. Lin Xian said, this is just the beginning. Soon, you will realize that grade 5 and grade 6 pills are not a problem. Yes, thank you, Brother Xian. Everyone was excited. After receiving the pills, everyone left and hurriedly went to cultivate. Liang Wei, go to the mission hall and record down some of the large-scale missions. Wang Li, go and pay attention to the recent movements of the Greedy Wolf Society and collect information on their missions. Lin Xian instructed again. Yes. Brother Xian, are we going to make a move? Wang Li asked. There's no rush. Let's wait until everything is clear. Lin Xian said, don't they like to rob the weak? This time, we'll let them have a taste of being robbed. Everything was going smoothly. As the leader of the Dragon Sword Pavilion, Lin Xian only needed to grasp the big picture. Lin Xian released the dark red divine dragon and began to set up the array. Was there a combination array that could be moved and dismantled at any time? Lin Xian asked. You brat, you really have a lot of requests. The dark red divine dragon curled its lips. What, you can't do it? Who was the one who bragged about being number 1 in array formation? Brat, don't provoke me. Who am I? What array formation don't I know? The dark red divine dragon said disdainfully, of course I have this kind of array formation, but it's very troublesome. I'm not afraid of trouble. I have time. Lin Xian said, as for the materials, just tell me. Next, the dark red divine dragon asked for a lot of things. Fortunately, Lin Xian killed a lot of supremacies, especially 2 Tian's storage ring. It's very rich. Therefore, he quickly gathered the things that the dark red divine dragon needed. Next, the dark red divine dragon began to inscribe the array while Lin Xian cultivated in silence. During this time, Morong Qingqing came once. She stared at Lin Xian with a smile. I heard that you made a big splash again? No way, I just taught a few despicable fellows a lesson. How's your mission? Lin Xian asked. It's very smooth. I've obtained a lot of spiritual value points. Soon, I'll be able to gather all the spiritual herbs. When the time comes, you have to refine pills for me. Don't worry, no problem. Morong Qingqing left in satisfaction. She did not forget her agreement with Lin Xian, so she worked hard to cultivate and strive to enter the mysterious sovereign board. 2 days later, Wang Li and Liang Wei had investigated thoroughly. Brother Xian, there are quite a few large-scale missions. I've chosen a few from them, and there are 3 that are below 3 stars. Brother Xian, I've heard about the Greedy Wolf Gang's recent actions. Are there any missions that the Greedy Wolf Gang is going to do soon? Lin Xian asked. They've recently occupied a place in the Blood Forest. It seems like they're plotting something. Wang Li said. Oh? There's such a thing? Lin Xian's interest was piqued. He decided to take a look. At this time, the dark red divine dragon had finished inscribing the array formation. It was a combination type array called the 12 Azure Cloud Arrays. It was formed by 12 individual small formations. It could be combined to form a super defensive formation, or it could be used as a defensive formation on its own. Lin Xian set up the 12 formations of green cloud around the courtyard. Together with the courtyards of the other disciples of Dragon Sword Pavilion, they formed a super defensive formation. Within this range, they were extremely safe. Even a second Heaven Venerable would not be able to break through. This freshman area became their temporary stronghold. When they moved away in the future, they could leave the clear sky array at any time, and it would be very convenient. How is it, kid? Am I powerful? Do you really worship me? The dark red dragon was pleased with itself. Not bad, you deserve a reward. Lin Xian laughed. I'll take you to have some fun. Have some fun? The dark red dragon was intrigued. Then, the man and the dragon left the college and flew toward the Blood Forest. According to the directions given by Wang Li, Lin Xian searched carefully and soon found the members of the Greedy Wolf Gang. It was difficult not to discover them. This time, the Greedy Wolf Gang had sent out more than 50 people, and they surrounded a part of the forest. Lin Xian landed and concealed himself. He hid in the distance with the dark red dragon and observed. There seems to be the aura of a demonic beast ahead. The dark red dragon suddenly frowned. It was very powerful. Demonic beast? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He sensed carefully and could capture some residual aura in the air. It was very powerful and carried a violent and fierce aura. It's so powerful. I'm afraid it's a powerful existence even among the demon generals. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. What kind of demonic beast is it? Can you tell? It's too far away, and its aura is very weak. I don't know yet. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded and began to investigate the situation. He found that there were many natural treasures in the valley ahead, which made people jealous. Could it be that the greedy wolf gang is after those natural treasures? Lin Xian frowned and watched silently. In front of them, a group of people from the greedy wolf gang spread out in a fan-shaped formation. Each of them had a powerful aura, and the weakest among them was a half-step venerable one. The three people at the front were the strongest. They were all at the second heaven of the exalted realm. The person in the middle was especially tall and sturdy. His skin was dark red, and he gave off a bloodthirsty aura. Brother Hua, are we going to take action? A young warrior looked at the various rare spirit herbs in the valley, his face full of excitement. Send some brothers. Be careful. The tall and sturdy young man said. Next to him were two young men in black and white robes, each with a pitch-black gauntlet. They were the black and white generals of the greedy wolf gang, and the burly young man in the middle was the vice president of the greedy wolf gang, Hua Tianyi. Hua Tianyi waved his hand. Immediately, the black and white generals led the 10 cultivators and carefully rushed towards the valley. Whoosh! Whoosh! Streaks of black shadows dashed out like lightning. They were extremely fast and arrived in the valley in an instant. Heaven crystal fruit. F***ck, Fu Luo flower. The group of people looked around excitedly. Those spiritual herbs that were extremely rare in the outside world were actually everywhere at this moment. Attack! These people's faces were full of greed as they quickly pounced forward. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew in the valley. Snowflakes started floating in the sky, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. In an instant, the entire valley turned into a world of ice and snow. The cold wind was biting cold. Even a first-rank honorable felt a bone-piercing chill and shivered. What's going on? It's so cold. F***ck, what the hell? Where did the ice and snow come from? These people's faces changed. They stopped and looked around carefully. Hurry up and attack. I don't want to stay here any longer. The black general shouted. He was a little nervous. He felt uneasy, as if something was about to happen. Those cultivators moved again. However, as soon as they moved, a huge figure appeared in the sky full of snow. It was like an ice mountain, moving slowly. The ground trembled and swayed continuously. The sky was filled with a terrifying pressure that made people despair. What is that? Not only were the people in the valley shocked, but even those outside the valley were stunned. They all looked ahead in horror. This is? Lin Xian's pupils constricted. The pressure also made him fearful. However, in the next moment, he activated the great dragon sword soul and destroyed the terrifying pressure. At this moment, miserable cries could be heard from the valley. The figure that was like an ice mountain let out an angry roar. Then, it spat out a stream of air. Like an ice river, it swept across heaven and earth and rushed toward the members of the greedy wolf gang. Oh no, retreat! The black and white generals were shocked. They turned into 2 streaks of light and escaped from the valley. The rest of the cultivators also wanted to escape, but they were one step too late. The terrifying ice river covered them. In the next moment, everything was frozen. 10 members of the greedy wolf gang turned into ice sculptures and stayed in the valley forever. Phew, the black and white generals escaped from the valley and heaved a sigh of relief. They had almost turned into ice sculptures. The others looked at everything in the valley in horror. The icy river froze the 10 members of the ravenous wolf gang in an instant. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Lin Xian frowned. He circulated his soul power and looked carefully. In his valley, there was a huge figure moving slowly. From time to time, it would let out a low roar that sounded like muffled thunder. "Brother Hua, what's that?" The members of the ravenous wolf gang trembled in fear. The pressure was too terrifying. They couldn't resist it at all. The black and white generals also returned. Their faces were pale. So many people went out, but only the two of them returned. If I'm not wrong, it should be a demonic beast on the earth list. Hua Tianyi took a deep breath. He stared at the huge figure in the valley, his eyes filled with greed and fear. There were spiritual herbs everywhere in the valley. If they could get it, it would be a great harvest. Moreover, the demonic beast on the earth list was full of treasures. It was extremely rare. However, he also knew that the demonic beast on the earth list was terrifying. It wasn't something they could fight against. However, they could try to get the spiritual herbs in the valley. "Let's go." They should go back and discuss countermeasures. Hua Tianyi said in a deep voice, "Seal the news. Don't let anyone know." Then, he took out a purple disc array and poured his spiritual energy into it. It formed an illusion array and covered the scene. If an ordinary person didn't look carefully, they wouldn't notice anything unusual. After doing this, he left with the group. After they left, Lin Xian walked out of the forest. He looked at the valley with flickering eyes. "Are you sure it's the frost snow beast that's ranked 178 on the earth list?" "Yes, it should be it." The dark red dragon said, "And this frost snow beast seems to be very weak. It's a good opportunity to make a move." "You want to kill it?" Lin Xian asked. "You're thinking too much." The dark red dragon rolled his eyes. "This is a demonic beast on the earth list. How can it be so easy to kill? With your strength, you won't be able to do anything to it." "What do you mean?" "This frost snowman is very special. Wherever it is, there will be a snow lantern." "Snow lantern?" Lin Xian was confused. "It's a strange spiritual fruit. It looks like a lantern, so it's called a snow lantern. If you obtain it, it will greatly increase your cultivation." Lin Xian's eyes lit up. "Let's go back and discuss this. This time, not only do we have to get the snow lantern, we also have to give the greedy wolf gang a big present." Lin Xian's figure flickered, turning into a sword ray and leaving. Academy, freshman area. Lin Xian called the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion over. After those people took the pills, their cultivation improved, and some of them even broke through. All of this was given to them by Lin Xian, so they were very excited when Lin Xian called them over. "Older brother Xian, is there a mission?" "That's right, boss, I can't wait any longer." Lin Xian smiled. "There is indeed a mission, and it is related to the Greedy Wolf Gang." "Greedy Wolf Society?" "It's those damned bastards again." Many people snorted when they heard about the Greedy Wolf Gang. "This is a good opportunity for revenge," Lin Xian said. Then, he told everyone about Frost Valley. When everyone heard that there were countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the valley, they all became excited. "Older brother Xian, should we make a move first?" Wang Li asked. Hearing this, the group of people looked at Lin Xian with burning gazes. "No, that frost snow beast is too powerful. It's too dangerous to attack rashly. Why don't we let the Greedy Wolf Gang take the front and attack at the right time?" "Good idea. I've long disliked them. This time, we must trick them to death." Everyone was looking forward to it. While Lin Xian was discussing, the Greedy Wolf Gang was also moving quickly. They gathered their men and prepared to attack. The president of the Greedy Wolf Gang was out on a mission, so this time, the vice president, Hua Tianyi, led the team. Soon, they set off once again. When Lin Xian received the news, he also left with his men. Morong Qingqing was also with him. This mission was special, so he needed a strong helper. Although Morong Qingqing was a woman, she was very powerful, so Lin Xian decided to bring her along. Moreover, after hearing about the snow lantern, Morong Qingqing was also moved. That thing was also important to her. The group of people did not immediately follow. Instead, they set off after the Greedy Wolf Gang had left. Lin Xian already knew the location of Frost Valley, so there was no need to rush. They were careful along the way and finally arrived at the periphery of Frost Valley. From afar, they could see that the valley was full of vegetation, birds, and flowers. There was no frost at all. While everyone was puzzled, the greedy wolf gang in front of them suddenly tried to enter the valley. In the next moment, a low voice sounded. Then, wind and snow fell from the sky, and the entire valley instantly became a world of ice and snow. Everyone was stunned. It was the first time they had seen such a magical thing. Is this Frost Valley? It's really magical. Morong Chingching's beautiful eyes turned. Suddenly, she exclaimed and covered her mouth with her small hand. The reason for that was because an overlord had appeared in the ravine. Accompanying that overlord was a terrifying oppressive might. That pressure made people's hearts tremble. I've already prepared it. The dark red dragon jumped out and threw out a circular crystal plate with inscriptions on it. Wear this and the pressure will be reduced a lot. Everyone put it on and felt much more comfortable. Brother Dragon, you're too amazing. The students complimented. They had already accepted the existence of the dark red dragon. Moreover, the dragon's methods were too magical. The dark red dragon was satisfied. This is nothing. Follow my spirit and you'll get great benefits. The snow-white monkey rolled its eyes at the side with a look of disdain. All right, stop fooling around. Xian glared at it, then said in a low voice, focus. We'll move at any time. In front, the greedy wolf gang had already moved. Hua Tianyi and 2 other experts ran toward the frost snow beast, while the others were led by the black and white generals. They quickly rushed toward the valley. They wanted to attract the frost snow beast's attention so that the others could snatch the treasure. Together with Hua Tianyi was a woman in green, and there was also a burly man with dark skin. The 3 of them ran toward the frost snow beast in an attempt to attract its attention. Whoosh, Hua Tianyi took the lead. A saber light tore through the sky and slashed toward the beast. There was a grayish-white flame on the saber light. It was like the ghost fire of the netherworld. Bang! Sizzle, soon, the saber light landed on the frost snow beast's body. The terrifying saber light could tear through the sky, but it did not cause any damage to the beast's body. When the grayish-white flame touched the frost snow beast's blue ice armor, it emitted a sizzling sound and was quickly extinguished. Although the saber light did not cause any damage, it angered the frost snow beast. It turned around angrily and stared at Hua Tianyi and the others with its huge eyes. The blue light in its eyes danced, causing the temperature to drop again. It was as if the world had turned into an ice cave. Roar! A blue icicle quickly rushed over, bringing with it a terrifying power of ice. Hua Tianyi and the other 2's expressions changed. They didn't dare to take it head-on and could only dodge it. The 3 of them turned into streaks of lightning and dashed through the valley, narrowly avoiding the frost snow beast's attack. Then, the 3 of them waved their hands and threw out 6 pitch-black iron chains that wrapped around the frost snow beast. Swoosh, the black iron chain was as agile as a snake. It quickly wrapped around the frost snow beast's body. Hurry up! Hua Tianyi shouted. Hearing this, the members of the greedy wolf gang moved quickly and ran toward the treasures. Xian frowned when he saw this from afar. Let's go. Xian said in a low voice. Let's sneak into the valley first. Be careful, don't attack first. Yes. The group responded and quickly followed Xian. They had the crystal inscriptions given to them by the dark red divine dragon that could resist the pressure of heaven and earth. Hence, it was much easier for them to move. The scene was very chaotic. Xian and the rest moved quickly while the members of the greedy wolf gang were fighting for the treasures. Hence, no one noticed the situation at the entrance of the valley. Xian and the rest quickly flew in. As soon as they entered the valley, the temperature dropped. The cold wind was bone-chilling and made them tremble. Looking at the treasures and spiritual herbs in the distance, everyone's eyes were burning with passion. However, they didn't act rashly. As they went deeper, the wind and snow became even colder, as if it was going to freeze everything in the world. Angry roars could be heard in the air, causing people's blood to churn. Terrifying waves of air exploded and swept across the land, causing people's hearts to tremble. These people's hearts trembled. The demonic beasts on the earth ranking were too terrifying. They weren't something they could fight against. Xian was very calm. He had seen many big scenes. Moreover, this was far from the tyrannical dark red divine dragon when he first saw it. Back then, when the dark red divine dragon was born, its huge body was tens of millions of meters long and filled the entire sky. Its terrifying aura was vast and mighty, and even kings were no match for it. Compared to the dark red divine dragon, the frost snow beast in front of them was much weaker. However, it was not something that ordinary people could contend against. However, Xian was extremely astonished by Hua Tianyi and the others. The 6 black chains in their hands were extremely strange. They were actually able to restrain the frost snow beasts for a short period of time. Could it be a chain made of millennium cold steel? The dark red divine dragon was also surprised. Alright, now hide here and wait for the next move. Xian waved his hand, his expression solemn. He had a bad feeling about this. Sure enough, in the next moment, the frost snow beast exploded. It roared angrily, and a cold light blossomed from its body, spreading in all directions. Wherever the cold wind passed, everything would turn into ice. It was extremely terrifying. Those who went to snatch the heavenly treasures were even more unlucky. Icicles rose from the ground one after another. They were incomparably sharp and pierced towards everyone. If they were not careful, they would be injured. There was even one person who was directly pierced through. For a moment, all kinds of screams rang out. The people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion hid in the shadows and watched in fear. Fortunately, they did not act rashly just now. Otherwise, they would have ended up in a miserable state. Brother Xian, what should we do now? Wang Li asked. Do you remember the formation that I gave you before? Later, you guys will form the formation and trap all the people from the greedy wolf gang. As for collecting the heavenly treasures, leave it to Little White. Hearing this, the snow-white little monkey hugged the small bull, and its big eyes narrowed into crescents. Morong and I will go to another place. You guys have to be careful later. Xian said. Everyone nodded, indicating that they understood. After being bullied by the greedy wolf gang for so long, they could finally take revenge. In front of them, the frost snow beast roared angrily again. Hua Tianyi and the other 2 attacked again. The black chains in their hands rattled and emitted a cold light. Like an angry dragon, they entangled the frost snow beast again. This frost snow beast is very weak. Let's attack with all our strength and trap it again. Hua Tianyi shouted. The green-clothed lady and the tanned man nodded. The 3 of them attacked together, forming a terrifying energy. With the help of the 1,000-year cold iron chain, they fought against the frost snow beast. The frost snow beast was pinned down once more. Xian saw that it was about time. He ordered the Dragon Sword Pavilion to prepare the array formation while he, Morong Qingqing, and the dark red divine dragon headed deeper in. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dozens of silhouettes moved quickly, running along the edge, forming a large formation. Then, these people released their spiritual energy to activate the formation and surround the greedy wolf gang. What's going on? The members of the greedy wolf gang had originally obtained a very good opportunity to snatch the heaven and earth treasure, but they discovered that their surroundings had changed drastically. This is an illusion array? Someone exclaimed, D***it, we're surrounded. What should we do? Everyone looked at the black and white generals. Split into 2 teams. One team will continue to snatch the spiritual herbs while the other team will attack the formation. The black and white generals cried out in a low voice. After which, the 2 of them split up. Whoosh, however, something even stranger happened. The spiritual herbs and fruits in front of them disappeared without a trace. D***it, who is it? D***it, how dare you provoke the greedy wolf gang? You're dead meat. Everyone roared and looked around, but they could not find anyone. On the other side, the people attacking the formation also returned without success. They could not break it at all. D***it, we've been tricked. The black and white generals' faces darkened. It had always been the greedy wolf gang who tricked others. No one had ever dared to do anything to them. Attack with all your might. We can't be trapped here. The two of them roared crazily. The situation was very dangerous now. If the frost snow beast went crazy and attacked them, they would be dead meat. The black general attacked while the white general collected the spiritual herbs. The two of them were second-level honorables and were very powerful. They were much stronger than the rest, so their attacks were very effective. In a short time, the white general managed to snatch 3 spiritual herbs. However, the 4th spiritual herb was snatched away by a white light. Humph. The white general snorted and attacked mercilessly. However, the other party was too fast and he could not hit him. The black general took out 2 terrifying black palms and held them up to the sky. The palms were pitch black and extremely terrifying. They were like demonic mountains as they blasted towards the sky. However, the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion did not fight back. They all dodged to the side. All they needed to do was to trap these people. In the outside world, the little white monkey hugged the small bowl. The spiritual herbs around it kept increasing. The little thing narrowed its eyes and looked intoxicated. In a short time, everyone used the illusion formation to trap the people of the greedy wolf gang. What's going on? In the distance, Hua Tianyi and the other 2 also noticed the abnormality. D***it, there are still people. Who are they? How did they get in? The 3 of them looked gloomy. Humph, let's not care so much. Just kill them. Hua Tianyi's face was gloomy. Then, he waved his hand and a huge palm appeared. There was a grayish-white flame on the palm. It was extremely demonic and quickly blasted downwards. Hua Tianyi's terrifying palm attack enveloped the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion. Disperse! Wang Li shouted. Immediately, the group of people retreated. Boom, the terrifying palm attack missed, and the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion gathered again. Damn it, how dare you fight back? The 3 Hao brothers were furious. Brothers, beat him up. Immediately, the disciples of Dragon Sword Pavilion attacked the people of Ravenous Wolf Gang in the illusion array. In a situation where they had the absolute advantage, the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion fought very happily. On the other side, Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the dark red dragon quietly entered the depths of the valley. They did not alert anyone. Under the dark red dragon's array, even the frost snow beast was fooled. Haha, snow lanterns, I'm coming. The dark red dragon was excited. The nest of the frost snow beasts was right in front of them. The 3 of them entered and searched quickly. Finally, they found the snow lanterns mentioned by the dark red dragon. They were snow white and shaped like lanterns. They were the size of a fist. There were 5 of them, and Lin Xian took all of them. However, he only took the fruits and did not touch the plants. With the snow lanterns in hand, Lin Xian gave 1 each to Morong Qingqing and the dark red dragon. Then, he put the remaining 3 into his storage ring. There's something inside? Suddenly, he frowned and walked in. In the next moment, he was stunned. In the depths of the cave, there were 3 azure blue eggs. They were the size of a millstone. Damn, good stuff. If I eat it, I can recover my origin. The dark red dragon exclaimed, saliva dripping down. As if feeling the threat of the dark red dragon, the 3 eggs trembled slightly. In the next moment, an angry roar was heard. It was as if thunder had descended from the 9 heavens. It was extremely terrifying. Not good, the frost snow beast found out. Let's go. Lin Xian's expression changed. He did not care about anything else. He pulled Morong Qingqing and ran. The dark red dragon also cursed in a low voice. It looked at the 3 azure blue pills unwillingly and quickly left. These 3 eggs had already gained intelligence. He had no chance to steal them. If he tried to steal them by force, he would most likely be targeted by the frost snow beast. With his current strength, he was completely unable to defeat that ice beast. Damn it, you 3 little things are lucky. The dark red divine dragon transformed into a streak of red light and quickly escaped from the cave. On the other side, the frost snow beast sensed its child's cry for help. It was enraged. As if it had gone mad, its aura surged, and it broke the 6,000-year cold iron chains. Bang, a powerful force of wind and snow gushed out, blowing Hua Tianyi and the other two away. Damn it, why did this guy suddenly go crazy? The green-cloaked woman's face turned pale. Hua Tianyi's expression didn't look good either. They didn't manage to snatch many spiritual herbs, and the frost beast here went crazy again. They were really unlucky. Boom. Boom, on the ground, huge icicles pierced out, densely packed. There were at least 1,000 icicles. It was a terrifying sight. In the sky, the river of ice flowed in reverse, and the cold air was oppressive, enveloping the surroundings. Roar. The frost snow beast roared angrily and spat out ice and frost, causing the entire valley to freeze. Not good, this beast has really gone crazy. Hua Tianyi and the other two's expressions changed drastically, and they turned to leave. However, in the next moment, the void fluctuated, and a terrifying sword chi slashed over. It flashed like a waterfall with a sharp aura, causing people's hearts to tremble. In an instant, it struck Hua Tianyi. Hua Tianyi didn't expect a sneak attack at this time, so by the time he reacted, the sword chi had already slashed his body. He could only face it head-on. However, the sword chi was too powerful and sent him flying. Bang! Bang! Not only Hua Tianyi, but the other two members of the greedy wolf gang were also attacked and sent flying. Moreover, that direction happened to be where the frost snow beast was. Damn it, who is it? Hua Tianyi went crazy. He used all his strength to stop his body and dodged the frost snow beast's attack with difficulty. He looked around angrily, but he only saw 3 afterimages disappearing in the sky. The ones who launched the sneak attack were Lin Xian and the others. They didn't stop and directly met up with the people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Brother Xian. Wang Li and the others saw Lin Xian and cheered in surprise. Let's go, leave the valley. Lin Xian said. Yes. No one delayed and they all moved quickly. They had all heard the terrifying sound just now. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Xian hadn't returned yet, they would have left long ago. At this moment, Lin Xian had returned and almost all the spirit herbs had been picked. Moreover, they had beaten up the people from the greedy wolf gang and had no reason to stay. Let's go. More than 30 people soared into the sky, turned into rays of light, and left the valley. Not long after Lin Xian left, Hua Tianyi and the other two arrived. Brother Hua. The people from the greedy wolf gang wailed. They were all covered in wounds and looked very miserable. What was even more unfortunate was that they didn't manage to snatch many spirit herbs. This time, it could be said that they had lost. Brother Hua, it's that kid Lin Xian. Yes, it's the people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion. We've been tricked. The faces of the people from the greedy wolf gang turned green. Let's leave this place first. Hua Tianyi's eyes were gloomy. His heart was filled with killing intent, but he had to leave first. Roar. Behind them, the frost snow beast ran over. Balls of ice fell and filled the entire sky. Let's go. The people from the greedy wolf gang were terrified and ran for their lives. Like stray dogs, they screamed and ran away from the valley. Lin Xian and the others came out of the valley and ran all the way back to the academy. Then, they gathered together and activated the 12 formations of Azure Cloud to form a solid defense. Then, they began to distribute the spirit herbs. First, there were the snow lanterns. They were given to Murong Qingqing and the dark red divine dragon. Lin Xian still had 3 left. He kept one for himself and gave one to the snow-white little monkey. He planned to make the remaining one into spirit wine and distribute it to the people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion. As for the spirit herbs, the snow-white little monkey had snatched more than 50 stalks, which was enough for everyone. This was a great harvest. Wang Li and the others were in a good mood. Hee, not only did we get the spirit herbs and spirit wine, but more importantly, we taught the greedy wolf gang a lesson. Those guys are probably miserable now. How can they not be miserable? If it were me, I would definitely be sullen. But the more miserable they are, the happier I am. Everyone laughed. At this moment, angry voices suddenly came from the sky. Lin Xian, get out here. Dragon Sword Pavilion, come out and die. The voice was like thunder, shaking the surroundings and attracting the attention of the other students. Hua Tianyi led more than 30 people and stood in the sky. His body was surging with killing intent as if he wanted to eat people. Not only that, these people were all injured and looked to be in a sorry state. What's going on? Aren't these people from the greedy wolf gang? Why are they here again? I heard that they're here to find Lin Xian. Could it be that they're here for revenge? That shouldn't be the case. Even if they're taking revenge, they can't be in such a sorry state. Could it be that it's not because of last time, but because something happened? Everyone guessed and were shocked. Below, Lin Xian and the others heard the voice of the greedy wolf gang and immediately sneered. These bastards came quite quickly. Brother Xian, what should we do? Everyone asked. Lin Xian led the Dragon Sword Pavilion out, quickly attracting the attention of the crowd. It can't be, he still dares to come out. Isn't he courting death? Yeah, the greedy wolf gang sent over 30 people this time. I'm afraid no one can contend against them, right? Everyone shook their heads. In the sky, Hua Tianyi and the rest were filled with killing intent when they saw Lin Xian coming out. Humph, brat, no one can save you if you dare to target the greedy wolf gang. Do you believe that today will be the day you die? Hua Tianyi's gaze was cold as well. He said in a stern voice, hand over those things, then kneel down and apologize. Perhaps this matter can be resolved. Otherwise, you can just wait to be tortured. I dare to guarantee that from today onwards, there will be no place for you in the Immortal Martial Academy. Who is this? So arrogant? Hada sneered. I don't know, looks like a beggar. Lying through your teeth. Is that a beggar? Beggars are much cleaner than them. I think it's more like a stray dog. Ha 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 ha. The Dragon Sword Pavilion disciples roared with laughter. Lin Xian was also smiling as he looked at the sky. Apologize? What a joke. He didn't think that the other party would be so kind as to solve the problem with an apology. Moreover, only one of them could exist between him and the greedy wolf gang. Hearing the words of the Dragon Sword Pavilion, the surrounding students were shocked. This was a naked provocation, no, this was a slap in the face in front of everyone. How could the greedy wolf gang tolerate this? As expected, before the laughter of the Dragon Sword Pavilion faded, the greedy wolf gang was already enraged. Courting death. The greedy wolf gang was enraged. They waved their palms and slapped downwards. Boom, the huge palm of light was blocked in midair and collided with a light screen, causing a rumbling sound. Then, the palm of light was reflected back. It was blocked? The greedy wolf gang was stunned. Then, their faces turned even gloomier. Boom. Boom, boom. Another person attacked. Terrifying beams of light descended, rushing towards Lin Xian and the rest. However, no one was able to pass through the light screen. All of them were blocked. What? How is this possible? What kind of formation is this? Why is it so powerful? Everyone was dumbstruck. That was the attack of more than 10 experts, yet it actually didn't break through. This defense was too terrifying. What do a bunch of country bumpkins know? Below, the dark red divine dragon was disdainful. The 12 formations of Azure Cloud was a famous ancient formation. Moreover, it was personally set up by it, so its power was extremely strong. This was something that Lin Xian had specifically requested. It was impossible for these people to break it. Damn it. What kind of formation is this? Why is it so evil? The greedy wolf gang members' expressions turned ugly when they saw that the light screen was still intact. Brat, come out if you dare. The members of the greedy wolf gang shouted angrily. Trash. Come in if you have the ability. This young master will crush you to death with one hand. The people from Dragon Sword Pavilion sneered. They would not lose in a war of words. What Dragon Sword Pavilion? So it's just a bunch of useless cowards who don't even dare to step out of their doors. Io, how are the greedy wolves doing? Isn't it just that they came to the academy a few years earlier? They can't beat the established factions and can only bully the freshmen. If I were you, I would have killed myself long ago. That's right. What kind of ability is bullying the freshmen? If you have the ability, wait for this young master to cultivate for a few years and destroy you in minutes. Wang Li and the others sneered. Lin Xian, this is your dragon sword pavilion? You don't even have the courage to fight, so what kind of club are you forming? Hua Tianyi said coldly. I think you're mistaken. Lin Xian laughed. We're not hiding. Instead, we're standing here openly. It's your own fault. For not being able to enter. How can you blame others? Senior, I only want to ask one thing. Have you wasted so many years of cultivation on dogs? Hearing Lin Xian's arrogant and domineering words, the surrounding students could not help but laugh. This guy really knew how to insult others. You're courting death. Hua Tianyi's pupils shrank as he quickly threw out a punch. Bang, an earth-shattering sound rang out as ripples appeared on the defensive light screen. However, it gradually calmed down and did not shatter. It's blocked. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Hua Tianyi's face turned ugly. No one dared to underestimate him. Anyone who dared to underestimate him had already been trampled under his feet. Now, Lin Xian had actually slapped his face in front of everyone. This was something he could not tolerate. If it was any other time, he would have already trampled Lin Xian under his feet. However, that damned formation had stopped everything, so he could only watch helplessly. Young Master Hua, we're here to help you. The green-clothed girl and the dark-skinned man also walked forward and stood side by side with Hua Tianyi. The three experts attacked together. Immediately, the surrounding people exclaimed. They all thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure this time. Even the people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion were worried. However, Lin Xian was still smiling as he looked at the sky. He was not nervous at all. This was a formation set up by the dark red divine dragon. Others might not know how powerful it was, but he knew. Not to mention Hua Tianyi and the other two, even a third sky supremacy might not be able to break it, therefore, he was not nervous at all. Laughing? I'll make you lie at my feet like a dog in a while. Hua Tianyi's eyes were filled with killing intent. Attack! With a low shout, the three of them attacked together. Their terrifying attack shook the surroundings, shocking everyone. However, the defensive light barrier still did not break. How is this possible? Hua Tianyi was shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The three of them were second sky supremacies. When the three of them joined forces, their power was absolutely terrifying. However, they could not break the defensive light barrier. What kind of formation was this? Not only Hua Tianyi, but everyone was also very confused. In particular, the other freshmen were very envious. This was the safest defense base. Looks like your strength is not as good as your mouth. Lin Xian shrugged. Take your time. I'm going to cultivate. After saying that, he turned around and left. The people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion also looked at the sky mockingly. Then, they all raised their middle fingers. You want to break the formation? In your next life. Go back. The group of people mocked and left as well. Damn it, damn it. Hua Tianyi was so angry that he went crazy. He had a lot of skills, but he could not use them. I don't believe that you will hide in there for the rest of your lives. All of you, listen up. Send people to take turns to monitor them. As long as they dare to come out, immediately report to me. Hua Tianyi said with hatred. Then, he waved his sleeve and quickly left. The other members of the Greedy Wolf gang also left. They really did not have the face to stay here. Only 2 disciples were left to monitor the movements of Lin Xian and the others. Brother Xian, we are being monitored. It seems that the other party is not willing to let this go. Wang Li was a little worried. Monitoring? Then let them monitor us. Lin Xian sneered. Then what should we do? Cultivate, all of you go back and cultivate. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. From now on, you are not allowed to go anywhere. Stay here and cultivate until the freshman assembly begins. Freshman assembly? Everyone's eyes lit up and then they all laughed. In the following days, Lin Xian and the rest didn't go out. Instead, they focused on cultivating and preparing for the freshman competition. A single snow lantern allowed Lin Xian's cultivation to improve and consolidate. Now, the blood and qi in his body were like an ocean, surging and roaring with endless power. Other than that, he mainly comprehended the four-season sword technique and concocted some pills in his spare time. Soon, over 10 days had passed and the freshman competition was getting closer. Lin Xian gathered everyone and said in a deep voice, "Tomorrow is the freshman competition. I don't expect you to get first place, but I want you to do your best to get a satisfactory ranking. Now, not only are you representing yourselves, you are also representing the Dragon Sword Pavilion. This time, let's show them the glory of our Dragon Sword Pavilion." Yes. The members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion shouted with excitement. Alright, go back and relax and prepare for tomorrow's competition. On the second day, when the sun had just risen, the entire Immortal Martial Academy was in an uproar. Countless freshmen were excited and rubbed their fists, wanting to show off their abilities. They had gone through countless difficulties and finally entered the Immortal Martial Academy, winning the envy of the outside world. However, after entering the Immortal Martial Academy, everything had to start from scratch. They were the lowest level of freshmen and needed a competition to prove themselves, and the freshman competition was undoubtedly the best stage. Every year's freshman competition would receive special attention because these fresh blood could soar into the sky in the future. They wanted to use this competition to distinguish who was the real dragon. Lin Xian pushed open the door and walked out of the courtyard. He happened to see Murong Qingqing. The two of them smiled and gathered together. Soon after, the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion also gathered together. This time, they were dressed in black with a dragon-shaped sword embroidered on their sleeves. Each of them was in high spirits and looked extraordinary. Not only them, but all the students in the first freshman area were excited and couldn't wait to start the competition. Alright, we can temporarily remove the defensive formation. At this time, the ravenous wolf gang won't dare to find trouble, Lin Xian said with a smile. Whoosh, soon, a cloud flew over from afar. It was like purple chi coming from the east, carrying a trace of mystery and dominance. In an instant, the purple mist appeared above the freshman area. The mist rolled and condensed into a human figure. It was the middle-aged instructor from before, the square-faced middle-aged man, Instructor Gua. "Little guys, are you ready? If you're ready, follow me." After saying that, he turned around and flew into the distance. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless new students followed behind the middle-aged man. Go! Lin Xian took a deep breath and waved his hand. Then, he led the Dragon Sword Pavilion's people into the air as well. Their bodies were like divine rainbows, flying through the air like a meteor shower. It was very beautiful. Under the lead of the middle-aged man, they flew towards the northern region of the Immortal Martial Academy. At the same time, countless figures rose up from the other freshman areas, transforming into streams of light and flying away. The scene was spectacular and shocking. All the way to the north, everyone's speed was very fast, but they still flew for half an incense stick's worth of time before gradually slowing down. In front of them, there were mountains and a vast forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Not far away, there was a 10,000 feet tall mountain with steep cliffs, giving off a sharp feeling. However, the peak of the mountain was flat, as if it had been cut off by a sword, and a super-large platform had appeared. Everyone's foothold was the vast platform. Not long after Lin Xian and the rest landed, there was another fluctuation in the sky. Two rays of light flew over at lightning speed. At first, they were the furthest away, but in the blink of an eye, they were above everyone's heads. Along with them, there was a surging spiritual chi, as well as a pressure that was unintentionally released. Every trace of spiritual chi was shocking. Lin Xian raised his head and saw the two people in the sky. The person on the left was an old man with a sage-like demeanor, while the person on the right was a young lady in her 20s. However, her eyes revealed a sense of vicissitudes. The combination of a young appearance and the vicissitudes of life in her eyes could be said to be very strange. However, Lin Xian knew that she should be an expert with a technique to retain her youthful appearance. Although she looked young, her actual age was unknown. She had lived for a few hundred years. The young lady elder swept her gaze below and the corners of her lips curled up. There are a few good seedlings this time. Looks like there will be a big change in the Mystic Honorable leaderboard soon. Then, she lowered her head again and said slowly, "The two of us will be hosting the competition this time. You can call me Elder Hua, and this is Elder Yang." Greetings, elders. The freshmen below shouted in unison. That's enough. The young lady elder gestured with her hands, and the freshmen below immediately quietened down. Next, I'll talk about the freshman competition. Do you see the mountain peak opposite? There's a golden bell on the mountain peak. Whoever rings it first will be the champion. Mountain peak, golden bell? The crowd was stunned. This was a little different from what they had imagined. They had originally thought that it would be a single elimination tournament. They had not expected it to be such a competition. However, it seemed that this competition would not be too difficult. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and looked at the giant mountain in front of him. To be honest, the mountain peak was not close to where they were. However, they could see it clearly because it was too big. The black mountain peak was 10,000 feet tall and pierced through the clouds. It was like a peerless divine sword that pierced through the heavens and the earth. Not only that, the mountain also emitted a different kind of aura. It was like a dormant ancient beast, bringing with it a sense of oppression. Looking at everyone's expression, the young lady elder Hua chuckled. Let's talk about the rewards. First place, 1 million spiritual value points. Second place, 500 spiritual value points. Third place, 200 spiritual value points. The rest will be calculated in this way. Not only that, the top 3 will also have a chance to enter the Hall of Divinity. That is something left behind by a king. If you're lucky, you might be able to obtain the inheritance. Hall of Divinity? King's inheritance. Hearing this, the crowd below was shocked. Then, they were incomparably ecstatic. Many people's eyes turned red like rabbits. This news was too shocking. One must know that a king was the pinnacle existence on this continent. They were the true rulers. The number of kings on this continent could be counted with one hand. And now, they actually had the chance to comprehend the king's statue and obtain the inheritance. This was too rare, countless people would probably go crazy. As expected of the Immortal Martial Academy. They even have a king statue. Xian was also incomparably shocked. At the same time, he was even more determined in his heart. He must obtain first place this time, however, he quickly frowned. Such a generous reward, but the competition was so simple. It seemed impossible. He looked at the dense forest below. His eyes flickered as he became vigilant. Demonic beasts? Everyone was stunned, but they didn't take it to heart. They were geniuses that did missions all day long. Why would they care about mere demonic beasts? Most likely, his greatest enemy would still be these fellow disciples beside him. Xian frowned again. If there was no reason, Elder Hua wouldn't have said it. Could there be some special demonic beasts here? His eyes flickered, and he decided to pay attention to it. The freshman competition begins now, Elder Hua announced. After that, countless freshmen became excited. They quickly turned into streams of light and flew towards the mountain range. This scene was very spectacular. Perhaps only the Immortal Martial Academy could see it. Looking at the departing backs of the freshmen, the sage-like old man stroked his beard and said, "Seems like not many of them paid attention to your warning. So what? I've already reminded them. If they don't take it to heart, then they can't blame me." Elder Hua curled his lips. "But I'm looking forward to seeing these freshmen in a sorry state." The other instructors smiled bitterly. If you don't explain it clearly, how would the freshmen know? Of course, they only thought about it in their hearts. They wouldn't say it out loud. Countless freshmen rushed towards the forest as fast as lightning, causing a huge commotion. Roar! Roar, roar! Following the invasion of the freshmen, angry roars came from the forest. The demonic beasts that lived in the forest were furious. They were very dissatisfied with these invaders. Humph! Many people snorted and attacked mercilessly. Terrifying and gorgeous energy surged out, sending the nearby demonic beasts flying. They were like fierce dragons crossing the river, extremely powerful. However, this angered the demonic beasts in the forest even more. Groups of demonic beasts formed into groups and pounced towards the freshmen. In an instant, a great battle broke out. Blade light and sword shadows, vast spiritual energy surged and surged. On the opposite side, the demonic beasts were enraged. Their roars shook the sky as they pounced madly. It was as if two torrents had collided with each other. Shocking energy fluctuations surged out in all directions like tidewater. The entire forest became restless. The situation was very chaotic. Not only did the freshmen have to fight with the demonic beasts, they also had to be wary of the students around them. After all, everyone was an opponent. At this time, the role of a society was displayed. Lin Xian led the Dragon Sword Pavilion and charged quickly. Like a sharp knife, he pierced into the demonic beast army. Wherever he passed, no one could stop him. These people were originally experts, and they were all from the same organization. When they worked together, the power they produced was very strong. Lin Xian did not even draw his sword. Instead, he clasped his fingers together and a stream of sword chi flew out from between his fingers, slashing forward. With a slash of his sword, dozens of demonic beasts in front of him were sliced in half. Their corpses fell to the ground and were trampled into meat paste by the demonic beasts behind. Morong Qingqing's white robes fluttered in the wind like a fairy descending from the heavens. Every time she struck out, the wind from her palms would be so fierce that it created a vacuum in front of her. With the two of them taking the lead, the other party's speed increased greatly. The demonic beasts on both sides were cleaned up by the other members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. They had consumed quite a number of medicinal pills. In addition, they had been cultivating diligently during this period of time. Their strength had greatly increased compared to when they had entered the academy. These demonic beasts were nothing to worry about. Seeing that Lin Xian's Dragon Sword Pavilion had taken the lead, the scattered students also began to gather together to fight against the demonic beasts. Among them, there were a few groups that were very powerful. They did not seem to be weaker than Lin Xian. Lin Xian spread out his soul force and discovered that those groups were led by some experts. It seemed that he was not the only one who had formed a club. The others were also prepared. "Follow closely, I'm going to speed up," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then, the spirit energy in his body surged and his speed increased once again. The sword light at his fingertips became even sharper. Spring rain silk. Countless sword chi surged like spring rain, penetrating all openings and shooting forward quickly, piercing through the demonic beasts in front of them. The other groups were not to be outdone. They quickly charged forward, trying to shake off the others. For a moment, a tense atmosphere filled the forest. Not long after, they arrived at the depths of the forest. The demonic beasts here were even more powerful. There were even demonic generals. Those were demonic beasts comparable to martial supremacies. Moreover, they had gained intelligence and could control demonic beasts. They brought great trouble to the new students. Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the others were powerful and were not affected much. However, the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion behind them could not keep up. After all, they were only ordinary geniuses. The stronger ones had only reached the first level of martial supremacy. Compared to Lin Xian, there was still a huge gap. "Brother Xian, don't worry about us. You guys go first. You must get first place. Dragon Sword Pavilion, mighty." Those people looked at Lin Xian with excited expressions. "All right, be careful," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then, he turned around and his eyes bloomed. The aura on his body became even sharper, as if a peerless divine sword was quickly awakening. Boom, with a stomp of his foot, he was like a divine sword that had been unsheathed. He rushed forward quickly, and wherever he passed, the void trembled. Any demonic beast that was touched by the sword light instantly turned into a bloody mist. Not a single one was spared. It was too spiritual. Nothing could stop it. There was even a demonic general who tried to stop it, but it was pierced through the chest. Wherever Lin Xian passed, a vacuum appeared. Beside him, Morong Qingqing had a smile on her face. She was like a fairy as she accompanied him. They were not the only ones. The other teams also adopted the same method. Those powerful warriors left the team and began to travel alone. Lin Xian saw several powerful figures rushing out towards the huge mountain. He no longer held back and set off with Morong Qingqing. The two of them were like heaven-shaking rainbows. After killing their way out, they finally rushed out of the horde of demonic beasts and arrived at the foot of the huge mountain. From afar, they only felt that the black mountain was so tall that they couldn't see the top. Now that they were at the foot of the mountain, they were even more shocked by the aura. That sentence was like a primordial beast, causing him to tremble. Compared to him, those new students were even inferior to ants. However, these insignificant new students wanted to conquer this mountain. Go! Xianxia took the lead and rushed in. Roar! A purple python with a pair of wings on its back pounced on Xianxia when it saw him soar into the air. A black shadow flashed and pounced on Xianxia. Scram! Xianxia roared and punched out with his right fist. On his golden fist, electric arcs flashed and intertwined to form a dragon head, blasting the purple python apart. A bloody mist sprayed out as the huge corpse fell, smashing a deep hole in the ground. Those who rushed over from behind trembled when they saw the scene. It was too strong. It was practically a humanoid beast. However, right after the giant python fell to the ground and died, several cold glints suddenly lit up and quickly pierced towards Xianxia. Speed, timing, everything was controlled well. It was obvious that they were experts. Xianxia frowned. He did not expect that someone would dare to assassinate him. Spirit energy surged on his body and turned into countless sword shadows that swept in all directions. Ding! Ding! Several figures retreated from the void and landed on the mountain path. At the same time, more than 10 martial artists surrounded Xianxia. These people had cold expressions and powerful auras. They were all in the honorable realm. There was a red sun on their chests that seemed to be rising. They are Zhou Su's men. They are from the Rising Sun Hall. Morong Qingqing said from the side. Zhou Su? Xianxia frowned slightly. He remembered that there was a fierce young man who had confronted him in the True Spirit Hall. He had almost forgotten about it. He did not expect the other party to make a move at this time. Kid, if you know what's good for you, stay where you are. The 10 figures around him snorted and stepped out at the same time. Their auras erupted and swept out in all directions like waves. These people were all in the honorable realm. This was too terrifying. Even a level 2 honorable realm would not be able to withstand the joint forces of 10 level 1 honorables, and now, these people had joined forces to stop Xianxia. The freshmen who had rushed over were also shocked. They did not stay and left quickly. They did not want to be implicated and did not want to stand out. Hence, they left very quickly. Kid, the first place of the freshman competition belongs to our brother Su. Don't even think about it. One of the young martial artists snorted. Brother Su? Xianxia sneered. If he was so confident, he wouldn't have stopped me. Humph, Brother Su doesn't take you seriously. He just wants to teach you a lesson this time. Attack! The young man shouted coldly. Then, the surrounding figures rushed out quickly. Attack! Xianxia said to Morong Qingqing who was beside him. Then, their auras erupted and blasted out in all directions. Morong Qingqing waved her hands and enveloped the 5 people nearby. Xianxia also pulled out the wind shadow sword and a terrifying sword radiance swept out in all directions. A great battle broke out. Terrifying spiritual energy surged and formed a special place thousands of miles away. The freshmen and demonic beasts did not dare to come close. The sword radiance was like the wind and the swift spiritual energy arrived in front of a martial artist in an instant. Condense, the martial artist condensed armor and punched out with both fists. Crack crack, however, he had underestimated Xianxia's sword light. In an instant, it had cut through his defense and left a sword mark on his body. If he hadn't shown mercy, this sword strike would have been enough to take his life. Xianxia had already entered the honorable realm and become a true honorable realm. His strength had already reached the 2nd level of the honorable realm. Therefore, he did not feel any pressure when facing these first-rank venerables. As the 4 swords pierced out, the 4 first-level venerables were injured and retreated. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they did not dare to continue fighting. Only the young man who spoke earlier was left in the field. The young man's name was Yin Feng. He was very powerful and had already reached the peak of the 1st level of Venerable Realm. This time, he had received Zhou Su's orders to stop Xianxia. He had a life-saving first-level venerable in his hands, so he did not put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. In his opinion, no matter how powerful the other party was, it was impossible for him to be a match for them. But now, in just an instant, the 4 warriors had already fallen, leaving only him. Humph. Brat, I will let you know how powerful I am. Yin Feng roared and waved his fists. He immediately used his martial soul, 2 balls of light condensed on his fists. One ball of green light formed a terrifying storm, while the other ball of brown light was like a rock on the earth. Yin Feng had actually comprehended 2 attributes. Taste my double kill fist. Terrifying spiritual energy. Surged. The 2 attributes carried a terrifying attack and began to surge towards Lin Xian. Double attribute? Lin Xian smiled disdainfully. If the other party was someone else, it might be effective. But against him, there was no chance at all. In his hands, he had more than just 2 attributes, therefore, facing Yin Feng's attack, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. In the next moment, he waved the wind shadow sword and a fiery red sword chi surged out. Flames shot out in all directions and a heatwave surged into the sky. Above the flames, there were golden arcs of lightning circling around. The lightning and fire intersected, and it was terrifying. What, the lightning and fire attributes? Yin Feng's pupils shrank. He did not expect Lin Xian to also have 2 attributes. What was laughable was that he did not know that the lightning and fire attributes were only 2 of Lin Xian's many attributes. If he were to reveal the truth, he would probably faint from fright. The lightning and fire sword chi surged and slashed Yin Feng's attack away. Then, it quickly slammed into his body. Puff, Yin Feng spat out blood and fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with fear. He did not expect that he would be defeated in one move. At the same time, Morong Qingqing also stopped attacking. Under her feet, 5 first-rank supremacies were wailing in pain. 10 first-rank supremacies were defeated in an instant. The eyelids of the passing freshmen twitched when they saw this scene. Zhou Su, right? Since you provoked me, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He ignored the 10 fellows on the ground and looked at the mountain peak in the distance. Whoosh, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing left once again. Just as Lin Xian was charging towards the mountain peak, there were also a few powerful figures in other directions. They led the crowd and rushed towards the mountain peak. One of them was tall and straight. His aura was sharp like a sword that could kill. What, Lin Xian? He's just a clown. The first place of the freshman is mine. Zhou Su's eyes shone brightly. He had unlimited confidence. Whoosh, in the distance, a shocking blade light lit up and slashed a demonic beast in half. Xiao Li's expression was cold as he rushed towards the mountain peak. Lin Xian, I look forward to fighting with you. On the other side, Dongfang Fenghuang, Lan Bai, Xinyao Tian, and the others were charging with all their might. The mountain peak was very tall and dangerous. After climbing the mountain path, Lin Xian realized that he could not fly because it was too dangerous. Therefore, he and Morong Qingqing chose to go on the ground. In the forest, a pair of sharp claws appeared and grabbed at the 2 of them. The sword light flashed and destroyed the claws. At this time, dozens of dark green vines quietly approached Lin Xian and Xiaoli like poisonous snakes, waiting for the right time. Whoosh, suddenly, these vines burst out and quickly wrapped around Lin Xian. The branches had poisonous thorns that could easily kill a venerable martial artist. In an instant, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing were entangled and quickly pulled to the back. Gulp, 2 huge brown petals suddenly opened like 2 terrifying mouths with sharp teeth on them. They bit at the 2 of them. Humph. Lin Xian snorted. The armor on his body flickered and shattered the vines. At the same time, he threw a punch. Terrifying flames intertwined and formed a fire beast that burned the man-eating demonic flower. On the other side, a crystal lotus appeared on Morong Qingqing's body. It was very dreamy and cut the other party in an instant. Then, the 9-petaled lotus danced in the air and formed a terrifying rotating force that shredded all the plants within 100 meters. What a terrifying woman. Lin Xian wiped his sweat and quickly walked up. We're almost halfway there. Most of the demonic beasts here are at the demon general level, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. I wonder what terrifying things there are above. Morong Qingqing was a little worried about Elder Hua's warning. Lin Xian nodded as well. Let's be careful. There might be some powerful beasts up there. The two of them raised their guard and headed up the mountain. Their journey was smooth. Are we worrying too much? Lin Xian shook his head and smiled. Maybe. Morong Qingqing frowned. However, in the next moment, a shocking roar came from afar. It turned into rolling thunder and shook the surroundings. Ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out in all directions. Wherever they passed, rocks and trees were broken. This is... Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing were shocked as they looked up in disbelief. They were just starting to doubt Elder Hua's warning when something happened. Save me! Countless screams could be heard as many martial artists escaped from above. Their faces were filled with shock. Boom! Boom, boom! The ground trembled as rows of trees fell. A huge black shadow walked in the forest with a terrifying aura. Below, countless martial artists were running for their lives. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing also retreated to a safe place and looked up. In the forest above, 100-meter-tall giant ape walked upright. Its body was covered in fur and there was a vertical eye in the middle of its head. It had 8 arms on both sides of its body and they were constantly waving. Every time they waved, there was a shocking aura. Boom, the 8 arms waved and slapped the martial artists in front of it away. It even created a vacuum in the forest. This is... Lin Xian was shocked. 8-armed demon ape. It was ranked 197th on the Earth board. Morong Qingqing said in a deep voice. No wonder Elder Hua warned us. There is a hidden Earthboard demonic beast here. Lin Xian's face darkened. An adult 8-armed demon ape was extremely powerful. It was probably at least a 5th-layer martial honor. Fortunately, the 8-armed demon ape in front of them did not have a member. It was only in its infancy and its strength was equivalent to a 3rd-layer martial honor. Although it could not fight back, it could still escape. Boom, the 8-armed demon ape waved its arms and they were like 8 heavenly pillars that shot out in all directions. One of the palms just so happened to be aimed at Lin Xian and Li Qia. Everything near the palm shattered, and a powerful aura enveloped Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing, as if it wanted to crush them. As expected of a demonic beast ranked on the Earth ranking. It's already so strong in its infancy. Lin Xian felt the pressure. Lin Xian's expression changed slightly. He tapped his foot and retreated. Before the palm arrived, the terrifying palm wind had already destroyed everything in the vicinity. Morong Qingqing also retreated. As soon as the two of them left, the Vajra palm fell, cracking the ground, and a bottomless black hole appeared in the center. The strength of the 8-armed demonic ape shocked everyone. Those freshmen who wanted to go over were all blasted down. Many people looked forward with ugly expressions. The road up the mountain had been blocked, so they could only break through. However, when faced with this terrifying 8-armed demon ape, no one had any information. Let's go to the sky. Many people looked at the sky and had a new idea. Suddenly, someone gave it a try. His body flashed, and he turned into a shocking rainbow, rushing into the sky. The 8-armed demon ape was only 100 meters tall. They just had to cross this line of defense. Many people had the same idea, but in the next moment, their expressions changed again. This was because a huge black shadow had appeared in the sky. It was like a dark cloud, covering the sky. Within the dark cloud, there was a pair of scarlet rays of light, like 2 suns, hanging in the sky. Accompanying it was a terrifying aura. The aura was even stronger than the 8-armed demon apes. This is a demonic beast. Everyone was shocked, and the martial artists in the sky ran for their lives. Boom, a gray aura gushed out and filled the sky, surrounding the few people in the sky. One of them threw out a middle-grade spiritual rank shield, and it turned into a defensive barrier of more than 10 meters in the sky. However, in an instant, it was corroded by the gray mist. Chi-chi, a black hole appeared in the middle of the shield, and it gradually expanded. In the end, the entire shield turned into a pool of molten iron. What? How could this be? Countless people were shocked. The gray mist was too terrifying. Even a middle-grade spiritual rank artifact could not withstand it. At this moment, no one dared to think about escaping in the sky. Roar. The few people in the sky ran away, but the 8-armed demon ape on the mountain road roared angrily. It waved its 8 arms and roared towards the sky. Roar. In the sky, the demonic beast in the shape of a black cloud roared as well. It let out a low roar, and its aura was boiling. The confrontation between the two powerful demonic beasts made the atmosphere tense to the extreme. Many of the freshmen's hearts were in their mouths as they watched nervously. It was not impossible to let the two demonic beasts fight. This way, they would have a chance to escape. Lin Xian thought in his heart. In the next moment, he had an idea. After reminding Morong Qingqing in a low voice, Lin Xian activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul. He controlled the spiritual qi between heaven and earth and condensed an arm near the 8-armed demon ape. Its appearance was almost the same as the 8-armed demon ape's arm. At the same time, he used the concept of wind, causing a violent wind to blow in the sky, and the vision became dark. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Xian used the arm condensed from spiritual qi to grab a small mountain and threw it into the sky. Boom, like a meteorite, it flew up into the sky. Roar. In the sky, the demonic beast in the shape of a black cloud was enraged. It spat out even more gray mist, which enveloped the 8-armed demon ape below. When the 8-armed demon ape saw the other party attack, it roared as well. It waved its 8 arms and threw the nearby boulders and trees into the sky. At the same time, it opened its mouth wide, revealing its blood-red fangs. Countless amounts of spiritual qi condensed in front of it. Accompanied by a powerful demonic power, it formed a yellow energy ball. The energy overflowing from the ball was enough to kill any martial artist below the 3rd heaven venerable realm. Let's go. Lin Xian roared and left with Morong Qingqing. The two of them were very fast. They turned into rays of light and rushed towards the top of the mountain. The others also reacted and escaped. The battle between the two demonic beasts was definitely not something they could contend against. They might as well take the opportunity to leave. Lin Xian took the lead and quickly ran forward. Fortunately, the two demonic beasts appeared at the same time and started fighting. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with them. If that was the case, with Lin Xian's means, he would have to put in some effort. The higher they went, the stronger the demonic beasts. Moreover, they appeared more frequently. Many people complained in their hearts. They originally thought that the competition would be easy, but they did not expect it to be so dangerous. It's not even as good as the arena competition. Damn, it's another demonic beast from the Earth ranking. Many people screamed and already had thoughts of retreating. This time, the demonic beast from the Earth ranking was equally terrifying. It was a demonic wolf that controlled a pack of wolves. 10,000 wolves galloped with a terrifying momentum and chased after the crowd. Run for your life! Everyone screamed and used all their strength to escape with all their might. Lin Xian also quickly dodged. At this time, the advantage of an Earth rank martial art was displayed. Roars could be heard from time to time in the dense forest, and there were also countless flashes of light. Along with it, there was also a terrifying energy fluctuation. With the appearance of the demonic beasts on the Earth ranking, the freshman assessment was divided into 2 groups. Those weaker martial artists couldn't pass at all, while those stronger martial artists could only run all the way to the peak. Above the clouds, the elders of the Immortal Martial Academy were watching the scene below. Interesting, these little fellows are stronger than expected, the sage-like elder said with a smile. Elder Hua narrowed his eyes. I think they should know my warning now. But there's still a surprise later. A group of people looked at the mountain range below and discussed. In the mountain range below, Lin Xian displayed his Earth rank identity and increased his speed to the maximum, quickly dodging the attacks of the demonic beasts and leaving with Morong Qingqing. Gradually, they approached the peak. However, the environment here was even more dangerous. Almost all the beasts here were demon generals. Luckily, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing had extraordinary skills. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to deal with them. Whoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and a terrifying and sharp force pierced towards Lin Xian's back. Clang, Morong Qingqing waved her hand and shot out a lotus flower, blocking the attack. Then, the two of them looked behind them cautiously. There was a demonic beast there. Its body was covered in scales, and there was a sharp spike on its head that flickered with a cold light. Around it, there was a flash of light that was like a dancing light, flickering and flickering. That demonic beast stared at Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing, and the light on its body flickered even more intensely. In the end, it gradually became translucent and rushed over. What is that? Lin Xian was shocked. He had never seen such a demonic beast before. The floating light beast specialized in stealth and assassination attacks. It was very troublesome. Murong Qingqing said in a low voice. As she spoke, the floating light beast had already rushed over. Its figure flashed and disappeared in the air. Buzz, Lin Xian frowned and quickly moved to the side. Puff, in the next moment, a sharp spike appeared where he was originally standing, piercing through the void. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. This attack was truly strange. Fortunately, his soul force was outstanding and he was able to sense it in advance. Otherwise, if it were someone else, they would have already been injured. However, even though the floating light beast was strange, it was still not enough to injure it. The sword chi in his body surged, forming a sword chi field with a diameter of 10 meters around Lin Xian, spinning rapidly. Streaks of sword chi were as fast as lightning as they intertwined with one another, seemingly capable of destroying everything. With this sword chi domain, Lin Xian was not afraid of the floating light beast's sudden attack. On the other side, Murong Qingqing was surrounded by 9-petaled lotuses, forming a screen of light that was equally powerful. Clang! Clang! The floating light beast's attacks were all blocked by the two of them. Damn, are you addicted? Lin Xian was a little angry when he saw that the floating light beast refused to give up. Then, he pulled out the wind shadow sword and swung it. Red storm! Countless sword chi surged, forming a huge and terrifying storm that swept out in all directions. The terrifying sword chi swept out, destroying everything. Roar, puff. Puff, no matter how strange the floating light beast was, it was only a 1-star demon general. In terms of attack power, it was no match for Lin Xian. Therefore, when it was surrounded by the sword chi, it was quickly pierced through. Gulp, the illusory body of the floating light beast appeared, and it fell to the ground with countless sword chi stuck in its body. Humph, Lin Xian withdrew his sword and snorted coldly. At this moment, Murong Qingqing's expression changed slightly, and she quickly reminded Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned his head and saw the void ripple to the side, and a few more figures appeared. For floating light beasts, 3 of them were 1-star demon generals, and the larger one in the middle was a 2-star demon general. With such a lineup, coupled with that strange attack, it was really terrifying. Lin Xian saw this scene and pursed his lips. He muttered, "There are more?" Murong Qingqing sighed. "Let's go. Our target is not them, but the mountaintop." Lin Xian nodded. He could use his trump card to kill these floating light beasts, but this was not a hunting competition. It was a competition of speed and time. Therefore, the two of them looked at each other and quickly left. Their figures swayed, and like 2 rainbows, they disappeared quickly. Roar! Behind them, the 4 floating light beasts roared when they saw Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing escaping. Their bodies turned transparent, and they quickly chased after them. Fortunately, the two of them had exquisite movement techniques and managed to shake off the floating light beasts. In the end, the two of them finally left the belly of the mountain and arrived at the mountaintop. Seeing the mountaintop in front of them, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, an earth-shattering roar came from behind them, followed by several powerful auras. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing turned around and saw Shaoli, Lan Bai, Dongfang Phoenix, and the others rushing out of the forest. Behind them were several powerful demon generals. It seemed that they were all attacked by the demon generals. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Soon, he frowned again because the demon generals behind them did not stop attacking. Instead, they continued to chase after them. In this way, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing would also be surrounded. When Dongfang Phoenix saw Lin Xian, her face lit up. She revealed a sly smile and flew toward them. Damn it! That crazy woman! Lin Xian's scalp went numb, and he quickly left. It was no joke to be surrounded by so many demon generals. These prodigies did not fight head-on. Instead, they chose to retreat and set off toward the mountaintop. Rays of light lit up like countless shooting stars across the sky. Finally, the group arrived at the mountaintop, but they did not see the golden bell. It seemed that they still had to look for it. Buzz, Lin Xian looked around, trying to find the golden bell. Suddenly, an ear-piercing demonic sound came from behind, accompanied by a terrifying force that stabbed toward him. "Be careful!" Morong Qingqing shouted. Lin Xian's heart sank. He quickly turned around, pulled out the wind shadow sword, and swept it out. Boom! The terrifying attack from behind collided with the wind shadow sword, creating a terrifying sound of impact. It was as if 100,000 mountains had crashed into him. The force made Lin Xian's expression change. He snorted coldly. Once again, an even more powerful spiritual force erupted from his body. At the same time, his body fluttered and dissipated the force. With 9 transformations, Lin Xian dissipated the terrifying force and landed lightly on the ground like a feather. Then, his cold eyes stared ahead like a sword. "If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish." Lin Xian's voice was cold. His opponent was too vicious. Not only did he ambush him, but he also wanted to knock him off the mountaintop. He stared at Zhou Su, and a murderous aura gathered in his eyes. It was fierce and terrifying. "Want to die? Let's see if you have the right to do so." Zhou Su sneered. His body swayed, and he stepped on Lin Xian's head. A powerful force fell from the sky and enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian punched out. His golden fist carried the radiance of lightning and rushed into the sky like an angry dragon. The two collided, and a terrifying force exploded, causing the ground to crack. "Not good, lunatic." The violent tremors caused many martial artists to run towards the center of the mountain. Only there could they safely avoid the attacks of the demonic beasts. Lin Xian did not retreat. He punched towards the sky to confront Zhou Su. Boom! Terrifying energy surged. The two exchanged a few blows before pulling away. Neither of them left. Instead, they faced each other. At this moment, the demon generals in the distance also caught up. 3 huge creatures surrounded Lin Xian and Zhou Su. Zhou Su did not care about being surrounded by the demon generals. He stared at Lin Xian with a sinister smile. "Today, I will let you know how powerful I am." Lin Xian's eyes were cold. Sword chi surged from his body as he prepared to attack with all his might. However, at this moment, the dark red dragon suddenly said, "Kid, hurry up and leave. There is a big guy below. You can't handle it." Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. The dark red dragon was an old monster. For it to issue a warning at this time, it was enough to show how dangerous the situation was. Without any hesitation, Lin Xian soared into the sky and flew away. Roar! Roar, roar! Lin Xian dodged all the attacks of the 3 demon generals. "Ha ha ha, how dare you run away without a fight?" Zhou Su laughed disdainfully. Boom! Before his voice could fade away, the ground beside him suddenly split open. A gigantic tail swept out and killed a demonic general. "What?" Zhou Su's face changed drastically. He did not expect such a shocking change. That was a 2-star demon general. How could it be killed just like that? What kind of monster is below? At this moment, he could no longer care about mocking Lin Xian. He also fled quickly. Boom, boom. Boom, the black tail swept across like a sharp heavenly blade and instantly killed the 3 demon generals. Then, the entire ground began to tremble as if a peerless demon was about to be born. The demonic aura condensed together and rushed into the sky. The ground cracked open again. Another black tail, accompanied by a smoky demonic aura, rushed out of the ground. Boom, the tails kept dancing and slapping the ground nearby as if they were about to shatter the entire mountain. Lin Xian and the rest had ugly expressions as they watched this scene nervously. They didn't think that there would be such a terrifying thing at the top of the mountain that could easily kill a 2-star demon general. This was not something they could contend against. Whoosh, in the next moment, a tail as thick as a mountain pressed down on the crowd. "Disperse!" It was unknown who shouted, but the people in the center immediately scattered. Boom, the black tail fell, bringing with it a thick demonic aura. It smashed the ground, an endless demonic aura spread out in all directions. Even more black tails appeared, a total of 9, dancing in the sky, incomparably terrifying. Above the tail, the demonic aura condensed into large black hands that grabbed at the crowd. One of them was aiming for Lin Xian. Wang, a shocking sword radiance lit up. The sword radiance was like a long rainbow as it instantly slashed at the black demonic aura hand. As the sword chi collided with the palm trembled slightly, and cracks appeared on its surface. However, in the next instant, boundless demonic chi wrapped around it, and the palm was completely unharmed. Go! Lin Xian's pupils shrank. His previous attack was enough to kill a 2-star demon general, but it didn't cause any damage to this monster. This was simply too inconceivable, therefore, he did not resist it head-on. Instead, he met up with Morong Qingqing. Are you all right? Morong Qingqing asked with concern. I'm fine. Lin Xian shook his head. Let's go find the golden bell first. Morong Qingqing also nodded. This is not the real mountain peak. I don't think the golden bell is here. Indeed, Lin Xian and the others were already at the top of the mountain, but it was not the highest place. The highest place was still the mountain peak in the distance. That was the highest peak of the 10,000 feet tall mountain. Not only Lin Xian, but the others also thought of this. Therefore, many people quickly moved and ran towards the highest mountain peak. Boom, the palm condensed from black demonic aura fiercely slapped down, blocking everyone's path. It seemed that this mountain peak was not easy to reach. Everyone was anxious. The mountain peak was right in front of them. Whoever could reach it first would be the champion of this convention. Not only could they obtain 1,000,000 spiritual value points, but they could also obtain a chance to comprehend the Kingstone statue. This kind of opportunity was extremely rare. It might only come once in a lifetime, therefore, no one wanted to give up. I can only give it my all. Lin Xian took a deep breath. His gaze gradually focused, and his body emitted a sharp aura. Morong Qingqing, Zhou Su, Dongfang Fenghuang and the others also used their full strength, preparing to attack. These people were powerful. They could be said to be the peak existence among the new students. Perhaps only they could break through. In the sky, the elders of the Immortal Martial Academy were paying close attention to everything. Some of the other mountains and the older students of the Immortal Martial Academy were also paying attention. After all, the strength of the new students was related to their future. If a powerful new student appeared, they would either subdue him or become one of them. If that was not possible, then they could only suppress him. After all, no one would ignore a threat. Lin Xian and the others stood out from the crowd and flew towards the highest mountain peak. The terrifying demonic beast underground seemed to have noticed this as well. The palm formed from demonic chi attacked together with the black tail. Not only that, but there was also a deep roar coming from the ground as if a peerless demon had awakened. The roar was deep and contained terrifying energy. It caused the surrounding mountains to crumble and turn into powder. Then, the ground cracked open and countless demonic chi condensed, forming a huge black waterfall. It hung upside down from the 9 heavens and sealed off Lin Xian and the others' path. The demonic chi churned like a black demonic wall that stood in front of them, connecting heaven and earth. Lin Xian and the others' faces darkened as they stopped. Not only them, but even the older students who were watching gasped. They did not expect such a terrifying demonic beast to appear. Judging by its aura, it's at least a 3-star demon general. Not to mention these new students, even those on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard might not be able to fight it. Many people shook their heads and could only mourn for these new students. Above the black demonic wall, demonic chi churned and formed countless black tentacles again, grabbing towards Lin Xian and the others. The tentacles turned into ferocious heads that let out ear-piercing screams. Lin Xian and the others' faces turned ugly. The situation had gone beyond their control. The power was too terrifying, and they would be injured if they touched it. However, if they could not pass through it, they would not be able to reach the peak, let alone ring the golden bell. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to give it his all. His expression was solemn and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. His body surged with sharp sword chi as if it was going to pierce through the heavens. He stomped his foot and turned into a light sword, dashing out quickly. What? Is this kid crazy? Zhou and the others were not the only ones who were shocked. The older students were also shocked. Dashing out at this time was undoubtedly courting death. Above the clouds, Elder Hua and the sage-like elder nodded slightly when they saw this. Kid, you're brave, the sage-like elder said with a smile. Lin Xian turned into a sword ray and rushed towards the demonic wall in front of him. This action made everyone exclaim. At the same time, they shook their heads and lamented that Lin Xian was too stupid. Zhou snorted coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. In his opinion, Lin Xian was courting death. Boom, the sword ray soared into the sky and turned into the shape of a dragon. It roared ferociously and plunged into the demonic wall. The demonic aura shook violently, then it began to calm down as if nothing had happened. This is... Everyone was puzzled. They did not know what this meant. Did Lin Xian pass or not? Morong Qingqing's expression changed slightly. 9 lotus flowers surrounded her like a fairy. She stepped on the lotus platform and flew out. When the others saw this, they were silent for a moment, then gritted their teeth and followed behind. When Zhou saw this, he snorted coldly and turned into a sword light. He would not let these people succeed, especially Lin Xian, because the first place was his. With a flash of sword light, a simple giant sword appeared in the air. It was 100 meters long and quickly slashed forward. Dongfang Fenghuang's palm danced, and a strong spiritual force surged out, condensing into a flaming phoenix. It cried out to the sky and plunged into the demonic wall. Morong Qingqing stepped on the lotus platform, her white clothes fluttering. She controlled the 9-petaled lotus to form a blade and slashed down. These people all used their methods, entering the demonic wall, wanting to break out of the encirclement. Everyone looked up to see if these new geniuses could successfully break through. Especially those from Dragon Sword Pavilion who arrived later. They clenched their fists and prayed in their hearts. On the entire mountain top, there were only the low roars of peerless demonic beasts and the whistling of demonic tails. The others watched in silence. The silence lasted for a while before it was broken. Because the tall demonic wall changed again. Demonic aura rolled and a black vortex appeared on the other side of the demonic wall. It spun faster and faster, as if something was about to come out. Poof. Buzz, in the next moment, a sword ray soared into the sky and quickly came out of the demonic wall, flying towards the highest mountain. It's out, it's really out. Everyone exclaimed, it's a sword ray. Could it be Zhou? No, it's Lin Xian. Everyone looked carefully and found that the first person to come out was Lin Xian. Originally, everyone thought that it would be the powerful Zhou, but they didn't expect that the first to come out would be Lin Xian. Soon, the demonic wall rolled, and another figure flew out. This time, it was the snow-white Morong Qingqing. She was like an otherworldly fairy as she stepped on a 5-colored lotus platform and floated towards the summit. Soon, she was standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Xian. Puff. Puff, the demonic wall behind him surged, and those figures all came out, flying towards the mountain peak. Dongfang Fenghuang was clad in a fiery red armor that accentuated her exquisite figure. She was like a goddess of fire, causing people to gasp in admiration. Shaoli's saber aura soared into the sky, and a terrifying crack appeared on the demonic wall. Zhou's expression was ice-cold. The sword energy on his body soared into the sky. A huge sword of light condensed under his feet, as if a sword god had appeared. These people used their methods to rush out of the demonic wall. They all landed on the summit of the mountain. Behind them, the demonic aura rolled and condensed again, but it didn't chase after them. Instead, it stood there. After Lin Xian and the others arrived, some people in the crowd tried to break through and succeeded. Among them were Xinyao Tian, Lan Bai, and the others. A total of 7 people stood on the summit, looking at each other with hostility. Below, everyone held their breaths. They knew that the number 1 new student would emerge from these people. I didn't expect 7 people to be able to break through the demonic wall. This year's new students are really interesting. Elder Hua was greatly surprised. In the distance, the senior students who were watching the battle also looked solemn. The strength of these new students was beyond their expectations. It seemed that this year's new students were even more terrifying than they had imagined. On the summit, the 7 figures stood in 4 directions, maintaining a certain distance from each other. The fact that the 7 of them were able to come here was enough to prove their strength. However, only one person could be number 1, and only one person could comprehend the Kingstone statue. Therefore, they had to use all their strength to defeat the other 6. Among them, Morong Qingqing and Lin Xian stood together as an alliance. The others stood alone and had no intention of forming an alliance. After all, at this time, they were all worried and didn't dare to form an alliance with others. However, Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing, who had formed an alliance, became the target of everyone's attention. 5 pairs of eyes looked at the 2 of them with a trace of vigilance. Everyone, I feel that we have to get rid of someone first. Otherwise, the 2 of them forming an alliance will be too big a threat to us. Zhou Su smiled evilly and stared at Lin Xian. After hearing this, the others frowned even more. On the other hand, Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He stared at Zhou Su, and suddenly his figure flashed and rushed out quickly. This attack was very sudden. In an instant, Lin Xian arrived in front of Zhou Su and slashed down with the wind shadow sword in his hand. The sword light was like a sudden clap of thunder, extremely powerful. Boom, Zhou Su also unsheathed his sword. The simple blue longsword turned into a stream of light and met the attack. The sword chi circled around and collided continuously, forming pieces of light that kept shaking. Both of them were experts in the sword. At this moment, they were evenly matched. Boom boom. Boom boom, in an instant, the 2 longswords clashed hundreds of times. The terrifying sound of metal clashing shook the surroundings, and large amounts of sword chi flew out in all directions. The surrounding mountain rocks were shattered, and countless sword holes appeared on the ground. Kid, today I'll show you what a true sword expert is. Zhou Su laughed wildly. You're not qualified to say such words. Lin Xian counterattacked with his sword and rushed forward again. Boom, Zhou Su slashed down with his blue longsword. The brilliant sword light was like a vast ocean, and like a vast star, it enveloped Lin Xian. His first move was a consummate skill, sea of stars connecting heaven. Boom boom boom, this sword forced Lin Xian back. Ha ha ha, you're really pitifully weak. Zhou Su laughed. Do you want to call your companions and attack together? There's no need to go through so much trouble to deal with you. Lin Xian was forced back, but he was not angry. On the contrary, his expression was calm, but the aura on his body became sharper. Humph, then you won't have a chance. Zhou Su sneered. Guys, I'll hold this kid back. You can go and ring the golden bell. Hearing this, the others frowned. I don't like to take advantage of others. Go ahead and fight. If you lose, I'll defeat Lin Xian. If you win, I'll defeat you. I'll ring the golden bell after I've defeated everyone. Xiao Li said coldly. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. To him, it was not important whether he rang the bell or not. Defeating everyone was the most important. Xianxia and the others looked at the golden bell in the distance. If you don't want it, then the golden bell is mine. A fiery red figure flew out. It was Dongfang Phoenix. She did not care about the battle between Lin Xian and Zhou Su. In her opinion, getting the golden bell was the most important thing. However, as soon as she moved, a 5-colored light intercepted her like a meteor. The next moment, the beauty in white appeared and blocked her way. What do you mean? Dongfang Phoenix had a fiery temper. Seeing someone intercepting her, she immediately shouted. It's very simple. You can't go. Morong Qingqing's voice was calm. Are you trying to stop me? Dongfang Phoenix glared. Flames surged out of her body and jumped. In her hand, a fiery red whip was condensed. It was like a spirit snake, circling around her. If you think so, then I can't help it. Morong Qingqing said in a deep voice, I'm not targeting you. It's just that before the outcome of the battle is decided, no one can go. Morong Qingqing was not very interested in this conference. To be honest, although the Kingstone statue was tempting, it was not a fatal temptation for her. She was from a king family. However, unlike Xianxia, she was not an ordinary disciple. She was a princess-like existence in the family. Therefore, although she was young, her identity was special. She was able to come into contact with the core of the family, including some of the king's inheritances. Moreover, due to her bloodline, she could not cultivate other inheritances. In other words, Morong Qingqing did not care much about this freshman conference. The only one she cared about was Lin Xian. Since Lin Xian wanted the king's stone statue, she would do her best to help him. Hearing Morong Qingqing's firm words, Dongfang Phoenix's pretty face turned cold. The divine flames on her body jumped as if she would attack at any time. The other party dared to intercept her. How hateful. Moreover, what made her even angrier was that the other party's appearance, figure, and strength did not belong to her. As a woman, she was naturally repelled. Therefore, the atmosphere between the two was very tense. A battle could break out at any time. Seeing Morong Qingqing stop Dongfang Phoenix, the others were also surprised. However, their eyes became fiery. Now that the strongest few of them had been pinned down, their chance had come. This was especially true for Xianxia. Although he was a disciple of a sovereign clan, he was only a branch disciple and could not come into contact with the core matters. And this time, it was a chance for him to obtain the king's inheritance. With a flicker of his body, he dashed out with 108 rings like a god of war of the stars. Haha, then I'll take my leave first. Boom, shocking saber light flashed, like a divine chain, cutting through the sky, slashing toward Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed greatly. His body kept moving, and only then did he manage to dodge this attack. Then, his face darkened as he stared at Xiaoli. What do you mean? Stay. Xiaoli's voice was cold as he spat out 2 words. You're courting death. Xianxia was infuriated. This was a great opportunity. Whoever tried to stop him would be his enemy. Thus, he roared angrily and threw out a punch. Furthermore, his figure quickly rushed out. Humph. Xiaoli coldly snorted. He raised his saber and slashed out, fighting with Xianxia. The crowd below was stunned. They did not expect the two of them to fight first. Morong Qingqing stared at the last person. However, to her surprise, the young man called Lan Bai did not make a move. Instead, he sat at the side and watched the show. Zhou Su looked around and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that no one was running toward the golden bell. In this way, he could deal with Lin Xian with all his might. Kid, let me play with you. Zhou Su sneered. Then, he took a step forward and spiritual power surged out of his body like a volcanic eruption. His aura was extraordinary. He held the blue longsword and slashed down. The sword light was sharp and carried a soul-stirring cold light. It was like a peerless divine weapon that made one's heart tremble. This sword slashed directly at Lin Xian. Buzz, Lin Xian also drew his sword and counterattacked. The sword chi was like a rainbow, carrying a scorching heat. It was extremely violent and charged forward like a fire dragon. Bang, the two swords collided, and the sound split the air. Terrifying energy swept in all directions. This time, the two of them were evenly matched and each took a step back. I didn't expect you to have some strength. Zhou Su's expression was cold as he looked down at Lin Xian condescendingly. However, you're completely useless against me. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a strong sense of disdain. In the next moment, a shocking aura burst forth from his body as if a peerless beast had awakened. The majestic spiritual power formed a shocking pillar of light that shattered the clouds and the sky. That's a second heaven venerable. Down below, the surrounding people were shocked, their faces full of shock. Even the seniors were surprised. They did not expect a freshman to be able to reach the second heaven venerable realm. Even the seniors would need a few years to do so. Above the clouds, the two elders and tutors were also slightly surprised when they saw this scene. Not bad. He's already at the second heaven venerable realm. His future achievements are probably limitless. I wonder how the first kid who rushed out will fare. If he doesn't have any special methods, he's probably going to lose. The two elders conversed in low voices. Do you really think that I'm the same as you? Zhou Su laughed disdainfully. I've already reached the second heaven venerable realm. In front of me, you're just a useless ant. Zhou Su was like a high and mighty god as he looked down at Lin Xian. Materialized sword chi surged from his body, forming a sword chi domain that enveloped the surroundings. What trump cards do you have? You'd better use them as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't have a chance when I attack. Zhou Su strolled in the air as if he did not take Lin Xian seriously. Second Heaven Venerable. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He did not expect the other party to have such a cultivation. To be honest, he was indeed a little surprised, but it was still within his acceptable range. Furthermore, it would be abnormal if the other party did not have any trump cards. Second Heaven Venerable? Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Ever since he broke through, he had not really fought. This was a good opportunity. Let me see how strong you are as a Second Heaven Venerable. Lin Xian looked to the front as the battle intent in his eyes rose. Humph, you're overestimating yourself. Zhou Su sneered disdainfully and slashed out with his sword. This sword was several times more powerful than the previous one. There were 9 venerable realms, and the gap between each venerable realm was huge. Without special methods, it was impossible to fight against someone of a higher level. The surrounding people were paying attention, especially those from the Dragon Sword Pavilion. They were extremely nervous. Brother Xian will definitely win. Wang Li and the others clenched their fists and said. The freshmen at the side sneered and shook their heads. Could he win? What a joke, the other party was a Second Heaven Venerable. Even if you have a trump card, does it mean that the other party doesn't? This battle would definitely be one-sided. Apart from the Dragon Sword Pavilion and Murong Qingqing, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian. In the void, sword chi whistled and shattered everything. It tore through the void and instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. In the face of Zhou Su's powerful attack, Lin Xian charged forward with his sword. You overestimate yourself. Zhou Su sneered. Everyone below was shocked and sighed at Lin Xian's unwise decision. At this time, the best way was to dodge and use his movement technique to fight with his opponent. After all, there was a small gap between the two of them. Moreover, it was a small gap in the Venerable Realm. The gap between them was not small. However, Lin Xian's decision was beyond everyone's expectations. Buzz, the wind shadow sword slashed upwards, turning into a flaming sword that burned fiercely. The terrifying aura caused the void to distort. Clang, the two swords collided like fire and water, emitting a sizzling sound. Countless white mist rose and surged in all directions. Energy overflowed and cut terrifying cracks in the ground. What, he blocked it? Everyone was shocked because Lin Xian was not sent flying as they had imagined. Instead, he blocked Zhou Su's sword. Damn brat. Zhou Su's expression was ugly. Although he did not use his full strength, it was not something a first-level venerable could block. It seemed that his opponent's strength was above his expectations. However, this was more interesting. Very good, it seems that I underestimated you. Zhou Su smiled evilly. However, I only used 70% of my strength just now. Next, I will use 90% of my strength. What, Zhou Su only used 70% of his strength? Everyone was shocked. No wonder Lin Xian could block it. It turned out that he did not use his full strength. Like I said, how can a first-level venerable fight against a second-level venerable? Hearing Zhou Su's words, Lin Xian also smiled. He stared at his opponent and said slowly, Is that so? But, I only used half of my strength. It seems that you're really weak. What, half of his strength? Everyone exclaimed. That's impossible. He's bragging, he must be bragging. No matter how powerful a first-level venerable is, it's impossible for him to block a second-level venerable with half of his strength. That's right, it's too fake. No one will believe it. No one believed it, but the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion all cheered. They were originally worried, but now that they heard Lin Xian's words, they were once again relieved. Lin Xian's words couldn't be wrong. Half? Zhou Su stared blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. His voice was filled with disdain. Brat, you really dare to say that? Half? I think you've been overwhelmed by your inferiority complex. Let me help you clear your head. Flying waterfall slash. With a thrust of his sword, the azure waterfall surged and rolled towards Lin Xian. The sky was covered, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Die. Zhou laughed nastily. He had used 90% of his strength in this strike. Sword of Summer, Raging Inferno. Lin Xian's voice was cold as he stabbed his sword into the sky. Wang, countless flames flickered, condensing into a flame sword that slashed out. Immediately, the sea of fire spread out and covered the entire sky. It dyed the sky red. In the sky, two types of energy of opposite attributes collided. Terrifying shockwaves burst forth, tearing the sky apart. Boom, the sound of thunder surged and energy spread out. The sky was a terrifying scene. The freshmen below were scared and all of them retreated. Tempest wings. A pair of tempest wings appeared on Lin Xian's back. His figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Zhou. The long sword in his hand was like a gust of wind. Countless sword rays shot out and shrouded Zhou. The sword rays carried a chilling murderous aura that condensed the air between heaven and earth. You're courting death. Zhou was furious. He no longer had his previous calmness. He had used 90% of his strength, but he still could not take down his opponent. Instead, he allowed his opponent to attack him. This was a disgrace to him. His body swayed, and Zhou drew out a brilliant afterimage in the air. He dodged Lin Xian's sword ray attack. Then, he slashed out with his sword. A white sword ray flew out, emitting a terrifying aura. 100-meter-long white tiger shadow condensed around it. Boom, this strike was even more powerful. It was extremely terrifying. Before the sword arrived, its aura was already enough to make countless people tremble. What is that? It's so terrifying. The crowd below was shocked. The senior students in the distance also frowned. The white tiger is mainly used for killing. This is a killing sword. What a strong killing aura. On the clouds, a few elders and mentors were also paying close attention. Humph, you should be proud to die under my white tiger killing sword. Zhou's expression was cold. His body was surging with murderous aura, forming a materialized white tiger shadow. Killing aura? Lin Xian looked at the white tiger sword that was charging at him. The smile on his face became wider. You want to compete with me in killing aura? In the next moment, he sheathed the Tempest sword. He clenched his hand, and a blood-red long sword quickly appeared. Killing sword. As soon as the blood-red long sword appeared, a terrifying killing aura spread out. Accompanying it was the smell of blood. The terrifying murderous aura seemed to have come from hell and was about to tear the 9 heavens apart. What? This killing aura. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such a killing attack. Moreover, his aura seemed to be even stronger. These two fellows should be the strongest among this batch of new students. The senior students' eyes flickered. However, the elders on the clouds narrowed their eyes. Interesting. These two fellows are not bad. Your killing aura is too weak, Lin Xian said in a low voice. Then, he slashed out with his sword. Whoosh, the killing sword whistled. As the sword slashed out, blood-red sword aura rushed out. Around the sword aura, countless blood seas and stone mountains were formed. It was extremely terrifying, like azure from hell. Boom, the killing sword and the white tiger sword collided, producing a clanging sound. The tiger roared, and a sea of blood filled the sky. The two forces collided, causing the entire sky to tremble. Kill! Lin Xian shouted angrily again. He raised his sword and charged forward. Blood-red sword light surrounded his body, making him look like a killing god from hell. Boom, boom. Boom, Lin Xian slashed out dozens of times. The terrifying sword aura was like a blood-red river that surrounded Zhou and was about to drown him. Zhou shouted angrily. His aura surged again. At the same time, a white tiger appeared behind him and roared. The terrifying sound was like a wave, shattering the surrounding blood-red sword aura. Brat, you've angered me. The white tiger behind Zhou blasted away all the blood-red sword aura. Then, it stared coldly at Lin Xian. This time, I'll go all out. White tiger martial soul. I didn't expect it to be the white tiger martial soul. the crowd exclaimed. No wonder his killing aura was so strong. Zhou Su had already used his martial soul. It seemed like he was going to go all out. They wondered what Lin Xian's martial soul was. Many people were curious. They knew that Lin Xian was strong, but they had never seen Lin Xian condense his martial soul. White Tiger, kill. Zhou Su was surrounded by the White Tiger. He raised his hand and slashed out with his sword. The sword aura was 1,000 meters long, crushing the surroundings. This sword was too strong. It was like a white tiger galloping in the void. Even a martial artist of the same level would not be able to withstand it. There was no other way. Condensing one's martial soul would allow one's combat strength to reach its peak. Zhou Su was currently in this state. Lin Xian wielded the sword of slaughter and slashed out 18 times in a row. The 18 streaks of sword chi formed a blood-red sword diagram that enveloped the surroundings. Boom, the white tiger sword chi collided with the blood-red sword diagram, creating a shocking collision. Both of their attacks were extremely powerful, and the impact of the collision was even more terrifying. Many people below could not withstand the killing intent and retreated with pale faces. How terrifying! The new students were shocked. The aura just now had almost killed them, but that was only the aftermath. One could imagine what kind of impact the two people in the middle of the battlefield had to endure. Blood-red sword chi surged around Lin Xian like 18 heavenly pillars that surrounded him and protected him. Zhou Su had the white tiger by his side and was full of killing intent. What? He blocked it. Zhou Su's pupils constricted. He realized that Lin Xian's blood-red sword diagram had blocked his white tiger sword chi. That was unbelievable. Could it be that Lin Xian could really contend with him? Zhou Su's face darkened and became very ugly. It would have been fine if they were in the same realm, but Lin Xian was only a first-level venerable, one realm lower than him. However, the two of them were tied. Didn't that mean that he was inferior to Lin Xian? Zhou Su's face darkened at the thought of that. Killing intent surged in his eyes and his body was overflowing. Beside him, the white tiger martial soul became more condensed, as if it was a ferocious beast. Looks like I can only use that move. Zhou Su's expression was grave as if he had made a decision. In the next moment, he took a step forward and merged with the white tiger martial soul beside him. A dazzling light exploded in the sky. The light was stronger than the sun, and it was so blinding that everyone could not open their eyes. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. His gaze was like a sword that pierced through the void as he looked ahead. Then, he frowned slightly. The white light in front of him gradually disappeared, and a powerful force erupted like a tsunami, sweeping through the world. Everyone was shocked. Zhou Su's aura seemed to have become stronger. In the distance, the seniors also had grave expressions. This kid has so many trump cards. He actually merged with his martial soul. That Lin Xian is even more powerful. It seems that he hasn't condensed his martial soul yet. A few senior students discussed in low voices, and there was even a trace of fear in their expressions. This was because the strength displayed by Lin Xian and Yi Zichen was not weaker than theirs. In fact, they had even surpassed many of the older students. In the sky, the white light dissipated, and Zhou Su's figure appeared. He had a head of black hair and stood in the void. His body was covered in a layer of white tiger armor. It was dazzling and radiated a sharp aura. Not only that, but the azure longsword in his hand also changed its appearance. It turned into the white tiger killing sword, emitting a cold light. This time, let's see how you block it. Zhou Su let out a ferocious roar. His body flickered and he instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. So fast. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The wind and thunder wings on his back transformed into a streak of wind and thunder as he dodged rapidly. However, Zhou Su, who had fused with the white tiger martial soul, was too powerful. His speed was extremely fast, and he was practically flying right next to Lin Xian. Die! He slashed out with his sword, and the white tiger's roar shook the forest, causing the demonic beasts in the distance to tremble. This sword was powerful and heavy, and it was filled with murderous intent. It slashed horizontally at Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his sword to block, but there was a loud bang as he was forced back. Whoosh, he slid a few hundred meters in the air before he stopped. The killing sword in his hand had also become a little dim. Your strength has increased by quite a bit. Lin Xian looked at Zhou Su and frowned slightly. The crowd below exclaimed, he's been forced back. Lin Xian's strength was obvious to all. However, he had been forced back, which was enough to show how terrifying Zhou Su was. Kid, this time, I won't give you any chance. Zhou Su let out a sinister laugh and charged out again. Boom. Boom, boom. He was like a ghost as he flew rapidly in the air. The white tiger killing sword in his hand was even more frenzied, forcing Lin Xian to retreat every time. Ha ha ha, kid, how are you going to fight me? Boom, it was another terrifying attack. The white tiger killing sword emitted a dazzling white light as if it had been possessed by a ferocious white tiger. It directly bit the killing sword in Lin Xian's hand into pieces. Lin Xian was also forced back by this huge force. His entire arm was buzzing and numb. Kid, use your martial soul. Otherwise, you won't have any chance. Zhou Su held the white tiger killing sword in his hand and pointed it at Lin Xian. To deal with you, I have to use my martial soul. Lin Xian shook his head slightly and formed the killing sword again. It's useless. Don't overestimate yourself. Zhou Su sneered when he saw Lin Xian forming the killing sword again. If I can break it once, I can break it a second time. If you don't use your martial soul, you won't have any chance to fight back. Is that so? Lin Xian sneered. He held the killing sword in his right hand and formed it again. Black gas surged and quickly formed a pitch-black sword. The sword of Nirvana, the pitch-black sword was like a sword of death, exuding an aura of death. With both swords in his hands, Lin Xian was like the Grim Reaper. The red and black swords flashed in his hands, and two forces surrounded him. What's that? Seeing the pitch-black sword, the people below were shocked again. The aura of death made them feel very uncomfortable, as if the vitality in their bodies was disappearing. What a strange power. Even the seniors were shocked. This brat really has a lot of trump cards. Above the clouds, the sage-like elder stroked his beard. This kid is not simple. Elder Huan narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Xian curiously. In the sky, Zhou Su frowned. He did not expect Lin Xian to have such a deathly power. That strange aura made him feel uncomfortable. We can't wait any longer. Otherwise, who knows what other strange things that kid has. Zhou Su's face darkened. His body swayed, and he attacked again. I've played enough. Let's end this. The white tiger killing sword surged, and a terrifying sword chi slashed down. The brilliant light shattered part of the sky. Sword of Nirvana. Lin Xian snorted coldly and stabbed out with the sword of Nirvana. The black sword chi surged into the sky like the river Styx. Sizzle, there was no earth-shattering explosion. The black sword chi collided with the white tiger killing sword and kept rolling. It released a deathly power to wear down the white tiger killing sword. In an instant, the white tiger sword chi dimmed as if its power had been drained. How strange. Zhou Su was shocked. His opponent's sword chi could wear down his power. It was impossible to guard against it. Destroy. He snorted coldly, and his spiritual power surged into the white tiger killing sword. Suddenly, the dimmed white tiger killing sword shone again and cut the black sword chi apart. It's useless. No matter how strange your techniques are, everything is futile in front of absolute power. Zhou Su's expression was cold. He was like the god of death. Absolute power is terrifying, but in front of me, you're not absolute power. Lin Xian sneered. So, killing you is like slaughtering a dog. Lin Xian held the two swords in his hands and quickly merged them. The pitch-black sword of Nirvana merged with the blood-red sword of Massacre to form a demonic sword. The sword was slender and surrounded by red and black sword inscriptions. It emitted a murderous aura. With the sword in his hand, Lin Xian's aura became stronger. He was not afraid of Zhou Su, who had merged with the white tiger martial soul. Merge. Zhou Su furrowed his brows as well. Lin Xian had once again displayed a strange technique. He was actually able to fuse two different types of sword auras. This was simply too unbelievable. This brat must be dealt with quickly. Zhou Su felt uneasy. Sword Chi gathered on the white tiger killing sword and formed a ferocious tiger head. It was ferocious and terrifying as it looked down on the world. Then, the tiger head spat out a ray of sword light. It was like a heavenly pillar that swept in all directions. Tiger roar golden annihilation. Boom, the sky-piercing sword Chi fell, as if it was tearing the sky apart. It was strong and powerful, and it carried a terrifying aura as it fell toward Lin Xian. The sword Chi surged, and the aura made the eyelids of the seniors in the distance twitch. It was too terrifying. Even a second-rank supremacy could not withstand it. In fact, they would die if they touched it. The sky-piercing white tiger sword Chi was so heavy that it crushed the surrounding mountains. Clang, Lin Xian held the demonic sword in his hand and slashed at the sky-piercing white tiger sword Chi. Sparks flew in all directions as if countless shooting stars were flying. Sparks fell and pierced the ground, forming a terrifying black hole. The surrounding martial artists were so frightened that they fled. This sword was too terrifying. Murderous aura circulated, and the white tiger's aura surged. It was as if it was going to cut the mountain in half. Lin Xian resisted it and immediately felt a huge force surge toward him, causing his arm to go numb. He knew that this should be one of Zhou Su's killing moves. Feeling the danger, Lin Xian let out a long roar and used the earth-grade martial art, Gale Lightning Sword. The void trembled, and a huge sword appeared. It was simple and majestic, as if it had traveled from the ancient times. In the next moment, he slashed at the sky-piercing white tiger sword Chi. An earth-shattering sound rang out as the two giant swords clashed in the air, almost destroying the 10,000 zhang tall mountain. This attack was too terrifying. The energy that scattered in all directions caused Shaoli, Xinyao Tian, and the others, who were fighting nearby, to stop and retreat. Furthermore, every single one of them had a look of shock on their faces. Even the elders on the clouds had grave expressions on their faces. This is an earth-tier martial art. Elder Hua narrowed his eyes. Both of them were using earth-tier martial arts. In the sky, Zhou Su's expression was unsightly. He actually failed to take down the other party. This was already his greatest trump card. Not only did it fuse with the white tiger martial spirit, but it was also an earth-ranked martial art, white tiger golden light annihilation. Most likely, no one in the second level of the Venerate realm could compare to him. Even if it was a third-level Venerate, he was confident that he could put up a fight. However, Lin Xian was able to withstand it. Furthermore, the terrifying aura emanating from the martial arts that the other party used was not any weaker than his. Earth-tier martial art. This fellow has also mastered an earth-tier martial art. Zhou Su's face was gloomy, and his eyes were burning with rage. He could not wait to tear Lin Xian apart. Then let's see whose earth-tier martial art is more powerful. Zhou Su shouted angrily. He roared into the sky as if he had gone mad. He circulated all the spiritual energy in his body and waved the white tiger killing sword in his hand. Roar, a terrifying tiger roar rang out, shaking the heavens and the earth. Then, another shocking sword radiance slashed out rapidly. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his sleeve and removed the demon sword in his hand. In its place was a wind sword and a thunder sword. Although the demon sword was powerful, it did not match the attributes of the Gale Lightning Sword, so it could not unleash its full power. Only the power of wind and thunder could unleash the power of this earth-tier martial art. In an instant, a green jade-like longsword appeared. Green air flowed around it, and it contained a powerful wind concept. On the other side, golden electric arcs danced and formed a golden sword of thunder. When the two swords appeared, the power of wind and thunder filled the sky. What? Wind and thunder attributes? Everyone was stunned. How many attributes did Lin Xian have? The older students' mouths twitched. This guy was too monstrous. They could not help but think of the few fellows in the academy. They had the same experience back then, and now they were the big shots in the Celestial Martial Arts Academy. Lin Xian's future was limitless. Zhou Su's face darkened. He roared and sped up the attack of the white tiger sword Chi. Gale Lightning Sword, Double Sword Star Destruction. Boom, boom. Two gigantic swords appeared in the sky. Green lightning circled around them, and it was extremely terrifying. The Gale Lightning Sword and the Thunder Sword complemented each other and slashed toward the White Tiger Killing Sword. Boom! Boom! The entire sky exploded, and a violent destruction occurred in all directions. Crack! 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 The White Tiger Killing Sword trembled slightly. Then, it became more and more intense. No, block it. Zhou was furious. He circulated his spiritual energy without any regard for his life. At this moment, Lin Xian took a deep breath and shouted, Gale Lightning Sword, 3 swords scares ghosts and gods. Boom, another gigantic sword descended from the heavens. What? There's more. Everyone was stunned. Was he still human? Elder Hua was also shocked. Earthrank martial arts consumes a lot of spiritual energy. With their cultivation, they can only perform it twice. How can they perform it again? Could it be that this brat has some trump card that we don't know about? Zhou was even more shocked. The spiritual energy in his body was almost exhausted. Even the speed at which he circulated the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was much slower. He could not perform it a third time. However, Lin Xian could still perform it. This was unbelievable. Impossible. He shouted in horror. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. Humph, ignorant. Lin Xian sneered. He practiced the art of longevity. The spiritual energy in his body was endless. His circulation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was much better than ordinary people. Therefore, it was easy for him to perform the earthrank martial arts. Moreover, this was not his limit. He could still perform it one more time. However, he would not do that. This was because he wanted to use this as his last trump card. Moreover, his opponent could not hold on any longer. Indeed, Zhou could not hold on any longer. The 3 gigantic swords put a lot of pressure on him. His White Tiger Killing Sword would shatter soon. At that time, he would be doomed. Retreat, Zhou did not hesitate. If he did not leave now, he would not be able to leave any more. Whoosh, Zhou turned into a bolt of lightning and fled into the distance. The White Tiger Killing Sword did not have any energy to support it. It was instantly destroyed by the Gale Lightning Sword. Then, a huge sword energy slashed toward Zhou. Tantric blood escape. Seeing the terrifying sword energy, Zhou spat out a mouthful of blood essence. It formed a pair of blood wings and carried him away from the attack range of the light sword. Huff, 1,000 meters away, Zhou could not stop panting. His face was pale without a trace of blood. Lin Xian, I won't let you go. Zhou stared at the voice in the distance with a ferocious expression. In an instant, Lin Xian appeared in front of Zhou and stabbed down with the golden thunder sword in his hand. What? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so decisive. Zhou's pupils constricted. At the critical moment, he used his life-saving technique again and moved 100 feet away. You still have a trump card? Lin Xian's sword missed and he frowned. Zhou was indeed difficult to deal with. He still had a life-saving trump card. However, Zhou still could not escape from his hands. In the next moment, he stepped out again and the golden thunder sword hung above Zhou's head. In an instant, Zhou's face became very ugly. He had used up all his trump cards. He felt extremely sullen. This was completely different from what he had expected. In his imagination, the one kneeling and begging for mercy should be Lin Xian, but now, he was the one who had lost. I'm curious. We don't know each other, so why are you so angry that you have to target me? Lin Xian asked. He was very puzzled, so he wanted to clarify it now. Humph, it is true that we have never met before. In fact, I only found out about you from my younger sister. She said that you're a sword genius that's hard to come by in 10,000 years. I'm not convinced because I'm the #1 sword genius. Zhou gritted his teeth and said. Your sister? Lin Xian was even more puzzled. Zhou Jianying, you shouldn't have forgotten. Zhou snorted. It's her. Lin Xian was surprised. A figure appeared in his mind. She was dressed in green and held a 3-foot-long sword, looking down on the heroes. Lin Xian naturally would not forget this girl who fought with him at the Azure Dragon Assembly in the Nantian region. However, he did not expect that a few words of praise would cause such trouble. Compared to your sister, you're even worse than trash, Lin Xian said coldly. Then, he swung his sword and cut off a strand of Zhou Su's black hair. If this wasn't a competition, you would be dead. After saying that, he turned around and ignored Zhou Su. Damn it. Zhou Su's face was gloomy and his body trembled. Today was a great humiliation for him. He would definitely take revenge for this. Standing up with difficulty, Zhou Su's figure flashed as he rushed down the mountain. If he couldn't get first place, he wouldn't want any ranking. Looking at the disappearing figure, everyone's hearts trembled. Lin Xian was too strong. Even Zhou Su was no match for him. Perhaps no one here was his match. I'm going to take first place in this competition. Anyone who isn't convinced can come over now, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Domineering, too domineering. This was equivalent to declaring war against the other 5. Brother Xian is mighty. The people from Dragon Sword Pavilion roared excitedly. This domineering and powerful young man was their boss. Humph. Xianxia stared at Lin Xian and snorted coldly, but he did not make a move. The battle just now had shocked him. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he was no match for Lin Xian. Although we are not your opponent, if you want to be number 1, you can't just say a few words, Xianxia said coldly. Humph, I'll fight you. Dongfang Phoenix was hot-tempered. She couldn't hold it in any longer. She shook the flame spirit whip in her hand and the divine flames on her body burned fiercely. On the other side, Xiaoli also stepped forward. His eyes were full of fighting spirit and his body was surrounded by sword qi. The battle just now consumed a lot of your spiritual power. I won't take advantage of you. You should recover first. Although Lin Xian's performance was very strong, he was very confident in himself. Lin Xian smiled. This guy was still the same as before. He looked around and suddenly saw Lan Bai, who had been sitting silently, stand up with a faint smile. Sorry, the number 1 freshman this time is mine. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears. First place is yours? Xianxia snorted coldly. Who do you think you are? Don't you think you're too arrogant? The others frowned and stared at Lan Bai with unfriendly expressions. Even Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect this silent young man to say such words at this time. Whether I'm arrogant or not, you'll know soon enough. Lan Bai chuckled and walked toward the crowd with a calm expression. He didn't take them seriously at all. Let me see what kind of strength you have that you dare to say such words. Xianxia looked ferocious and waved his palm. Terrifying spiritual power quickly condensed and a huge light palm formed in the air. However, Lan Bai didn't dodge. He didn't even look at it. He seemed to be more arrogant than Lin Xian. You're courting death. Seeing that he was ignored, Xianxia was furious. He sped up and waved his palm. Disperse. Lan Bai smiled faintly and spat out a word softly. The next moment, the terrifying light palm in the sky disappeared and turned into a rain of light, scattering on the ground. What? How is this possible? Xianxia was stunned. The crowd below was also stunned. What's going on? No matter if it was them, everyone was stunned. Even the few elders on the clouds were slightly surprised. The mentors were stunned, but the 2 elders frowned slightly. Elder Hua sensed carefully. She stretched out her slender hand and brushed it in the air. Then, a smile appeared on her face. She turned her head and exchanged glances with the sage-like elder. Then, she nodded slightly. It seemed that the 2 elders had understood. However, Lin Xian and the others didn't understand. Xianxia, especially, was stunned. His attack was actually neutralized by a single sentence? That was unbelievable. Impossible. I don't believe it. Xianxia's face was gloomy. He quickly raised his hand and prepared to attack again. However, the next moment, he was stunned on the spot. What? That's impossible. He screamed in horror. His expression was one of utter terror. My spiritual power? What did you do? Why can't I mobilize my spiritual power? Xianxia panicked. He tried several times but to no avail. He couldn't even mobilize the spiritual power in the air. Hearing that, Lin Xian and the others were shocked. They began to check their bodies. Then, their faces turned ugly. That was because they couldn't mobilize their spiritual power either. What's going on? Dongfeng Fenghuang was furious. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and remained silent. Poison, it's poison. Morong Qingqing sighed. We seem to have forgotten that he's a poisoner. Poison, everyone was in a daze. Their faces were full of shock. As expected of Goddess Morong. You're so knowledgeable. You noticed the problem so quickly. Lan Bai chuckled. That's right. It's poison. But he didn't touch us. How could he poison us? Xin Yaotian's face turned ugly. If I wanted to poison you, why would I need to touch you? Lan Bai put his hands behind his back and said arrogantly, as long as I want to, everything in the world can be my means of poisoning. For example, this time, I only need to put the poison in the air and let you slowly inhale it. And this poison is colorless and tasteless? Shaoli asked in a deep voice. Yes, colorless and tasteless. No one below the third level of supremacy can detect it. Lan Bai said, without my antidote, you're no different from trash. Lan Bai controlled the crowd with poison and walked toward the golden bell. I see. It's poison. Lin Xian's eyebrows relaxed. He activated the dragon sword soul to eliminate the invisible poison in his body. Then, he drew his sword and blocked Lan Bai's way. Take your sword away. Stop struggling. Lan Bai smiled. You're no match for me now. He glanced at Lin Xian indifferently. If you don't want to lose too badly, I advise you not to fight. Is that so? Lin Xian smiled. What if I insist on making a move? Then don't blame me. Lan Bai raised his palm and a layer of green light gathered above it. He waved it quickly. 5 poison palm. The wind from the palm contained deadly poison. Anyone who touched it would die. It was terrifying. Oh no. Lin Xian is in trouble. Dodge. Many people exclaimed and were very anxious. Whoosh, a beam of sword light flashed and cut through the void, cutting the poisonous palm of light in half. What? Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to be able to mobilize spiritual power. Lan Bai was also shocked. He stammered, I told you that it's not easy to get first place, Lin Xian said. Now, do you still want to fight? Forget it. You win. First place is yours. Lan Bai shrugged. I can only take second place. Not necessarily. Morong Qingqing suddenly smiled. Then, a colorful light flowed around her body. The 9-petaled lotus danced quickly and destroyed the invisible poison. Lan Bai's expression changed again when he saw this. His face was filled with bitterness. You city people are really strong. You can detoxify the poison so quickly. Lan Bai was depressed. I'm the #1 poison master in my hometown. No one can detoxify my poison. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a green light and rushed toward the top of the mountain. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing also used their movement techniques and rushed up. The others quickly detoxified the poison. Their movement techniques were better than Lan Bai's, so they quickly overtook him. Whoosh, 2 figures landed in front of the golden bell. It was really Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing. Who wants to go first? Lin Xian rubbed his chin and said, Want to go together? Morong Qingqing rolled her eyes at him. I have my family's inheritance, so the King Stone statue is not of much use to me. You go first. However, after this, you have to help me refine pills. All right. Lin Xian didn't refuse. He was different from Morong Qingqing. Without the support of a strong family, he could only rely on himself. Clenching his right hand into a fist, he punched the golden bell. Immediately, the bell began to ring, emitting a deep sound that echoed throughout the entire forest. This also indicated that Lin Xian would be the champion of the freshman assembly. Lin Xian. In the distance, many senior students silently muttered this name with solemn expressions. The few elders of the Immortal Martial Academy also nodded slightly. Not bad. Although he doesn't have the power of bloodline, his strength is still very strong. After Lin Xian rang the golden bell, everyone began to madly charge towards the mountain peak. After all, the ranking was related to the amount of spiritual value points. At this moment, Xiaoli and the others also expelled the invisible poison from their bodies and quickly rushed over. Soon, the freshman assembly came to an end. In the sky, auspicious clouds floated, and the two elders appeared once again. This competition was very exciting, and the champion was well-deserved. The others' performances were also very outstanding. Elder Hua said. It can be said that all of you are very talented. However, I still want to say that this is only the beginning of your time in the Immortal Martial Academy. I hope that all of you will work hard and step into a higher realm of martial arts. Thank you for your teachings, Elder. Lin Xian and the others said respectfully. Alright, the rewards will be given to all of you later. Go back and rest now. Elder Hua waved his hand and led everyone away. Brother Xian. After the elder left, the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion all gathered around with excited expressions. Too cool. Idle. Brother Xian, how did you cure that poison? Many people were puzzled. But Lin Xian couldn't tell them. He just smiled. Relax in a while. Tonight, I'll prepare spirit wine. Everyone is drunk. All right. Everyone was excited. The effect of Lin Xian's spirit wine was super good. At this moment, even more freshmen ran over, wanting to join the Dragon Sword Pavilion. There was no other way. Lin Xian's previous performance was too shocking. Moreover, this result meant that he was the number one among the freshmen. With this kind of strength, his future achievements would be great. Therefore, countless people wanted to join. At the mountain peak in the distance, the seniors frowned when they saw this scene. It seems that this kid won't join us? What should we do? Should we suppress them? It's not so easy to create a club. It's not enough to just have a strong person. I think that the other experts among the freshmen won't join him. Someone shook his head. Send an invitation to the others. As for him, we can try to subdue him. If we recruit the entire club, our strength will increase by a lot. A few seniors discussed in low voices, preparing for the next step. As for Lin Xian and the others, they returned to the freshman courtyard and began to celebrate. A night of revelry. The next day, everyone once again entered a state of intense cultivation. Lin Xian handed the matter of recruiting to Wang Li and the others. He told them to strictly check. As long as they met the requirements, they could join. As for him, he went to the True Spirit Palace to get his reward. Soon, he arrived at the True Spirit Palace. He found the Guardian Elder and explained his purpose. Oh, you're this time's number one freshman? When the Guardian Elder heard this, he looked at Lin Xian. Yes, that's right. He flicked his finger and inserted 1 million spiritual value points into Lin Xian's spiritual value points card. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Follow me." Lin Xian took a deep breath and followed behind. He knew that this should be the way to bring him to the Kingstone statue. However, what surprised Lin Xian was that he did not come to a secret room as he had imagined. Instead, he came to a formation. Stand on it and you will be teleported to the king's palace. There, you have 3 days to comprehend it. As for what you can comprehend, it will depend on your luck. After the Guardian Elder finished speaking, he took out a piece of jade from his storage ring and placed it at a gap in the formation. Then, he injected spiritual energy into the formation. Immediately, the entire formation bloomed with light and was activated. With a flash of white light, Lin Xian disappeared from the True Spirit Palace. I wonder if this time's freshman will be able to comprehend the king's inheritance? The Guardian Elder had a trace of anticipation. With a flash of light, Lin Xian's figure appeared. He stabilized his body and quickly dispelled the dizziness from the teleportation. Then, he looked around cautiously. The space was a little dim. Only a few luminous pearls on the wall were shining. Lin Xian looked around and found that he was in an ancient palace. The mottled ruins on the wall showed the vicissitudes of this place. It was the smell of time. In front of him, there were 5 doors. They were completely black and dozens of feet tall. They were like iron walls. The 5 dark red doors were like 5 passageways that connected different worlds. These are the doors to the king statues. Xian was shocked. He had thought that there would only be 1 statue, but there were actually 5 of them. He walked forward and examined them carefully. However, when he approached the doors, he found that there was a strange force that prevented him from moving forward. What the hell? Xian frowned. Kid, this is the door of soul martial arts, the dark red dragon said. Door of soul martial arts? Xian was surprised. Yes, the door of soul martial arts. If you want to enter the stone door, you have to withstand the impact of the martial spirits from the statues on both sides. Only those who can withstand it can enter. If you can't withstand it, you can't enter. I see. Xian understood. As expected of the king statues, even entering the door was so troublesome. However, he was not afraid of the martial spirits test at all. One had to know that his martial spirit was the great dragon sword soul, which was an offensive saint technique, therefore, he found a stone door and stepped through. Boom, as Xian approached, the human-shaped stone statues on both sides seemed to come alive. 2 balls of dark green flames appeared in their eye sockets, and a powerful pressure was released from their bodies, forming a special field that enveloped Xian. This was the power of a martial spirit, and it was extremely powerful. It was enough to make a second-rank venerable realm cultivator pale. However, Xian was not afraid. He used the great dragon sword soul and stood in the field to resist. In the next moment, he took another step forward. Boom, this time, the impact of the martial spirit domain was even more powerful. It was as if it wanted to crush Xian, and the terrifying power caused the entire space to distort. Xian's expression changed. He let out a low roar, and his body was filled with the power of the great dragon sword soul. He was like a peerless divine sword. He took another step forward, and the impact of the martial spirit was even more powerful. This time, Xian directly used the great dragon sword soul. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of him. It was like a real dragon soaring through the sky, and it let out a low dragon's roar. As soon as the great dragon sword soul appeared, it directly attacked the stone statue martial souls on both sides, causing the impact of the martial souls in the entire space to weaken. In front of the great dragon sword soul, it was difficult for other martial souls to display their power. Taking a deep breath, Xian took another step forward and walked toward the stone door. Finally, he pushed open the stone door. After entering through the stone door, there was a spacious space inside. It was like a large hall, and there were all kinds of artifacts. In the center, there was a huge statue standing there. It was unknown what material the statue was made of, but it was emitting an indescribable power that made one's heart tremble. The venerable one seemed very small in front of him, as if he was looking up at the sky. So powerful. So this is a king statue. Xian was shocked. He was deeply shaken. With reverence in his heart, Xian walked forward and found that there was a square stone platform in front of the statue. It was about 1 meter tall. Xian stood in front of the stone platform and carefully looked at the king statue in front of him. Suddenly, he found words carved on a part of the statue, "Open the Heavenly King." This was the statue of Open the Heavenly King, Xian concluded, his heart trembling. This was indeed a statue of a king. In the next moment, he seemed to be attacked by a force, and his entire body seemed to have fallen into an illusion. There, a majestic figure stood upright and tore the sky apart with a palm. Whoosh, Xian suddenly woke up, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He took a deep breath and felt pain in his forehead. At that moment, he felt like he was being torn apart. If it wasn't for the great dragon sword soul, he would have felt even worse. What kind of power is this? It seems to be different from martial souls. Xian was puzzled. Kid, this is the power of will, the dark red dragon said. Power of will? Yes, when you reach the king realm, you will develop a kind of will. This kind of will is even stronger than martial souls. I think this king statue contains a trace of a king's will. That's why it's so magical, the dark red dragon explained. No wonder. Xian nodded. so above martial souls was will. It seemed like he still had a long way to go. There were 5 doors here, which meant that there should be 5 king statues. Should he take a look first before making a decision? Lin Xian had an idea. He wanted to see if there were any inheritances of the Sword Dao kings. Very quickly, he retreated and started to walk towards the stone door at the side. If the elders of the Immortal Martial Academy were here, they would definitely go crazy from shock. One must know that it was extremely difficult to enter the stone door, and almost no one would be able to resist the temptation of a king statue. To be able to enter a stone door and comprehend a king statue in 3 days was already an extremely difficult task. How could they be like Lin Xian, who wanted to observe all 5 king statues before making a decision? Most probably only he had the great dragon sword soul and could quickly enter the stone door. Others couldn't even think about it. Boom, not long after, the second stone door opened. Golden Spear King, Lin Xian stood in front of the king statue and tried to comprehend it. A golden spear pierced through the sky like a golden dragon, stirring up the wind and clouds. It was incomparably terrifying. Very quickly, Lin Xian retreated from the illusion and headed towards another king statue. Tyrant Saber King, Fire Spirit King, Blood Sword King. Finally, in the last stone door, Lin Xian saw a king statue of the Sword Dao King. This statue was 10 feet tall and was completely carved out of blood jade. Lin Xian looked carefully and discovered that the statue was of a middle-aged man. He had a pair of blood-red eyes that were demonic and bloodthirsty. Looking into his eyes, one would feel like being sucked in by an endless sea of blood. There was only one king statue of the Sword Dao King, so Lin Xian had no choice but to comprehend the Blood Sword King's inheritance. He spread out his soul force and pounced towards the blood jade statue in front of him. Buzz, in the next moment, the scene changed drastically. A sea of blood covered the sky, and if one looked carefully, they would discover that it was all blood-red sword chi. The air was filled with killing intent, as if it could tear people apart at any moment. Kill, a low and terrifying voice rang out, directly tearing the void apart. A human figure appeared, and it was the middle-aged man that looked like a statue. At this moment, he was wearing black gold battle armor and holding a blood-red longsword. With a swing of his sword, the sea of blood spread out for 3,000 miles, and the entire sky was dyed red. In front of him, countless enemies fell and turned into white bones. This was the aura of slaughter, the will of slaughter. Under the effect of this will, no one could survive. Although Lin Xian was seeing an illusion, he did not feel good either. That will of slaughter seemed like it was going to tear him apart. He circulated the great dragon sword soul and resisted with all his might. Only then could he continue watching. No matter how strong you are just an illusion, an illusion. Lin Xian shouted, "This little illusion can't stump me." Lin Xian's figure stood straight, and the great dragon sword soul in his body surged, letting out the most resonant sound. At this moment, the Blood Sword King suddenly turned around and stared at Lin Xian. A pair of blood-red eyes with boundless will enveloped Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xian received an unimaginable attack. The willpower was too strong. Although it was just a trace, it was still extremely powerful, making it hard for Lin Xian to contend against. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body surged, transforming into a dragon-shaped sword image that quickly pierced into the illusion to resist the willpower. Ka, the space shattered, and the illusion disappeared. Lin Xian relaxed his body and gasped for breath. At this moment, a dignified voice sounded, "Eh? What a powerful attack. This power seems to be that thing. Could it really have appeared again?" This voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind. It sounded like a question, but it also sounded like it was talking to itself. "Forget it, there's no point in thinking about this." That voice sighed and said, "Brat, you're not bad. You have the qualifications to comprehend the stone statue that I left behind." After that, the voice gradually disappeared. Lin Xian felt that the monstrous killing intent around him had gradually disappeared and was no longer attacking him. Letting out a sigh of relief, Lin Xian sat on the stone platform in front of the Blood Sword King statue and closed his eyes to comprehend. He had the Sword of Slaughter and had a certain understanding of the Tao of Slaughter. Therefore, it was easier for him to comprehend. Furthermore, he had obtained the Blood Sword King's recognition. Therefore, it did not take long for him to feel the blood sword inheritance within. The information in the sky turned into a blood sword and entered Lin Xian's body. In an instant, Lin Xian felt countless information crazily surging in his mind. If it was not for his firm will and powerful soul power, he would have fainted long ago. After a period of difficult time, he finally received all the information. The king's inheritance was extraordinary. Therefore, he could only receive it now. If he wanted to comprehend it, he would have to cultivate bitterly in the future. Standing up, Lin Xian respectfully bowed 3 times to the Blood Sword King's statue. Afterward, he turned and left. Until now, 2 days had passed and there was only 1 day left. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to take a look at the other statues. Among them, the Golden Spear King and Tyrant Sword King's inheritances were different from his Tao of Sword. Therefore, he gave up on them. He set his sights on the Split Sky King and the Fire Spirit King, the 2 King Stone statues. This time, what he wanted was not the inheritance, but to comprehend 1 or 2 martial techniques. Lin Xian didn't waste any time. He first went to the front of the Sky-Splitting King statue and sat down to comprehend. In the illusory realm, a tall figure appeared beside him. Every punch and every palm could tear apart the sky, causing terrifying attacks. From those moves, Lin Xian comprehended a fist technique, the heaven-opening fist. Strong and brave, pressing forward courageously. In the remaining half of the day, he went to the Fire Spirit King to carefully comprehend. This time, his comprehension of the concept of fire had deepened. Especially that trace of the will of fire, it had a deep influence on him. This allowed his perfection fire concept to advance, and he even had a trace of a fire soul embryonic form. Of course, it would still take some time to become a true fire soul. The other reward was the Vermilion Bird Seal. Lin Xian comprehended the Fire Spirit King's stone statue, and created the second form of the Vermilion Bird Seal, Vermilion Bird's celestial pull, with extraordinary power. After comprehending all this, Lin Xian stood up and prepared to leave. This time, the rewards were huge, far beyond his imagination. Especially the Blood Sword King's inheritance, which benefited him greatly. As long as he focused on comprehending, he would definitely be incomparably powerful on the Slaughter Dao. Not long after, the 3 days were up, and Lin Xian was transported out. Shua, with a flash of white light, he returned to the True Spirit Palace. How was it? Did you get any inheritance? The Guardian Elder asked. Facing the Guardian Elder's urgent question, Lin Xian didn't hide anything. After all, he would have to use these martial arts inheritances in the future. Disciple obtained the Blood Sword Slaughter inheritance from the Blood Sword King. Lin Xian said. You really got it. The Guardian Elder was shocked. He was just asking normally and didn't have much hope. However, he didn't expect that this young man in front of him actually obtained the king's inheritance. Good, good. The Guardian Elder clapped and laughed. Lin Xian, right? You're really not bad. To be able to obtain the king's inheritance is your fortune and fate. You have to cherish it. Disciple understands. Lin Xian said respectfully. Then, he left the True Spirit Palace and returned to the Freshman Courtyard. Brother. Xian. Wang Li and the rest were waiting in the courtyard. What's the matter? Lin Xian asked. This time, we've recruited another 50 people. Our Dragon Sword Pavilion already has more than 80 people. Wang Li said. Very good. Lin Xian nodded. In recruiting members, strength is one thing, but the most important thing is one's temperament. Don't worry, Brother Xian, I understand. Wang Li said. Brother Xian, there's one more thing. In the past 3 days, many old societies have come to recruit people. A few of them even wanted to incorporate our Dragon Sword Pavilion, but I firmly rejected them. Incorporate? Lin Xian frowned. These people are really whimsical. In the future, directly reject such things. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, Dragon Sword Pavilion will not belong to any power. Yes. Everyone said in unison. Right, who came? Lin Xian asked again. Blue Star Pavilion, Red Maple Society. Wang Li said. The Red Maple Society had come twice, and their attitude was very domineering. Red Maple Society? Lin Xian frowned. Yes, I heard that the boss of the Red Maple Society is from the Red Leaf Valley, and many of their members are also from the Red Leaf Valley. They are very domineering. Red Leaf Valley. Lin Xian sneered. He remembered the few domineering disciples of the Red Leaf Valley during the Academy's assessment. He originally thought that he wouldn't have any interactions with them in the future, but he didn't expect them to jump out again. He could forget about it this time, but if the other party dared to talk about incorporating him again, then don't blame him for being impolite. After understanding what had happened in the past 3 days, Lin Xian let Wang Li and the rest leave. He needed to properly digest his gains this time. Returning to his room, Lin Xian released the dark red divine dragon and the snow-white little monkey and went into seclusion to cultivate. This seclusion lasted for half a month. During this period of time, Lin Xian comprehended the blood sword slaughter inheritance, heaven opening fist, and the second form of the vermilion bird seal, and made some progress. Among them, he cultivated the heaven opening fist and the second form of the vermilion bird seal to the initial stage. As for the blood sword slaughter inheritance, he only comprehended the first stage. A king's inheritance was different from other martial arts. It was even more difficult than an earth-rank martial arts, so this matter couldn't be rushed. Moreover, his comprehension of these martial arts had reached a bottleneck, and he needed to fight to improve. On this day, he opened the door and came to the courtyard to breathe in the fresh air. In the courtyard beside, Morong Qingqing saw Lin Xian come out and snorted. "You brat, you still know to come out." Morong Qingqing said coquettishly. You didn't keep your word. Didn't you say you would help me refine pills?" "Oh." Lin Xian slapped his head. He had almost forgotten about this matter. "Are the spirit herbs ready?" "They were ready long ago. I was just waiting for you." "Alright, let me see." Lin Xian's figure flashed and came to Morong Qingqing's courtyard. "Come in." Morong Qingqing snorted, then turned and walked into the house. Lin Xian followed in. Different from his room, Morong Qingqing's room was decorated very delicately. There was still a lingering fragrance in the air that was intoxicating. "These are the spirit herbs." Morong Qingqing took out a storage ring and took out a jade slip. The news of Lin Xian ringing the golden bell and becoming the #1 freshman had long spread. Now, his name was often mentioned among the older students. In addition, he had the upper hand in the fight with the Greedy Wolf Society. All of these made his reputation among the older students. Many people exclaimed, thinking that he was a peerless genius and would definitely become an overlord of the academy in the future. However, there were also people who were dissatisfied and even secretly hated him. Among them, 3 forces were the most prominent. Among them, the Greedy Wolf Society had the most murderous intent. As a veteran force, they actually fell to the hands of a freshman. This was undoubtedly very humiliating. Therefore, they had to defeat Lin Xian to remove the reputation of their previous failure. These days, the Greedy Wolf Society was discussing how to deal with Lin Xian. In addition, Yan Qingyang was also gnashing his teeth in hatred. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing were together all day and looked very close. It was obvious that he did not take his warning to heart. As the vice president of the Tao Spirit Society, his status and strength were stronger than Lin Xian. Of course, he was unwilling to let his beloved woman be snatched away by Lin Xian. Therefore, he planned to send the experts in the society to teach Lin Xian a lesson. In addition, there was another society that was also very angry. That was the Red Maple Society. Lin Xian actually dared to reject their invitation. This was not giving them any face at all. As a veteran force, they had to show their powerful means. The 3 organizations were secretly accumulating strength to get rid of Lin Xian. Lin Xian was refining pills in Morong Qingqing's boudoir. He was refining a 6th-grade pill. The process was very difficult, but he finally succeeded. After receiving the pill, Morong Qingqing was as excited as a child. She was very happy. "That's great. Lin Xian, thank you." "Don't mention it." Lin Xian smiled. "You didn't fight with me during the freshman assembly. This is already the greatest help you have given me." "Is that so?" "Don't be happy too early. With this medicinal pill, I might break through again." Morong Qingqing said with a smile. When the time comes, I'll be on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard before you. Mystic Sovereign ranking. Lin Xian nodded. He had already obtained the king's inheritance, so it was time for him to enter the rankings. The leader of the greedy wolf gang, Wang Xiao, was ranked 88th on the Mystic Venerable leaderboard. He was also Lin Xian's target. Looks like I need to go back and prepare. Lin Xian thought. At this moment, he suddenly frowned because he noticed that a jade pendant in his new storage ring was glowing. Yu Fei. This jade pendant was really a jade pendant that was used to transmit danger to him. Normally, it would not move and would only appear in times of danger. It seemed that Yu Fei was in trouble. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Yu Fei was currently in Lion Moon City with the Wang family behind him. Ordinary people would not be able to threaten him. Unless the Wang family was also threatened. What's wrong? Is there something on your mind? Morong Qingqing asked. Why do you look so solemn? It's nothing. I have something to take care of. Lin Xian said. Then, he left Morong Qingqing's courtyard and began to gather his men. No matter what the situation was, he had to make a trip there. Of course, he would not go alone. Instead, he would bring the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. There were about 80 people in the Dragon Sword Pavilion, so he could bring 30 people with him. After gathering everyone, Lin Xian said with a solemn expression, although the Dragon Sword Pavilion has been developing for a long time, the situation is very good. But now, someone is looking for trouble. What do you think we should do? F*CK, who is so blind to provoke us? Kill him. Kill him. The group of people shouted angrily. Alright, now I want to choose 30 people to fight with me. Lin Xian asked. Who wants to go? Me. Brother Xian, let me go. The people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were very active. They all responded, wanting to go with Lin Xian. Lin Xian chose 30 of them and said to Wang Li, I'll leave the rest to you. Take them to do the mission. Don't worry, Brother Xian. Wang Li said. After that, Lin Xian led the 30 people into the air and flew towards Lion Moon City. The group of people flew across the sky like meteors. Lion Moon City, Wang family. The Wang family patriarch's face was pale, as if he had aged 10 years. Around him, the Wang family elders also had worried expressions. Yu Fei, is the pavilion master not here yet? The Wang family patriarch asked. Wait a little longer. I've already sent a message to Brother Xian. I think he'll be here soon. Yu Fei sighed. There were still some injuries on his body. Not only him, but the Wang family disciples were also injured, as if they had gone through a great battle. With our current situation, we won't be able to hold on for 3 days. The Wang family patriarch sighed. After 3 days, the defensive array will be broken. At that time, the people from the Blood Fiend gang will come in. Don't worry, Brother Xian will definitely be here within 3 days. Yu Fei clenched his fists. Outside the Wang family, the people from the Blood Fiend gang formed a circle and surrounded them. They faced the Wang family inside the barrier with sinister smiles on their faces. Among them, there were a few elders who were first-level venerables. Other than that, there was also a second-level venerables. Judging from their strength, they didn't seem to be weaker than Tu Tian. How dare you kill my junior brother? This time, we must exterminate the Wang family. The second-level venerable said coldly. His name was Su He, Tu Tian's senior brother. After knowing that Tu Tian had been killed, he rushed to Lion Moon City to take revenge on the Wang family. Boss Su, this barrier should be set up by that brat. He's the one who killed Gang Master Tuesday. His strength can't be underestimated. Humph, he must have used some despicable method. Su He sneered. He didn't believe that a brat could kill his junior brother. Don't worry, even if I can't beat him, there's still Gang Master. The Gang Master he was talking about was the new leader of the Blood Fiend gang. He was very powerful and was even stronger than Tu Tian. The Blood Fiend gang wasn't an independent existence. They also had a force behind them. This time, after Tu Tian was killed, the force behind them sent experts to take over. Therefore, the Blood Fiend gang was very aggressive and powerful this time. 3 days, this barrier can still last for 3 days. After 3 days, I will kill everyone from the Wang family. And that despicable brat, I must use his head as a sacrifice. Killing intent surged in the eyes of the group of people. Like fierce wolves, they surrounded the Wang family. On the other side, Lin Xian led his men and rushed all the way. Finally, on the second day, they arrived at Lion Tiger City. Lin Xian's arrival caused the martial artists in the city to be alarmed. Countless people raised their heads and looked at the sky. It couldn't be helped. The scene was too spectacular. More than 30 people stood in the sky. Each of them had a powerful aura and the pressure of a venerables. This time, Lin Xian had chosen all-powerful martial artists. All 30 of them were venerables. What he wanted was to intimidate his enemies so that they would never dare to provoke them again. F***ck, what kind of force is that? All 30 of them are venerables. Isn't that too scary? They look very young. How is that possible? The appearance of Lin Xian and the rest caused a huge commotion. Countless martial artists in Lion Moon City raised their heads and looked at the scene in horror. Let's go. Lin Xian ignored the people below. Instead, he waved his hand and led the group toward the Wang family mansion. Whoosh! Whoosh! The group of people flew into the distance in a grandiose manner with extraordinary momentum. Wherever they passed, the weather changed. Look, they're leaving. That direction seems to be the Wang family mansion. Wang family? Aren't they surrounded by the noxious blood gang? Are these people here to help the Wang family? Many people exclaimed. Suddenly, some people recalled what had happened previously. Oh right, when the Wang family was surrounded by the noxious blood gang, someone came to save them and even killed Tu Tian. Is that young man back? Let's go and take a look. The group of people was shocked and quickly ran toward the Wang family mansion. Soon, they arrived outside the Wang family mansion and waited quietly. Damn it, when did the noxious blood gang do anything? Get lost, or don't blame me for starting a massacre. The people from the noxious blood gang shouted angrily. Those martial artists did not dare to provoke them and could only keep a distance and watch from afar. At this moment, Lin Xian and the rest also arrived. More than 30 people stood in the void and exuded a powerful aura of supremacy. It was like 100,000 demon mountains that pressed down. A huge shadow was cast and shrouded the people from the noxious blood gang. Hiss, the people from the noxious blood gang gasped and looked up in horror. Then, they were shocked. The aura of 30 supremacies had long surpassed that of a second heaven supremacy. That terrifying aura was like an abyss that made people despair. Those ordinary gang members sat on the ground and did not have any room to resist. The elders of the noxious blood gang were also trembling and looking at all this in horror. Su Hei's face was gloomy. He stared at the people above and released his aura to resist with all his might. Boom, 2 invisible forces exploded and slammed in all directions like waves. Some of the weaker martial artists were blown away. The terrifying energy hit the defensive barrier of the Wang family mansion and made rumbling sounds. This sound also made the people of the Wang family nervous. Countless disciples of the Wang family rushed out, but they were all stunned. They thought that the Blood Evil gang would attack, but they didn't expect to see such a scene. Blood Evil gang's normal gang leaders were long gone. They were all blown away by the terrifying pressure and fainted. The elders' faces were pale and their bodies were trembling, as if they would collapse at any moment. Only Su Hei was still stubbornly holding on. However, his expression was extremely ugly. You, who exactly are you? He asked through gritted teeth. He did not expect to encounter so many brazen martial artists. Moreover, they were targeting them. Boss? Boss Su, it's him. It's that brat, he's back. Many elders were terrified. They had thought that with the new gang leader and Boss Su, they would be able to stand firm. However, when they saw him again, they were still trembling in fear. In particular, the battle scenes from a few days ago once again appeared in their minds. What? It's him. After Su Hei heard this, his expression went blank. He had a look of disbelief. The people of the Wang family also cried out in surprise. Older brother Xian. Pavilion master. When the group of people saw Lin Xian, their spirits were greatly lifted. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He looked down with a gloomy face. Blood evil gang again. And it seems that another powerful person has come. Lin Xian stared at Su He below and squinted his eyes. Su He's aura was not any weaker than Tu Tian's. No wonder he could besiege the Wang family. Su He's body trembled when he felt Lin Xian's cold gaze. His eyes were filled with fear. He actually felt fear. This made his mind go blank and unimaginable. Previously, he was disdainful and thought that Su He had used despicable means to kill Tu Tian. However, from the looks of it now, that was not the case at all. The spiritual energy and killing intent in Su He's eyes had definitely surpassed that of a second-level supremacy. Damn it! How can I be frightened by a brat? Su He shook his head furiously and glared back fiercely. Although Su He had the advantage in numbers, he was still a second-level supremacy. He could not lose face no matter what. You're that Lin Xian? Su He shouted coldly. You dare to kill the leader of Blood Evil Gang? How dare you? Blood Evil Gang. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Looks like I haven't taught you enough of a lesson. I let you go the last time, but I didn't expect you to be so unrepentant. Since that's the case, there's no need for Blood Evil Gang to exist. His cold voice reverberated in all directions. The hearts of the Blood Evil Gang's elders trembled when they heard it. Su He shouted, You want to destroy Blood Evil Gang? You must be tired of living. Let me tell you, our new leader is a peerless expert. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering dogs. There's a new leader? No wonder you're so arrogant. Lin Xian snorted. Brat, do you dare to come down and fight? I can kill you with one slash. Su He shouted coldly. He could not win against so many people who respected him. However, if he could anger Lin Xian and let them fight one-on-one, he was confident that he could kill Lin Xian. You want to fight one-on-one? Lin Xian smiled. You're not qualified. That's right. Who do you think you are to fight one-on-one with Brother Xian? Behind him, Hada scolded angrily. The other members of Dragon Sword Pavilion also sneered. You're courting death. Su He was furious. He had never been scolded before. He pulled out his long saber and slashed out. The saber light was like a rainbow as it quickly slashed towards Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian smiled disdainfully and punched out. This punch was too powerful. It directly shattered the saber light. What? Impossible. Su He was shocked. He had used all his strength in this attack, but the other party had casually broken it. He did not expect such a situation. The surrounding martial artists were even more shocked. That handsome young man was actually so terrifying. He shattered the attack of a second-level venerable with one punch. This was too monstrous. Lin Xian was disdainful. The fist technique he had just used was the heaven-opening fist that he had comprehended from the Kingstone statue. It was extremely powerful. The other party was only a second-level venerable. There was no problem. After shattering the other party's attack with one punch, Lin Xian said coldly, Members of Dragon Sword Pavilion, listen up. Yes. Today, we will destroy the Blood Fiend Gang. As his voice spread, all the martial artists in Lion Moon City were shocked. One had to know that the Blood Fiend Gang had always been the #1 gang in the city. Now, someone wanted to destroy them. You're courting death. How dare you touch the Blood Fiend Gang? Our gang leader will not let you off. Su He was furious. Your gang leader? I will deal with him personally. Lin Xian said indifferently. Then, he waved his arm. Immediately, the 30 members of Dragon Sword Pavilion behind him rushed towards the Blood Fiend Gang disciples below. Boom, a great battle broke out. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions. The elders of the Wang family also came out and attacked together. Brother Xian. Yufei looked at Lin Xian, who had landed on the ground, and shouted excitedly. How are you? Are you all right? Lin Xian saw the injuries on Yufei's body and frowned. I'm fine. Yufei shook his head. Brother Xian, the Blood Fiend gang has a new gang leader. His strength is above Su Hei's. He is a second-level venerable. Moreover, he had brought a few powerful subordinates with him, making the Blood Fiend gang stronger again. No worries. Where is the headquarters of the Blood Fiend gang? Lin Xian asked. The blood-red mansion in the center of the city. Yu Fei said. There was no suspense in this battle. The noxious blood gang was defeated and had no room to fight back. Other than Su Hei, who was still fighting, the other elders were all wailing. The noxious blood gang only had 10 elders, while the Dragon Sword Pavilion had 30. Moreover, these 30 people were not ordinary first-level venerables. They were genius martial artists, although they were not outstanding in a place like the Immortal Martial Academy, where monsters were everywhere. They were geniuses in the outside world. Under normal circumstances, these people could challenge those of a higher level and crush those of the same level. Naturally, it was not a problem for them to encounter these elders of the noxious blood gang. Su Hei was also very unlucky. He also had many injuries on his body. Although he was a second-level venerables, he had an innate advantage over first-level venerables. However, the other party had too many people. Close to 20 first-level venerables attacked him. Those terrifying moves were as if they were free, attacking him like a storm. From the beginning of the battle, he had not heard any sound. He could not take it at all. Ah! Su Hei roared and used an ultimate move. His long saber turned into a giant python, sweeping in all directions and forcing everyone to retreat. Then, he shouted angrily, "Retreat!" There was no way to fight. They could only return to the headquarters and ask the gang leader to take care of these people. Su Hei was very confident in their gang leader's strength. He had fought with the gang leader before and lost after 30 moves. Therefore, their gang leader was very powerful. Seeing that Su Hei had retreated, the other gang members also ran for their lives. As long as they escaped back to the headquarters, they would be fine. Where do you think you are going? Again, I haven't had enough. The people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion shouted from behind and quickly chased. The group of people fled toward the blood-red mansion in the center of the city. Su Hei and the others fled the fastest and soon arrived in front of the blood-red mansion. All of a sudden, those people were filled with confidence. Haha, little brats, see how I'll crush you later. Su Hei laughed sinisterly. He was too sullen today. He was surrounded and beaten by a group of young martial artists and did not have the strength to fight back at all. Therefore, he was going to return the favor later and torture all these young martial artists to death. The others also hooted, "Humph, our gang leader is an expert among second-level venerables. Killing you guys is as easy as slaughtering dogs." That's right, the gang leader still has the 4 great guardian deities under him. He can kill all of you with one hand. A group of Blood Evil gang members shouted loudly, venting the anger in their hearts. The members of Dragon Sword Pavilion stopped and looked at Blood Red Mansion cautiously. Looking at those people, it didn't seem like they were faking it. Perhaps there really was an expert among them. Everyone, be careful. Howda reminded. Ha ha ha, little brats, are you scared now? Soon, it will be your time to die. Scared my ass. There were also people who were indignant and slashed forward with their sabers. Clang, Su Hei shattered the blade radiance and revealed a hideous smile. Just wait. Our gang leader will be out soon. Then, he pushed open the vermilion door. But in the next moment, those people were stunned. Blood, the ground was covered in blood, corpses. The disciples of the blood-red mansion were all lying in a pool of blood. What? What's going on? Su Hei and the others were stunned. The people from their headquarters were actually killed. Countless disciples of the Blood Evil gang were terrified. Many of them pushed the door open, wanting to take a closer look. But the more they looked, the more frightened they became. In the end, they were all stunned. The members of Dragon Sword Pavilion were also shocked. They would send experts out in the future, but they didn't expect it to be such a scene. Let's go in and take a look. Howda led the people in. Impossible, this is impossible. Who can kill our people in the headquarters? Those elders went crazy. Gang leader. Where is the gang leader? Everyone panicked. They had a bad premonition. Go to the main hall. Su Hei and the others couldn't care less about the members of Dragon Sword Pavilion. They wanted to know what was going on in the headquarters. Gang leader. A group of people shouted and then quickly pushed open the door of the main hall. Then, their minds went blank and they were stunned. The gang leader you are talking about, is it him? In the main hall, Lin Xian sat on the chair made of tiger skin in the middle and said with a smile. On the ground in front of him, there were a few corpses. Those people were dressed in extraordinary clothes and there were still remnants of the aura of supremacies on them. Gang leader. Su Hei was the first to react and shouted in horror. Impossible, this is impossible. Illusion, it must be an illusion. He screamed in horror. Their gang leader was a god in his heart, however, this god had been slaughtered, not only him, but the entire Noxious Blood gang had gone crazy. The gang leader was dead, and so were the 4 Vajras. The powerful forces of the Noxious Blood gang were all gone. Only Su Hei was left. They were in despair. They knew that the Noxious Blood gang was finished. The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion were very excited. They didn't expect Lin Xian to take care of everyone in the Noxious Blood gang's headquarters. Humph, what Noxious Blood gang? They are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. They can't even withstand a single blow. The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion sneered. The elders of the Wang family who followed were even more shocked. Such a terrifying gang leader was killed so easily, their pavilion leader was really powerful. I said that there is no need for the Noxious Blood gang to exist. Lin Xian stood up and said coldly. I'll fight it out with you. Su Hei roared. He burned all his spiritual energy and attacked with his strongest attack. Not good, retreat, the elders of the Noxious Blood gang were terrified. This attack was too terrifying, and it would probably affect a lot of people. The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion also retreated to the side, looking worried. Kid, let's die together. Su Hei laughed crazily. He admitted that Lin Xian was very powerful and that he couldn't defeat him. Therefore, he thought of a way to die together. This way, he could drag the other party down with him. Perish together? Lin Xian laughed. You don't have the right to do that. The next moment, he formed a seal with his palm, and a vermilion bird flew out. It was 3 feet long and covered in divine flames. The flaming vermilion bird circled in the air and quickly enveloped Su Hei. Buzz, the flames burned fiercely. Su Hei only had time to scream before he was enveloped by the flames and turned into ashes. Whoosh, the vermilion bird disappeared, leaving behind a pile of grayish-white powder. Everyone was terrified. A second-level venerable was burned to death in the blink of an eye. This method was terrifying. Spare me, please spare me. Countless people of the Noxious Blood gang knelt down and began to beg for mercy. In front of so many experts, they couldn't escape at all. They could only beg for mercy. Brother Xian, what should we do? Hada asked. Lin Xian didn't say anything. Instead, he flicked his finger, and translucent sword qi streaked across the air. It was very sharp and instantly pierced into the bodies of those elders. Ah! Those elders screamed, thinking that they were killed. However, the next moment, they realized that they weren't dead. Many people were stunned, not knowing what had happened. However, some shrewd elders hurriedly thanked the hero for not killing them. I will definitely serve the hero. The others understood and kowtowed to thank him. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, but don't be happy too early. The sword qi that I sent in just now was to control and warn you. As long as I will, those sword qi will explode. If you dare to play any tricks, you should know the consequences. The elders of the Noxious Blood gang were shocked. They felt the sword qi surging in their bodies as if it was going to split them apart. They immediately shook their heads in fear. We don't dare, we don't dare. Even the powerful gang leader and Su Hei were dead. How could they rebel? Besides, they couldn't resist the sword qi in their bodies at all. Lin Xian easily subdued these elders. As for the ordinary gang members, they didn't dare to act rashly. In the blink of an eye, the #1 gang in Lion Moon City was annihilated. The gang leader and the powerful main force died in battle while the rest were subdued. The elders of the Wang family were dumbfounded and couldn't recover for a moment. Their family's great enemy was annihilated so easily. The young man in front of them was too powerful and mysterious. This time, not only did he come, but he also brought such a powerful team. For a moment, the Wang family's admiration for Lin Xian deepened. Lin Xian handed the subdued noxious blood gang to the Dragon Sword Pavilion and the Wang family to deal with. Soon, he brought everyone back to the Wang family's residence. "Welcome, Pavilion Master." Everyone was excited. "Let's go in." Lin Xian waved his hand and led everyone in. In the Wang family's hall, Lin Xian sat in the middle and said to everyone, "This time, the noxious blood gang has been annihilated. The remaining forces will join the Wang family. We must make the Wang family the #1 family in Lion Moon City in the shortest time possible." "Yes. Thank you, Pavilion Master." Everyone in the Wang family was excited. Lin Xian nodded slightly and said, "Of course, your Wang family's mission is also very important. In the Dragon Sword Pavilion, the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion need you to refine pills. This shouldn't be a problem, right?" "No problem." The Wang family's patriarch hurriedly said, "Pavilion Master, don't worry. I don't dare to say anything else, but when it comes to refining pills, our Wang family is confident." "That's good. Remember, I don't just want to destroy the noxious blood gang. I want the entire Lion Moon City. This is also the first city that our Dragon Sword Pavilion occupies." Hearing this, everyone was excited. This is just the beginning. In the future, I will lead you step by step to the peak and compete with the other forces of the Blood Realm. Lin Xian's gaze was resolute. Yes. Everyone was excited. They didn't expect Lin Xian to think so far ahead. Those disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy were even more excited, feeling the blood in their bodies surging. "Alright, I'll send someone to collect the pills every half a month. If you have any difficulties in collecting the spiritual herbs, you can immediately report to me and I'll send someone to help you," Lin Xian said to the elder of the Wang family. Then, he turned to look at Yu Fei. "Have you checked the identity of the new leader of the Blood Fiend gang?" "Yes," Yu Fei said. The Blood Fiend gang was the same as the Green Wolf gang. They were both branches of large factions. The Noxious Blood gang was a branch of the Blood Demon Palace. The new gang leader and his subordinates were all transferred from the Blood Demon Palace. Then shouldn't we make some preparations to prevent the Blood Demon Palace from retaliating? Hada asked. Not for the time being. The Blood Demon Palace has been fighting with others recently. They won't be able to send out experts for the time being. Very good. Continue to gather information, Lin Xian said. If possible, it's best for you to find some nimble cultivators and set up an information hall. After all, if we want to grow stronger in the future, we can't lack information. MHM, Brother Xian, I've been thinking about this recently, Yu Fei said. This time, I'll choose some from the Wang family and the Blood Fiend gang. After giving some instructions, Lin Xian left with the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Lin Xian and the rest rushed back to the Immortal Martial Academy. When they arrived near the Immortal Martial Academy, an angry roar suddenly rang out from the side. Eat my fist. Boom, the void fluctuated as a terrifying crack appeared. A fist enlarged infinitely, resembling a meteor from outer space, rapidly enveloping the group. This force was extremely shocking. It was definitely not below the second level of the Martial Saint realm. Everyone turned pale with fright and hurriedly scattered. Many people were swept by the fist wind, instantly feeling their blood and chi churning as their faces turned pale. How powerful! Everyone was shocked. This force was too powerful. Where did this expert come from? He actually ambushed them here. Boom, the ground was penetrated as a terrifying crack spread out for 1,000 meters. Lin Xian's face darkened. His gaze was like a sword as he scanned the surroundings. The fist just now enveloped all of them. It was enough to show how terrifying and arrogant this person was. The void fluctuated as a huge figure appeared. It was like an ancient demonic mountain, standing in front of him. The aura on its body was extremely powerful, causing everyone to be unable to breathe. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. This was definitely an expert. You guys leave first, he said to Hao De and the rest. Brother Xian, be careful, Hao De and the rest hurriedly said. They knew that in a battle of this level, they wouldn't be of much help. They might as well leave and let Lin Xian fight properly. After experiencing so much, they believed in Lin Xian's strength. Soon, these people turned into rays of light and left. Only Lin Xian was left to face the mysterious person alone. In the next moment, Lin Xian released an extremely powerful sword qi. It was as if the sword god was reborn. In the distance, the majestic figure was surrounded by light. It was impossible to see whether it was real or fake. However, he laughed and punched again. Boom, terrifying energy was released. It was as if an ancient giant elephant was galloping. It crushed the void and rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian clenched his fist and the sword of slaughter appeared. The sword qi on his body also changed rapidly, turning into a blood-red color. A monstrous murderous aura surged out and swept through heaven and earth. It was as if the azure hell had descended. Lin Xian's sword of slaughter was already very powerful. Now that he had obtained the blood sword of slaughter's inheritance, its power had reached the peak. He slashed out with his sword. The sword qi was like a blood-red lightning. It carried a monstrous aura and quickly slashed out. Boom. PFFT, the ancient giant elephant condensed from vast energy was cut apart and let out a wail. The blood-red sword qi's aura did not change as it quickly slashed towards the mysterious figure. Boom, the figure laughed and waved his fist, directly attacking the blood-red sword qi. Boom. An earth-shattering sound rang out, causing the entire sky to tremble. The mysterious figure actually used his fists to fight against the sword of slaughter's sword qi. Lin Xian was also shocked. He had never seen such a ferocious martial artist. In the next moment, the mysterious figure waved his fist again. It was like a violent storm. Boom. Boom. Boom, after 3 punches, the blood-red sword qi shattered and turned into a sea of blood that surged in all directions. It was shattered. Lin Xian was even more shocked. Although he had only used 30% of his strength, the sword qi was not something that an ordinary level 2 honorable realm could resist. Haha, that was fun. Again. In the distance, the mysterious figure laughed and rushed out quickly. Whoosh, a gust of wind blew. The figure was too majestic. He rushed over with a gust of wind. Wherever he passed, rocks flew and trees were blown away. Even a level 1 honorable realm would not be able to resist his aura. Boom, another punch was thrown. The terrifying fist was like a demonic elephant from the divine domain. It smashed down fiercely. The power was too terrifying. It could shake heaven and earth. One punch cracked the space and sealed the surroundings. The mysterious man threw out a punch, forming a deity realm demonic elephant. It sealed off the area and charged toward Lin Xian. The punch was so terrifying that it tore the space apart. Lin Xian activated his dark art and threw out a punch as well. Sky-opening punch. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered as he threw out a punch. The punch was overbearing and domineering, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. Boom, the powerful punch collided with the deity realm demonic elephant, creating a destructive energy storm that swept out in all directions. Lin Xian took a step back, his arm numb. The mysterious man also retreated, but his aura was even stronger. Haha, take another punch. Boom, another punch was thrown out. This punch was like a dragon, roaring and surging. Kill. Lin Xian took a step forward, creating a huge shockwave in the air. He was like a shooting star, charging forward quickly. He had completely unleashed the aura of the sky-opening punch. The two of them fought fiercely, each punch hitting the flesh. The nearby mountains and forests were all destroyed by the shockwaves from the two of them. The martial artists who passed by were shocked when they saw the scene. How terrifying. Is this a battle between experts on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard? Everyone's hearts trembled as they looked at the terrifying battlefield. Boom, another attack. In the sky, Lin Xian and the mysterious man separated again. Haha, great. The mysterious man laughed. Who are you? Lin Xian frowned and asked in a low voice. Although the mysterious man's punch was fierce, there was no killing intent. This meant that the mysterious man only wanted to spar with him and did not intend to fight to the death. Hee, little brother, don't you recognize me? The mysterious man retracted the light on his body. You are Dongfang Xiong. Lin Xian was shocked. The mysterious man in front of him was his friend from the Tiannan region, Dongfang Xiong. I didn't expect you to be here too. That's great. Lin Xian said happily. Right, why didn't you look for me? Why are you waiting for me here? It's not just to fight with me, right? Little brother, you definitely won't be able to guess why I'm waiting for you here. Dongfang Xiong chuckled. What is the reason? I was sent by Tao Spirit Association. Dongfang Xiong scratched his head and said, that group of bastards actually wanted me to kill little brother Feng. They're really courting death. Lin Xian really hadn't guessed it. Then what should we do? Do you still want to attack? Of course not. I've already spent enough time in the Tao Spirit Association. I've come this time because I want to follow you. Dongfang Xiong said. Good brother. Lin Xian reached out and shook Dongfang Xiong's hand. Let's go, I'll bring you to meet the rest of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. The two of them turned into streaks of light and quickly left. Academy, freshman area. Wang Li and the others were a little worried. It's been so long, why hasn't Big Brother Xian returned yet? Do you want to take a look? No, Big Brother Xian is very strong, he will definitely be fine. Everyone was discussing, but at this moment, someone exclaimed, Look, Big Brother Xian is back. Sure enough, with a flash of light in the sky, two figures descended. One of them was Lin Xian. The other person was a young man with a majestic figure. He was like a giant standing beside Lin Xian. Although he had a silly smile on his face, the aura emitted from his body was even more terrifying than that of a demon general. It was as if he was a dormant ancient beast that would erupt at any moment. Brother Xian, this is? Everyone was puzzled. Let me introduce you. This is my good brother, Dongfang Xiong. Lin Xian said with a smile, Brother Xiong is very strong, he is not inferior to me. This time, Brother Xiong has come to join us and fight for the world with us. What? Really? Everyone was happy. Their Dragon Sword Pavilion lacked experts the most. Now that Dongfang Xiong had joined them, it was undoubtedly their greatest help. Hello, Brother Xiong. Since it was Brother Xian who had personally introduced him, then his strength was definitely not a problem. We will all be brothers in the future. Dongfang Xiong scratched his head and said. In the future, if anyone bullies you, I will help you vent your anger. Let's go and drink. The group of people chatted and laughed as they walked towards the courtyard. Just as Lin Xian was feeling good, the Tao Spirit Association was filled with dark clouds. What did you say? Not only did Dongfang Xiong not capture Lin Xian, he even went to drink with him? Are you sure? It's absolutely true. From the looks of it, Dongfang Xiong has already joined the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Bang! When Yan Qingyang heard this, he was so angry that he smashed the table into powder. His entire body emitted a terrifying aura as if he wanted to tear the entire hall apart. Young Master Yang. The expressions of the surrounding people were also ugly. The Dragon Sword Pavilion must be destroyed. Lin Xian will definitely be trampled under my feet. Yan Qingyang was so angry that he was trembling. This was too hateful. Their capable general had actually gone to drink with the enemy and even joined the enemy camp. This was a slap to their faces. If news of this were to spread, their Tao Spirit Association would definitely become a laughingstock. Young Master Yang, should we make a move? Someone asked. No. Yan Qingyang's face was gloomy as he shook his head. Keep a close eye on the news from the Dragon Sword Pavilion and pass this information to the Greedy Wolf Association. I think they would rather the Dragon Sword Pavilion disappear. Yan Qingyang smiled sinisterly. With the addition of Dongfang Xiong, the strength of the Dragon Sword Pavilion had increased greatly. Lin Xian was also very happy. However, there was one thing that made him even more surprised. Morong Qingqing had made it onto the mysterious honorable roll. Although she was ranked 78th, it was enough to shock the world. One should know that in the history of the Immortal Martial Academy, it was extremely rare for a new student to be able to make it onto the mysterious honorable roll. Anyone like this would become a giant in the future. This news was like a hurricane that swept through the entire Immortal Martial Academy. Countless people were shocked and envious at the same time. Lin Xian looked at the black stone tablet that was 10,000 feet tall and saw Morong Qingqing's name. He sighed. This chick is really fast. It seemed like he had to hurry up. Hee, I've surpassed you. Morong Qingqing looked at Lin Xian and smiled. Why did you make a move so quickly? Did you break through? Lin Xian asked. No, you weren't around for the past few days. There was a guy who was like a fly and was very annoying. I had no choice but to make a move. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. So that was the case. However, that ignorant brother was really unlucky. Mysterious honorable roll. It seems like I have to make a move too. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. Who are you going to challenge? Morong Qingqing asked curiously. The leader of the ravenous wolf gang, Lai Lang. Lai Lang. Morong Qingqing turned her head and looked at the stone tablet. There, Lai Lang's name was written on the 75th position. Soon, Lin Xian made a move to investigate the ravenous wolf gang's movements. He had decided to make a decision with the ravenous wolf gang. Secretly, the Dao Spirit gang also told the ravenous wolf gang about the situation of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. In the end, the two gangs met in the Scarlet Forest. Humph, trash. Today is the day you die. Hua Tiany's face was ferocious as he looked at the Dragon Sword Pavilion in front of him. This time, he must vent the anger in his heart. Trash? You're the trash. A group of seniors can't even beat us newcomers. If you're not trash, then what are you? The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion retorted. Humph, cut the crap. Where's Lin Xian? Tell him to come out and die. Hua Tiany's eyes were fierce. Brother Xian is so busy. How can a worm like you see him? The Hao brother sneered. He didn't come? Hua Tiany was stunned. Then, he sneered, trash indeed. You ants, how dare you be so arrogant when your boss isn't here? You really don't know how to write the word death. Today, let me teach you the rules. Hua Tiany sneered and then struck out with his palm. A terrifying palm shadow covered the sky and grabbed at the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion. The aura was terrifying. Before the light palm arrived, the palm wind had already torn the ground apart. Hua Tiany was a second-level venerable. He was powerful. No one in Dragon Sword Pavilion could compare to this palm. Haha, die. The people of Greedy Wolf Gang sneered. At this moment, energy suddenly surged from Dragon Sword Pavilion's side. An immemorial demonic elephant condensed, as heavy as a mountain. Its long nose rolled and directly shattered the light palm. What? Hua Tiany was stunned. He did not expect his attack to be so easily broken. Who is it? Could it be Lin Xian? His eyes were gloomy. However, in the next moment, a giant youth walked out from the crowd of Dragon Sword Pavilion. The muscles on his body were like dragons, filled with wild power. Hee, if you want to hurt them, defeat me first. Dong Fangxiong stood out. Who are you? Hua Tiany frowned. Although he did not recognize the other party, the wild aura on the youth's body made him uneasy. I'll deal with him. You guys do it. He said to the members of Greedy Wolf Gang behind him. Suddenly, countless figures rushed out. Brothers, go. On Dragon Sword Pavilion's side, Wang Li commanded a group of people and quickly made a move. The two sides finally engaged in a great battle. Although Lin Xian did not appear on the battlefield, he was not idle either. According to the information he received, he came to a mountain stream. According to the information, Lai Lang would usually cultivate here. This place was surrounded by mountains. On one side was a high cliff, and on the other side was a waterfall and flying rocks. The vegetation was lush, and it was indeed suitable for cultivation. Lin Xian arrived, looked around, and narrowed his eyes. On a mountain peak, he saw a figure. He was tall and well-built, dressed in black, and sat there cross-legged. His entire being gave off a cold and gloomy feeling. On the mountain peak, the figure seemed to have sensed someone and suddenly opened his eyes. It was like a divine spear that pierced through the void, sharp to the extreme. "Those who disturb my cultivation, die." His voice was cold and emotionless. Boom, a shocking beam of light shot towards Xianxia like a divine rainbow from beyond the heavens. This attack was very powerful. Even a second-level Venerate might not be able to withstand it. Whoosh, Xianxia used an Earth-class movement technique, and like a ghost, he dodged the attack in the blink of an eye before reappearing at his original spot. His speed was very fast. To an outsider, it was as if he hadn't moved at all. However, beneath his feet was a terrifying abyss with no bottom to be seen. One could imagine how terrifying the attack was. "You are Lai Lang?" Xianxia asked in a low voice. You dodged it?" The figure frowned and was surprised. He could sense that the young man below him only had the aura of a first-level Venerate. He could kill such a person with one hand. However, the young man had dodged his attack. "That's right. I am Lai Lang," the figure said. "Who are you? Why are you looking for me?" "Young man, if you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I will kill you." "You want an answer?" "It's very simple," Xianxia said with a smile. "You have been on the mysterious honorable board for long enough. Why don't you exchange places with me?" "Mysterious honorable board? You want to challenge me?" Lai Lang laughed in disdain when he heard this. "Young man, do you know how many people challenge me every day? Do you know how many second-level Venerates there are among them? However, they all failed and they all ended up in a miserable state. As for you, a first-level Venerate, I have no interest in you. Kneel down and apologize. Break one of your arms and I can spare your life. You are too competent. Just because others can't, it doesn't mean that I can't. Remember, my name is Xianxia." Without waiting for Lai Lang to react, Xianxia turned into a ray of light and dashed out quickly. You overestimate yourself," Lai Lang said with disdain. His 5 fingers turned into claws and grabbed at Xianxia. His 5 fingers were as thick as mountains and 5 ferocious wolf heads appeared on his fingertips. They roared and bit at Xianxia. In an instant, Xianxia was enveloped. Skybreaking fist. Xianxia was like a god of war. His aura was ferocious as he threw out a punch and attacked upwards. This punch had the power to break the heavens and was extremely powerful. The surging power was like a wave and it was breathtaking. Boom boom boom, when the two collided, it was as if the heavenly thunder divine drum was roaring. The terrifying sound waves were vast and mighty, shattering all the nearby mountains. The ground cracked as if it had been cut by countless knives and swords. It was frightening. The attack from the two of them was terrifying. The huge palm was pushed back, creating a strong gust of wind. Xianxia also took a few steps back. He was shocked. No wonder Lai Lang was an expert on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. He was indeed powerful. An ordinary second-level Honorable would not be able to withstand his punch. However, it had only pushed Lai Lang back and did not cause any substantial damage. It seemed that Lai Lang was indeed powerful. Lai Lang was even more shocked. He had thought that his attack would definitely take Lai Lang's life. However, not only did he not succeed, but he was also pushed back. One should know that Lai Lang was only a first-level honorable. His cultivation was 1 level lower than his. However, Lai Lang's strength was not inferior to his. "Lad, you have made me serious," Lai Lang said coldly. "Next, you will know what despair is." Swoosh, his body swayed and he dashed over quickly. 10,000 wolves gallop. With a furious roar, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth surged like a surging tide. Countless spiritual chi condensed and formed tens of thousands of demon wolves that danced in the air. These demon wolves covered the sky and the earth. They carried a vast amount of energy and rushed toward Xianxia. At the same time, Lai Lang waved his hand again. He grabbed a nearby mountain and smashed it toward Xianxia. Xianxia was using the heaven-opening fist. He was like an ancient ferocious beast, rampaging about and filling the sky with opportunities to attack. He punched out and punched through the enormous mountain range. "If that's all you have, then it's too disappointing," Lin Xian shouted coldly and unleashed a lightning storm. Today, I'll let you see my true power. Lai Lang was furious. He realized that this opponent was very difficult to deal with, so he decided to attack with all his might. Wolf God Fist. Red light surged and heat waves gushed out. Terrifying flames appeared on his fist, forming the head of a flaming wolf. Lai Lang sneered and punched down. Whoosh, the sea of fire surged like a flaming wolf, burning the surrounding forest to ashes. The waterfall in the distance was also evaporated, emitting mist. Powerful fire-based energy filled the surroundings, bringing with it a thick barbecue smell. Like a fiery beast, it pounced towards Lin Xian. Fire-based? Lin Xian smirked. He quickly formed a seal with his hands and used the vermilion bird seal. Buzz, a vermilion bird bathed in divine flames rushed out. Roar, the two fire-based divine beasts collided and fought in the sky. It was a terrifying sight. Endless fiery light, like the divine light of the sun, swallowed up the sky mightily. Fierce Wolf's face darkened. He snorted and punched again. Lightning Rush Wolf. This time, it was a divine wolf that was bathed in lightning. It quickly rampaged through the sky. The powerful lightning energy pierced through the sky and reached the clouds. It was as if the god of thunder had descended. Countless bolts of lightning spread out and struck down continuously, piercing through the ground and creating deep, charred pits. The lightning divine wolf howled and rushed towards the vermilion bird. Lin Xian shouted and used the second move of the vermilion bird seal. A powerful energy suddenly exploded. This attack came from the King Stone statue. It was extremely powerful and instantly destroyed the two divine wolf shadows. Your lightning isn't strong enough, Lin Xian said with a smile. You're courting death. Fierce Wolf's face darkened and he almost vomited blood. The two punches just now were extremely terrifying. A second-level honorable could not withstand it. Other than those on the Mystic Honorable board, no one could withstand it. However, a brat at the first celestial layer was able to withstand it and even shattered his attack. Fierce Wolf was furious. He no longer held back. He wanted to kill this detestable brat. Lightning and flames surged on his fists. Two powerful and violent energies surged, emitting an aura that made one's heart palpitate. He punched out with his fists. Countless lights flashed and fell like meteorites. It was as if a lightning tribulation had descended. In an instant, the entire mountain range was covered. It was a terrifying scene that could destroy the world. Lin Xian snorted and pulled out the wind shadow sword. He quickly slashed out a few times. A flaming sword radiance, like a long river of fire, slashed forward majestically. The next sword was intertwined with golden lightning. Golden lightning danced and formed a lightning dragon that roared. Sword chi surged and swept out in all directions. It collided with the divine wolf's shadow and released a heaven-shaking sound. Like the rumbling of a bell or drum, the two divine wolves let out a mournful wail. Soon after, they split into two halves. What? Fierce Wolf finally frowned. His face was gloomy and terrible. He realized that no matter what moves he used, his opponent would always be able to break through them. Damn it, where the hell did this kid come from? Fierce Wolf's eyes were gloomy as he coldly snorted, I don't believe you can break this. Thunderfire transformation. He clenched his fists and punched forward, forming a demonic wolf that was 100 feet tall. Half of the flames overflowed into the heavens, while the other half surged with lightning. It was extremely astonishing. The fusion of lightning and fire? You're still far from it. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up in disdain. He pulled out his long sword, and on the tip of the sword, the two elements quickly fused, forming a dazzling sword chi. Wind Thunder Cut. With a slash of his sword, the wind and clouds lost their color. Puff, wherever the sword light passed, the void was sliced apart. The 300-meter-long devil wolf that was charging through the air was suddenly split in two. What, impossible! Fierce Wolf's pupils shrank as his heart raced. His opponent's strength had exceeded his expectations. He could even break through the combination of his two elements. Furthermore, from the looks of it, he hadn't even used his full strength. I admit that you have indeed exceeded my expectations. However, you're too naive if you think you can win against me like this. Fierce Wolf snorted. Entering the Mystic Sovereign list wasn't just a symbol of fame, but also many substantial benefits. Therefore, he wasn't willing to withdraw. With a flick of his finger, a long spear jumped out and was held in his hand. The tip of the spear danced, and countless spear shadows flickered, covering the entire space. It was a top-grade spiritual artifact, the 100 Lava Spear. With the spear in hand, Fierce Wolf's aura increased greatly, and his eyes became even sharper. Kid, die. With a top-grade spiritual artifact, his attack power would increase by 3 times, and he would definitely be able to crush his opponent. The long spear swept out and pierced straight towards Lin Xian. The power of the spear had become even stronger, and a single spear strike could destroy a second-rank honorable. A top-grade spiritual artifact? Lin Xian squinted his eyes. He then put away the Wind Shadow Sword and clenched his fist. Countless blood-red aura gathered and formed a killing sword. Kill! With a roar, a terrifying killing intent surged out like a wave, dyeing the entire sky red. What a strong killing intent! Fierce Wolf frowned. He had never seen such a bloody aura before. Boom! 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 An intense collision occurred in the air. The long spear and demonic sword clashed, emitting ear-piercing demonic howls. Every collision caused the air to tremble. The more Fierce Wolf fought, the more shocked he became. He couldn't believe that a first-rank honorable could have such a strong attack power. Especially when he took out a top-grade spiritual artifact. Even so, it wasn't difficult for his opponent. He didn't know that Lin Xian's Great Dragon Sword Soul was an offensive saint technique, and its attack power was number 1. Compared to it, those artifacts were too weak. Man and spear as one. Fierce Wolf was unwilling to give up, and he quickly used his ultimate move. Light bloomed from his body, and the shadow of a demonic wolf appeared behind him. It was his martial soul. He decided to use all his strength to deal with this mysterious enemy in front of him. After using his martial soul, Fierce Wolf's strength was even more terrifying. He held the long spear in his hand and rushed over. A light flashed in the air, and with a surge of fire and lightning, he arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Die! The light of the spear flashed and stabbed towards Lin Xian's head. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and blood-red killing intent condensed on his body, forming a large hand and grabbing it. Buzz! Then, he waved the blood-red killing sword and swept it out. Puff! Blood splattered. Fierce Wolf's defense was cut open, and the light on his body dimmed. A terrifying sword mark appeared on his abdomen, almost cutting him in half. Stop! I admit defeat. Fierce Wolf's face turned pale, and he screamed in horror. He didn't dare to fight anymore. This sword had almost taken his life. If he continued, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. For people like Fierce Wolf, they must have offended many people. Under normal circumstances, it would be fine, but if they were seriously injured, those enemies would definitely come for revenge. He didn't want to die, and he didn't want to be found by his enemies, so he could only admit defeat. Lin Xian didn't continue to fight. Even if he continued, he would just beat him up, and he couldn't really kill him. It was meaningless. Moreover, he had achieved his goal, so he stopped. I admit defeat. You win. This is the Mystic Supreme Mirror. Fierce Wolf quickly stopped his wound, and then took off a light golden metal ring from his arm. The metal ring emitted a faint light, and the words Mystic Supreme Mirror, 75 were engraved on it. Is it okay to wear it? Lin Xian asked. Yes. Fierce Wolf nodded, his face was very pale. Lin Xian's sword chi contained a strong killing intent, and there was also the fierce aura of the Great Dragon Sword Soul, which was very difficult to remove. This made him suffer a lot. Lin Xian took the Mystic Supreme Mirror and put it on his arm. Lin Xian put the Mystic Supreme Mirror on his arm and it disappeared. At the same time, in the Celestial Martial Academy, the name on the huge black stone tablet changed again. In the 75th place, the original Fierce Wolf was replaced by Lin Xian. What? Lin Xian? It's Lin Xian, another freshman. Everyone in the academy was shocked. They did not expect another freshman to enter the Mystic Supreme leaderboard in such a short time. Lin Xian is really scary. I didn't expect him to climb up the leaderboard so quickly after Murong Qingqing. Yeah, and his ranking is even higher than Murong Qingqing's. This guy won't become a big shot in the future, right? Everyone was talking about it and they were envious. Those who were familiar with Lin Xian had different expressions. Murong Qingqing snorted. I didn't expect this guy to enter the leaderboard so quickly. No, I'm going to challenge him again. Shelley looked at the Mystic Supreme leaderboard and his eyes shone brightly. He decided to enter the Mystic Supreme leaderboard as well. Xin Yaotian's face was gloomy. He did not have the ability to enter the Mystic Supreme leaderboard yet. Damn this guy. How can he be so strong? Xin Yaotian gritted his teeth and said. At the same time, he felt helpless. The gap between him and Lin Xian was getting bigger and bigger. It would not be long before he was completely left in the dust. In the Tao Spirit Association, Yan Qingyang's face darkened when he heard the news. Lai Lang, you trash, you actually lost to a freshman. Useless. Lin Xian, right? Since you're on the Mystic Supreme leaderboard, don't blame me for being rude. Then, he laughed coldly. What an idiot. I can't do anything if you're not on the leaderboard. Now, I'll let you know the difference between us. In the past, although he hated Lin Xian, he could not do anything because of his status. Otherwise, if an expert on the Mystic Supreme leaderboard bullied a freshman, he would be despised by everyone. He could not afford to lose face like that. However, things were different now. Although Lin Xian was a new student, he had made it onto the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. The two of them were of equal status, so Lin Xian could attack him without any qualms. Therefore, Yan Qingyang decided to get rid of Lin Xian. Moreover, he wanted to ruthlessly trample on him in front of everyone. On the other side, Lin Xian felt a mysterious energy coming from the Mystic Supreme Mirror and was shocked. I didn't expect the Mystic Supreme Mirror to be such a treasure. It communicated with the black stone tablet that had the mysterious sovereign ranking inscribed on it. It was able to provide spiritual qi, which was equivalent to a small-scale formation. This was equivalent to having an intermediate spirit gathering array on him. It was no wonder that everyone was willing to be listed on the Mystic Supreme leaderboard. Even a small Mystic Supreme Mirror had such an effect. Who knew what other special benefits they would encounter in the future? Lin Xian was looking forward to it. Then, he looked at Ardent Wolf and smiled. Seeing Lin Xian smile, Crack's body trembled. He frowned and asked, "What else do you want?" You should know about the Ravenous Wolf Gang and the Dragon Sword Pavilion, right? Dragon Sword Pavilion? Ardent Wolf frowned. He had heard Hua Tianyi mention it before, but he did not take it to heart. Although he was the boss of the Ravenous Wolf Gang, Hua Tianyi was the one who did the actual things. He only knew that the Dragon Sword Pavilion was a new force. Since they dared to provoke the Ravenous Wolf Gang, he had already sent Hua Tianyi to teach them a lesson. I've heard a little about it, but I've left these matters to Hua Tianyi, Crack Wolf said. Alright, let me remind you. I'm the boss of the Dragon Sword Pavilion, Lin Xian said with a smile. What? The Dragon Sword Pavilion is yours. Ardent Wolf was stunned and exclaimed. Then, his expression turned ugly. No wonder the other party had come looking for him the first time. So it was because of this. Your Ravenous Wolf Gang is still fighting with the Dragon Sword Pavilion. You know what to do, right? I know. Ardent Wolf gritted his teeth and said. He was extremely sullen, but when he thought of Lin Xian's methods and the pain from his abdomen, he lost his temper. In this world, the strong were always respected. That's good. Follow me, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then, he stomped his foot and rushed into the sky. Ardent Wolf took a deep breath and followed behind. Scarlet Forest. The people of the Ravenous Wolf Gang and the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were locked in an intense battle. In the distance, Hua Tianyi and Dongfang Xiong were also evenly matched. Dongfang Xiong had a silly smile on his face. He was very happy to be able to fight to his heart's content with the strong. However, Hua Tianyi didn't think so. He was very sullen in his heart. Previously, he had been plagued by Lin Xian, so he had a belly full of anger. He wanted to get back at him this time. However, he didn't expect that Lin Xian didn't come at all. Instead, there was another newcomer who was on par with him. How depressing. How humiliating. Hua Tianyi was about to go crazy with anger. Die, brat. He shouted angrily. The aura on his body surged, forming a blue giant. Light flowed on it, emitting a terrifying aura. Boom, the moment the blue giant appeared, the entire ground trembled. He was like an ancient ferocious beast, rampaging in all directions. Poof, he threw a punch, and a powerful energy blasted toward Dongfang Xiong. Haha, I can do it too. Dongfang Xiong laughed. Then, with a low shout, he suddenly rose into the air, forming a bronze giant. He had a tall body, strong muscles, and was filled with wild power. He was like a primitive giant, roaring toward the sky. Boom, the two giants fought, and the destructive power was shocking. Soon, the area within 1,000 meters was destroyed beyond recognition. Just as the battle was about to end, two rays of light suddenly appeared in the sky. President, it's the president. Boss is here. When the people of the Ravenous Wolf gang realized that the figure was their boss, Ardent Wolf, they immediately cheered happily. Their boss was an elite on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. He was extremely powerful and could defeat everyone from the Dragon Sword Pavilion with one hand. Haha, our boss is here. You guys can just wait to die. Keep being arrogant and I'll kill you guys later. The people of the Ravenous Wolf gang began to clamor. After fighting for so long, they still couldn't take down the Dragon Sword Pavilion. They were feeling quite sullen. Now, they could finally bully others. Hua Tianyi also laughed loudly. The blue giant bloomed with light. Like us, there's only one outcome, however. To their surprise, Ardent Wolf suddenly roared, "All of you, stop." Hearing this, the people of the Ravenous Wolf gang stopped and retreated to the side. They didn't understand what was going on. Hua Tianyi also stopped and retreated the blue giant to meet up with the others. The people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion gathered together with solemn expressions. The other party's boss was here. To them, this wasn't good news. Everyone stopped and raised their heads to look at the sky. That's Brother Xian. The people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion realized that there was another figure behind Ardent Wolf. It was Lin Xian. Brother Xian is here too? But why is he with Ardent Wolf? The people of the Ravenous Wolf gang also noticed this and immediately laughed out loud. Haha, what Brother Xian? Your Brother Xian has already become our boss underling. Yeah, didn't you see him following behind our boss? Haha, the Dragon Sword Pavilion will also be the underlings of the Ravenous Wolf gang in the future. Seeing the arrival of the fierce wolf, the people from the greedy wolf gang began to act arrogantly again. The people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion were furious. They did not believe that Lin Xian would lose. Bullshit. You are the lackey, your whole family is the lackey. Even if our Dragon Sword Pavilion dies in battle, we will not submit. You still dare to be stubborn? Hua Tianyi sneered and slapped him. In the next moment, he was sent flying and crashed into a forest. Everyone was stunned, because the one who attacked was none other than the boss of the greedy wolf gang, Fierce Wolf. Especially the people from the greedy wolf gang. They were so scared that they couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Hua Tianyi also got up and asked with a face full of surprise, "Boss, shut up, I don't have a useless little brother like you." The fierce wolf shouted angrily, "Useless thing, causing trouble for me all day long. Hurry up and apologize to Brother Xian and the Dragon Sword Pavilion." Apologize? Apologize? This time, it was the Dragon Sword Pavilion's turn to be stunned. This situation was a bit strange. Could it be? Everyone looked at Lin Xian, only to see the latter looking at them with a smile. "Boss, have you been bewitched?" Hua Tianyi was also stunned. How could he apologize to the other party? So much nonsense. Are you the boss or am I the boss? The fierce wolf shouted angrily, "Hurry up and apologize. And all of you, apologize." The people from the greedy wolf gang were all stunned. They had never dreamed that such a day would come. However, facing the furious fierce wolf, they did not dare to rebel, especially Hua Tianyi. When he saw the blood on fierce wolf's clothes, his eyelids immediately twitched. Could it be, he didn't dare to think further and quickly apologized. Brother Xian, this time it was my fault. I apologize to you. Stunned. Everyone was stunned. The people from the Greedy Wolf Gang and the Dragon Sword Pavilion were all dumbstruck. Very quickly, the people from the Greedy Wolf Gang reacted and apologized one after another with a very humble attitude. Wang Li, Dongfang Xiong and the others' hearts were beating wildly. This happiness came too suddenly. Brother Xian, are you satisfied? The fierce wolf turned around and asked. Brother Xian? The people from the Greedy Wolf Gang were about to go crazy. Their boss called a freshman Brother Xian, moreover, he looked very humble, as if Lin Xian was the boss of the Greedy Wolf Gang. Dream, I must be dreaming. Many people from the Greedy Wolf Gang slapped themselves in the face, trying to wake themselves up. They could not accept such a scene. The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion were equally shocked, their hearts filled with incomparable joy. Look, that's their Brother Xian. Even the boss of the Greedy Wolf Gang bowed his head in front of him. Not bad. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Remember, don't let me see you do evil again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Yes. Yes. Fierce Wolf quickly nodded. He didn't look like the boss of the Greedy Wolf Gang, but more like Lin Xian's henchman. The members of the Greedy Wolf Gang were very sullen, but at the same time, they were even more frightened. What method did Lin Xian use to make their boss so humble and obedient? Lin Xian waved his hand and led the Dragon Sword Pavilion members away. After they left, the members of the Greedy Wolf Gang started to panic. Boss, why? Why did you apologize? That's right, it would have been great if we had just killed them. The group of people were puzzled. Shut up. Fierce Wolf roared angrily. His body emitted a terrifying aura, scaring everyone so much that they didn't dare to speak anymore. As for Hua Tianyi, he frowned and asked in a low voice, Boss, what happened? Are you injured? Injured? The members of the Greedy Wolf Gang were shocked and immediately became nervous. Their boss was an expert on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard. He was powerful, who could injure him? Could it be another expert on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard? We've lost this time. Fierce Wolf's face was gloomy. That brat is too strange. I was careless and lost to him. What? Everyone was stunned, as if they had been struck by lightning. They were unable to speak for a long time. Their boss had actually lost, and he had lost to a freshman. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts trembled. They felt a great fear towards Lin Xian. Listen up, you are not allowed to provoke the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion in the future. Fierce Wolf said in a deep voice. The members of the Greedy Wolf Gang were silent. Even without Fierce Wolf's words, they didn't dare. Even their boss had lost, they didn't want to die. On the other side, the members of Dragon Sword Pavilion were celebrating when they heard about this. Lin Xian had become the leader of the mysterious sovereign leaderboard, raising the status of Dragon Sword Pavilion once again. I was wondering why Fierce Wolf, as the boss of the Greedy Wolf Gang, acted like a grandson when he saw Brother Xian. Those people are asking for a beating. They're just a bunch of trash. The members of Dragon Sword Pavilion were disdainful. When Lin Xian returned to the Immortal Martial Academy, the entire freshman area was in an uproar. The members of Dragon Sword Pavilion who had stayed behind were all excited. As if they had been injected with chicken blood, they quickly rushed into the sky. The other freshmen were also envious as they looked at the sky. Many people decided to join the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Brother Xian is mighty. Everyone raised their arms and cheered excitedly. Lin Xian looked at the name on the 10,000 zhang tall stone tablet, his heart filled with pride. Finally, he had taken the most important step in the Immortal Martial Academy. Of course, in his heart, this was just the beginning. His goal was the name written in purple and gold at the top of the 10,000 zhang tall stone tablet, Duguoutian. He was also the number one on the Mystic Venerable leaderboard. When the news of Lin Xian becoming an expert on the Mystic Venerable leaderboard spread, the Dragon Sword Pavilion also welcomed a wave of applications. Many new students came to sign up. Even some of the older students came over. There was no choice. Lin Xian was very strong, and his future was limitless. He had just entered the academy, and he had already become an expert on the Mystic Venerable leaderboard. How great would he be in the future? They had to join now, or they would regret it in the future. Soon, the Dragon Sword Pavilion became the largest society among the freshmen. The number of people reached 500. Even among the seniors, it was considered a strong force. Of course, if some people were happy, there would be others who were unhappy. Xianxia was one of those unhappy people. He was not only unhappy, he was furious. Let's go. Let's go meet that Lin Xian. He roared angrily and led the members of the Tao Spirit Society to the freshman area. At this moment, the freshman area was in jubilation. The Dragon Sword Pavilion had organized a huge banquet, and everyone was celebrating together. Other than many people joining, there were also some societies that came to congratulate them, wanting to form a good relationship with them. After all, the waters in the Immortal Martial Academy were very deep. It would be good to have a strong ally. Bang! Just as everyone was celebrating, a strong force suddenly came and kicked over some of the tables in the periphery. A strong wind blew, and a powerful aura spread throughout the freshman area. Who's there? Suddenly, the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were all startled, and they looked in front of them in shock. There were dozens of figures standing there like gods and demons. Especially the person in the middle. His chi and blood were like the sea, and he was extremely powerful. The Tao Spirit Society, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and their expressions were very serious. That's right, that group of people were from the Tao Spirit Society. When Xianxia saw Murong Qingqing standing beside Lin Xian, he felt a surge of anger. Lin Xian, get over here and die. A terrifying voice rang out and spread in all directions. Everyone was shocked. To cause trouble at this time, they did not put Lin Xian in their eyes at all. Moreover, they chose the time when Lin Xian had just entered the mysterious sovereign leaderboard. They probably wanted to deal a heavy blow to Lin Xian. This voice caused quite a stir and many people ran over to watch. It's actually the people from Daoling Association. They are much stronger than Tan Ling. This Lin Xian is too unlucky. He just defeated greed, and in the end, an even more powerful Tao Spirit Association came. What do you know? Yan Qingyang is pursuing Murong Qingqing. But look, where is Murong Qingqing now? Beside Lin Xian. If Daoling Association doesn't beat him up, who will they beat up? Many people were discussing. Of course, there were also some who sneered and watched. After all, not everyone wanted Dragon Sword Pavilion to become stronger. Hearing Yan Qingyang's voice, the people from Dragon Sword Pavilion were furious. How dare he insult their brother Xian? No matter how strong the other party was, it was not allowed. However, Lin Xian waved his hand and stopped the people from Dragon Sword Pavilion. They did not want others to be at a disadvantage and get hurt. Everyone, back off. I'm here. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Brother Xian. The disciples of Dragon Sword Pavilion clenched their fists. Murong Qingqing also reminded softly, be careful. Those people are not simple, especially Yan Qingyang. He is very strong. I'm sorry to have implicated you this time. Murong Qingqing was not a fool. She naturally knew the reason why the other party was looking for trouble. What are you talking about? Lin Xian secretly pinched Murong Qingqing's jade-like hand and shook his head slightly. This action was seen by Yan Qingyang and his lungs were about to explode. Jealousy, crazy jealousy, his eyes were red as if they could spit fire. He decided that he must cripple the other party today. I seem to have warned you to stay away from her. Yan Qingyang said angrily. This voice contained a terrifying murderous aura. It was unusually cold and many warriors trembled slightly. On the other hand, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and slowly walked over. I seem to have warned you not to touch the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion. Are you deaf, or do you not have ears? Facing the powerful Yan Qingyang, Lin Xian did not have the slightest bit of fear. How dare you speak to young Master Yang like that? Are you tired of living? Hurry up and slap him. On the other side, a person from the Tao Spirit Association shouted coldly. F***ck, you must be tired of living. You guys are the ones who have the guts to talk to our family's brother Xian like that. Come over here, I'll chop you to death. The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion angrily shouted, their expressions agitated. At that moment, the gazes of over 500 people were like wolves. All of them were staring at that young man. Immediately, that young man was so scared that his face turned pale. His body trembled as he hid behind Xianxia. Trash. Wang Li and the others sneered disdainfully. Lin Xian didn't pay any attention to the young man. He didn't need to take action against such a person. His gaze was fixed on Xianxia. Very good, very arrogant. Xianxia laughed. Don't think that you're powerful just because you defeated Fierce Wolf. In my eyes, Fierce Wolf is nothing. You are nothing too. Arrogant? Lin Xian sneered. Compared to you, what is my arrogance? You brought people to smash my place, and now you're threatening me. I think you're the arrogant one. It's good that you know. Xianxia said sternly, I'm arrogant because I have the right to be arrogant. I can crush you to death with one hand and destroy your dragon sword pavilion. In front of me, you can only kneel. Hearing Xianxia's words, the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion didn't look good. They were furious and couldn't wait to charge forward. However, Lin Xian laughed, so you're saying that you're revered for pursuing strength? Nonsense, this is a world where the strong are revered. Xianxia sneered. The members of Tao Spirit Association behind him also had looks of disdain. Very good. In your eyes, as long as you have strength, right or wrong doesn't matter. If I'm strong, you can still kneel at my feet? Lin Xian's voice was cold as he looked forward. If that's the case, let's fight. I'll let you know who's the one kneeling in the end. Fight with me? You're courting death. Xianxia sneered disdainfully. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard. You're just a piece of trash ranked 75th. And I'm ranked 64th. Let me remind you. On the mysterious sovereign leaderboard, every rise in rank means a huge difference in strength. I can kill Fierce Wolf in 3 moves. What do you have to fight me? Hearing that, the people of Tao Spirit Association all laughed and looked at Lin Xian mockingly. In their opinion, Lin Xian was courting death by challenging Xianxia. The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion were also silent and looked unwilling. Although Lin Xian was strong, he didn't have much chance of winning against Xianxia, who was ranked 64th. Ranked 64th? Is that strong? Lin Xian sneered, look at you. Those who don't know better would think that you're ranked first. He wasn't afraid at all. When he fought with Fierce Wolf, he had only used half of his strength. If he used his full strength, he could even fight with a 3rd-level honorable. Moreover, when he wasn't an honorable, he had dared to kill an honorable who was 1 level higher than him. What more now? In Lin Xian's eyes, Xianxia was nothing. If he wanted to, he could take his place anytime. Initially, he didn't want to rush up so quickly. After all, he had some trump cards that he couldn't reveal. However, now that Xianxia was rushing to his death, he could only fulfill his wish. Stubborn fellow. Xianxia sneered, I don't know if I'm strong or not, but I'm strong enough to kill you. After saying that, the aura on his body continued to rise and a powerful force spread in all directions. Everyone was terrified and retreated one after another, creating a safe distance between them. I only need 1 hand to deal with you. Xianxia was very confident and only stretched out 1 hand. Idiot. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. He focused his gaze and attacked with all his strength. He wanted to take advantage of Xianxia's carelessness and disdain to attack like thunder and take him down with lightning speed. This was a great opportunity for him. I want your ranking. Lin Xian also exuded a fierce aura. Kneel down. Xianxia looked down from above and slapped down with 1 hand. He looked like he was toying with him. The wind from his palm was fierce and a huge purple light palm condensed and pressed down on Lin Xian. Although it was a casual attack, the aura was very terrifying. It wasn't something that an ordinary 2nd-level honorable could resist. Now! Lin Xian shouted and the great dragon sword soul in his body exploded. He clenched his hands and the Nirvana sword rain and Massacre sword rain merged to form a demon sword. He quickly stabbed out. The great dragon sword soul was extremely powerful. At this moment, it completely exploded, causing Lin Xian's combat power to be extremely powerful. A shocking aura exploded. It was so fierce that it made people feel despair. Countless people trembled and couldn't stand steadily. The people from Dowling Association were even more terrified and in disbelief. This power was too strong and made people feel despair. What? Impossible. Get lost. Xianxia shouted. He wanted to mobilize his strength, but he was too late. The demonic sword pierced through his defensive inner armor and pierced through his body. Poof, blood splattered and drifted into the sky. Xianxia's body trembled as he was nailed in midair. I want you dead. Xianxia was enraged. The person whom he had regarded as an ant had injured him. This was unforgivable. The aura in his body exploded as he wanted to attack with all his might. However, he was stunned the next moment as his body trembled uneasily. In his body, the red and black auras were flowing and destroying his body. The black sword chi was strange as it absorbed his spiritual energy like a bottomless pit. The red sword chi was extremely violent as it destroyed his meridians. In an instant, Xianxia suffered an unimaginable injury. Ah! He screamed miserably and was terrified. Kid, you're despicable. How dare you sneak attack me? Xianxia roared. Let me go and we'll fight fair and square. Are you sick in the head? Lin Xian sneered. Sneak attack you? Everyone saw it. You attacked first. I was just defending myself. How can you say that I sneak attack you? As for being injured, it only shows that you're not capable. Then, he shook his hand and the demonic sword shone brightly, releasing an even more terrifying aura. Xianxia's expression changed again as he screamed in pain. The people from Dowling Association were stunned. When they came back to their senses, they shouted, "Let go of young Master Yang. Kid, how dare you touch young Master Yang? You're dead meat." The group of people was furious and rushed forward. Humph. Dongfang Xiong snorted and rushed out with the people from Dragon Sword Pavilion. The two sides faced each other and the atmosphere was tense. You want to fight? Unless you don't want his life anymore. Lin Xian sneered. He waved his arm and nailed Xianxia to the ground with the demonic sword. Ah! I'm going to kill you. Xianxia was in a frenzy. He had the strength but he could not use it at all. The deathly still sword chi and massacre sword chi in his body had driven him into a frenzy. Moreover, he could not get rid of the terrifying attack power of the great dragon sword soul in a short time. Brat, I won't forgive you. Even now, you're still so arrogant? Lin Xian laughed. You really don't know how to repent. He smirked and stepped on Xianxin's body. Ah! Lin Xian, I'm going to kill you. Xianxia went crazy. He had never been humiliated like this before. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he activated the deathly silence sword. A terrifying force of death spread out and quickly took away the spiritual energy in Xianxin's body. In the end, Xianxia felt that his blood and vitality were about to be drained away. He was finally afraid. Stop. I admit defeat. Let me go. Xianxia roared. Admit defeat? Let you go? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. You're really a young master. Do you think we're playing a game? Is this something that can be solved just by admitting defeat? What do you want? Xianxia gritted his teeth and said. What do I want? Lin Xian said in a deep voice, you brought people to kill me. Now that you can't defeat me, you want to beg for mercy and live peacefully? How can there be such a good thing in this world? If I'm the one being stepped on by you today, will you let me go? Lin Xian's words were like pearls that pierced into everyone's hearts like a sharp sword. Indeed, based on Xianxin's arrogant attitude, if the one who was defeated was Lin Xian, he would probably end up in a worse state. Feeling that the vitality in his body was draining more and more, Xianxia was terrified. This was his origin energy, he said in a deep voice, Lin Xian, I think there's some misunderstanding between us. There's no conflict between us. I don't like you because of a woman. Now, I don't want it anymore. I'll give it to you. That should be enough, right? Hearing that, the smile in Lin Xian's eyes deepened. Firstly, regarding Qingqing, you don't have the right to give it to me. Secondly, you don't have the right to say that in front of me. Moron Qingqing walked over with a cold expression. If we weren't in the academy, I would have killed you 1,000 times over for what you've said. The goddess was furious. Her voice was not loud, but it carried a chill that made the hearts of the people around her tremble. Indeed, disregarding everything else, Xianxia could never catch up to the other party in terms of status. Who was Morong Qingqing? She was the little princess of the imperial family. Her status was revered and there were not many who could compete with her in the entire mainland. As for Xianxia, he was just an ordinary genius. Although his family had some influence, it was nothing in front of the Morong family. Xianxia also knew that he had said the wrong thing. He regretted it so much that his hatred for Lin Xian grew even stronger. In his opinion, he could not get Morong Qingqing's favor because of Lin Xian. The funny thing was, he never thought that with his status and strength, he was worthy of her. Forget it. There's no need to talk nonsense with trash like him. Lin Xian shook his head and did not want to waste any more time. Hand over your mystic supreme mirror and get lost with your people. Hearing that, the people from Daoling Association were shocked. Xianxia roared madly, what? Mystic supreme mirror? Impossible. He was mad. He would never hand over the mystic supreme mirror even if he died. If he lost other things, he could still get them back. However, once he lost the mystic supreme mirror, it would be very difficult to get it back. One should know that the mystic supreme mirror not only represented one's status, but it also had other magical uses. Carrying the mystic supreme mirror was equivalent to carrying a small spirit gathering formation. The effect of the spirit gathering formation was closely related to the ranking. For example, the one in Lin Xian's hand was ranked 75th. It had the effect of the third level of the middle grade spirit gathering formation. As for Xianxia's, it had the effect of the 5th level of the spirit gathering tower. Although it was only a difference of 2 levels, the gap between them was very big. To be honest, Xianxia's spirit gathering formation was more than twice as effective as Lin Xian's spirit gathering formation. That was also why the people on the Mystic Supreme ranking could cultivate very quickly and were very difficult to defeat. Those people were originally geniuses. In addition to the powerful cultivation effect of the Mystic Supreme Mirror, it was impossible for them to become weaker. Therefore, the Mystic Supreme Mirror was the reason why Xianxia was powerful and stood above everyone else. How could he hand over such an item? You're not handing it over? Looks like I haven't taught you enough of a lesson. Lin Xian snorted. Then, the sword chi on his body became sharp again. A blood-red murderous aura filled the air, as if the god of death had descended from hell. It was extremely terrifying. Xianxia's life was threatened, so the Mystic Supreme Mirror appeared automatically. Found it. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and smiled. If you dare take it, my big brother won't let you off. Xianxia went crazy and threatened sternly. Your big brother? It's useless even if your grandfather is here. Lin Xian sneered, unmoved. He reached out his hand and grabbed the Mystic Supreme Mirror. He's right. You better not touch his Mystic Supreme Mirror. Otherwise, no one in the Immortal Martial Academy will be able to stop you. He's right. You'd better not touch his Mystical Fire Mirror. Otherwise, no one in the Immortal Martial Academy will be able to stop you. Just as Lin Xian was about to grab Xianxia's Mystical Fire Mirror, a cold voice was heard. Everyone was shocked and turned their heads to look. The people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion were shocked. They did not know when a figure had appeared in front of them. The people from the Tao Spirit Association were overjoyed. It was obvious that the person who had come was related to them. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and looked ahead. When the figure appeared, he naturally felt it. Based on speed alone, he was an expert. You're his elder brother? Lin Xian asked. No. The person shook his head and walked over slowly. Qingyang's elder brother is the president of the Tao Spirit Association. You'll know if you ask around. I'm here today to pass a message to the president. Let him go and everything can be discussed. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. Ha 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 ha, did you hear that? My elder brother has spoken. Xianxia laughed wildly. Kid, let me go quickly. Kowtow and cripple your arms. Otherwise, you're dead meat. Don't you think you're too naive if you want me to let him go with just one sentence? Lin Xian said coldly. The person who had come was a young man in a dark green robe. He held a folding fan in his hand and said confidently, "Let me give you a piece of advice. Our president is an expert ranked 30th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. You're not someone to be trifled with." What? Ranked 30th? The people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion were shocked. The Mystic Honorable Leaderboard included the top 100 young experts in the academy. Even if they were on the leaderboard, the gap between them was huge. There was a huge gap between each ranking. Especially the top 30 martial artists, there was a world of difference between them and the people behind them. Although the president of the Dao Spirit Association, Yan Qingshan, was only ranked 30th, he was probably stronger than all the martial artists behind him combined. Such a person was almost invincible. That was why Yan Qingyang was so arrogant and why the young man in a dark robe was so calm. The young man in a dark robe fanned himself with a calm expression. In his opinion, as long as he mentioned the president's name, the other party would definitely back off. If it were anyone else, they might really be afraid. Unfortunately, he met Lin Xian. After Lin Xian heard this, he did not show any expression. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at Yan Qingyang on the ground. He said coldly, "Hand over the Mystic Supreme Mirror." What? The surrounding martial artists were shocked, their faces full of astonishment. This Lin Xian was too bold, even the black-clothed young man's face was gloomy. He thought that Lin Xian would be afraid, but who would have thought that Lin Xian did not react at all, and even ignored him directly. "You want the Mystic Supreme Mirror? Impossible. Unless you kill me." Yan Qingyang bellowed furiously, his eyes filled with killing intent. "You think I don't dare?" Lin Xian was also angry. How could he be soft-hearted when someone bullied his family? Clenching his fist, a dazzling sword chi was condensed. It carried the power of the great dragon sword soul and was exceptionally sharp. Then, he thrust his sword toward Yan Qingyang's body. Puchi, the tip of the sword pierced through the other party's body without any hesitation, as though it was cutting through tofu. "Ah!" Yan Qingyang screamed again. The hatred in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by fear. He did not expect that Lin Xian would dare to do such a thing after knowing his brother's name. Beside him, the black-clothed young man's face was also gloomy. He stared coldly at Lin Xian. "Kid, what you are doing now is very satisfying and satisfying. However, have you thought about the consequences of doing such a thing? Aren't you afraid of the president's revenge? You should know that with the president's strength, it would be easy for him to kill you and destroy the Dragon Sword Pavilion." "It's not too late to admit your mistake," the black-clothed young man said coldly. "Otherwise, disaster will befall you very soon. You should know that experts have dignity. The president's temper is not good." The voice was calm, but the warning in it was very obvious. No matter what, Lin Xian had offended an unimaginable expert. Dignity? Face? Lin Xian sneered. "Your president's face is face and dignity. Is my face not also a face? This fellow brought a group of people to my territory to cause trouble. Is he giving me face? You are now openly threatening me. Are you giving me face?" Lin Xian's voice was cold. It was as sharp as a sword that surged in the air. "Since you don't give me face, why should I give you face? Are you really so naive as to think that whoever you want to slap in the face will have to obediently stretch their face out?" When they heard Lin Xian's words, the people of the Dragon Sword Pavilion clenched their fists. Yes, they were afraid of the experts on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard. However, this did not mean that they did not care about their dignity. Lin Xian had already arrived at their doorstep. What were they afraid of? Even after he had failed, he still had to threaten them. What did he take them for? Lin Xian's face was important, but theirs was not. They were all humans who did not want to be respected. Furthermore, what made them even more excited was that in the face of such a great threat, Lin Xian had not given up on them. He had not revived them and had preserved the dignity of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Although they were weak now, they still had dignity. The people around them were also shocked. Although Lin Xian was not wrong, he was probably the first person who had dared to say such a thing. "Humph, you are really sharp-tongued. Even if you are completely right, so what?" The dark-skinned youth sneered. In the face of absolute power, anything you say is futile. Futile? You're wrong. Lin Xian sneered. I'm doing exactly what you're thinking. Because I am powerful, I am stepping on your young master. Because I am powerful, these members do not dare to come up to save him. Because I am powerful, you only dare to talk big and not really do anything. Otherwise, if I had defeated the president's younger brother, would you have been able to remain indifferent? Also, because I am powerful, the mystic supreme mirror is mine. After saying that, Lin Xian stretched out his palm and gathered spiritual energy to form a golden dragon claw. He then snatched the mystic supreme mirror from Xianxia. Then, Lin Xian was stunned. Soon, his ranking rose again and he was now at the 64th place. You! Xianxia was so angry that he trembled and almost fainted. The dark-skinned youth's face darkened, as if he had been slapped hard in the face. Just wait for the president's anger. Don't be so agitated. I am just doing things according to your worldview. However, you have become the weak ones. Lin Xian's expression did not change. I don't know why your president is not here. Regardless of whether he is pretending to be strong or has something to do, I will personally visit him in 3 months and fight him. By then, you will know who is the real strong one. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and powerful, spreading in all directions. Humph, if the president had not gone out for a mission, you would be dead today. The dark-skinned youth snorted. All right, I will let you live for another 3 months. The news of Lin Xian injuring Xianxia and obtaining the Mystique Honorable Mirror soon spread throughout the Celestial Martial Academy. Countless people were shocked and stirred up. Xianxia was ranked 64th on the Mystique Honorable ranking list. Moreover, he had a powerful brother and had a powerful background. Even those experts would not dare to provoke him. However, a new student had accomplished such a feat. Not only did he injure Xianxia, but he also challenged Yan Qingchen 3 months later. How audacious! This Lin Xian is really arrogant and fearless. Humph, he's too arrogant. It's impossible for him to challenge Yan Qingchen 3 months later. The entire academy was discussing Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian did not pay attention to these. He was preparing for the auction in Windy City a month later. He had already sent a message to Yu Fei to collect information about the auction so that he could prepare in advance. The auction this time was very grand. Many people had already set off for Windy City before it even started. All kinds of news were flying around. Some said that there would be an Earth rank martial technique and some said that there would be an 8th grade elixir pill. All in all kinds of fantastic news made people excited. A few days later, Yu Fei sent a message. In order to attract more people, the Vientiane auction released some of the auction items. Among them were the items that Lin Xian needed to make the Red Lotus armor. Other than that, there was also a half-Earth rank treasure sword. Lin Xian was determined to get the Phoenix blood gold used to make the Red Lotus armor. This item was very important to him as it was the foundation of the Red Lotus armor. Other than that, the half-Earth rank treasure sword also tempted him. One should know that the best weapon he had was the Wind Shadow Sword, an upper spiritual rank treasure weapon. However, it seemed that it was not enough. If he could get a half-Earth rank treasure weapon, his attack power would increase by several times. It would definitely be a great help. Of course, he also knew that such a half-Earth rank treasure weapon was very rare. There would definitely be a large number of martial artists fighting for it. What he needed to do now was to gather enough spiritual stones. He looked at the spiritual stones in his storage ring. There were about 70 million spiritual stones. If it was during normal times, it would definitely be enough. But now, in front of the Phoenix Blood Guild gold and a half-Earth step treasure, it was simply not enough. There was still a month left. It would not be easy to get a large amount of spirit stones. He still had some treasures in his possession, such as 1,000-year-old spirit herbs and a few half-Earth rank martial arts. If he were to sell these, he should be able to exchange them for a large amount of spirit stones. However, he estimated that it was still not enough. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and tapped his fingers on the table, trying to think of a solution. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows as he thought of something. Qinghong Society. When he first came to the Blood Realm, he went to 2 cities, Azure Mountain City and Flying Tiger City. As a result, he had clashed with the forces in those cities. After he had killed the Flying Tiger City's city lord, there had been experts from the Green-Red Society who had come to kill him. Fortunately, he relied on his speed to escape safely. However, this matter would not be settled so easily. Now was the perfect time to start with them. Thinking about it, they had a lot of wealth in their hands. Together with the Lion Moon City's Wang family, it should be enough. The leader of the Azure Red Society should be a rank 3 supremacy. He should also have a large number of experts under him. Lin Xian pondered and deduced the possibility of killing the other party. He realized that it was very difficult. Other than the Azure Red Society's headquarters, there were 6 other cities under them, which were the 6 major branches. Lin Xian felt that it would be better to start with these branch cities. Azure Mountain City, Flying Tiger City. Lin Xian confirmed 2 targets. Not only that, he also planned to bring Nan Gongsang and Ma Rulong over from the Sand region and let them build a battle arena here. On one hand, he sent a message to the Sand region. On the other hand, he gathered people and prepared to attack Azure Mountain City and Flying Tiger City. In fact, he did not need to do anything at all in these 2 cities. He only needed to keep an eye on the Azure Red Society. He had Wang Li and Dongfang Xiong lead 100 people to Azure Mountain City and Flying Tiger City respectively. Lin Xian began to arrange other things. He summoned the dark red divine dragon and had him carve a few black jade platforms to save his life at critical moments. The black jade platforms were equivalent to small portable teleportation portals. It was very convenient, but it was very troublesome to create. This was because this kind of spatial teleportation inscription was an ancient method. Ordinary people could not master it at all. Only an old monster like the dark red divine dragon could master it. Moreover, the materials needed to carve a black jade platform were very expensive. Ordinary people could not afford it. Kid, the materials you gave me are not good enough. I can only make the ones that can teleport you 10 miles away, the dark red divine dragon said. Seeing Lin Xian's flickering eyes, he sighed. Alright, I haven't recovered yet. I can only make the ones that can teleport you 1,000 miles away. 1,000 miles is enough. Lin Xian nodded. Then, he went to the True Spirit Hall to exchange for some materials and gave them to the dark red divine dragon. 3 days later, the 6 black jade platforms were completed. They could teleport you 1,000 miles away in an instant. It was definitely a good way to save your life. After putting away the 6 black jade platforms, Lin Xian also received news from Wang Li and Dongfang Xiong that the 2 cities had been conquered. Let's go. It's time for us to move. Lin Xian did not bring anyone with him. He only brought the dark red divine dragon and the snow-white monkey with him. He set off alone at a very fast speed and arrived at Xingshan City a day later. Xingshan City. Ever since the death of the Blood Wolf Gang's leader, the Azure Red Society had sent new experts to hold the fort. However, how could they defeat the students of the Immortal Martial Academy? Wang Li led a group of people and killed them without much effort. The rest of the gang members also surrendered. Brother Xian, this is that guy's storage ring. This is the basement of the Blood Wolf Gang. Wang Li said. Lin Xian nodded. He scanned the storage ring with his soul force and kept it. Then, he walked to the basement of the Blood Wolf Gang and squinted his eyes. The wealth of the Blood Wolf Gang was richer than he had imagined. Just the storage ring alone had 50 million spirit stones, and that was not including the other things. The treasures in the vault were even more plentiful. There were 90 million mid-grade spirit stones and some weapons. Inner armor, cultivation methods, pills, and the like. Lin Xian waved his sleeves and kept the 90 million spirit stones into the storage ring. He then said to the crowd, I have a use for these spirit stones, so I'll keep them. As for the other things, you can divide them among yourselves. Many thanks, Brother Xian. The members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were overjoyed. Although the Blood Wolf Gang's strength was weak, they were indeed rich. It seemed like they had done a lot of bad things in Xingshan City. Until now, Lin Xian had over 200 million mid-grade spirit stones in his hands. He smiled and began to set up the Xingshan City. Since the city had already been conquered, Lin Xian had no intention of letting it go. He set up some defensive arrays and arranged for some people to stay. Then, he left. Lin Xian chose the right time and city. Firstly, the Vientiane auction was approaching and the Azure Red Society would definitely participate. Therefore, he didn't have much time to deal with this matter. Furthermore, the Green Mountain City and Flying Tiger City were located in remote areas. Wang Li and Dongfang Xiong had quickly defeated their enemies, so the news wouldn't spread out so quickly. When Lin Xian arrived at the Flying Tiger City, he obtained another 150 million spiritual stones. He now had 370 million spiritual stones in his possession, which was an astronomical number. After making some arrangements, Lin Xian prepared to bring Yufei to the Windy City. As for the others, he planned to transfer them over when the auction started. A few days later, he arrived at the Windy City. Lin Xian was no stranger to this ancient city as he had been here once before. He sighed in his heart when he came here again. When he first came here, he was only a harmonious spirit realm martial artist. 2 months later, he was already a venerable realm martial artist with heaven-defying combat strength. He could even fight against a third-layer venerable. The Windy City was much livelier than before. Martial artists from all over the Blood Realm had arrived to participate in the Vientiane auction. As expected of the Wanxiang auction, it's so grand. Yufei exclaimed, "This is only a small part of the auction, but it has already attracted so many people. If all the items are listed, the entire Blood Realm will be shaken." Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, although the half-earth rank treasure sword was good, it shouldn't be the most valuable item. The two chatted as they walked. Suddenly, a few figures blocked their path. Lin Xian frowned and looked forward. 3 middle-aged men in black leather armor and bamboo hats said coldly, "If the two of you want to enter the city, pay the entrance fee first. 30,000 spiritual stones for each of you." 30,000 spiritual stones for entrance fee? Yufei sneered, "Do you think we're newbies? There wasn't any entrance fee when we came here a few days ago." That was in the past. Now that the Vientiane auction is approaching, of course there's an entrance fee. That's right, another person said, 30,000 spirit stones per person. If you pay, you can enter the city. Otherwise, you won't be able to participate in the auction. The three of them had cold expressions as they stared at Lin Xian and Lin Xian, as if they were certain they would win. Wenfeng City is an ancient city. A long time ago, the rule was set that there is no entrance fee. This is also the reason why Wenfeng City is so prosperous. Moreover, even if there is an entrance fee, it should be collected by the city guards, Lin Xian said indifferently. This kind of important matter shouldn't be handled by a nobody. What did you say? Brat, you're courting death. That martial artist was immediately enraged. This brat in front of him actually dared to scold them. He was really reckless. Brat, to tell you the truth, we are not guards, and we don't need to pay the entrance fee to enter the city. However, we want to rob the two of you. What can you do? The leading martial artist sneered. 2 little dolls, it seems like you still don't know the name of us 3 brothers. No one can escape from us, the Bald Eagle Trio. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and hand over the spirit stones and treasures on you. Otherwise, we'll throw you 2 into the forest to feed the wolves. The 3 of them sneered. In the Blood Realm, killing and robbing was a very common thing. I'll give you a chance to live. Scram. Lin Xian said coldly. Did you hear that? My boss asked you to scram. Hurry up and scram. Yufei clenched his fists and said. Scram? Boss? The 3 of them looked at each other and then laughed. Ha 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 ha, this is too funny. Boss? Brat, you can learn anything, but you still want to pretend to be a boss. Do you look like one? Then, their expressions changed. Their bodies emitted a powerful and cold aura, as if they were ferocious beasts that had awakened. Brat, no one can scold us. Anyone who has scolded us is already dead. Hee, I'm going to cut off your tongues first, then dig out your eyeballs. I'm going to torture you to death. Brat, if you want to blame someone, blame it on your lack of respect. Die. One of the martial artists stretched out his hand and grabbed at Lin Xian. Wisps of black gas appeared on his palm as if they were going to devour him. The other passers-by saw this scene and shook their heads. They knew the name of the bald eagle trio. They were incomparably cruel. The two young men were surrounded by them, so they were definitely in trouble. These people only glanced at them and did not go forward to help. After all, such things were common in the blood realm. Bang, however, when the palm was 3 feet away from Lin Xian, it could not move. It was as if a pair of invisible hands had imprisoned it. What? The burly man was stunned. Then, his expression became very ugly. He used all his strength, but he still could not move his fist. His face was flushed red, and his veins were popping out. "Brat, I'm going to kill you." The burly man shouted angrily, then kicked out. This kick was as fast as lightning. It swept towards Lin Xian's waist, bringing with it an endless gust of wind. If the kick hit, even a mountain would collapse. However, in the face of such a dangerous attack, Lin Xian only sneered. He flicked his finger and a sword chi exploded on the burly man's leg. Crack, 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 suddenly, the burly man screamed and broke out in cold sweat. His legs fell to the ground powerlessly, and his bones turned into powder. Hiss, the other two gasped. Their eyes were full of horror. They knew that they had kicked an iron plate this time. Big brother, we were wrong," the burly man said in a trembling voice. He was in so much pain that he was about to faint. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it." Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Then, he waved his sleeve and sent the burly man in front of him flying. He turned into a star and disappeared into the sky. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. They didn't expect the Condor trio to be defeated. Moreover, it was at the hands of a young man. "Hero, we were wrong. Please let us go. We'll get out of here." The remaining two were trembling in fear. The young man in front of them was too terrifying. They had never seen it before. The two of them knelt down and rolled on the ground like a ball. They maintained this posture until they disappeared. "Let's go." Lin Xian didn't make a move. Instead, he said lightly. Soon, the two of them entered the city, leaving behind a group of martial artists in a daze. What a terrifying young man. Who is this person? He didn't even make a move and defeated the Condor trio? So strong, so domineering. I heard that the Red Leaf Valley's genius Hong Wuji is also here. Could it be him? It doesn't seem like it. The Red Leaf Valley's people are very ostentatious. It's impossible for them to only bring one person here. Someone shook his head. They were all guessing, but there was no conclusion. There was a reason for their guesses. The Red Leaf Valley's people were famous for being arrogant and domineering. Logically speaking, this kind of character couldn't survive. However, they were very strong, so they were able to continue being arrogant and domineering. In the Immortal Martial Academy, there were many disciples from the Red Leaf Valley. Among them, the most powerful was the leader of the Red Maple Gang, Hong Wuji. Wenfeng City, Taiha Restaurant. It was a famous restaurant in the city. It was noon and the restaurant was bustling with activity. Coupled with the fact that the Wanxiang auction was around the corner, business was booming. At this moment, a group of people dressed in red walked down the street. The arrival of this group of people caused the bustling street to become unusually quiet. No one dared to make a sound. 6 beautiful women appeared on the street. Each of them carried a sword in their arms. Their steps were light and seductive. In the middle of the 6 beautiful women was a young man in red robes. This young man was very handsome and should have been very attractive. However, the arrogance on his face and the arrogance in his eyes blocked everything outside. "Young master, this restaurant is not bad. It's suitable for resting," one of the beautiful women said. The arrogant young man glanced at her casually and grunted. Next, 2 women dressed in red walked to the entrance of the restaurant and tied 2 red ropes. Then, they said softly, "Red Leaves Valley has booked this place. The rest of you, disappear within 10 seconds. "What, Red Leaves Valley?" When the people in the restaurant heard this, they were so scared that they scattered. No one dared to stay. Lin Xian heard the noise outside and frowned. He did not expect to meet Red Leaves Valley here. Moreover, the other party was as arrogant as ever. "Brother Xian, what should we do?" Yufei asked. Ignore him. Lin Xian said coldly and continued eating. In the blink of an eye, the entire restaurant was emptied out. Only then did the arrogant young man snort coldly and head in. The surrounding people were terrified. Although the young man in red was arrogant, his aura was very sharp. It was like a sharp sword that made people tremble. The young man in red walked into the restaurant slowly. However, he soon frowned because he realized that there were other people in the restaurant. Moreover, there were two of them. However, his eyes were only fixed on one person. It was a young man in a blue shirt. This was because he felt the same sharp aura from the other party. Although the other party did not release it, he could feel it because they were both swordsmen. However, when he felt it carefully, there were some differences. His aura was sharp and overbearing, while the other party had a terrifying murderous aura. Behind the red-robed youth, the 6 beautiful girls were trembling at this moment. They hadn't chased everyone away. This must have caused the young master's dissatisfaction. Thinking of the red-robed youth's cruel and violent character, the 6 girls trembled slightly. Young master, I'll go kill him. One of the girls with an oval face said. No need. The red-robed young man shook his head. Then, he stared at Lin Xian and whispered, interesting. Brat, you're very lucky to be able to sit with me. The corner of the red-robed young man's mouth curled up slightly. Then, he found a seat in the middle and sat down. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. He could also feel the strength of his opponent. However, if they were to fight, he was still very confident that he could win. However, the other party was too arrogant. With that condescending attitude, he was destined not to go far in his life. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Xian raised his wine glass. However, this action of his was met with a reprimand. Why are you shaking your head? One of the girls with an oval face snorted coldly. You're lucky to be able to sit with our young master in the same room. Not only are you not grateful, but you even dare to shake your head? You're too nosy. Yufei sneered. The other party was too arrogant. That condescending attitude of his was infuriating. Swoosh, with a faint flash, the wine glass in Yufei's hand shattered and the wine spilled all over the floor. The wine glass was split in half. The cut was smooth as if it had been cut by a sharp weapon. Other than the wine glass, the table and the people were not hurt at all. I'm in a good mood today. I'll spare your life. If there's a next time, it'll be your head that's split in half. The red-robed youth said coldly. He had been holding his wine glass as if he had never attacked. He's so strong. I didn't even see how he attacked. Yeah, he's so fast. Outside the restaurant, the crowd was shocked. They didn't even see how the other party attacked. Yufei was also shocked. His hands were trembling slightly. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The other party's swordsmanship was above his expectations. However, although he was surprised, he didn't take it to heart. That was because he had seen everything with his own eyes. Although the others couldn't see the red-robed youth's attack, Lin Xian saw it clearly. He even thought of several ways to counter it in an instant. He knew that the sword wouldn't hurt Yufei. Otherwise, he would have attacked long ago. Seeing Lin Xian remain silent, the girls thought that he was afraid and immediately sneered. After that, they no longer paid any attention to Lin Xian and his companion. Instead, they gathered at a nearby table and started discussing. We'll get that sword in a month. Yeah, we'll be able to collect all 7 swords by then. No, that sword's value is above these 6 swords. The few of them discussed while the red-robed youth sat alone in the center drinking wine. Hearing this, many people outside pricked up their ears. A weapon that could attract the red-robed youth's attention was definitely not ordinary. Of course, that lone star is a half-earth-rank treasure. It's a rare item in the world. The girls said proudly as if the sword already belonged to them. As expected. The crowd exclaimed after hearing this. In order to attract more people, the Wansheng auction released information about some treasures in advance. One of them was a sword called Lone Star. It was the half-earth-rank treasure. Half-earth-rank treasures were rare in the world. They could be said to be divine weapons. In the absence of earth-rank treasures, it was the best weapon. Every time a weapon like this appeared, it would cause a storm of blood and countless people would lose their lives. Only a true powerhouse deserved to own it. As if she heard the crowd's discussion, the girl with the oval face said proudly, "Of course this treasure sword belongs to our young master. Whoever dares to snatch it will be our young master's enemy and the Red Leaf Valley's enemy. When that time comes, no one in the world will be able to save him." The girl's voice was very loud, as if she was warning everyone not to have any ideas about the half-earth-rank treasure. Yufei was also stunned. He didn't expect that the other party was also after the Lone Star Sword. Then, he looked at Lin Xian with a worried expression. However, what made him feel relieved was that Lin Xian didn't show any expression. He wasn't angry or worried. Lin Xian was very calm. The girl's words didn't cause any emotions in him, nor did they scare him. Just like what those people said, this treasure was only for those who were strong enough. And strength wasn't something that could be shouted. He believed that the two of them weren't the only ones who came for the Lone Star Sword. Perhaps all the powerful swordsmen would come. When that time came, the real fight would begin. Outside the restaurant, many martial artists sighed. Among them, most of them were swordsmen. They came because of the news of the Lone Star Sword, but now, Red Leaf Valley was also competing for this artifact. It seemed that they had no chance. Hee, such big words. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? The Lone Star Sword hasn't appeared yet, and you already think it's yours? When the sword is taken away by someone else, wouldn't you be slapping your own face? A sneer was heard, drifting in and out. Who is it? Come out. The 6 girls were shocked and angry. They stood up and looked around coldly. The crowd outside was also shocked. Someone dared to cause trouble for Red Leaf Valley in public. How arrogant. You can't even find me there, and you still dare to say that the Lone Star Sword is yours? The voice sounded again, I think you should go back to Red Leaf Valley. You're courting death. The oval-faced girl was furious. She pulled out the sword in her arms and slashed forward. Boom, a jade-green sword light flew out like a shocking rainbow, slashing forward. Whoosh, the crowd outside the restaurant immediately scattered, not daring to stay. The oval-faced girl was also an expert. Her attack was aggressive, but it didn't destroy the houses and streets. She just wanted to disperse the crowd. Not bad, not bad. Your control of strength is very precise. The voice laughed, but what's the use of hitting the air? Don't tell me you still haven't found where I am? Damn it. Damn it. Hearing the provocation, the oval-faced girl was so angry that her face turned pale. The other 5 girls were also angry. Their eyes were like swords, sweeping around. Yufei was also surprised, but he was very excited. He had long disliked these people. Now that someone was teaching them a lesson, he was naturally happy. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. He spread out his soul power and quickly checked. Then, the corner of his mouth rose. At this moment, the mocking voice sounded again, what Red Leaf Valley? A bunch of trash who don't live up to their name. Before he finished speaking, a ray of sword chi lit up. It was like a divine rainbow, and it slashed toward the void. Clang, then, there was the sound of metal colliding. Then, a gray figure appeared in the air. Lin Xian also raised his head, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. This was more or less what he had expected. That silhouette flew through the air, his eyes filled with shock. He hadn't expected that the other party would actually be able to find him. How did you do it? The gray-robed man landed on the ground and asked in shock. Your cultivation method is not bad, but your strength is not enough. With your little bit of cultivation, you still want to act mysterious in front of me? How laughable. The red-robed young man said disdainfully, you don't have the right to be presumptuous in front of me, Hong Wuji. This voice surged, turning into a sword wave, quickly thrusting out. Boom, the gray-robed man tried his best to dodge, but he was still hit by the sword wave and crashed into the wall. You. He gasped for breath, his eyes filled with panic. Then, he gritted his teeth and glanced at the 6 girls in red. His eyes glowed. Chi, the gray-robed man's body flashed and melted into the air again, as if he had disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared beside a young girl. He stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed the treasured sword in her arms. The gray-cloaked man's target was not the red-robed youth, but the 6 treasured swords. The young girl was caught off guard and the treasured sword in her arms was snatched away. Hee hee, I'll take the treasured sword. When you get the Lone Star sword, I'll come for you again. The gray-robed man laughed loudly and then disappeared again. Humph, you're courting death. The 6 girls were furious. They quickly formed a formation and enveloped the entire restaurant. However, the void rippled, and the gray-robed man appeared again. He was already a few hundred meters away from the restaurant. He laughed loudly again and fled into the distance. At that moment, Hong Wuji moved. Like a bolt of red lightning, he instantly appeared in front of the gray-robed man. He waved his palm and snatched the treasured sword, sending the gray-robed man flying at the same time. Barf, the gray-robed man spat out a mouthful of blood, but his body disappeared again. This time even Hong Wuji could not find him. He frowned, snorted coldly, and instantly returned to the restaurant. Everyone was shocked. Hong Wuji was too terrifying. The strange gray-robed man could not even block one of his attacks. At that moment, other than Hong Wuji, only the 6 girls were left in the restaurant. Lin Xian and Yufei had also disappeared. No one noticed that. In a secluded street far away from the restaurant, a gray-robed man appeared, panting heavily. He was the gray-robed man from before. At that moment, his chest was hit by a palm and he suffered serious internal injuries. Fortunately, he had a powerful concealment technique, which allowed him to escape from the red-robed man. Damn it, I didn't expect that guy to be so strong. Looks like I'll have to find another chance. The gray-robed man's face was gloomy, and he was unwilling to give up. He believed that as long as he had enough patience, he would be able to succeed with the concealment technique in his hands. Oh, looks like you haven't given up yet? A faint voice was heard. Who's there? The gray-robed man was shocked. He did not expect someone to be able to track him. Whoosh, with a flash of light, a figure rushed over from afar. He was very fast. At first, he was still very far away, but in an instant, he was in front of the gray-robed man. Seeing that speed, the gray-robed man was shocked. That speed was not any slower than the red-robed man's. In his shock, he thought that Hong Wuji had caught up with him. Without looking closely, the gray-robed man ran away. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. The void fluctuated, and several sword chi appeared out of nowhere, forming a cage and trapping him. That terrifying aura, although it did not touch him, was enough to make his hair stand on end. Who the hell are you? The gray-robed man screamed, his heart filled with fear. He realized that the person in front of him was not Hong Wuji, but his strength was definitely not inferior to Hong Wuji. Let's talk. I'm very interested in your concealment technique. Lin Xian said indifferently. The gray-robed man's escape technique surprised him, especially his concealment technique. He did not even notice it. If it was not for his powerful soul force, he would not have been able to find him at all. Lin Xian was tempted by such a mysterious technique. It's you. The gray-robed man finally saw Lin Xian's face and exclaimed. He clearly remembered that in the restaurant, there were 2 other people besides Hong Wuji and the Red Leaf Valley's people. Lin Xian was one of them. The Red Leaf Valley's arrogance was well known. To be able to stay in the same restaurant as the Red Leaf Valley's people was enough to show how powerful the other party was. However, that concealment technique was his lifeblood. He could not bear to give it away. Not going to give it away? Lin Xian laughed. I can immediately send you to the Red Leaf Valley. At that time, I'll give it to you. The gray-robed man's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and said, if I give it to you, will you let me go? Soon, Lin Xian obtained a cultivation technique from the gray-robed man. Instantly, he revealed a trace of surprise. Then, his expression returned to normal. With a wave of his hand, he withdrew the sword chi and released the gray-robed man. Looking at the escaping figure, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a joyful smile. Kid, looking at your smile, did you get a great deal? The dark red dragon asked. It's really a great deal. This cultivation technique is very magical. It's just that guy doesn't know how to use it. Lin Xian smiled. Such a good cultivation technique is indeed a waste in his hands. If I'm not wrong, this should be an ancient concealment cultivation technique. I think that guy must have found it in some cave. With a flash, Lin Xian disappeared from the spot. He wanted to find a place to properly cultivate this cultivation technique. According to his prediction, if he succeeded, he would be able to conceal his aura, cultivation, and even soul fluctuations. He could even change his appearance and become another person. This way, he would have another method. In Wind-Seeking City, more and more people entered, causing the guest rooms to gradually fill up. Lin Xian did not go to the inn. Instead, under Yufei's lead, he went to the Cultivation Pagoda in the city. Other than being an ancient city, the Cultivation Pagoda in the city was also very famous. It was said that there was a spirit vein below. In addition to the spirit gathering array carved by a formation master, the spirit chi here was abnormally dense. Therefore, this Cultivation Pagoda had become a famous building. Its effect was not inferior to the mid-grade spirit gathering array in the academy. Lin Xian's Mystic Supreme Mirror was only effective within and near the Immortal Martial Academy because of its uniqueness. It seemed that this had something to do with the 10,000-foot-tall stone tablet. And now, Lin Xian also wanted to find a place to rest. Therefore, he went to the Cultivation Pagoda. The Black Cultivation Pagoda was 100 meters tall and had a total of 10 levels. The higher the level, the better the effect and the more expensive the price. Lin Xian and Yufei walked in and realized that most of the cultivation rooms were full. However, there were also some empty cultivation rooms, but no one dared to go there. It was as if everyone was afraid of those cultivation rooms. Lin Xian didn't think so. He urgently needed to find a place, and since it was an empty cultivation room, why couldn't he enter? Therefore, he brought Yufei to a cultivation room on the 3rd floor. "Brat, stop. That's not a place you can enter." Just as Lin Xian neared, a cold shout rang out. Immediately, the other cultivators in the passageway looked over in surprise, looking at Lin Xian with a trace of confusion. Was this guy not afraid of death? "Can't enter?" Lin Xian frowned. "This is an empty cultivation room. Why can't we enter?" "Brat, is this your first day here?" A young man walked out with a cold smile on his face. "Do you see the symbol on the door? This is the Chao family's emblem. This is young Master Chao's personal cultivation room. How can a lowly martial artist like you be worthy? If you delay young Master Chao's cultivation, even 10 lives won't be enough." "Personal cultivation room?" Lin Xian sneered. Before he came here, he had never heard of any personal cultivation room. He just knew that young Master Chao relied on his family to seize it by force and forbade others from using it. This kind of tyranny was comparable to the people from Red Leaf Valley. However, now that there was a shortage of cultivation rooms, how could Lin Xian back down? Moreover, there was no one in the cultivation room. It would be a waste if he didn't use it. "Then let me ask you, did your young Master Chao pay spirit stones for this cultivation room when he was free?" Lin Xian asked calmly. If the other party paid spirit stones, then he really couldn't fight for it. Unexpectedly, after the young man heard this, he laughed disdainfully. "Pay spirit stones? What an idiot. Even if young Master Chao's cultivation room was empty, no one would dare to use it. Why pay spirit stones? Brat, I advise you to get out of here." "Didn't pay? Then it's easy." Lin Xian smiled. If one paid spirit stones, no one else could enter, regardless of whether there was a person or not. However, if one didn't pay spirit stones and still wanted to occupy it, then it was unreasonable and bullying others. "I don't know what young Master Chao is. I only saw that there was no one in the cultivation room, and you didn't pay spirit stones. Since it's an ownerless cultivation room, why can't I enter?" Lin Xian said in a low voice, then strode forward. "Humph, you're really tired of living." The young man sneered. "Today, I'll let you know the consequences of offending young Master Chao." He waved his hand, forming 2 pale white bone claws in the air. They were 10 feet long and grabbed at Lin Xian. "You dare to attack me?" Lin Xian sneered and punched out. His golden fist expanded like a golden mountain and blasted forward. Boom, the pale white bone claws shattered and turned into powder. Then, the young man's expression changed drastically. He clutched his chest and flew backward. Bang, he slammed heavily into the wall, looking very embarrassed. You dare to attack me? The young man didn't expect Lin Xian to be so powerful that he could destroy his attack with one punch. You're dead. The Chao family won't let you go. I don't know about the Chao family, but I know that if you don't get lost, you'll be the one to die. Lin Xian said coldly. You just wait. The young man's face was gloomy. He glared at Lin Xian, then quickly left. You can use this room. Lin Xian said to Yu Fei. Brother Xian, what about you? I'll go upstairs and take a look. Lin Xian said, then walked up the stairs. On the floor above, he also saw the empty cultivation room occupied by the Chao family. He sneered and used a sword chi to erase the mark. Then, he walked in. In the cultivation room, he waved his sleeve and set up a defensive array. Then, he took out the concealment technique he got from the man in gray. This technique was called the heaven-changing technique. It could change one's appearance, hide one's aura, and even change one's soul fluctuation to become another person. If one mastered it, they could even change heaven and earth. However, the technique in Lin Xian's hand was an incomplete version. Only the front part was available. But it was enough for him. Lin Xian's soul force was powerful, so he learned it very quickly. Not long after, his muscles and bones changed. Then, his entire appearance and figure changed, turning him into a cold man. He activated it again and became a middle-aged scholar again. Lin Xian's aura suddenly disappeared. Although he was standing there, it was as if he didn't exist. Concealment and changing one's appearance were easy to master, but changing one's soul fluctuation was difficult. However, once he mastered it, it would be difficult for anyone below the King realm to notice his abnormality. After reaching the Venerable realm, a martial artist's soul would be cultivated, so they would use their soul force to investigate. Moreover, a person's soul fluctuation was specific. No matter how much their appearance changed, their soul fluctuation wouldn't change. This was because in the eyes of a powerhouse, they would be recognized at a glance. On the second day, Lin Xian had grasped the basics of changing soul fluctuations. No one below the 5th level of the martial honor realm could detect it. It would be more difficult to cultivate further down the path. It would require time to accumulate. Lin Xian was not in a hurry. This was enough for him. Therefore, he got up and left the cultivation room. When he came out, he immediately noticed that the martial artists in the passage looked at him differently. Their expressions were filled with shock and astonishment. What happened? He found a person and asked. You offended the Chao family yesterday and they're here for revenge today. They thought you were below and surrounded the cultivation room that you robbed. Chao family? Humph. Lin Xian snorted and quickly walked down. In the cultivation room on the 3rd floor, Yu Fei looked miserable. He could not cultivate at all and could only walk around in circles anxiously. The door of the cultivation room was mercilessly bombarded and every time it was hit, it would make a loud noise. Under such circumstances, no martial artist could cultivate. Moreover, through the hole in the door, he saw that it was the young man who was beaten up yesterday. It was obvious that the Chao family was here. He could only wait for Lin Xian to come out first. Boom, however, in the next moment, the door of the cultivation room was blasted open. A few martial artists quickly rushed in and surrounded Yu Fei. It's not that guy? Zhang Tao was stunned. Why, he's not the arrogant guy you were talking about. An arrogant young man asked coldly. He was wearing a chow-colored robe and looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. He had an arrogant expression and looked down on everyone. It's not that guy, but he should be that guy's accomplice. Zhang Tao said, I saw them together yesterday. I think that guy should have gone to another cultivation room. However, we can wait for him here. I'm sure he'll appear. Zhang Tao grinned hideously, young Master Chao, why don't we teach this guy a lesson and let him know how powerful you are? First break his limbs, then peel off his flesh piece by piece. Chao Tong said indifferently. He looked very indifferent. It seemed that he had done this many times. A group of people had already gathered outside. When they heard this, they shook their heads and sighed. This guy is really unlucky. He dared to offend the Chao clan. That's right, the Chao clan is one of the most powerful clans in Wind-Seeking City. Didn't these people ask around before? This kid is just an accomplice. I don't know where the main culprit went. Maybe he ran away a long time ago. A group of people discussed in low voices. Inside the training room, two strong warriors grinned as they stepped forward. One of them held a long blue staff while the other held a long saber. The two of them blocked Yu Fei's path. I'll kill you all. Yu Fei shouted angrily, wanting to break out. Boom, spiritual energy exploded, filling the surroundings with a terrifying aura. He'd consumed quite a lot of spirit herbs in the Chao clan recently, so his cultivation had reached the half-step exalt realm. Thus, his attack was extremely imposing. However, the two warriors on the other side were even stronger. The two of them attacked and interrupted Yu Fei's attack. At the same time, they sent him flying with a strike. Puff, Yu Fei spat out a mouthful of blood and was immediately severely injured. His entire body shook uncontrollably. Brat, if you want to blame someone, blame your accomplice. He actually dared to offend young Master Chao. Zhang Tao grinned. Aya, what a pity for you. Maybe that brat has already run away and left you as a scapegoat. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Yu Fei's mouth was full of blood, but he threw his head back and laughed. Brother Xian will help me repay the injuries you guys inflicted on me 10 times over. Even if you kill me, Brother Xian will help me take revenge. Brother Xian? You're really courting death. The two of you, hurry up and attack. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Chao Tong shouted coldly. Whoosh. Buzz, immediately, the two warriors attacked, and a terrifying attack instantly surged towards Yu Fei. Even if I die, I will drag you guys down with me. Yu Fei shouted angrily, wanting to risk his life. Brother Xian, I will follow you in the next life. Yu Fei's eyes were red and cracked. He wanted to self-destruct his spirit energy and create an explosion that would kill everyone. However, in the next moment, a palm was placed on his shoulder, immediately suppressing the rampaging spirit energy in his body. Not only that, the aura was extremely cool and quickly healed the injuries in his body. Boom, the energy exploded, and it was terrifying as it drowned the area in front of him. Humph, this is the result of provoking young Master Chao. Zhang Tao looked forward with a sneer. The martial artists outside were also silent. Suddenly, the void fluctuated, and the violent energy ball seemed to have been split apart by something, instantly turning into countless fragments. Following that, a gust of wind blew over, blowing everything away. Everyone was puzzled as they looked over. Even Chao Tong frowned. He did not understand what was going on. He saw a young man in blue standing in front of Yu Fei. He had an extraordinary bearing, but his expression was abnormally cold. It's you. Zhang Tao's expression changed, and then he laughed sinisterly. Young Master Chao, he's the brat who stole the cultivation. Room. It's him? Chao Tong's face immediately darkened, and a thick killing intent appeared in his eyes. Brat, you have guts. You actually dared to steal my cultivation room. Now, kneel down and cripple your arms. Crawl under my crotch and I might spare your life. Otherwise, the two of you will experience what it means to live a life worse than death. Recuperate well, I'll help you take revenge. Lin Xian said to Yu Fei, and then took out a bottle of pills. Brother Xian. Yu Fei was excited. He nodded and stood aside, pouring out the pills and swallowing them. Lin Xian turned his head, looked at Chao Tong and the rest, and said in a deep voice, Now, cripple your arms, kneel down and kowtow to my brother, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you will know what it means to live a life worse than death. Lin Xian's voice was not loud, but it spread clearly in all directions. The murderous intent in his voice made many people tremble. Especially the warriors outside, their faces were filled with shock. This brat is so arrogant, Chao Tong, Zhang Tao, and the rest laughed as if they had heard the funniest joke. What did he say? He wants me to apologize? Chao Tong's face was filled with disdain. Zhang Tao sneered, his eyes full of sarcasm, Brat, you dare to threaten young Master Chao? No one in Wind-Seeking City can save you. Just wait for your death. The 6 warriors that Qiao Tong brought along also sneered. Men, capture the 2 of them. I want to torture them to death bit by bit. Qiao Tong was like a little devil. Although he was small, his heart was very vicious. Looks like you guys don't know how to repent. Lin Xian sighed. If that's the case, then die. You're courting death. In front, 2 warriors sneered and quickly attacked. A huge staff came crashing down like a heavenly pillar, weighing tens of thousands of pounds as it came crashing down on Lin Xian. On the other hand, a saber light flashed, like a purple lightning, quickly slashing towards Lin Xian. When the 2 of them joined forces, their power was comparable to a venerable. However, countless blood-colored auras gushed out from his surroundings like a sea of blood, surging in the air. Boom! Suddenly, 2 bloody hands reached out from the sea of blood. Like dragons, they instantly shattered the staff and blade radiance in the sky. Then, they quickly enveloped the 2 martial artists. Ah! Miserable cries rang out, causing one's hair to stand on end and their scalps to go numb. In the next moment, the 2 bloody hands let go and retreated into the sea of blood. And at the place where the 2 martial artists originally stood, 2 piles of white bones appeared. As for the silhouette of a person, there was not a single one. Dead, dead? Everyone was shocked and speechless. This method was too terrifying. Zhang Tao was also shocked. He knew that Lin Xian was powerful, so he asked Qiao Tong to bring 6 martial artists with him. Among the 6 martial artists, 4 of them were half-step martial artists, and the other 2 were first-level honorables. With such a lineup, they would be safe in Wind-Seeking City. With the Qiao family's status, no one would dare to provoke them. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian would kill the 2 of them in an instant. His method was decisive and ruthless. You dare to kill my men? Qiao Tong was furious. As the young master of the Qiao family, he had always been the one bullying others. No one dared to bully him, let alone kill his men. Therefore, this time, Qiao Tong was furious. Kill him for me. He shouted angrily. Only by killing the other party could he calm down. Young master, let me do it, said an old man beside him. He was in a red robe and had little hair. His face was skinny and he looked very old. However, his eyes were extremely bright, like the stars in the sky. Not only that, but the old man also had a terrifying aura. It was the aura of an honorable. The old man in the red robe was a first-level honorable and was Qiao Tong's bodyguard. Be ruthless and kill him. Qiao Tong said. The death of the 2 half-step honorables meant that Lin Xian's strength was far above that of a half-step honorable. Therefore, they could only send a real honorable. They did not feel the aura of an honorable from Lin Xian, so they thought that Lin Xian was not an honorable. After receiving the order, the red-robed elder stepped out and coldly said, Aunt, I'll make you kneel in front of the young master and die. He roared angrily and punched out. Boom, it was as if a great earthquake had occurred. The entire cultivation pagoda was shaking. That fist was like a ferocious tiger, firm and powerful. This punch had a tremendous momentum, directly making the weaker martial artists lie flat on the ground. Countless people were horrified, not daring to imagine the power of this fist. Qiao Tong, Zhang Tao, and the others sneered. It was as if they could already see the scene of the other party being beaten up. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. A first-level venerable realm cultivator was inferior to an ant in front of him. He still didn't move. The sea of blood behind him churned and condensed into a blood-colored longsword. It was incomparably scarlet and emitted a demonic light. The sword light flashed, like a blood-red lightning, instantly striking out. The air split apart, and killing intent filled the air, causing everyone to tremble. Puff, the red-robed old man's arm was chopped off, turning into white bones in the air. Then, the blood-red sword flashed again and cut off his legs. The red-robed elder fell to the ground as if he was kneeling. You must die kneeling in front of my brother. Lin Xian's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. If he had come a step later, Yufei might have died by now. The other party was so arrogant and domineering that he didn't care about any rules. In that case, there was nothing for him to worry about. The blood-red longsword pierced through the red-robed elder's body and pierced his heart, taking away all of his vitality and blood. The red-robed elder's body trembled, and his face was filled with fear. He regretted it now. Why didn't he see the other party's strength clearly? Why did he forcefully stand up? However, he didn't have the chance to regret it. Under the effect of the blood-red longsword, he turned into a pool of blood. What? Zhang Tao screamed with a face full of fear. Qiao Tong's expression also changed drastically, and he was stunned on the spot. His personal bodyguard, the red-robed elder, was a venerable, yet, he was killed in one move. This was probably even more fantastical than a dream. Not only them, but everyone was stunned as if they had seen a ghost. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Qiao Tong screamed with a terrified expression. You dare to kill him. You're dead meat. Zhang Tao's face was also filled with fear, and his body kept trembling. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. They definitely couldn't let such an enemy live. However, the other elder didn't think so. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Young master, I think there's been a misunderstanding between us. This time, it's our fault. I'll compensate you with 100,000 spirit stones and won't pursue the matter of you killing him. Let's forget about this matter. How about that?" He didn't say that to reconcile, but to leave this place as soon as possible. The other party was too terrifying. If they stayed here, they would be in great danger. His responsibility was to protect the young master, so he had to give in at this critical moment. Hearing that, Qiao Tong's heart pounded wildly. He didn't want to stay here any longer. The purple-robed elder took a deep breath and threw out a storage ring. Clang, Lin Xian didn't move at all. The storage ring fell to the ground. You brought people to kill us, but now that you realize that you can't kill us, you want to leave. Let me ask you, is there such a simple thing in the world? Lin Xian sneered, I'll give you 1,000,000 spirit stones to kill you once. I'll stop regardless of whether I succeed or not. How about that? Seeing the other party's expression, he sneered, since you know that it's impossible, you should know how I feel. Today, none of you will leave. Those who bully my brother, die. Hearing that, everyone's hearts pounded wildly. This young man was so domineering, although his logic wasn't wrong, he was the first person who dared to face the Qiao family like this. Qiao Tong and the others had ugly expressions and were trembling uncontrollably. Lin Xian killed a first-rank honored realm cultivator in one move. This meant that his strength was extremely terrifying. He definitely surpassed a first-rank honored realm cultivator. The strongest martial artist here was the purple-robed elder. He was much stronger than the red-robed elder, but he didn't have the confidence to face Lin Xian. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the purple-robed elder's expression darkened. He snorted coldly and his attitude became firm again. This is Wind-Seeking City. The Qiao family is a powerful force in Wind-Seeking City. You better think about the consequences if you take action here. Although you feel good now, I'm afraid there won't be a place for you in the city. By then, you'll end up in a worse state. Young man, don't do anything wrong. Hearing that, Lin Xian smirked and said coldly, you still dare to threaten me? I've said that if you cripple your arms and kneel in front of my brother and apologize, I'll give you a quick death. Unfortunately, you don't have a choice. Don't blame me. Lin Xian said coldly. The aura on his body became even stronger. Boom, the elder opposite him suddenly exploded. A goshawk appeared behind him, emitting a purple light like a ferocious beast. It spread its wings and filled the entire space. A powerful and violent force shrouded the surroundings. Whoosh! The purple goshawk was the purple-clothed old man's martial soul. It was powerful and sharp like an ancient ferocious beast as it pounced towards Lin Xian. He had used all his strength in this attack. His goal was to catch Lin Xian off guard and kill him quickly. A purple afterimage floated past and arrived before Lin Xian in an instant. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and a wisp of disdain appeared on his lips. Martial soul, the sea of blood behind him floated and formed a blood-colored giant that stood tall and roared furiously at the sky. His body was like a mountain and his muscles were like dragons. A pair of huge hands reached out and instantly grabbed the purple goshawk. Swoosh, the purple goshawk screeched and purple chi surged on its body like demonic clouds. It emitted a terrifying force, but it couldn't escape at all. Spurt, the blood-colored giant tore the purple goshawk into two. Behind him, the purple-clothed old man trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. He hadn't expected the young man before him to be so terrifying. His full-strength attack was actually useless. It seemed like the Chao clan had caused a huge problem this time. If they couldn't deal with it properly, they would probably be in great danger. He was filled with regret when he thought of this. Chao Tong's face was filled with terror when he saw the purple-clothed old man fail. He said hatefully, "You're finished. How dare you hurt my guard? When I return home, I'll personally lead experts to kill you. Do you think I'll let you go?" Lin Xian sneered. "What? You dare to touch me?" Chao Tong screamed. "The Chao clan will tear you into pieces if you dare to touch me." The purple-clothed old man stood up with difficulty and stood in front of Chao Tong with a vigilant expression. "You'll have to go through me if you want to touch the young master." Spurt, before he could finish speaking, a blood-colored sword chi shot out and pierced a hole in him. In an instant, the purple-clothed old man turned into a dried corpse and fell to the ground. "Ah!" The remaining cultivators cried out in terror and ran in all directions. Spurt, spurt. The sea of blood surged and transformed into countless blood-colored pythons that killed the remaining two half-step Exalt Realm cultivators. Then, Lin Xian's gaze turned and stared at Zhang Tao. "You were the one who found these people, weren't you?" Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "If it weren't for you, these people wouldn't have died so quickly." "No, don't kill me." Zhang Tao was so scared that he peed his pants. He knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. "I beg you, please let me go. I'll do anything you want." "Anything?" Lin Xian smiled. Hearing this, Zhang Tao became spirited. He hurriedly raised his head and said quickly, "Yes, you can do anything, as long as you let me go." This was his only chance to survive, and he didn't want to let it go. Even if he had to cripple his own arms, he would accept it. "All right, kill him and I'll let you go." Lin Xian pointed at Chao Tong and said indifferently. "What?" Zhang Tao was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Xian to make such a request. The martial artists outside were even more shocked. They had never imagined that this youth in front of them would actually want to kill a Chao family disciple. Was he not afraid of the Chao family's revenge? Chao Tong's expression became very ugly. He quickly retreated and stared at Lin Xian, his eyes full of viciousness. "If you dare to kill me, you'll die a horrible death." Zhang Tao also had a look of hesitation, standing there in a daze. This question was too difficult for him. If he didn't make a move, Lin Xian would probably kill him immediately. On this point, he didn't doubt at all. Because the previous battle let him know that this youth in front of him was absolutely a decisive person. However, if he killed Chao Tong, then there would be no place for him in Wind-Seeking City. It wouldn't even be long before he was captured by the Chao family. At that time, his outcome would be even worse. Whether he made a move or not, he would die either way. "Why, don't dare?" Lin Xian sneered. "This is your last chance to live." Zhang Tao's expression was uncertain. He clenched his fists and finally raised his head abruptly. "Are you serious? You'll really let me go?" "Of course, as long as you dare to make a move," Lin Xian said indifferently. "Fine." Zhang Tao stood up, pulled out a sharp dagger, and looked at Chao Tong. If he didn't kill him, he would die immediately. If he killed him, he would still have a chance to escape. After weighing the two options, Zhang Tao decided to take a risk. He planned to kill Chao Tong and leave Wind-Seeking City immediately, never to return in this lifetime. Seeing Zhang Tao's decision, Chao Tong's expression became very ugly. He screamed, "Zhang Tao, if you dare to kill me, you're dead. Dog, the Chao family won't let you go. Kiki, I've long found you an eyesore. If you weren't the young master of the Chao family, I wouldn't have bothered with you. You're just a little kid, how dare you order me around? Go to hell." Since he decided to kill, Zhang Tao went crazy. He laughed sinisterly and pounced on Chao Tong. The dagger in his hand bloomed with a terrifying light. Chao Tong was so scared that his face turned pale. He was just a young man, his cultivation wasn't strong at all. Usually, he relied on his family's status to bully others. Now, his bodyguard was dead. He had no way to resist at all. The crowd was also frightened. They didn't expect things to develop to this stage. However, at this moment, a cold light flashed. It was like a blue ice thread, instantly piercing the back of Zhang Tao's head. Buzz, Zhang Tao died in an instant. His body quickly froze and turned into an ice sculpture. At this moment, Zhang Tao was less than a foot away from Cao Tong. If he was a step later, he would have succeeded. Seeing Zhang Tao dead, Cao Tong heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes were filled with hostility. He raised his hand and smashed the ice sculpture, shattering it. Ka ka ka, the human-shaped ice sculpture shattered and turned into ice shards. Zhang Tao's body also shattered into countless pieces. The crowd gasped and stepped back. They looked at the cultivation room in horror. At this moment, a figure appeared in the cultivation room and stood in the middle. It was a tall woman in a blue dress. She was extremely sexy. She held a frost flower in her hand and looked coldly at Lin Xian. "You can't touch the people of the Chao family." Her voice was cold. It was like an icy wind blowing, causing people to shiver. "You're from the Chao family?" Lin Xian looked at the figure in front of him and frowned. "Isn't it important? You've killed enough people. It's time to stop." The woman shook her head slightly. "Sister Lingsu, kill him. You must kill him." When Cao Tong saw the woman, he became excited again and became extremely arrogant. "He killed my servant and wants my life. I must kill him. Sister Lingsu, you crippled his martial arts. I want to treat him like a dog and keep him by my side. I want him to suffer inhumane torture every day." Cao Tong's face was filled with viciousness as he gritted his teeth. "You heard it too. Do you think I'll let him go?" Lin Xian's expression was cold. There was a strong murderous aura around him. "He's just a child who doesn't know any better. Why don't you stop now?" The woman in the blue dress said. "You can vent your anger and save your life. This is the wise choice." Although she did not say it explicitly, the warning in her words was obvious. If it were anyone else, they would have stopped. After all, the woman in front of them was very powerful. Her aura was far stronger than the two old men from before. However, the person they offended this time was Lin Xian, so things would not end so easily. "What if I say no?" Lin Xian said indifferently. He was not afraid of the woman in blue. "That's a good suggestion. Since you don't want to listen, don't blame me for making a move." The woman in blue's face darkened, and her aura overflowed. Suddenly, snowflakes floated in the air. The entire cultivation room seemed to have turned into a world of ice and snow. As expected of an expert from the Ling family. Her aura is indeed powerful. It seems that Cao Tong's life is saved with Ling Su around. Outside, the crowd was discussing. "I'll give you one more chance. Leave now and you'll have a chance to live." Ling Su's voice was cold. "You didn't make a move because you're not confident. You can't see my cultivation, and you don't know what realm I'm in. Am I right?" Lin Xian sneered. "Otherwise, with your domineering personality, you would have made a move long ago. Since you don't dare to make a move, why do you have to make it sound so dignified? How pathetic. Also, if I want to kill someone, even the heavens can't stop me. You're too arrogant. It's easy for me to kill you." Ling Su's face darkened, and she quickly made a move. With a wave of her palm, a terrifying cold aura surged and turned into endless ice. Boom, the ice crystal palm was like a mountain of ice, quickly grabbing forward and enveloping Lin Xian. "Humph," Lin Xian snorted and took a step forward. Suddenly, his aura changed drastically. Endless blood-red sword chi surged, and a monstrous killing intent surged out, sweeping in all directions as if it was going to tear the sky apart. The killing intent was so dense that it formed a solid killing sword that swept in all directions. Boom. Boom, boom. Countless sword chi slashed on the ice crystal palm, shattering it. Even more killing intent surged behind and enveloped Cao Tong. "No. You dare to touch me? Sister Lingsu, save me!" Cao Tong roared with unwillingness and fear. In an instant, he was pierced by countless strands of killing intent. You're courting death. Lung Su's expression changed. She waved her jade-like hands, shooting out numerous ice crystals in an attempt to save Qiao Tong. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian's murderous aura. Originally, Lin Xian possessed the slaughter sword, and his killing intent was already very strong. Now that he had obtained Qiao's inheritance, the slaughter blood sword, even a second-rank honorable would not be able to withstand that terrifying killing intent, let alone Qiao Tong. In an instant, Qiao Tong's heart was pierced by 10,000 swords, nailing him to the wall. He was deader than dead. This vicious youth had finally paid the price for his arrogant and vicious actions. If you kill him, you'll die too. Lung Su's beautiful face turned incomparably cold. She didn't expect the other party to be so decisive and ruthless, directly ignoring her and the Qiao clan's threat. This kind of person could not be allowed to live. Scram, don't force me to make a move. Lin Xian snorted coldly, his eyes surging with killing intent. Humph, I'll kill you today and bring you back to the Qiao clan as a sacrifice to Qiao Tong. Lung Su had no intention of retreating. Looks like you're also a dog of the Qiao clan. Since that's the case, stay here. Lin Xian snorted coldly, his body surging with murderous aura. It was monstrous, like a sea of blood, directly shattering the void. Slash, a blood-red sword slashed down from the sky, sharp to the extreme. Even a second-rank honorable would die from this attack. Lung Su wasn't a second-rank honorable, so she couldn't withstand such a terrifying attack. Finally, a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. The youth in front of her was too strong, far from someone she could fight against. Go, without hesitation, she turned into a ray of frost and quickly rushed out. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Lin Xian sneered and slashed down with the blood-red sword in his hand. Poof, blood splattered, and Lung Su was cut in half. The crowd was stunned, dumbfounded as they looked at the corpse on the ground, trembling. This was too shocking, too terrifying. He killed without hesitation, not showing any mercy to such a beautiful woman. After today, the Qiao clan and the Lung clan would be completely enraged. Since their disciples were killed here, as the major forces in the city, the Qiao clan and the Lung clan would definitely not let this matter rest. Since this youth was so strong, his identity must be extraordinary. If they didn't handle this well, there would be a huge battle. It seemed like the eve of the Wanxiang auction was really eventful. After keeping their storage rings, Lin Xian left with Yu Fei. Brother Xian, we've killed so many people, I'm afraid the other party won't let this matter rest, right? Yu Fei said worriedly. After all, the other party was from a major clan and had great influence here. Don't worry, find a place to recuperate for the next few days. I'll go out and take a look. Lin Xian said, I've learned the heaven-changing technique. No one below the 5th rank honorable realm can see through my disguise. It was because of this magical technique that Lin Xian had nothing to worry about. After killing people, he could change his appearance and aura, and the other party wouldn't be able to find him. Lin Xian used the items in the storage rings and paid a high price to find a safe place in the city. The two of them stayed there temporarily. However, the atmosphere on the other side was completely different. After the Qiao clan found out that Qiao Tong had been killed, they were in an uproar. They roared crazily and searched everywhere for the culprit. Someone dared to kill people in the city, and a member of the Wang clan. This was a blatant provocation. Even the other major clans in the city didn't dare to do so, but a kid who came out of nowhere dared to challenge the Wang clan. He was courting death. Soon, the Wang clan gave the order to search the entire city. On the other side, the Lung clan also gave the order to capture the culprit. Immediately, the entire wind-seeking city was in a state of chaos. Everyone was in danger. Meanwhile, the person in question, Lin Xian, was resting in a quiet courtyard. After he found out about the Wang clan and the Lung clan, he sneered and ignored them. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't find this place. Moreover, even if they found him, he was confident that he could leave. He still had many trump cards in his hand, so he wasn't afraid of the Wang clan. The Wang clan and the Lung clan searched for the culprit, but they couldn't find him. They were furious, but they didn't give up. Instead, they offered attractive conditions and put out wanted posters in the city. 10 million spiritual stones as a reward for the culprit. Immediately, many martial artists were tempted and started to act. However, Lin Xian seemed to have disappeared. No one could find him. 3 days later, Lin Xian would definitely go out and take a look. He asked Yufei to stay here and recuperate. He also set up a defensive array, while he used the heaven-changing technique to become a young scholar. With a smile, Lin Xian appeared in Wind-Seeking City again. Wind-Seeking City was even more lively now. More and more martial artists were gathering here. Some experts and geniuses also appeared frequently, all for the Wanxiang auction. The Wind-Seeking City was bustling. Unlike the Sand region, there was no arena, but there was a coliseum. It was a more exciting and bloody battle. Beasts fought against beasts. The battle was more tragic than a martial arts battle. Deaths were common. Perhaps only in the Blood region could such exciting things happen. In the south of the city, there was a majestic building complex. That was the Colosseum. There were many cages on both sides of the wide street. There were all kinds of beasts in the cages. The cages were made of star-patterned steel. The beasts couldn't break them at all. Moreover, there were powerful experts and mysterious beast tamers behind these Colosseum. They could control any situation. The huge cage was 10 meters tall. There was a divine wolf inside. It was snow white and had a pair of wings on its back. It stared fiercely at the passers-by. Beside it was a black rat. It was as big as a mountain. The breath it exhaled was filled with dense demonic qi. The beasts in this place were very powerful. I haven't eaten wild meat for a long time. I wonder how the meat is? A strange voice suddenly sounded. Suddenly, the whole street quieted down. Many people turned their heads, looking for the strong man who dared to say such arrogant words. Soon, they locked onto a handsome young scholar. They looked at him carefully and shook their heads. No matter how they looked at him, he didn't look like a strong man. It was impossible for him to say such words. No one paid attention to him after a few jeers. The young scholar blinked and said, "If you don't behave, I'll sell you." The young scholar was Lin Xian in disguise. The arrogant voice from before was the work of the dark red divine dragon. After changing his appearance, Lin Xian came to the place where the beasts were fighting. There were many onlookers in front of him. They cheered from time to time. Lin Xian was curious, so he walked over to take a look. He saw 2 mutated beasts fighting in the huge cage before him. One of them was a black tiger with white tiger stripes all over its body. It was very strange and mysterious. His opponent was a 3-meter-tall divine condor. Its golden feathers were like golden steel and emitted a dazzling light. Whoosh, the divine condor flew up like a ball of golden flame and rushed toward the black tiger. Roar, the black tiger was enraged. It let out a roar and leaped into the sky. Its sharp claws were like swords and sabers that tore through the void. Boom! Clang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, the 2 exotic beasts clashed dozens of times. Every time they clashed, it was as if thunder had struck each other. The golden divine eagle let out a cry. Like a bolt of golden lightning, it quickly grabbed at the head of the black tiger below, wanting to crush it. Ka. This attack was narrowly dodged by Black Tiger. However, the hard ground was shattered and countless terrifying cracks appeared. The center had been reduced to dust. The strength of the 2 exotic beasts drew cheers from the crowd. Countless people were cheering, and the atmosphere was lively. Soon, the black tiger was enraged. The white tiger stripes on its body shone brightly, and a powerful aura spread out from it. It was a terrifying energy that carried a terrifying pressure. As soon as this aura was released, the surrounding beasts immediately prostrated themselves as if they were worshipping their king. Could it be the power of bloodline? Some martial artists exclaimed in shock. Not only did martial artists have the power of bloodline, but beasts also had the power of bloodline. They were no weaker than humans. The black tiger in front of them obviously had the power of bloodline. Roar, the white tiger stripes were as dazzling as white jade. They condensed into a huge shadow of a black tiger above. It looked disdainfully as if a real demon had descended. The golden divine eagle felt threatened and let out an even sharper cry. Its body shone with golden light, and every feather was as sharp as a divine sword. Its entire body seemed to be covered with a layer of golden divine flames. Its aura was no weaker than the black tiger. Although it did not have the power of bloodline, the golden divine eagle was not weak. Especially its eyes. They were as bright as the sun, as if they could see through everything. Divine eagle eyes. Could it be the legendary divine eagle eyes? Someone exclaimed again, looking very excited. What is divine eagle eyes? Some martial artists were confused and asked. Divine eagle eyes. It is said to be able to see through everything. It can see the trajectory of the opponent's moves. It is very powerful. This supernatural power originally belonged to the demon race. Later on, it was evolved into a supernatural power by the human race. I didn't expect this divine eagle to have such a powerful supernatural power like divine eagle eyes. Roar, an earth-shattering sound was heard. It was as if thousands of thunder had descended. As the black tiger moved, the huge tiger soul condensed above also launched an attack. Boom, this attack seemed to be able to devour the sky and split the earth. The entire ground cracked like a python web. The huge cage also shook and was about to break open. Everyone was shocked and quickly retreated. Fortunately, colorful lights suddenly appeared on the ground, forming a huge rectangular light array that enveloped the two mutated beasts. This was a defensive array set up by the experts of the Warbeast Castle. Dust filled the air, and rocks flew everywhere. The momentum was extremely terrifying. However, the golden divine eagle was not hurt. Its eyes emitted golden light that could see through everything. In other words, it had completely seen through the black tiger's powerful attack. In the next moment, the golden divine eagle appeared in the void. It spread its wings like two clouds of golden mist. On its wings, every feather shone like a divine sword. Buzz, the golden feathers were like divine light. They formed sword chi and shot down quickly. It was as if thousands of divine swords were surging in the sky. The entire rectangular space was completely covered. This divine skill was very shocking. 108,000 divine lights connected into one and quickly drowned the black tiger. Roar! Roar, roar! The black tiger was unwilling to resist. It led the huge shadow to counterattack. However, the golden light was too sharp. It directly pierced through the shadow and body of the black tiger, nailing it to the ground. Blood flowed. A powerful mutated beast had died. The divine eagle retracted its wings and stood proudly, looking disdainfully at the surroundings. Everyone was shocked and couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. At this moment, the man from the Warbeast Castle smiled faintly and said loudly, "This is the golden divine eagle, a 9th-rank demonic beast. It is still in its infancy. Its future is limitless. This time, we will launch it for a beast battle. Who is willing to give it a try? If you win, you can take it away. You only need to pay 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones to fight with this divine eagle. You can even obtain this powerful mutated beast. 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones is a precious opportunity. Everyone, don't miss it." Hearing that, the entire Warbeast Castle became excited. Countless martial artists were envious and excited. They couldn't wait to go up and fight. The decision of the Colosseum made everyone excited. Many people were eager to give it a try. They had seen the power of the golden divine condor. Even the black tiger with the power of bloodline was no match for it. Moreover, it was only in its infancy. If they could subdue it and wait until it reached adulthood, it would be a super powerful help. No one wanted to miss such a good opportunity. The middle-aged man from the Colosseum smiled at the fiery scene and continued, "Now, I will state the requirements of the competition. First, you can only subdue it. You can't kill it. Otherwise, you will become the enemy of our Colosseum. Second, although this golden divine condor is extraordinary, it is only a 9th-rank demonic beast, which is equivalent to the human spirit detecting realm. Therefore, those who participate in the competition must suppress their cultivation to the spirit detecting realm. As long as these two conditions are met, you can participate in the competition. Of course, if someone doesn't know how to suppress their cultivation, we also have a special formation that can help you. Now, please make your decision. Hearing this, everyone started to discuss again. However, most of them shook their heads and the fiery light in their eyes disappeared. This divine condor was too powerful. Its combat power was definitely comparable to a venerable. Suppressing one's cultivation to the spirit-detecting realm to fight with it was definitely an act of seeking death. Although everyone was envious, they weren't fools. They wouldn't do such a dangerous thing. Suppressing cultivation? Not bad. Xian narrowed his eyes. He was interested. Then, he stood up and walked toward the Colosseum. In the crowd, many martial artists were discussing. Among them, there were a few young men in luxurious clothes. Their eyes were shining. This divine condor is not bad. If we can train it to be a mount, it will definitely be cool, a young man said. Oh, Brother Chen, are you interested? The person beside him smiled. I am indeed interested. However, suppressing my cultivation might be a little tricky. After all, this beast has the divine eagle eye. It can't be underestimated, the martial artist called Brother Chen hesitated. Suppressing his cultivation meant that he couldn't use the power of his martial soul. Therefore, it was normal for this young man to hesitate. That's easy. The young man in silver said with a smile. If Brother Chen is willing, I can talk to the Colosseum. I can guarantee that Brother Chen won't suffer any harm. Really? Chenda's eyes lit up. He knew the identity of this young man. He had a close relationship with the Colosseum. If he asked, he could definitely do it. Thank you, Brother Lung. Chenda fist salute. Don't worry. Leave it to me, the young man in silver said. Soon, he returned. All right, Brother Chen, you can go now. Seeing the other party smile, Chenda felt agitated in his heart. He knew what the other party meant. Brother Chenda. Soon after, his confidence was greatly boosted as he walked toward the Warbeast castle with his head held high. Brother Lung, are you going to give away such a good exotic beast just like that? Someone asked, his heart aching. And Chen. At this moment, Chenda stepped forward. His voice rang out, instantly attracting the attention of the crowd. A human silhouette, like a ghost, left behind a string of colorful afterimages in the air. It was very elegant. Good movement technique. Brother Chen must be an expert in the academy. Academy? Everyone was shocked. There was only one place in the blood realm that could become an academy. That was the Immortal Martial Academy. I didn't expect that a disciple from the Immortal Martial Academy would come too. As expected of the Immortal Martial Academy. His movement technique is so powerful. Everyone was envious. The arrogance on Chenda's face grew thicker after he heard that. He was like a proud rooster, insufferably arrogant. His body swayed and he landed on the ground. Instantly, Ling Yu and the others applauded and cheered. Chenda felt great in his heart. He was like an emperor as he walked towards the Colosseum. However, his expression quickly darkened. Because in front of him, a silhouette was already standing in front of the Colosseum and would enter at any time. This scene made him very unhappy. There was actually someone who dared to steal his limelight. This was undoubtedly courting death. Didn't you see that even the Lin clan was trying to curry favor with me? Everyone was stunned. They originally thought that Chenda would enter quickly, but they didn't expect that someone would be one step ahead of him. When did this person come out? Why didn't I know? Who knows? But by doing so, he obviously didn't give face to Chenda. You have to know that he's a disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy. He's a genius among geniuses. That brat is probably unlucky. He actually dared to snatch with someone from the Immortal Martial Academy. Someone gloated. In the crowd, Ling Yu's face sank as killing intent flashed in his eyes. Today was something he had planned. He wanted to curry favor with Chenda and form a good relationship with the Chen clan. But now, there was actually someone who dared to ruin his plan. This caused killing intent to rise in his heart. Chenda was incomparably angry. This was originally his chance to show off, but someone actually dared to interfere, and now, that person didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Seeing this, his face sank as he coldly shouted, "Stop. The one in front, I'm talking to you. Stop right there." This shout was like a thunderclap, resounding out in all directions. Finally, the figure in front of him stopped. This figure was naturally none other than Lin Xian. He was very interested in this matter, so he definitely wanted to give it a try. But he didn't expect that there would actually be someone who wanted to interrupt him. Lin Xian turned his head, frowning. "What's the matter?" His voice was cold, and there was even a trace of unhappiness. Naturally, if it was anyone else, they would be unhappy to be stopped for this matter. Not only that, the attitude of the other party was so vile. Hence, it was normal for Lin Xian to be unhappy. But in Chenda's eyes, this attitude was different. A little scholar actually dared to treat him with such an attitude, he was unhappy. Who was he? He was a disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy, a genius among geniuses, and the young master of the Qin clan. Didn't he see that even the Lin clan wanted to curry favor with him? "You're just a nameless little scholar. It's already good enough that I didn't make you kneel. You actually dared to use such a tone?" In Chenda's opinion, this was unforgivable. "Brat, if you know what's good for you, leave quickly. If not, don't blame me for being impolite," Chenda sinisterly said. He wanted to obtain the golden-feathered divine condor first before dealing with this brat. "Leave? Why do I have to leave? I want to fight," Lin Xian indifferently said. "Fight? With just you?" Chenda coldly laughed. He didn't sense any powerful aura from the other party. Moreover, from the looks of it, he didn't seem to be a powerful expert. Hence, in his opinion, the other party fighting was simply a joke. "Brat, I'm giving you a warning out of goodwill. If you go in like this, you'll be eaten without even making a move." Chenda's words were filled with disdain and disdain. The others laughed as well, shaking their heads. They had all witnessed the strength of the golden-feathered divine condor. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to subdue it, let alone this weak-looking young scholar. "You don't have to worry about whether I'll be eaten or not," Lin Xian indifferently replied, as he turned and left. Chenda trembled with anger after hearing this. This brat was truly arrogant, however, he couldn't act recklessly. After all, he had already revealed his identity. If he fought with a nameless cultivator, it would truly be a loss of face. At this moment, Lin Yu walked out from the crowd and coldly said, "This little brother, Brother Chen, is a genius of the Immortal Martial Academy. What he said is for your own good. Not only that, this competition was proposed by Brother Chen. You should know the rules of first come, first served, right?" His voice was sinister, carrying with it a serious warning. Firstly, these words once again revealed Chenda's identity as a student of the Immortal Martial Academy. To ordinary cultivators, they wouldn't dare to offend those from the Immortal Martial Academy. Secondly, he stood at the highest point of the rules. Since Chenda was the one who suggested it, no matter what, Chenda should be the one to do it. If it was anyone else, they would have long been scared to death. However, Lin Xian didn't have any reaction. Immortal Martial Academy? The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up. It was fine to use this identity to bully others, but it was useless against him. The Immortal Martial Academy is indeed very powerful, but the same can't be said for the students of the academy. After all, there are all kinds of birds in the forest. As for the issue of first come first, I'm really sorry. Before Brother Chen spoke, I had already made my move. So, no matter what, I should be the one to do it first," Lin Xian indifferently stated. The surrounding cultivators were all shocked. This young scholar looked weak, but when he spoke, he wasn't weak at all. He actually dares to compete with someone from the Immortal Martial Academy. How audacious. Not necessarily, he might be an expert. The crowd discussed. They felt that this young scholar might be extraordinary, and was also an expert. As for Ling Yu and Chenda, their faces were gloomy. Chenda stared at Lin Xian with an unfriendly gaze. If they weren't in public, he would have killed Lin Xian with a single palm strike. Ling Yu sneered, "Since you insist, there's nothing I can do. As for the order you mentioned, we really didn't see it. How about this? Let's let the people from the Warbeast Castle decide. They definitely know who arrived first. What do you think?" Ling Yu stood with his hands behind his back, full of confidence. At this moment, the middle-aged man from the Warbeast Castle quickly said, "Young Master Chen arrived first, so he should be the one to fight first." "Haha, how about it? You shouldn't be able to refute the words of the Warbeast Castle, right?" Leng Yu looked at Lin Xian, and a hint of ridicule appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had long guessed this outcome. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Although no one noticed, there were still many cultivators who saw that it was Lin Xian who moved first. The people of the Warbeast Castle should also know about this, but now the other party said that Chen De had arrived first. The meaning of this was self-evident. It seemed that the young scholar was going to be unlucky. Lin Xian looked at the expression of Ling Yu and the middle-aged man, and suddenly understood. He sneered in his heart. If he guessed correctly, this arrogant young man was in cahoots with the Warbeast Castle. However, he didn't point it out, but the corner of his mouth slightly raised. "If that's the case, then I'll wait for a while. I think it won't be long before I can go on stage." Lin Xian chuckled, then walked to the side, opened his folding fan, and rested comfortably. "Humph." Leng Yu snorted, then smiled at Chen De and said, "Brother Chen, please." Chen De nodded, then stared at Lin Xian. "If I go on stage, you won't have any chance." "That's not necessarily true." Lin Xian smiled faintly. "Idiot." Leng Yu sneered in his heart. He had already arranged everything, how could there be a mistake? Chen De also had an insolent look. "Kid, open your eyes wide and see what a genius is." Then, he quickly walked into the Warbeast cage. "How is it? Are you ready?" Leng Yu asked through telepathy. "Don't worry, young Master Yu, the beast tamer is ready. This time, that beast won't even be able to use half of its strength." The middle-aged man from the Warbeast Castle also replied through telepathy. Warbeast Castle. This Warbeast Castle was actually a force of the Ling family. No wonder Ling Yu was so confident. Ling Yu gave Chen De a dun look, then retreated to the side. Buzz, a huge blue light array was formed, covering the entire Warbeast cage to prevent the energy from leaking out. At the same time, beside the middle-aged man from the Warbeast Castle, there was a martial artist in a big black robe, secretly controlling the golden feather condor in the array. "Be my mount obediently, this is your glory." Chen De sneered and quickly rushed toward the golden feather condor. Boom! A terrifying big palm fell, grabbing at the golden feather condor. Although its strength was suppressed, its power was still very terrifying. As a mutated beast, the golden feather condor was arrogant. How could it allow a human to challenge it? So in the next moment, it also launched an attack, grabbing at Chen De. A huge golden claw, covering the sky, quickly grabbed down as if it could tear everything apart. Clang, the two clashed, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Fortunately, there was the blue array, or the surroundings would have been turned into ruins. The spectators in the surroundings were shocked as they carefully observed the scene before them. Bang! Bang, bang! Chen De attacked consecutively. His huge palm covered the sky and was like a huge mountain, rapidly attacking his opponent. Thunder sounds could be heard every time he attacked. On the other hand, although the golden feather condor was enraged, it was completely suppressed. This, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the powerful golden feather condor to be suppressed the moment it attacked. As expected of a disciple of the immortal martial academy, he's really powerful. Yeah, even if his cultivation base is suppressed, he's still incomparably powerful. Everyone praised. "Brother Chen, well done. Brother Chen, you can do it." Leng Yu led a group of people and cheered loudly. He wanted Chen De to feel the feeling of being revered and worshipped. However, not everyone thought so. Some experts also discovered some clues, and their expressions changed greatly. But due to their fear of the Warbeast Castle and the Immortal Martial Academy, they didn't dare to say anything. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as he coldly laughed in his heart. With his eyes, he could naturally see that the strength of the golden feather condor was suppressed. Most probably, it couldn't even unleash half of its strength. If not, Chen De wouldn't be its opponent at all. It's a beast tamer. The dark red divine dragon slid out from Lin Xian's sleeves as it transmitted its voice. Beast tamer? Lin Xian was somewhat astonished. Yes, a cultivator who can subdue or even control demonic beasts. They have special methods to prevent the stupid condor from unleashing its strength. So this is the case. Lin Xian understood. After that, he swept his gaze over. Very quickly, his gaze landed on the black-robed figure beside the middle-aged man from the Warbeast Castle. If he didn't guess wrongly, this black-robed man was a beast tamer. Moreover, he could sense that the other party's palm hidden in his wide sleeves was constantly forming seals. It seemed to be forming some kind of mysterious force that was restraining the golden-feathered divine condor. Soul power? Lin Xian smiled. Although he didn't know how to tame beasts, he could still destroy the other party's plan. A trace of soul power was released, forming an invisible attack that rushed towards the void. Chi-chi, Lin Xian used his soul power as a sword to forcefully interfere with the other party's control. Boom, sure enough, in the next moment, the golden-feathered divine condor screeched in the blue array. Its demonic aura soared into the sky and turned into golden flames that burned fiercely. A terrifying and violent aura gushed out like a stormy sea, slapping in all directions. Chenda's expression changed drastically. He was pushed away by the aura and then fell to the ground in a sorry state. The spectators were in an uproar. They didn't expect such a situation to happen. The battle was originally one-sided. Chenda was suppressing the golden-feathered divine condor and was about to subdue it. Who knew that at the crucial moment, there would be a sudden change? The golden-feathered divine condor that seemed to be on the verge of collapse suddenly had a powerful aura. Its demonic aura was even stronger than the sea. What was going on? Ling Yu's expression was gloomy. She looked at the middle-aged man from the Warbeast Castle and gave him a questioning look. The middle-aged man's expression wasn't good either. He turned his head and quickly asked the black-robed man beside him. Someone is interfering. The black-robed man transmitted his voice. However, it shouldn't be a beast tamer. The other party's method was very rough. It was completely for the sake of destroying. Is it under control now? The middle-aged man asked. Don't worry, leave it to me. The black-robed man sneered. Just a layman who didn't know how to use soul power. His 10 fingers danced, forming an inexplicable force that quickly attacked the golden-feathered divine condor, suppressing its strength once again. Soon, the golden-feathered divine condor's body trembled. The powerful golden flames on its body weakened again. Humph! Bastard, you're courting death. Chenda saw this and roared. He quickly rushed out, preparing to take down the golden-feathered divine condor to prevent any unexpected accidents. The reason why he didn't make a move just now was to show off in front of everyone and enjoy the admiring gazes. Who knew that the other party would suddenly exert force and push him back? Fortunately, he was calm enough and did not show anything. Now that the other party was weakened again, he could take him down in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, he was proud of his wit. Let it end, Chenda roared in rage and punched out. The terrifying fist was incomparably resplendent, as though it could split the heavens and earth apart, tearing the air apart. Light soared into the sky and covered the entire blue array. The golden-feathered divine condor struggled with all its might and let out an unwilling roar. However, it was still unable to break free from its control. Recovered again. To the side, Lin Xian was also surprised. The other party was able to shake off his interference so quickly. It seemed that he was not a weakling. However, competing with him in soul force was truly courting death. Without any expression on his face, he once again used his soul power to form an invisible sword and quickly slashed at the void. This attack was much more powerful than the previous probing attack. It directly severed the connection between the beast tamer and the golden-feathered divine eagle. Boom, in the next moment, the golden-feathered divine eagle became powerful again. A terrifying aura gushed out in an instant. Golden light filled the air and shone brightly. The beast swung its claws and repelled Chenda's fist. Then, it spread its wings and screeched at the sky. On each of its feathers, golden light shone brightly, forming numerous sharp golden swords that flew out rapidly. The void was pierced through, and a terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Chenda was horrified and his expression changed drastically. If he did not suppress his cultivation base, he could still resist this attack. However, now that his cultivation base was suppressed to the spirit-detecting realm, he could not resist at all. No, with a scream, Chinda's face turned pale and he quickly fled to the back. This change once again caused the surrounding cultivators to exclaim in shock. They waited with their eyes wide open, not daring to believe the scene before their eyes. Chinda, who was incomparably arrogant before, was now like a stray dog, fleeing quickly and in a very sorry state. Heh, so this is an expert of the Immortal Martial Academy. It's really an eye-opener. Lin Xian sneered coldly. This time, he used his spirit energy to let his voice spread clearly in all directions. When these words came out, it instantly caused many people to roar with laughter. However, Chinda's current performance was no different from an ordinary cultivator. How was he an expert? Ling Yu's face was gloomy. He could not care about Lin Xian now and directly transmitted his voice. What's going on, damn it, someone cut off the connection between my golden-feathered divine eagle. That black-robed man was infuriated. Young Master Yu, what should we do? The middle-aged man also revealed a trace of unease. If Chinda was injured, their plan would be ruined. They had to quickly get rid of the cultivation suppression formation. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Chinda. Brother Chen, your cultivation base is no longer suppressed, quickly use your martial soul. After hearing that, Chinda no longer cared about his previous bold words and directly released his martial soul. Boom, the aura of a venerable erupted, incomparably powerful. In the next moment, Chinda let out a long roar, turned around and punched out, colliding with the golden light that filled the sky. Energy exploded, causing the void to tremble. Light soared to the sky, drowning everything. The surrounding cultivators were shocked. They didn't expect Chinda to actually release his martial soul. This was completely different from what the Warbeast Castle said before, however, Chinda clearly didn't care so much. He released his martial soul and engaged in a fierce battle with the golden-feathered divine eagle. On the other side, the black-robed man once again circulated his spirit energy, wanting to regain control of the golden-feathered divine eagle. However, Lin Xian didn't give him a chance. He also controlled his spirit energy to destroy the golden-feathered divine eagle. Damn it, who is it? The black-robed man was furious. He discovered that the other party's spirit energy was very powerful, even surpassing his own. He couldn't accept this. Originally, he thought that the other party was a layman who only knew how to use spirit energy to barge around. He wasn't his opponent at all. But now, he discovered that this wasn't the case. Maybe the other party really didn't know how to control demonic beasts, but in terms of spirit energy usage, he wasn't inferior to him at all. Humph, the middle-aged man from the Warbeast Castle also had a gloomy expression. His eyes were like torches as he scanned the surroundings, trying to find the culprit. Lang Yu was also on the move. A few of them searched, but they didn't find anything. In the end, their gaze landed on Lin Xian. At present, the most suspicious person was this seemingly calm young scholar. However, they didn't find anything unusual on Lin Xian. This made them gnash their teeth in hatred. After half a day, they didn't even find the culprit. This was even worse than slapping their faces directly. Lin Xian's expression was calm, but he sneered in his heart. These people still wanted to find his flaw. How laughable! Without the heaven-changing technique, his spirit energy was already incomparably powerful. Now that he had the heaven-changing technique, he could deceive everyone. Just as these people were looking for the person who had attacked in the dark, the battle in the battle cage changed once again. Although Chinda used his martial spirit and became stronger, the golden-feathered divine condor seemed to be provoked and became incomparably furious. It launched powerful attacks without any regard for its life. It couldn't be helped. It had been really stifled before. The hateful human in front of it had used some unknown method to reduce its strength by half and even suppress it for a while. As an exotic beast, it couldn't bear it. Therefore, now that there was a chance, it decided to take revenge. It must kill this abominable human in front of it. The light in his eyes flickered like two suns, emitting incomparably dazzling light. Divine Eagle Eye. Chinda's pupil shrank. He was already on the verge of collapsing. With the addition of the condor eyes, he would definitely be finished. He didn't even want to fight anymore. He just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. What mount? What reputation? Nothing was more important than his life. Boom, the golden-feathered divine condor unleashed a terrifying attack, blasting Xianxia flying again. Scram! Xianxia swung his fists, forming fist shadows that filled the sky. It was as if countless meteors were descending with great momentum. However, the golden-feathered godly condor had the godly eagle eyes and could see through everything. Its body was like a golden bolt of lightning, shuttling back and forth between the fist shadows. It was not hurt at all. Instead, it got closer and closer to Xianxia. In the next moment, it finally arrived in front of Xianxia. With a wave of its sharp claws, it became the size of a house and quickly descended, bringing with it boundless golden light. Puff, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't hold on any longer and was sent flying. He crashed into the blue matrix, causing the earth to tremble. Brother Lung, save me! Finally, Xianxia's heart was filled with fear. He no longer dared to fight and quickly called for help. Ling Yu's face was gloomy. He had long wanted to make a move. If Xianxia was injured in their bestial battle arena, then all his plans would be ruined. But if he rashly stopped Xianxia, he was afraid of hurting Xianxia's face, so he was in a dilemma. Now that Xianxia took the initiative to speak, he let out a sigh of relief. Without Ling Yu's instructions, the middle-aged man from the Warbeast Castle was already prepared. He immediately removed the blue defensive array. Seeing the blue array disappear, Xianxia immediately rushed out and quickly fled. The golden-feathered divine eagle cried out and wanted to soar into the sky, but it was firmly restrained by the black-robed beast tamer. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect this to happen. Lin Xian sneered. He waved his folding fan and slowly walked to Xianxia's side. Is this the battle of geniuses you wanted me to watch? I don't see any genius. I only see a stray dog. How ironic. Lin Xian said mercilessly. Brat, you're courting death. Xianxia was enraged, killing intent surfacing in his eyes. What's wrong? You're tough now? Why was he so cowardly just now? A venerable running away from a rank 9 demonic beast? What a joke. The crowd was stunned as well. They didn't expect that a student of the Immortal Martial Academy would be so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single strike. Xianxia was so angry that he was trembling. His lips trembled as he glared at Lin Xian. He wanted nothing more than to tear him apart. However, he couldn't do anything. Firstly, he was injured, and his qi, blood, and spiritual energy were in a mess. Secondly, what the other party said was the truth, so he couldn't refute it. For a moment, he was stunned on the spot. His face alternated between red and white, and he wished he could find a hole to hide in. However, this was probably the most miserable day of his life. At this moment, Ling Yu walked over. He snorted coldly and said, "This isn't Brother Chen's fault." That beast suddenly went crazy and caught Brother Chen off guard. Didn't you see that Brother Chen was suppressing his opponent in the beginning? Mistake? Lin Xian sneered. Who was the one who boasted shamelessly, saying that he was a genius from the Immortal Martial Academy, and that his strength was so strong that my eyes were wide open? I did observe carefully, but I didn't see how strong he was. Instead, it was the golden-feathered divine condor in the beginning that was so weak that it couldn't even display half of its strength. Someone must have tampered with it, right? What did you say? Ling Yu's face turned gloomy after being exposed in front of everyone. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he pointed it at Lin Xian. What? You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it? Lin Xian sneered. Don't treat everyone as fools. I'm not the only one who saw your despicable actions. I'm afraid many people here know about it. Nonsense, I don't understand what you're talking about. Ling Yu said in a low voice. Yeah, this isn't Brother Chen's true strength. This is a mistake. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Warbeast Arena. The few young men who followed Ling Yu also spoke out. That's true. Even the middle-aged man from the Warbeast Arena spoke out. This time, it's true that the golden-feathered divine condor went crazy and disturbed young Master Chen. I beg for young Master Chen's forgiveness. Hearing this, everyone was shocked as they looked at this scene in disbelief. They naturally noticed the abnormality from before, but they didn't expect that the people from the Warbeast Palace would be so biased. Moreover, it was twice. This caused them to be extremely shocked, and they didn't dare to believe it. One must know that although the Warbeast Palace had internal affairs, they still had to maintain fairness in front of everyone. But now, the Warbeast Palace didn't even care about this bit of fairness. It was indeed shocking and somewhat chilling. "How is it, kid? Did you hear it?" Even the people from the Warbeast Palace said that it was that beast that went crazy. "What else do you have to say?" "I think you're just jealous and came here to find trouble." The few young men sneered. "That's right. Didn't you say you'll go? Why don't you go? I think you won't even be able to block a single move when the time comes. Everyone knows how to quarrel. If you have the ability, show me your true strength. If you can win, I'll call you Grandpa." The few of them mocked and ridiculed. They didn't put Lin Xian in their eyes at all. "Of course I'll go," Lin Xian said coldly. "This golden-feathered divine condor was originally mine. It's just that some people want to make a fool of themselves." "Humph, what are you talking about? I don't believe you can subdue it." Chenda refused to accept it. He didn't succeed, so he naturally didn't want others to succeed. Especially Lin Xian. If Chenda really subdued it, it would be a slap to his face in front of everyone. He had already suffered a disastrous blow in his life. He couldn't afford to suffer a second time. So, he looked at Ling Yu. He knew that Ling Yu had a way to make everyone lose. This meant that it wasn't his strength that was the problem, but the golden-feathered divine condor. This was his only chance to redeem his face. Ling Yu nodded slightly. He naturally knew what Chenda was thinking. He had the same thought. So, he transmitted his voice again to let the middle-aged man and the beast tamer get ready. "This time, we can't make a mistake," the middle-aged man whispered to the beast tamer beside him. "Don't worry. Making the golden-feathered divine condor angry is much easier than suppressing it." A confident smile appeared on the black-robed man's face again. "Moreover, after what happened just now, I'm afraid we don't need to instigate it. The golden-feathered divine condor is already in a berserk state. That's for the best. That kid dares to go against us. We won't let him off easily." The middle-aged man's eyes were gloomy. "It would be best if he could stay in the cage forever, he. Lin Xian didn't need to eavesdrop at all. Just by looking at their expressions, he knew what they were thinking. Sneering in his heart, Lin Xian slowly walked into the cage. Crack! Boom! In the next moment, the cage was slammed shut. Then, a blue light lit up and quickly formed a blue array that sealed the entire small space. Lin Xian and the golden-feathered divine eagle were locked in the sealed array. Soon, Lin Xian felt an inexplicable force surge out, suppressing his cultivation to the spirit-detecting realm. In the outside world, Ling Yu and the others sneered, waiting for the scene of Lin Xian being torn apart. On the other hand, the surrounding cultivators were very worried and watched nervously. In the cage, the golden-feathered divine eagle was enraged when it saw a human walk in again. It hadn't vented all the anger in its heart before, and now it wanted to vent all of it. It wanted to tear the human in front of it apart. With a furious roar, its demonic aura surged like golden demonic flames. The flames burned, causing the air to distort. It had to be said that the golden-feathered divine eagle was indeed powerful. Although it was only a rank 9 demonic beast, its strength wasn't inferior to a venerable realm cultivator at all. In an instant, the entire cage was enveloped by golden demonic flames as if it was the fire of hell. Seeing this, the middle-aged man and the beast tamer sneered. As expected, the golden-feathered divine eagle will be enraged without us doing anything. However, before the black-robed man's laughter disappeared, his pupils suddenly constricted, and his face was filled with surprise as if someone had grabbed his neck. "What? That's impossible!" he shrieked in shock. Beside him, the middle-aged man also frowned with an ugly expression. Ling Yu, Chen De, and the others were stunned on the spot. The surrounding cultivators also looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Many of them swallowed their saliva with difficulty. How is this possible? In the cage, the originally enraged golden-feathered divine eagle was now extremely docile like an obedient sparrow. It didn't look as ferocious as before. The monstrous golden demonic flames had long disappeared. Even the golden-feathered divine eagle was trembling, not daring to get close to Lin Xian. What's going on? Everyone was truly stunned. The golden-feathered divine eagle was an extremely ferocious demonic beast. Previously, it had even killed the black tiger that possessed the power of bloodline. Not only that, not long ago, it had even beaten Chenda to the point where he was heavily injured. That terrifying aura was unforgettable to the spectators. But now, it was as if it had changed into a demonic beast, becoming incomparably docile. This is impossible. Could it be that the scholar has some special means? No special method is possible. No one can make the golden-feathered divine condor so docile. An expert shook his head, unable to understand. Ling Yu and Chenda's faces darkened. Damn it, who the hell is this guy? Especially Chenda, his face was distorted to the point that it didn't look human anymore. His eyes were burning with rage, and his entire person was incomparably savage. It couldn't be helped. He couldn't accept this scene. One had to know that he had been abused by the golden-feathered divine eagle before, and he had almost died. And his opponent, a weak scholar, was actually safe and sound. This huge difference drove him crazy. If Lin Fan really managed to subdue the golden-feathered divine condor, his face would be trampled on by Lin Fan. At that time, he would become a joke in Wenfeng City. Damn it, I want him to die. Chenda roared ferociously. On the side, Ling Yu's face was also gloomy. This scholar in front of him had ruined his plan time and time again, causing him to have endless killing intent. He had decided that he must kill Lin Fan here. Hurry up and do it, we can't let him succeed. In the Warbeast Castle, the middle-aged man said coldly. On the side, the black-robed man's face was cold. He quickly used a beast-taming technique to control the golden-feathered divine eagle. He had already recovered from the previous shock. At this moment, his heart was filled with killing intent. At that moment, he was mercilessly slapped in the face, so now he must kill Lin Fan. Die, brat. The black-robed man's heart was ferocious. He used a powerful method to make the golden-feathered divine eagle go berserk. Boom! In the cage, the originally docile golden-feathered divine eagle suddenly erupted with a powerful aura again, enveloping the surroundings. In those golden eyes, the original fear was replaced by a touch of madness. Eh? On the opposite side, Lin Xian easily revealed a trace of surprise. Just now, he let the dark red divine dragon release a trace of dragon's might to intimidate the golden-feathered divine eagle. That was why the previous scene happened. But now, the golden-feathered divine eagle went berserk again, as if it was not afraid of the dragon's might, which surprised him a little. It seemed that it was because of that beast tamer again. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He was even more interested in the beast tamer profession. Rumble, the golden-feathered divine eagle went berserk. It immediately opened the divine eagle eye and spread its wings at the same time, condensing countless golden light rays. A powerful and violent aura spread out, filling the entire cage. It was as if a peerless beast had awakened, incomparably terrifying. Puff! Puff! Countless golden light rays surged out, thousands of them, like 10,000 snakes coming out of their holes, pouncing forward. It's here, the ultimate skill of the golden-feathered divine eagle. Everyone exclaimed. Ling Yu, Chenda, and the others also revealed a sneer. This time, that kid would definitely not be able to escape. Are you going to use your ultimate skill? Lin Xian held a folding fan in his hand with a calm expression. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and the spiritual energy behind him surged rapidly, forming a pair of wings. It was a pair of golden wings, and every feather on it was lifelike, as if they were real. When the wings spread out, they filled the entire blue array. Boom! The golden wings of spiritual energy vibrated, condensing into 108,000 sword rays that shot out quickly. The two collided, and a shocking explosion occurred, causing the entire blue array to shake non-stop, as if it was about to split open. What kind of martial skill is this? It's the same as the golden-feathered divine eagle's ultimate skill. Everyone was shocked, and they were speechless. That young scholar was too mysterious. First, he made the berserk golden-feathered divine eagle docile, then he used its ultimate skill. It was too unbelievable. Ling Yu, Chenda, and the others were even more shocked. They did not expect that the scholar would be so strange. In the cage, dazzling light flashed, and soon, the victor was decided. 108,000 golden swords were incomparably sharp, and they tore through the void with a terrifying murderous aura. In an instant, they shattered the opponent's golden light rays, and then rushed toward the golden-feathered divine eagle. The void trembled, and it was as if 10,000 lightning bolts were surging, terrifying to the extreme. Boom, the golden-feathered divine eagle was enveloped by the sword rays, and it was sent flying. Feathers fell from the sky like flickering light, and it was incomparably dazzling. So terrifying, is this really the strength of the spirit-detecting realm? Everyone was dumbfounded, and they did not dare to believe it. The attack just now was too terrifying. Not to mention the spirit-detecting realm, even a supremacy might not be able to use it. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that the golden-feathered divine eagle was actually defeated. One move, just one move, and the powerful golden-feathered divine eagle was defeated by Xianxia. The corner of the middle-aged man's mouth twitched, his face was filled with shock. He had personally cast the formation to suppress the cultivation of the person inside to the harmonious spirit realm. In other words, the opponent had defeated the golden feather divine condor with a single strike while being only at the spirit-detecting realm. This was simply too shocking. The black-robed man's face was even more ferocious. As a mysterious beast tamer, he was able to tame ferocious demonic beasts. Just now, he had successfully controlled the golden feather divine condor and made it go berserk. However, he couldn't change the outcome. He couldn't bear it, he wanted revenge. Gritting his teeth, the black-robed man quickly formed a seal, his eyes revealing a trace of madness. Since he couldn't defeat it, he would perish together with it. In the next moment, the golden feather divine condor let out a miserable cry. Its voice was like a devil's voice, piercing through the clouds. On its body, countless golden demonic chi surged and began to burn. It was extremely strange. Those golden eyes were filled with pain and madness. What's going on? Didn't the golden feather divine condor lose? It still wants to counterattack? Everyone was stunned, they couldn't believe it. Xianxia's eyes were gloomy. He naturally knew that this wasn't the original intention of the golden feather divine condor. It was the beast tamer behind it who was messing with it. Boom. The golden feather divine condor couldn't bear it anymore. Its body gradually expanded, charging towards Xianxia. It looked like it wanted to perish together. Humph, Xianxia snorted, his soul force gushed out crazily, turning into a soul sword, quickly slashing towards the void. This time, he didn't hold back. Puff, the invisible attack seemed to have cut some kind of mysterious thread, causing a slight cracking sound. In the next moment, the golden feather divine condor's eyes regained clarity, its body gradually stopped. As for the black-robed man, his body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. He couldn't stop trembling, his eyes were filled with fear. The opponent's soul force could actually injure him, this was completely out of his expectation. Fear, it was all fear. At this moment, the black-robed man was extremely frightened, he didn't dare to attack again. Moreover, he didn't have the ability to attack anymore. Soul force attacks were extremely strange and dangerous, the slightest carelessness could cost one's life. That sword strike just now had already seriously injured him. He probably wouldn't be able to fight for a few months. The middle-aged man was even more shocked. He knew the strength of this black-robed man. He was a very powerful beast tamer, and his family had spent a lot of money to invite him. But now, he was actually injured. We can't let him go. This kid definitely has secrets on him. The black-robed man struggled to speak. Every word he spoke was filled with pain, and his brow furrowed. At such a young age, it was impossible for him to have such powerful soul force. This little brat must have some kind of soul force artifact on him. He had to snatch it. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes flickered with greed. Soul force was the most difficult energy to cultivate. Apart from exalted realm experts, it would be difficult for other cultivators to find a way to cultivate it. Even a venerable one might not have a cultivation technique that specialized in soul power. And now, there seemed to be an opportunity. Thinking of this, he sneered again. Inside the cage, Xianxia severed the beast tamer's control with a single slash of his sword, saving the golden-feathered divine eagle from death. Then, he walked in front of the eagle and said coldly, I know that with your intelligence, you should be able to understand what I'm saying. Are you willing to follow me? The golden-feathered divine eagle lay weakly on the ground. At this moment, when it heard Lin Xian's words, its golden eyes flickered. Without any hesitation, it quickly nodded. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. He took out a cup of spirit wine and fed it to it. Not long after, the golden-feathered divine eagle stood up. It flapped its wings and came to Lin Xian's side. Then, it rubbed its head against Lin Xian intimately. All right, follow me. In the future, you will definitely surpass the extraordinary. Lin Xian patted it. Let's go. He turned around and walked outside. However, in the next moment, he frowned because the door of the cage did not open. Even the blue array outside did not disappear. The people outside were also in an uproar. Lin Xian had successfully subdued the golden-feathered divine eagle, which shocked them. Quite a few people cheered and cheered for him. After all, in this world, people worshipped the strong. However, what shocked them was that Lin Xian seemed to be trapped in the cage and could not come out. As for the people of the Warbeast Castle, they did not make any moves. It seemed that they had no intention of releasing the captive. For a moment, the atmosphere became a little strange. Leng Yu and Chen De sneered malevolently. Originally, Lin Xian had subdued the golden-feathered divine eagle, which made them feel uncomfortable and embarrassed. But now, they were no longer afraid because they wanted to make him stay here forever. Hee, so what if you have the golden-feathered divine eagle? You will just die with it. Chen De's face was distorted. In the cage, Lin Xian frowned and turned to look at the Warbeast Castle. What do you mean? You can't bear to part with it, or you can't afford to lose? Young hero, you misunderstood. The middle-aged man smiled and said, after the competition just now, we found that the golden-feathered divine eagle is very abnormal and has a tendency to destroy. For your safety, we will first take it back. After ensuring your safety, we will give it to you. In front of everyone, the middle-aged man acted like a good person and said with concern. Are you sure it's safe? Lin Xian smiled, I don't need it. Hurry up and guard the door. How could he not know the other party's plan? He was afraid that they wanted to renege on the debt. That won't do. After all, this demonic beast came from our Warbeast Castle. If it injures you, it will not be good for our castle's reputation. The middle-aged man slowly said. Yeah, the Divine Wind Warbeast Castle pays great attention to safety, so you should wait for a while. Leng Yu walked out. After ensuring your safety, we will certainly give it to you. Oh, by the way, young hero, please move. Let us entertain you. The people of the Warbeast Castle smiled and said. Their words carried a hint of coldness. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. This was obviously the Warbeast Castle wanting to renege on the debt. Moreover, they had bad intentions. Thinking of this, everyone sighed. It seemed that the scholar was in danger. After all, no matter how powerful he was, he would not be able to fight against a huge Warbeast Castle. Bang, the blue array blossomed and formed countless blue light pillars. They quickly fell and trapped the golden-feathered divine eagle. The golden-feathered divine eagle was furious. It quickly charged forward but to no avail. It was unable to rush out. You guys want to fight? Lin Xian asked coldly. How could that be? We are just thinking about young hero's safety. We have good intentions. Although the middle-aged man was smiling, his laughter was very cold. I think you should agree. Don't let down the Warbeast Castle's good intentions. Leng Yu also revealed a trace of evil smile. Don't worry, we will finish the inspection soon. At that time, we will definitely return the golden-feathered divine eagle to you. Now, take the golden-feathered divine eagle away. Lin Xian had successfully captured the golden-feathered divine condor, but the Warbeast Castle did not let him go. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. Especially when the big blue hand was about to grab the golden-feathered divine condor, it caused an uproar. Many people were furious. They did not believe the Warbeast Castle's nonsense. Lin Xian naturally did not believe it either. His face was gloomy, and his eyes turned cold. I'll say it again. Let it go and open the prison door. Boom, while his voice was still echoing, the blue light in the sky shone brightly, forming 6 huge light pillars. Together with the ground, it formed a hexagram-sealed space, enveloping Lin Xian. Young hero, don't be anxious. Wait here for a while. The middle-aged man revealed a sinister smile. There might be danger during the inspection later, so we'll put down the defensive formation to protect you. Protect? Even the onlookers' mouths twitched. How was this protection? This was obviously imprisonment. Lin Xian looked at the sealed light formation around him and laughed, as if he had heard a funny joke. However, his eyes were cold, like a sharp sword, incomparably fierce. You guys, do you really think you've got me? Young hero, why do you think so? The middle-aged man sneered. This light formation is inscribed by a formation grandmaster. It can even resist the attack of a venerable. It can definitely protect you. That's right. You just stay here. Leng Yu sneered. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. To be able to resist the attack of a venerable, it was definitely very powerful. Perhaps the scholar was really done for. Seems like you guys are very confident. Lin Xian said lightly, then raised his finger and quickly drew in the air. Buzz, ka ka ka. The next moment, the huge and dazzling hexagram-sealed space suddenly trembled and made a cracking sound. Then, it burst open and turned into countless fragments. Lin Xian looked calm. He walked out from inside and said slowly, Did you guys remember wrongly, or was the formation grandmaster lying to you? Is this formation really as powerful as you think it is? As he spoke, he waved his finger again and drew a sword chi, surging upwards. Suddenly, the blue palm that caught the golden feather divine condor cracked like glass and scattered on the ground. Puff, the golden feathered divine condor spread its wings and soared into the sky. It regained its freedom and quickly returned to Lin Xian's side. Why do I feel that he's pitifully weak? What? The middle-aged man's pupils constricted as he stood rooted to the ground. Leng Yu's face was also filled with fear. He screamed, You broke it? How is this possible? Shocking, too shocking. Everyone in the Colosseum was stunned. It was as if they had seen a ghost. They didn't dare to believe it. Chenda's body trembled as he shook his head frantically. Impossible, this is impossible. He was well aware of the power of the blue light array. Previously, he had not been able to break it with his martial soul, but now, his opponent had actually broken it. What shocked them even more was that Lin Xian hadn't used his full strength to blast it open. Instead, he had casually waved his finger and destroyed the entire massive defensive formation. This was too shocking. Lin Xian had a smile on his face as he swept his gaze across the crowd. When Leng Yu felt that gaze, her body instantly trembled as fear rose in her heart. As for Chenda, he was even more unbearable. He was so frightened that he took 5 steps back. Humph, trash. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and said disdainfully. You. Chenda's complexion turned ashen, but he didn't dare to make a move. Leng Yu's complexion wasn't good either. He could only snort coldly to express his dissatisfaction. Everyone was shocked. This young scholar was too domineering. Just a gaze was enough to scare 2 young geniuses. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and looked at the middle-aged man and the black-robed man from the Colosseum. The black-robed man's body also trembled. As a beast tamer, his soul power was very sensitive. He discovered that the soul power fluctuation on Lin Xian's body was exactly the same as the soul aura that had injured him. After hearing this news, his eyes were filled with fear. He didn't dare to look at Lin Xian. The middle-aged man's face sank as he coldly said, Our Colosseum was kind enough to protect young hero, but young hero destroyed our formation. This isn't too good. Not too good? Lin Xian laughed, You're still pretending even now. You're really good at acting. I don't understand what you're talking about. The middle-aged man had no choice but to bite the bullet and say. Humph. Lin Xian retracted his smile. He looked at the middle-aged man from the Colosseum and coldly said, You're saying that the golden feather divine eagle went crazy? Exactly. We just wanted to find the reason to ensure young hero's safety. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. You're really shameless. Lin Xian sneered. What did you say? The middle-aged man was furious. He stared at Lin Xian with an unkind expression. Young man, be careful with your words. You should know that you can't just say anything. Some words will cost you your life if you say them. Threatening me? Lin Xian closed his folding fan and said in a clear voice, I think there's no need for your Colosseum to continue operating. He turned his head and looked at the onlookers. I think all of you are clear about what happened today. But due to some people's influence, you don't dare to say it. But, I'll say it for you. This battle was obviously set up by the Colosseum to please others. From the very beginning, they didn't let others fight. They specifically let the people they selected to fight. Not only that, they also suppressed the strength of the golden feather divine eagle, making it weak. All the experts here can see this. They obviously want to give the golden feather divine eagle away. If they want to give it away, they can just do it secretly. But to use it as a competition to deceive many warriors and play with them in the palm of their hand, is this the way of the Colosseum? What's funny is that this genius Chen is really trash. He can't even take away the things in his hands. However, when I went on stage, they secretly let the beast tamers control the demon beasts, making them go crazy and attack without any regard for their own lives. They even wanted to make the golden feather divine eagle self-destruct. Fortunately, I stopped it and successfully subdued it. But, how did they do it? I think everyone saw it. They sealed the space, forcibly captured the golden feather divine eagle, and even wanted to imprison me. If it wasn't because I have some strength, I'm afraid I would have already been killed by them. Lin Xian said coldly, such a Colosseum, do you dare to go? They only allow their people to obtain the demon beasts. If the others win, they will be killed. Do you dare to come? Aren't you afraid of being killed by them one day? Lin Xian's words were sharp, and his voice was vast and mighty. The surrounding warriors were discussing noisily. Indeed, they had all seen what happened today. They weren't fools, so they could naturally understand what happened. And this young scholar's words weren't wrong at all. Presumptuous, a bunch of nonsense. The middle-aged man was furious. He shouted coldly, men, capture this person who is spreading lies to mislead the crowd. Huff, 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 suddenly, countless figures flew out from the Colosseum and formed a huge circle, surrounding Lin Xian. What's wrong? You've been exposed, and now you're angry? Lin Xian sneered. Humph, brat, no matter what you say, today is the day you die. Leng Yu roared ferociously. He had a stomach full of anger, and only by killing the other party could he vent his anger. Seeing this tense scene, the crowd of warriors frowned even more. Seeing this tense scene, the crowd of martial artists frowned even more. This divine wind warbeast castle was really too overbearing. Did they really think that ordinary martial artists were easy to bully? I think the fault doesn't lie with this young hero. Someone said. Yes, I think the warbeast castle should apologize. Another expert said. With someone taking the lead, these onlookers also became unyielding. One by one, they shouted angrily and loudly berated the warbeast castle. The people of the warbeast castle were dissatisfied at first and wanted to suppress them. However, they underestimated the power of the crowd. Although the individual strength of these martial artists was weak, when combined together, it was a powerful force. Rebel, all rebel. The middle-aged man was trembling with anger. Leng Yu clenched his fists and stared at Lin Xian. His eyes were full of murderous aura. It was all because of this hateful brat in front of him who ruined his perfect plan. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Feeling the murderous aura, Lin Xian turned his head and revealed a trace of disdain at the corner of his mouth. You dare to make a move? Damn it. Leng Yu's face was ashen. He really didn't have the confidence and didn't dare to make a move. The other party could easily break the defensive array. He was definitely a powerhouse. Even the elders of the family might not be able to do this. Leng Yu took a deep breath and said to the martial artists of the warbeast castle beside him, kill him for me. You want to kill him? First ask if we agree or not. Those martial artists in the crowd were angry and fought back. Each and every one of them looked agitated. Apologize, you must apologize for this matter. If you dare to touch him, you will be our enemy. A group of people stood in front of Lin Xian and berated angrily. Leng Yu was stunned. He didn't understand why these people were so agitated. This matter had nothing to do with them. However, these martial artists who were usually timid were as if they were injected with chicken blood and refused to budge an inch. How could he know that this time the Warbeast Castle's approach was too excessive? Not only did they target Lin Xian, but they also made these ordinary martial artists feel unsafe. If the Warbeast Castle killed Lin Xian today, then the ones who would die tomorrow would be them. If they couldn't suppress the arrogant attitude of the Warbeast Castle and bully martial artists, then their situation would be very dangerous in the future. That was why these people rose up in revolt. It could be said that this time, the Warbeast Castle not only touched the interests of Lin Xian, but also the interests of all the ordinary martial artists. Leng Yu was also afraid when she heard the angry shouts of the several hundred people. Her expression was extremely ugly. Chen De, on the other hand, was even more unbearable. He was so scared that he peed his pants and hid in a corner, not daring to come out. The middle-aged man from the Warbeast Castle was so angry that his whole body was trembling. The scene in front of him was completely unexpected. He originally thought that there was no difficulty in killing a little thief. But from the looks of it now, it was impossible to implement. "Elder, what should we do?" a disciple of the Warbeast Castle asked. "Retreat." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said. "Retreat." Once the order was given, those Warbeast Castle's people retreated and confronted those excited people. "Little thief, I don't know what kind of demonic technique you have to be able to incite these people. But remember, the golden-feathered divine eagle is a demonic beast on the earth ranking. It's not that easy to take it. If you return it now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Although you are fine today, but in the future." The middle-aged man threatened. Actually, his heart was bleeding. The reason why he was so furious was because his plan to curry favor with the Chen family had failed. Moreover, the golden-feathered divine eagle was very precious. It was a demonic beast that was ranked 97th on the Earth ranking. Any demonic beast that could enter the Earth ranking was not an ordinary beast. And those that could enter the top 100 were even more rare and exotic beasts. This golden-feathered divine eagle was ranked 97th on the Earth ranking. Although it hadn't grown up, its potential was unlimited. It was also a treasure in their Warbeast Castle. Originally, they wanted to bribe Chen De, but they didn't expect that Lin Xian would benefit from it. "You don't need to worry about whether I can keep it or not," Lin Xian said indifferently. "Humph, let's go." The middle-aged man's eyes were gloomy and cold. He waved his sleeve and brought a group of martial artists back to the Warbeast Castle. However, he secretly decided that he would release the news of the golden-feathered divine eagle. Even if he couldn't get it, he wouldn't let the other party get it. The people of the Warbeast Castle left. The surrounding martial artists all cheered. Many of them congratulated Lin Xian. "Brother, you are too strong. You actually subdued the golden-feathered divine eagle in one move." "That's nothing. The martial skill that broke the defensive formation in one sword move is more powerful. I'm afraid that even the elders of the Warbeast Castle can't do it." "May I ask which force brother is from?" Everyone started asking questions one after another. Lin Xian replied with a smile. He then said to everyone, "Thank you for your help just now. Let's go and have a drink." "Let's go." The group of people left in a grandiose manner. At the same time, the Divine Wind Warbeast Castle used their power to spread the news of the golden-feathered divine eagle. It immediately caused quite a stir. Many forces were jealous. Especially those young martial artists, they were even more excited. This kind of demonic beast was still a cub. It was the best battle pet. If they could get it, it would be a great help in the future. Therefore, everyone moved and quickly looked for the golden-feathered divine eagle in the city. On the other side, Lin Xian and the rest came to a restaurant. Everyone rushed in and filled the entire restaurant. Fortunately, this was a big restaurant. It was enough to accommodate everyone. Lin Xian and the rest ordered wine and dishes. They gathered together and drank to their heart's content. In the end, everyone drank to their heart's content and left. Lin Xian bid farewell to everyone and returned to the courtyard that he secretly rented. "Brother Xian, you are back. Yufei came out to welcome him. What is this? What a terrifying demonic beast. He felt the demonic aura on the other party's body. He immediately exclaimed. Golden-feathered divine eagle, a type of demonic beast. Let's talk inside. Lin Xian said. Then, he entered the courtyard and told Yufei about what had happened. This Lin clan is really too much. Yufei was furious. Brother Xian, do you want to bring people here and destroy the Lin clan? No hurry. Lin Xian waved his hand. Now is not the time. The Wanxiang auction is getting closer and there are more and more experts in the city. At this time, there should not be a big conflict. This auction is very important to me, so I can't lose it. Then we're just going to let it go? Yufei was unwilling to give up. Let it go? How is that possible? Lin Xian sneered. Wait until the auction is over, then we'll deal with them. Next, Lin Xian asked Yufei to secretly gather information about the Lin clan and the Huang clan. Only when he understood the other party's strength would he be able to make a move. Phew. This emperor is suffocating. The dark red divine dragon was like a loach as it quickly ran out of the demonic beast bag. At the same time, the snow-white little monkey came out. After they came out, they stared at the golden-feathered divine eagle. Puff. Puff, puff. The golden-feathered divine eagle, who had its head held high and chest puffed out, trembled in fear when it saw the dark red divine dragon and the snow-white little monkey. It kept retreating. The aura of the two beasts made it instinctively afraid. The golden-feathered divine eagle trembled as if it was about to kneel down. It's been a long time since I've eaten roasted eagle wings. The dragon was drooling. The golden-feathered divine eagle trembled even more and almost fainted. Wooji Wooji the snow-white monkey jumped over and looked at it curiously. Then, it jumped onto the eagle's body with a swoosh, looking very happy. However, the golden-feathered divine eagle was scared half to death. It crawled on the ground and didn't dare to move. Alright, you two, stop scaring it. Lin Xian said helplessly. Stupid bird, listen carefully. You're our little brother in the future. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll help you. The dragon waved its dragon claws and said. The golden-feathered divine eagle nodded carefully. It didn't have the heroic appearance from before. It was like a docile little chick. Next, Lin Xian rested for 2 days before he went out again. After putting the golden-feathered divine eagle into the demonic beast pouch, Lin Xian turned into a young scholar again. He waved the folding fan in his hand and appeared in the city. This time, he went to a tea house and ordered a pot of spirit tea. He slowly tasted it. There were martial artists from all over the place gathered together and chatted with each other. I heard that there are many good things in this auction. There's even a half-earth rank treasure weapon. Of course, I heard that it's called the Lone Star Sword. Many swordsmen came this time for this treasure sword. Other than that, there was also a rare refining material like the phoenix blood copper. Everyone was discussing excitedly. However, what they talked about the most was still the things in the city. Have you heard? A few days ago, someone caused a ruckus in the Divine Wind Warbeast Castle and won the Golden-Feathered Divine Eagle. Golden-Feathered Divine Eagle? That strange beast that's ranked 97th on the Earth ranking? Someone was shocked. Yes, although it's a strange beast now, it'll definitely be terrifying when it grows up in the future. What's going on? Why is the Divine Wind Warbeast Castle willing to let such a strange beast out? It can't be helped. I heard that it's a young scholar who's very strong. Although his cultivation was suppressed, he still has the strength of a venerable. That's why he won the strange beast. Everyone was discussing fervently. I guess that scholar must be from some big power. He might be a genius-level character. Yeah, it's said that even the disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy are no match for him. Many people began to guess the other party's identity. Thud. 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 At this moment, a loud sound echoed in the tea house like a bell and drum. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly, as if he was right beside them. However, in the next moment, some people began to tremble, because that voice became extremely demonic. It was as if a lightning hammer was smashing down on their hearts, making them tremble. Many of the weaker martial artists had flushed faces, as if they had suffered internal injuries. Soon, there was a voice at the top of the stairs. This was a youth dressed in red. His black hair was like a waterfall, and his eyes were long and narrow. They were extremely bright, like sword radiance, incomparably fierce. He was like a sword god, standing there, giving people a sense of oppression. What genius scholar! That's because he hasn't seen me yet. If he sees me, I'll suppress him with one hand. This young man had a handsome face and a tall and straight figure, but his words were very sharp, causing people to frown. Behind him, there were 6 beautiful women. Each of them held a sword in their arms. Some were simple and unadorned, while others were luxurious. Obviously, these 6 swords were all famed swords. At this moment, an oval-faced girl walked out from behind. She came to the nearest table and said coldly, "My young master has requisitioned this table." "Leave quickly." The girl's voice was cold, then she threw out a bag of spirit stones. F***ck, what do you think we are? Beggars? Do you really think we're pushovers? Those people were originally the heroes of the pugilistic world, so they were naturally furious when they encountered such a situation. Clang! Clang! A few of them unsheathed their swords, looking at the oval-faced girl with ferocious eyes. "You overestimate yourselves." The oval-faced girl sneered. Then, she waved her jade-like hand, striking a series of mysterious palm shadows in the air. They were like floating lights, extremely mysterious and profound. Bang bang bang, in an instant, the 3 people in front of the table screamed and flew out of the window. The whole process was very fast. In the blink of an eye, the table was emptied. Then, another 2 young men came from behind. They formed a seal with their hands, forming a cloud of mist to clean the entire table. Then, they took out a handkerchief and wiped it carefully. "Young master, please take a seat." The red-clothed young man grunted, then slowly sat down. The 6 girls began to get busy. One took out spirit tea, one took out spirit liquid, and one took out a good purple teapot to brew tea. The teapot wasn't big, but it emitted a purple light. It was actually a treasure. Looking at the extravagant and domineering red-clothed young man, many people's eyelids twitched. Needless to say, this was another genius from a large faction. Xianxia sat in the corner and looked at this scene, frowning slightly. He didn't expect to see this group of people again. The red-clothed young man's ostentation shocked many people, but there were some who were unconvinced. They sneered, "You're too arrogant. As far as I know, there are very few martial artists in the spirit-detecting realm who can exert the strength of an exalt. That scholar is definitely a genius. I don't know what ability you have to say such words. How dare you speak to my young master like that?" The oval-faced girl, Xianxia, shouted coldly. "What, am I wrong?" The martial artist sneered, "Do you think you're strong just because you're ostentatious?" "Humph." The red-clothed young man snorted coldly. It was like a clap of thunder, causing many people's blood to boil, especially the martial artist who spoke. His body was trembling, and his face was full of shock. "It's just a cross-level battle. What's the big deal? You're really a frog at the bottom of a well. I could have easily won a battle like this 3 years ago. Now, one hand is enough to beat him." The red-clothed young man was very confident and domineering. What big words. That scholar is very young. He seems to be less than 20 years old, and his strength is probably at the 2nd level of the venerable realm. He's not invincible among the younger generation, but he's probably a top expert. How can you suppress such a person? Ignorant. How can you guess my strength? The red-clothed young man, Hong Wuji, said disdainfully, "I can suppress a 2nd-level venerable realm cultivator." Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at the red-clothed young man, it didn't seem like he was pretending. Could it be that he really had such ability? "May I ask which faction you're from?" someone asked. "Trash like you don't deserve to know," the red-clothed young man said arrogantly. "You." That person was furious, and his face turned green and red. Obviously, he didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant and humiliate him in front of his face. What big words at such a young age. You should know that only geniuses who grow up will be strong in the future. An old man snorted. He was very dissatisfied with the red-clothed young man's attitude. You don't have the right to judge whether I can grow up or not. Hong Wuji said disdainfully, but I know that at least I won't be like you, living for so long and only being a first-level Venerable Realm cultivator. Hong Wuji's words made the old man tremble in anger. He had lived for 200 years, but his cultivation was only at first-level Honorable Realm. That was indeed his pain. But now, it was actually exposed in public. This was a slap to his face. Moreover, it was an arrogant junior. Humph, let me see what right you have to be arrogant. The old man snorted and stretched out his palm. It formed a mountain and pressed down quickly. The entire space cracked as if it was about to split open. The mountain formed by the palm was real and terrifying. Its power was even heavier than the real mountain. Thousands of waves surged and pressed down on Hong Wuji. Clown, I'll let you know what it means to be a young genius. Hong Wuji sneered. He sat there and continued to drink tea, but his left hand was like a sword and stabbed upward. A ray of sword chi was as bright as a divine light. It was sharp and terrifying and instantly slashed the mountain. Crack, 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 a low rumbling sound spread out. Countless cracks appeared on the huge mountain like palm, and they rapidly spread out like a python web. Bang! In the end, the mountain exploded and turned into spiritual chi and disappeared. The old man grunted and took a few steps back. His face was full of shock. His right palm had been deformed and blood kept flowing out. It was as if he had been injured by a divine sword. The surrounding martial artists were even more shocked. A casual attack had seriously injured a first-level Honorable Realm. The strength of the young man in red was too terrifying. He was at least a second-level Honorable Realm or even stronger. Now, do you believe that I can suppress any scholar with one hand? Hong Wuji said confidently. This guy is really arrogant. The dark red dragon in his sleeve was angry. Kid, I can't take it anymore. Its body changed shape and turned into a palm-sized snake. It quickly slithered out. You're really shameless. You think you're invincible after injuring a first-level Honorable Realm? A disdainful voice was heard. I think you're the frog at the bottom of the well. Everyone was shocked. The young man in red had already proven his strength. Now that he dared to speak rudely to him, he must be an expert. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man in blue drinking tea alone with his back facing them. Although it was only his back view, his calm and steady aura showed that he was extraordinary. Injuring a first heaven Venerable Realm cultivator is nothing. It's just that there aren't any more powerful cultivators here. Otherwise, we could all suppress them together. Hong Wuji was still as arrogant as ever. As for you, if you're not convinced, then feel free to attack. I will let you know the definition of a genius. Insolent, too insolent. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. This guy was really arrogant. He really wanted to walk over and kick him in the face. The dark red dragon coiled around Lin Xian's hair, howled in anger, F***ck, you're pissing me off. Despite living for so long, he had never seen such an arrogant fellow before. At this moment, someone asked, May I know your name? This was a young man who had also reached the first level of the Honorable Realm. Furthermore, he was at the peak of the first level of the Honorable Realm. It could be said that he was also a young genius. Yes, you are qualified to know. The red-clothed young man nodded slightly. Remember my name, Hong Wuji. Hong Wuji. Is he from the Red Leaf Valley? Everyone was shocked, but they soon understood. No wonder he's so arrogant and powerful. He's from the Red Leaf Valley. At the same time, everyone was even more shocked. A first heaven Venerable Realm cultivator was only qualified to know his name. How powerful was this red-clothed young man? Hong Wuji? The dark red dragon snorted coldly, never heard of him. As for the Red Leaf Valley, I don't even know about it. Judging from the name, could it be some kind of tourist attraction? Hey, red-clothed young man, how much is the ticket to your house? A mocking and teasing voice echoed in the tea house. The voice was strange, but no one dared to laugh. Someone actually dared to joke about the Red Leaf Valley. He was really arrogant. As expected, Hong Wuji's face darkened as soon as he said that. His entire body emitted a terrifying murderous aura. Countless sword lights formed in the air, densely packed and filling the entire space. The terrifying aura made people's scalps tingle and tremble. The maid also shouted angrily, "How dare you insult the Red Leaf Valley? You're courting death." The oval-faced girl and the round-faced girl dashed out at the same time. Their bodies were like lightning as they rushed toward Lin Xian. The aura on their bodies was powerful and carried the power of their martial souls. Everyone was shocked. They thought that the 6 girls were ordinary maids, but they didn't expect them to be martial arts experts. Their cultivation had definitely reached the first heaven venerable realm. The red-clothed young man was really generous to have 6 first heaven venerables as his maids. In an instant, the 2 girls arrived behind Lin Xian. They waved their jade-like hands, striking out a dazzling palm shadow. The terrifying aura made people tremble. However, Lin Xian didn't turn around. He struck back, and his terrifying spiritual energy turned into a golden mountain and pushed it out quickly. The void trembled as if thousands of beasts were galloping. The terrifying golden mountain carried a huge force and collided with the countless palm shadows. The attack made the entire tea house tremble as if it was about to split open. There were countless experts in Wind-Seeking City. The owner of the tea house was also a martial arts expert, so he naturally had defensive measures. Rays of colorful light surged out and quickly formed a defense to protect the tea house. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and looked up to watch the battle. The golden mountain was extremely powerful. It was like a giant beast that had appeared. The terrifying and mysterious palm shadow struck it, but it didn't have any effect. Instead, the rebounding force scattered the palm shadows that filled the sky. In an instant, the oval-faced girl and the round-faced girl were pushed back by a huge force. Bang! Bang! The 2 of them kept retreating. Every step they took could crack the ground. However, at this time a complicated pattern appeared on the ground, forming a screen of light. The terrifying force was negated, and the entire tea house was preserved. The oval-faced girl and the round-faced girl stopped with difficulty. Then, they looked up, their eyes full of shock. Although they were just maids, they were definitely first heaven venerables in terms of strength. Moreover, they were the strongest first heaven venerables. The 2 girls combined could fight against a second heaven venerable realm expert, but they couldn't even block a single attack. It was simply too hard to be confident. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Originally, they were mourning for that person, but they didn't expect that person didn't even move his body. He only used a backhand attack to push back 2 experts. Now, they couldn't even see his face. They could only see his back. However, his back was like a boundless mountain that they could only look up to. Set up the sword formation. The oval-faced girl and the round-faced girl wanted to join forces with the other 6 to set up the sword formation. At this moment, the 6 girls pulled out their swords from their waists and quickly formed a sword array, which quickly enveloped Yi Shiwen. Lin Xian's expression darkened as well. He had held back in that attack just now. However, the other party did not repent and even gathered 6 people to form a sword formation to kill him. Did they really think that he was a pushover? The dark red dragon also roared, 6 little girls, how shameless. Are you trying to bully me with numbers? Come, come, come. I'll keep you company. If you can make this emperor turn around, then it's your win. The voice was very strange, like the roar of a 1,000-year-old demon. It made one's scalp tingle. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. This ruffian dragon was too provocative, but he did not stop it. The other party was so arrogant, saying that they would suppress him with one hand. How arrogant, even a clay figurine had a temper, not to mention that Lin Xian was not someone who would be bullied. So this time, he planned to knock down the other party and put out the arrogance of the Red Leaf Valley. You're courting death. When the 6 girls heard the dark red dragon's mockery, their faces darkened, and their delicate bodies trembled. Of course, they did not notice the dark red dragon's existence, so they could only vent their anger on Lin Xian. The 6 girls swayed, and like divine light, they quickly shot out 6 beams of sword qi, slashing toward Lin Xian. The 6 beams of sword qi were extremely sharp, like divine light in the sky, shining with a terrifying light. Everyone gasped. This attack was too terrifying, and it could definitely split mountains and rivers. Even a second-level venerable could not block it. However, Lin Xian still did not turn around. He formed a seal with his right hand and quickly swept it out, drawing an arc in the air. Seal of mountains and rivers, he had the dragon sword soul, which could simulate all offensive saint techniques. This seal of mountains and rivers was stimulated by the power of the dragon sword soul. The air fluctuated like a scroll rolling, forming a huge golden mountain. It spun out and suppressed the surroundings. Boom, the golden mountain fell, and the terrifying power sent the 6 beams of sword chi flying. Humph. Seeing that the sword chi was shattered, the oval-faced girl snorted coldly and led the 5 to attack again. The sword chi flashed and formed a green lotus in the air, quickly falling down. The terrifying green lotus sword chi slashed at the golden mountain peak and actually cracked it. However, the next moment, a silver river swept across the void, and a gentle force cleverly dispelled the sword chi. The silver river flashed, and a hazy mist in the void, like a dream, enveloping Lin Xian. This Milky Way was very strange. It stood in the void, giving people the feeling that it was so close yet so far away. The oval-faced girl gritted her teeth as shock appeared in her eyes. Their green lotus sword formation was extremely powerful. Even a second-level honorable realm cultivator would not be a match for the 6 of them. And they did not even have the right to make him turn around. Green lotus sky. The oval-faced girl shouted, then quickly turned. The 6 of them were like ghosts, flying through the air at high speed. 6 streaks of sword chi condensed into the shape of a green lotus in the air, instantly tearing the void apart. 36 streaks of sword chi filled the sky, emitting a terrifying aura that stirred up the wind and clouds in all directions. Slash, with a shout, the 6 girls carried the green lotus sword chi and formed the green lotus in the sky. The green lotus spun quickly and cooperated with each other to form a huge green lotus, quickly suppressing down. The entire tea house shook again, and creaking sounds could be heard. Countless transparent inscriptions surged in the surroundings, forming a light barrier. The surrounding martial artists quickly retreated, distancing themselves from the green lotus sword chi. It was too terrifying. Just the aftershock was enough to make their hearts tremble, and they felt as if they were being torn apart. One could imagine how much pressure the young man in the middle was under. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He did not intend to be in a stalemate any longer. The great dragon sword soul surged and quickly poured into the golden mountain in the sky. The huge golden mountain spun quickly and became more solid. Mysterious inscriptions appeared on it, forming a mysterious force. In the next moment, the void exploded. The golden mountain was like a demonic mountain, quickly suppressing down and violently colliding with the green lotus sword chi. When the two collided, a violent air current swept out in all directions. The tables, chairs, and windows were instantly turned into powder. More energy collided with the energy barrier, causing it to vibrate violently. It was really terrifying. Crack, crack, crack. The green lotus sword chi in the sky could not hold on any longer and shattered like glass. The 6 girls were terrified. Blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths, and their delicate bodies flew out and fell to the ground. Lin Xian waved his sleeve and put away the golden mountain and the silver river in the sky. He picked up a cup of spiritual tea and took a sip. His back was still facing the crowd. Hong Wuji frowned even more. His opponent could easily break the green lotus sword array, so he was definitely a powerful martial artist. "Who are you?" he asked coldly. "Haha, red-robed kid, you don't have the right to know." Before Lin Xian could speak, the dark red dragon had already roared out. As soon as the words came out, Hong Wuji's face darkened, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. In the void, tens of thousands of sword chi appeared, and the terrifying aura was like a violent tsunami, shocking everyone. Sun Moon Seal, Lin Xian formed another seal, and a sun appeared. The void vibrated, and a red sun was formed. It was extremely dazzling, just like a real sun. The bright sunlight also turned into tens of thousands of golden swords, piercing out fiercely. Dang dang, bam. Bam, the 2 types of sword chi clashed in the void, causing a huge crack to appear in the void. It was a shocking and terrifying sight. In the end, the 2 types of sword chi disappeared at the same time, and they turned into spiritual qi. He withstood it. The crowd was shocked. They had not expected the young man to withstand Hong Wuji's attack. This was unbelievable. Hong Wuji had injured a martial artist at the peak of first-level honorable realm with a casual attack. This meant that Hong Wuji's strength was above that of a second-level honorable realm, or even stronger. Now, the young man with the back view had also displayed powerful strength, and it seemed that he was not weaker than Hong Wuji. This young man is also a supreme talent. I wonder which superpower he is from. The crowd was shocked. They were not unfamiliar with this situation. After all, the Vientiane auction had attracted many supreme talents, and countless powerful martial artists would enter Windy City. However, they had not expected two supreme talents to fight so quickly. Who are you? Hong Wuji's voice was cold, and his expression was solemn. The fact that the young man could withstand his attack meant that he was not an ordinary person, and his strength was at least on par with Hong Wuji's. This person was definitely not a nameless person. As long as you have the ability to turn me around, you will naturally know who I am. Lin Xian said flatly. You are courting death. Hong Wuji's eyes darkened, and he was ready to attack again. However, at this moment, a crisp laughter rang out, like wind chimes, and it rang in the void. Aya, it's so lively here. A gentle voice rang out, causing the hearts of those who heard it to tremble. Many people raised their heads to look. She was an extremely flirtatious lady. She wore a fiery red dress and her chest revealed her snow-white flesh. Her slender legs were faintly discernible under the veil. Her peach blossom eyes were captivating as if they could mesmerize anyone. There was also a faint layer of crimson radiance on her delicate body that enveloped her. She was like a demoness. Huang Xiaoxiao. Everyone's heart trembled. She was a disciple of the Huang family and a top genius among the younger generation of the Huang family. She was extremely famous in Wind-Seeking City. Many people swallowed their saliva and forcefully shifted their gazes away. They had no choice. Although Huang Xiaoxiao was flirtatious, she was vicious and merciless. She was definitely a ruthless character. Moreover, this lady's cultivation was at least a second-level honorable. She was extremely powerful and was the reason why no one dared to provoke her. Huang Xiaoxiao's gaze turned and quickly swept past the crowd. Then, she looked at the figure with his back facing the crowd and a glimmer of brilliance appeared in her beautiful eyes. Huang Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes looked at the figure with his back facing the crowd and revealed a trace of surprise. She realized that she could not see the cultivation of the other party clearly. If she looked carefully, there was a mysterious force that blocked her view. She had never encountered such a situation before, so she took a few more glances. However, in the end, she placed her gaze on Hong Wuji. It was clear that he was more interested in the young master of Red Leaf Valley than the others. I've long heard of the great name of the Red Leaf Valley. After meeting you today, the disciples of the Red Leaf Valley are indeed extraordinary. Huang Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Who are you? Hong Wuji asked in a deep voice. He could naturally feel the powerful aura from the other party. I'm Huang Xiaoxiao. Huang Xiaoxiao smiled charmingly and her voice was pleasant to the ears. Many people's blood boiled and their bodies heated up. You're also here for the white-robed scholar? Hong Wuji asked coldly. I'm not interested in the white-robed scholar. I'm more interested in the golden-feathered divine eagle in his hands. In that case, you're going to fight with me? Hong Wuji's eyes darkened. You're thinking too much. Huang Xiaoxiao smiled. How would I dare to fight with you? However, the young master of the Red Leaf Valley will definitely not be interested in the golden-feathered divine eagle. How about giving it to me? The two of them chatted as if the white-clothed scholar and the golden-feathered divine eagle were already fish on their chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. The dark red divine dragon was sick of hearing this. He sent a voice transmission and said, F*CK, this is infuriating. Kid, are you still not going to make a move? These fellows are too despicable. They don't put you in their eyes at all. This emperor has a toothache just looking at it. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. He also transmitted his voice, don't be hasty. Now is not the time to act. If we're going to play this time, let's play big. Wouldn't it be better to shock everyone? F***ck, this kid has guts. I like it. The dark red dragon narrowed its eyes, ready to watch a good show. Dong. Dong. Dong, another powerful voice rang out. Needless to say, another expert had arrived. Sure enough, it didn't take long before another figure appeared at the staircase. He was dressed in yellow and had a handsome face. His temperament was extraordinary. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was a sharp glint in them. So it's Brother Lung Feng. I didn't expect you to be here too. Huang Xiaoxiao chuckled softly. This young man was also a young expert from Wind-Seeking City. His cultivation had reached the second heaven of the honorable realm. He was also a top expert among the younger generation of the Lung family. He was much stronger than Ling Yu. It seems that everyone is here for the golden-feathered mystical eagle. Lung Feng directly said what everyone was concerned about. That white-robed scholar insulted our Lung family's war-beast castle and even took away our mystical beast by force. So this time, I must kill him and bring the mystical beast back. Lung Feng's voice was cold and there was a strong murderous intent in his words. It seemed that he wouldn't stop until he achieved his goal. The dark red divine dragon was overjoyed. Another expert had arrived. It seemed that there would be a good show to watch this time. Hong Wuji looked at Lung Feng with a solemn look in his eyes. However, he still said in a deep voice, no matter how many people come, the white-robed scholar is mine. I want to suppress him with my own hands. His voice was filled with infinite confidence. F***ck, this kid is too arrogant. Even I want to beat him up. The dark red divine dragon was furious. Lin Xian also frowned. This guy was really arrogant. He didn't take him seriously at all. It seemed that he had to find a chance to teach him a lesson. At this moment, Huang Xiaoxiao sighed. However, it seems that the white-robed scholar doesn't dare to come out. Otherwise, with our power, we would have found him long ago. Humph. Useless trash. So many people admire him. What a joke. Lung Feng sneered in disdain. If he dares to come out, I'll kill him with a slash. Most legends can't be trusted. What genius scholar. In my eyes, he's just an ant. Hong Wuji sneered. He got the golden-feathered mystical eagle by pure luck. If any of us were here, he wouldn't have succeeded that day. The three of them talked among themselves and didn't take the white-robed scholar seriously at all. However, the discussion of the three of them caused many people to be unhappy. They were all cultivators who saw the white-robed scholar with their own eyes. That scene was unforgettable. Since then, many people treated the white-robed scholar as their idol. But now, there was actually someone who dared to ridicule their idol. These people were so angry that they were trembling. Although you guys are strong, that white-robed scholar isn't weak either. His strength is comparable to yours. It's impossible for any of you to win against him alone. That's right. I saw with my own eyes that he easily destroyed the blue array of the Lin clan's warbeast castle with a single move. This kind of method definitely surpasses those elders. Many people spoke of what they saw. For a moment, everyone was discussing and felt that this white-robed young man could indeed be called a genius. That day, even the disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy weren't his match. How can someone like him be weak? A cute girl with big eyes said. Who dares to insult the reputation of my Immortal Martial Academy? At this moment, a cold voice rang out. It was like a sharp blade, shaking the void. Following that, a light flashed and a black figure appeared in the tea house. This was a tall man with a cold expression. He was like a fiend god standing in the middle of the square. He didn't make any movements, but the aura he emitted was like a primordial beast, intimidating everyone. Expert, an absolute expert, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that another young expert would appear at this moment. The eyes of this fiend god-like black-robed young man were like lightning as he swept his gaze around. Finally, he stared at the cute girl with big eyes. Are you the one who insulted the reputation of my Immortal Martial Academy? His voice was cold and sharp, even the air was sliced apart mercilessly. The big-eyed girl's body trembled slightly, her fair face was filled with fear. However, she still stubbornly said, I saw it with my own eyes. That white-robed scholar defeated a disciple of your Immortal Martial Academy. A bunch of nonsense. The black-robed young man coldly snorted. Instantly, the surrounding tables, chairs, and windows turned into dust, causing the defensive light screen to tremble. Boom, the terrifying sound wave was like a sharp spear, rapidly piercing towards the adorable girl. This attack was extremely terrifying, capable of tearing apart mountains and rivers. If she was hit by it, the adorable girl with big eyes would instantly die. Everyone was shocked. The terrifying shockwaves from the attack sent them flying. No one dared to step forward. In an instant, the formless sound wave spear arrived before the adorable girl and was about to pierce her. The adorable girl with big eyes was so frightened that her face turned pale. She sat on the ground, paralyzed, and tears appeared in her eyes. She looked extremely pitiful. In the end, she screamed and closed her eyes. Bang, a low sound rang out, like thunder exploding in the air. A raging wind blew, blowing on everyone's body, causing them to feel pain. Everyone was shocked. They hurriedly turned their heads and exclaimed in shock. That formless sound wave spear didn't pierce the adorable girl. Instead, it was blocked by a cold moon. The two of them were in a stalemate. The adorable girl, Vivian, opened her eyes and was stunned when she saw the scene before her. She originally thought that she would die without a doubt. She didn't expect that someone would save her at the last moment. Everyone was stunned, incomparably shocked. They didn't expect that someone would save her at the last moment. Huang Xiaoxiao and the others were also stunned. She originally wanted to watch a good show, but she didn't expect that someone would forcefully interrupt her. Hong Wuji also frowned. He stared at the figure with his back facing the crowd, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. The black-robed young man was the most infuriated. He came here this time to clear the name of the academy. As a disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy, he wouldn't allow anyone to sully the academy's reputation. Hence, he didn't hold back in that attack earlier. He wanted to use fresh blood to intimidate everyone, however, he didn't expect that someone would actually dare to obstruct him. In his opinion, this was unforgivable. Who dares to obstruct me? Scram out. The black-robed young man's voice was ice-cold, his words like thunder. You can't even tell who did it. What's there to be arrogant about? The dark red divine dragon sneered. He couldn't stand such behavior of bullying the weak. Hiding your head but showing your tail, I can tell at a glance that you're a cowardly rat. The black-clothed youth remained unmoved, and his cold gaze once again stared at the cute girl. Daring to sully the reputation of the Immortal Martial Academy, you can only atone for your crimes with your death. The cute girl's body trembled and curled into a ball like a kitten. Her large eyes were filled with terror and her entire body was trembling non-stop. Lin Xian coldly snorted. His expression was abnormally cold, and a hint of killing intent surfaced in his eyes. If the other party was targeting him, then he had nothing to say. However, the other party had bullied a weak girl right from the start, and even wanted to kill her. He didn't dare to do that. Could it be that just because the girl spoke the truth, she had to suffer the punishment of death? Lin Xian could not bear it. He would not allow such a thing to happen. Moreover, this young girl had said it to protect him. Lin Xian couldn't just sit back and watch. If someone died because of him, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace for the rest of his life. Hence, Lin Xian decided to act and save the cute girl. With a wave of his sleeves, a formless energy gushed out, transforming into a formless ribbon that enveloped the cute girl and pulled her back. Courting death. The black-clothed youth was enraged. There was actually someone who dared to touch the person he wanted to kill. He coldly laughed and pointed out a finger. Light revolved around the tip of his finger, resembling divine light as it rapidly flew out. Xiao, this finger was aimed at the cute girl's heart. If she was pierced by it, she would most likely die immediately. Lin Xian's expression was gloomy. The other party actually wanted to kill a weak girl, one after another. Did they have no humanity at all? He formed seals with his palms and quickly blasted them out. Spiritual energy gushed out, and a resplendent silver river, akin to 3,000 waterfalls, hung upside down in the air. A resplendent ray of light intercepted the finger beam. Other than that, it rapidly enveloped the cute girl, protecting her safety. Pung, a shocking sound rang out once again. The resplendent finger beam collided with the silver river, creating a frenzy of energy. On the other side, the cute girl safely arrived at Lin Xian's side. You blocked it? The black-cloaked youth's expression was gloomy as he blasted out another finger beam. The light was as resplendent as the stars. The power of this finger beam was several times stronger than before. The finger beam flickered like a dragon, roaring ferociously out of the sea as it rapidly rampaged through the air. Lin Xian still blasted out the seal of sun and moon. A silver moon hung in the air and rotated gently. The moonlight flowed like water waves, quickly strangling the dragon. The terrifying energy of the finger beam was vast. It transformed into a dragon that roared, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, tearing the void apart. The silver moon vibrated, and moonlight sprinkled down like a piece of silver light, sparkling and translucent. The collision of the two produced a sonorous sound that shook one's soul. However, no matter how the dragon roared ferociously, it could not break free from the shackles of the moonlight. Not only that, the more it struggled, the tighter the belt of light formed by the moonlight became. In the end, it completely wrapped around the dragon. The cold moonlight was like a transparent ribbon, destroying the dragon. What? It's destroyed. The black-cloaked youth's pupils constricted. He knew the power of this attack. It was terrifying, but it was easily destroyed by the other party. For a moment, he found it hard to accept. Huang Xiaoxiao, Leng Feng, and the others frowned as they stared at the back of the figure. This person's strength was far beyond their expectations. The black-cloaked youth took a deep breath and his eyes turned gloomy. Brat, how dare you meddle in my business? You're dead meat. His eyes were filled with killing intent. In the next moment, a powerful aura burst out from his body. He swung his fist rapidly and punched at Lin Xian. Crack, 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 the space trembled as if it was about to split open. A powerful force surged out like an archaean ferocious beast, pouncing ferociously. In the air, the bright moon rotated again. The moonlight was like a sword beam, sweeping in all directions and quickly slashing at the fist. Dong dong dong, the two collided. The terrifying force of the fist was so great that it scattered the moonlight. However, more moonlight surged over like water ripples, densely packed and blotting out the sky. All of them quickly slashed at the fist. Thousands of rays of moonlight gathered to form a moonlight divine sword that swept in all directions. In the end, the terrifying fist could not withstand it and was sent flying. The black-cloaked youth also took 3 steps back with a look of shock on his face. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was too terrifying. Huang Xiaoxiao, Leng Feng, and the others frowned even more. The black-cloaked martial artist's strength was on par with theirs. However, he could not defeat a young man with his back facing them. This made the two of them uneasy. If that was the case, the two of them were no match for him. Who are you? Why are you meddling in my business? The youth's face was ugly. Immortal Martial Academy? Lin Xian sneered. Do you think you can represent the academy? Don't flatter yourself. If the Immortal Martial Academy was filled with scum like you, it would have closed down a long time ago. Using the academy's name to bully the weak. How shameless. You, hearing this, the black-robed young man was speechless and trembled with anger. Beside him, the cute girl with big eyes looked at Lin Xian in shock. Her long eyelashes trembled and her eyes were filled with excitement. She wanted to exclaim. Shoo, Lin Xian shook his head lightly, indicating for her not to speak. The girl with big eyes nodded her head fervently, then sat down beside Lin Xian, her face full of excitement. Hee, young master is really skilled. I'm impressed. Huang Xiaoxiao smiled. May I know how to address you and where are you from? Then, she smiled and said, why don't you give me some face and stop fighting? The black-robed young man snorted coldly, his eyes cold but he didn't speak. Lin Xian sneered in disdain. Do I know you? Why should I give you face? Hearing this, Huang Xiaoxiao's charming face froze. She couldn't believe what she just heard. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed in shock, their minds blank. After being in Wenfeng City for so long, no one dared to not give Huang Xiaoxiao face. Moreover, an unknown young man actually dared to scold her to her face. Thinking of this, her flirtatious face turned gloomy. This little brother's temper is really bad. I don't know what capabilities he has to speak like this. Huang Xiaoxiao's voice was cold. You should know that some words spoken will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Beside her, Leng Feng also stood out. Brat, you're really arrogant. Seems like you're not going to give us face? Who do you think you are? You don't deserve face. Lin Xian shouted coldly. Previously, these people mocked him mercilessly and treated him like a fish on a chopping board. How could he be nice to them now? Moreover, Lin Xian didn't have a good impression of the Huang and Lin clans. Not attacking them immediately was already giving them a lot of face. Now, these people still wanted to worm their way into his relationship. Was this even possible? The surrounding people were so shocked that their minds went blank. This young man was too valiant. He actually scolded the young top experts of the Leng and Huang families at the same time. Did he not want to live anymore? You're courting death. Leng Feng's face darkened as killing intent filled his eyes. Huang Xiaoxiao's face was also taut as she said softly, let me see what makes you so arrogant. Lin Xian and Lin Xian were like two streaks of starlight, moving at incredible speed. In an instant, they arrived in front of Lin Xian. Huang Xiaoxiao used a pair of short swords that were like the fangs of a viper. They were dark green and ghastly, and they carried dense poison. Even an Exalt realm martial artist would be poisoned if they encountered them. Surrounded by green light and thin mist, it quickly pierced towards Lin Xian. It was extremely dangerous. On the other side, Leng Feng also attacked, his killing intent shocking. He used a scimitar that was shaped like a crescent moon. It drew an astonishing arc as it slashed towards Lin Xian's neck. Boundless killing intent erupted like a river of stars pouring down. It was extremely cold. Along with the cold blade, all of it surged towards Lin Xian. The attacks of the two experts were extremely fierce. Even a second-rank Exalt would be severely injured in an instant. Therefore, they were confident that they could take down Lin Xian immediately. Lin Xian formed seals with both hands. He used the Mountain River seal in his left hand and the Sun Moon seal in his right hand. He struck out with both hands at the same time. Boom, the void trembled as a silver river hung in the sky like a divine river, blocking the dark green poison outside. At the same time, the golden mountain spun and blazed with divine light. It rushed into the clouds and smashed towards Huang Xiaoxiao with terrifying force. On the other side, the cold moonlight formed invisible ribbons that quickly wrapped around the opponent. The dazzling sun evolved into countless flaming divine swords that pierced through the void. Every sword light carried with it a fiery glow, burning everything in its path. Boom, there was a shocking explosion as Lin Xian fought against two opponents by himself. Whoosh! Boom, along with the terrifying sound, the crowd saw two figures retreat from the energy tide. It was Huang Xiaoxiao and Leng Feng. What? He repelled them. Everyone was shocked. That mysterious young man had actually repelled two young experts by himself. This was too shocking. Huang Xiaoxiao and Leng Feng were even more shocked. They could easily kill a second-rank Exalt if they joined forces, but they were repelled at this moment. Could he be a third-rank Exalt? The two of them were shocked when they thought of this. However, the two of them quickly shook their heads. If he was a third-rank Exalt, they would not only be repelled, but they would also be severely injured. Even so, the two of them were still very wary of him. The two of them looked at each other and wanted to attack again. However, at this moment, a cold light suddenly appeared and stabbed towards Lin Xian. This unforeseen event was extremely shocking, causing everyone to cry out in alarm. In fact, from the moment Lin Xian attacked to the moment Huang Xiaoxiao and Leng Feng were repelled, only an instant had passed. The cold light in the void also appeared in an instant. This cold light was shocking and as fast as lightning, it arrived in front of them in an instant. Ordinary cultivators couldn't see it clearly. Only Hong Wuji and a few other experts could see it clearly. It was a thin sword that was only 2 fingers wide and 1 meter long. It was like a cold light that pierced towards Lin Xian's back. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A sneak attack? He wasn't afraid, however, he despised the other party's actions. He felt that such a person wasn't worthy of being a disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy. That's right, the person who suddenly attacked was the black-robed young man who claimed to be from the Immortal Martial Academy. He couldn't defeat Lin Xian and could only think of such a sinister attack. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian. Boom! In the next moment, a bloody light spread out behind Lin Xian as a terrifying and violent aura erupted. The void was dyed red as a sea of blood appeared, carrying an aura that could kill everything as it blasted out in all directions. Pooh! The sea of blood surged, forming a wave that slammed onto the black-robed young man, sending him flying. This wasn't the end. Within the sea of blood, a blood sword condensed and stood in the void before slashing down. The black-robed young man was sent flying, feeling as if all the bones in his body had cracked. However, before he could recover, a bloody sword light rushed towards him. That sword light was too terrifying, and the killing aura on it was shocking. Before the sword chi arrived, the aura was already enough to make people tremble. Not good. His expression changed drastically as fear appeared in his eyes. In his current state, he wouldn't be able to withstand this sword. Gritting his teeth, the black-robed young man used a life-saving martial technique. A black light appeared under his feet and suddenly erupted, causing his speed to increase explosively. Only then did he manage to dodge the sword. Huff! Huff! The black-robed young man moved to the side, panting heavily. Although it was only a few moves, it was as if he had experienced the cycle of life and death. Let's attack together. I don't believe that the three of us can't take him down. Let's attack together. The three of us will kill him. Huang Xiaoxiao shouted and moved quickly. Lung Feng followed behind and gripped the crescent blade in his hand tightly. The young man in black gritted his teeth and attacked as well. He had to kill his opponent to prove himself. Otherwise, today's battle would become his inner demon and obstruct his future path in the martial Dao. The three of them attacked Lin Xian from 3 different directions. Everyone held their breaths and watched with wide eyes. This was a scene that they would never see again. Hong Wuji's expression was similarly solemn. These 3 people were all second-level venerables, and each of them was extremely powerful and could suppress an entire region. Now that the 3 of them had joined forces, their aura was absolutely terrifying. Even he was not confident of winning. Hence, in his opinion, Lin Xian would not be able to handle it. Lin Xian frowned. The 3 second-level honorables had indeed given him a lot of pressure. However, since he had chosen to attack, he did not plan to lose. Not only that, but he also wanted to teach this person a lesson. In the next instant, he reached out his hand and grabbed the blood sword in the sky. He then swept it out. Boom! The blood sword chi surged and drew an arc in the sky. It carried a violent murderous aura and tore the void apart. The power of this sword was terrifying. Its murderous aura was shocking and surging like a vast ocean. Lin Xian's combat power was shocking. When he swung his sword, the entire space turned blood red. Boom! The blood sword chi finally collided with the 3 of them, and the energy exploded instantly. The tea house was protected by a powerful array and was not damaged. However, everything in the tea house was turned into ashes. Some of the weaker martial artists were swept by the energy shockwaves and immediately vomited blood. He blocked it again? Hong Wuji's sword chi surrounded him and shattered the energy around him. Hence, he continued to sit there. However, his expression was not very good. That was because he realized that Lin Xian had blocked the 3 of them. Huang Xiaoxiao and the other 2 looked even worse. They were all shocked and could not believe it. The other party was actually able to contend against them all by himself? Perhaps even those powerful older generation ancient martial art practitioners would not be able to do so. Were they shocked? Lin Xian sneered. You think you are strong, but you are just frogs at the bottom of a well. Then, he swung his sword again and turned around at the same time. Sky-splitting blood sword. This sword came from the inheritance of the blood-colored killing sword in the Kingstone statue. Bang! The 3 of them were sent flying by the sword, and the entire space was annihilated. Shock, absolute shock. Everyone was shocked by the mysterious youth's battle prowess, but they were also very curious about what he looked like. Therefore, many people looked over with rapt attention. Even Huang Xiaoxiao and the other 2, who had retreated far away, looked up. Then, someone exclaimed, "What? It's him, the genius scholar. It's him, it's him. I told you, that scholar is definitely a genius." Haha, I was right. Many people in the crowd cheered excitedly. As for Huang Xiaoxiao and the other two, their expressions became extremely ugly. From the discussions of the crowd, they had already understood that this mysterious expert was the scholar they were looking for. However, the ironic thing was that not long ago, they had been chatting merrily and wittily before the crowd. They had not placed the white-clothed scholar in their eyes at all. But now, even with the three of them joining hands, they were still unable to defeat him. A slap in the face, a naked slap in the face. Hong Wuji was also watching with rapt attention. He did not expect that the mysterious youth was the person he was looking for. Staring at the other party, Hong Wuji's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, however, he did not act rashly. The other party's battle just now was too shocking. His strength was definitely not inferior to his. Lin Xian looked at the shocked expressions of Huang Xiaoxiao and the other two and immediately sneered. He said coldly, "The three of you were very arrogant before. Didn't you say that you wanted to kill me? Why aren't you coming now?" He sneered, then waved his sleeve and summoned the golden-feathered divine eagle. "Come, the thing you want is here." Lin Xian held the blood sword in his hand and looked around disdainfully. His gaze was like a sword as he stared at the three people in front of him. Huang Xiaoxiao and the other two's expressions were ugly. They glared at him angrily and trembled with anger. Shameful, too shameful, the three of them were usually high and mighty existences. Who dared to provoke them, but now, they were actually suppressed by the same person to the point that they could not raise their heads. "Kid, don't go too far." Lung Feng looked at the golden-feathered divine eagle in the distance, his eyes burning with anger. That was their family's mutated beast. Now that it was being used, it was a public humiliation. "Going too far?" Lin Xian laughed. "I'm bullying you. Are you unhappy? If you're unhappy, you can fight. I'll fight you anytime." Lin Xian stepped forward and said loudly. The surrounding people were shocked. This young man was too domineering. He did not give the Ling family any face at all, however, most of them agreed and were excited. They imagined that Lin Xian was them. "Damn it, the Ling family won't let you off." Lung Feng roared angrily. "How is it? It's uncomfortable, right?" Lin Xian sneered. "When you were so arrogant and wanted to kill me, did you think about my feelings? Now you can't take it anymore. Where's your arrogance from before? I thought you were some kind of expert or genius. Now it seems that you're just trash. Three trash." Lin Xian's voice was cold. His words were sharp and merciless. "Indeed, three trash." Hong Wuji snorted disdainfully. You, Lung Feng and the other two trembled in anger. They almost vomited blood. Their faces were ferocious. They wanted to fight with their lives, but they did not have the courage to do so. Not only are they trash, but they're also three cowards. Lin Xian sneered. "Kid, ignore them. Why don't we fight?" Hong Wuji's eyes shone brightly. "No hurry. Let's get rid of the three of them first." Lin Xian walked over slowly with the blood sword in his hand. "You, what are you trying to do?" Lung Feng and Huang Xiaoxiao panicked. "Kill." Lin Xian's voice was cold. "You're here to kill me. Do you think I'll let you go?" Hearing this, Lung Feng and the other two's pupils shrank. Their faces were filled with fear. "You dare to kill me? You don't want to live anymore." They were indeed stunned and exclaimed in shock. That's right, they had lost and lost face. However, they had never been worried about their own safety. One had to know that their identities were extraordinary. Two of them were disciples of big clans in Wind-Seeking City, while the other was a disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy. It could be said that their identities were noble, and no one dared to offend them. Not to mention, no one dared to kill them. And now, a young man actually wanted to kill the three of them at the same time. How audacious. "Kid, if you dare to touch a single strand of my hair, there will be no place for you in Wind-Seeking City." Huang Xiaoxiao's voice was filled with venom. "You're dead. The Lung family will not let you off." Lung Feng roared. "How dare you touch me? You'll be hunted down endlessly." Poof, before he could finish his sentence, the blood-red sword slashed down. Lung Feng's head flew into the air as blood splattered everywhere. What? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to kill Lung Feng so decisively. Huang Xiaoxiao and the black-cloaked youth were stunned as well. They stood rooted to the ground. Lung Feng's head flew into the air. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not believe that Lin Xian dared to kill him. Was he not afraid of the Lung family's revenge? Lung Feng's head fell to the ground with disbelief and indignation. Poof, poof, Lung Feng's headless body fell to the ground and blood flowed like a river. However, something even stranger happened. The blood was all attracted by the blood sword in Lin Xian's hand and absorbed. Behind Lin Xian, a hazy blood diagram appeared. It was extremely mysterious. At that moment, Lin Xian felt that his understanding of the blood sword legacy had deepened. Soon, the blood on the ground was sucked dry and Lin Feng's body became a dried corpse. Lin Xian turned his eyes and stared at Huang Xiaoxiao and the young man in black. Huang Xiaoxiao felt Lin Xian's gaze and woke up from her daze. She screamed. Ah! You killed him. You're dead. The Lung family will not let you off. Her face was covered in blood. Coupled with her panicked expression, she looked terrifying. I killed you because you deserved to die. Lin Xian's voice was cold as he raised the blood-red sword in his hand again. No, don't kill me. Huang Xiaoxiao was finally afraid when she felt the violent killing intent. She did not want to die. Let me go. I'll agree to anything you want. Huang Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with pleading and seduction. As long as you're willing, my body will be yours. Her voice was alluring and seductive. I'm not interested in you. Lin Xian sneered and shook his head. The blood-red sword quickly pierced through her body. Poof, the sword pierced through her heart. You. The Huang family will avenge me. Huang Xiaoxiao used the last of her strength and screamed. At the same time, she burned the last of her blood and used a secret technique to attack Lin Xian. Ha ha ha, you're dead. Even if you kill me, the Huang family won't let you off. Huang Xiaoxiao revealed a final trace of malevolence before falling to the ground. Lin Xian frowned slightly. He could feel that there was something extra in his body, but he couldn't detect it. Temporarily putting aside the doubts in his heart, he once again looked at the last black-cloaked martial artist. Don't kill me. The black-cloaked youth was terrified, and he no longer had the arrogance from before. I'm warning you, I'm a disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy, and I'm even a member of the Tao Spirit Association. The Tao Spirit Association was established by the disciples of the Yan family. You can't afford to offend them. Tao Spirit Association? Lin Xian laughed, his mouth full of disdain. He slowly lowered his head and looked down at the black-cloaked youth. I even dared to kill Yan Qingyang, let alone you. What, you are? The black-cloaked youth was shocked, and his face was full of fear. A figure appeared in his mind. He finally knew who the scholar in front of him was. However, he didn't have the chance to say it, because the blood sword had already pierced through his chest. Plop, when the last corpse turned into a dried corpse and fell down, the crowd finally recovered from the shock. Too shocking, too exciting, one person killed 3 top young experts, and they were all of noble status. It wouldn't be long before Wind-Seeking City would riot. At the very least, the Huang family and Ling family wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Hong Wuji was also slightly stunned. The young man in front of him had once again exceeded his expectations. Even if he was the young master of the Red Leaf Valley, he wouldn't dare to kill the 3 of them at the same time. One could imagine the shock in his heart. Interesting, very interesting. Hong Wuji exclaimed, our Red Leaf Valley has always been arrogant, but I didn't expect to see someone even more arrogant today. Kid, you've got guts. The 6 girls looked surprised. They had never heard of anyone being praised by Hong Wuji before. Hong Wuji's eyes shone brightly, and his body released a powerful aura. However, I still have to suppress you. I've said it before, you're no match for me. He slowly stood up, and his entire body was extremely sharp, like a divine sword being unsheathed. Lin Xian held the blood sword in his hand and stared at Hong Wuji. Behind him, a monstrous sea of blood surged, and the murderous aura shot up to the sky. Boom, their auras collided, and a shocking explosion erupted. almost tearing the entire tea house's defense apart. The crowd retreated, watching anxiously. Just as the two of them were about to attack, a long roar came from afar. "Who dares to kill my Huang family's disciples?" The voice was filled with anger, like an enraged tiger, and it was extremely terrifying. Along with them, several powerful auras were rushing towards them at high speed. "Oh no, the Huang family is here." The crowd was shocked. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect the other party to be alerted so quickly. He looked at Hong Wuji and said coldly, "We'll fight another day." Then, Lin Xian turned into a ray of sword light and flew into the distance. "Thief, where do you think you're going?" Just as Lin Xian left the tea house, a terrifying palm of light fell quickly. The palm was glowing with green light, like a ghost claw, and it covered a radius of 1,000 meters. The sky suddenly darkened, and a terrifying aura surged. The green ghost claw covered the sky, forming rays of green light that intertwined to form a light cage, trapping Lin Xian. The light cage was hard, as if it was made of divine metal. It was extremely sturdy, like a prison from hell, and it was difficult to escape. "Little bastard, how dare you kill my Huang family's disciples? How dare you?" The person who came was an old man in green. He was an elder of the Huang family. He shouted sternly, "Today, I'll extract your soul, and you'll never be reincarnated." The old man's expression was ferocious, and his body was filled with murderous intent. The moment they knew that Huang Xiaoxiao was dead, the entire Huang family almost went crazy. Huang Xiaoxiao was a genius disciple of the Huang family, one of the most promising few. But now, he was actually killed by someone. They could not accept it, and they did not even dare to believe it. One had to know that the Huang family was considered a powerful force in Wind-Seeking City. Even some elites were not willing to provoke them. Moreover, no one dared to kill a disciple of the Huang family unless they were mortal enemies. Therefore, they did not believe that Huang Xiaoxiao was dead. However, the nameplate that represented Huang Xiaoxiao's identity had been shattered. They also sensed the blood-red mark that Huang Xiaoxiao made before she died. That was a secret technique of the Huang family. At the cost of one's life, they would make a tracking mark that could clearly guide the enemy. However, this secret technique would not be used until they were on the brink of death. Since the blood-red mark had appeared, it meant that Huang Xiaoxiao was really dead. Thinking of this, the old man in green robe's expression became ferocious. "Kid, dying 10,000 times is not enough to atone for your sins. I'll cut off your flesh piece by piece, and I'll let you live like a dog." End of chapter 805. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.